Lanyang Country. Yunzhou, City. The sound of reading came from the Bai family's private school, but under the scorching August sun, the sound of reading was a little weak, not as loud as the cicadas in the tree outside the window. Bai Donglin, who was already 11 years old, half closed his eyes, shook his head and responded, his mind had long flown away. I must have been reincarnated. It's not a soul, nor a body, but a direct reincarnation to the Bai family in Yunzhou. It should be that the baby's body is too fragile to bear my soul. It was not until a few days ago that it gradually adapted, broke the mystery in the womb, and awakened the memory of the previous life. As a member of the army of social animals, Bai Donglin was deeply affected by the blessings in his previous life. In addition to his life as an orphan, he had no one to rely on, so he had to work harder to live with dignity. The high-intensity work eliminated most entertainment activities, and reading novels became his only pastime. So he was very familiar with time travel. Something is wrong. Could it be that all the novels I have read for more than 10 years are all lies? Where is the promised golden finger? Bai Donglin changed his hand to support his chin and sighed. Only those who have died once know how wonderful it is to live. In his previous life, he died in a burst of strong white light after getting off work late at night. His soul was drawn into a dark space. After a long time of traveling, he saw many incredible scenes and finally survived to reincarnate. He never wanted to repeat that kind of lonely and helpless despair again. So he was extremely eager to have all kinds of magical golden fingers, whether it was the grandfather's ring or the funny system. As long as it could make him stronger, so strong that he would never die again. Although he was born into a wealthy family in this life and became a dandy, he could spend his whole life comfortably, but he was really afraid of death now, even if it was death of old age. This world is not an ordinary ancient world, but a world with extraordinary power. From what he has come into contact with so far, this is at least a middle magic world. How broad the world outside is not something he can understand now. In such a world, dying of old age might be a luxury, not to mention that the Bai family is a hereditary national general, and going to the battlefield to kill the enemy is almost a must for every Bai family member. Going to the battlefield to kill the enemy, and dying on the battlefield. A general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers, and how many people can really survive to the end on the battlefield? Especially this kind of in a world with extraordinary powers, taking the heads of enemy generals is just a common thing. Forget it, it's useless to think too much. Without the golden finger, I still have the knowledge from my previous life. Isn't it just a mortal start? I understand the process. An afternoon passed quietly while Bai Donglin was thinking about it. Okay, let's stop here today, school is over. The teacher on the podium shook his head and walked out of the school. He was already accustomed to the performance of these Bai family children. In his words, this is a group of warriors, guys with muscles in their brains. But he also understood that the general's mansion has always respected martial arts and neglected literature. If it weren't for the fear of illiterate generals in the future and ruining the reputation of the Bai family, they would not spend a lot of money to invite these gentlemen to give lectures. He didn't have high requirements for these students. At least they could read and understand the art of war. What kind of general can you be if you can't deploy troops? Being a cook is more like that. But silver is really fragrant. Oh, school is over. Old 8, 11, let's go to the martial arts arena to watch the martial arts training? Let's go together. Little 13, aren't you going with us? I'm not going, I have to go back to the yard to feed the birds. Bai Donglin rubbed his eyes, as if he had just woken up, and waved at the group of little brats in front of him, driving them away. What's the use of just watching? They are still young and can't practice martial arts, and they can only be jealous when they watch. If you have this time, you might as well go back and take good care of the second brother's birds. I hope that this time the second brother will come back from the sect and give himself some surprises. Thinking of his second brother, Bai Donglin instantly became energetic. He grew up listening to the legend of his second brother. The gifted second brother joined the sect of cultivators, and it was also a sect ranked in the top 10 in Nanyang. Nanyang has a vast territory and a population of more than 1 billion, which is not much less than the previous great powers. I think these top 10 sects must be very strong. The Bai family has been able to stand for 1,000 years, so it must be something extraordinary. The things that the instructors showed in the martial arts arena may not be the Bai family's most powerful skills. As a descendant of the main line, I will be exposed to these things sooner or later. The Bai family has been developing for 1,000 years, so naturally there are many people. Not only do the people of the main line live in this general's mansion, but many disciples of the branch line also live here. The descendants of the Bai family who inherited the title of general are the main line, and the rest are the branch lines. Although there is a distinction between the main line and the branch, there is no distinction between high and low. After all, the blood in the body cannot be faked, they are all family. Bai Donglin's father is the current national general, Bai Li, a man who suppressed the southern countries. Bai Donglin's mother in this life was born in a humble family. She was the maid of the eldest lady, that is, his aunt's dowry. Although she was a maid, she was regarded as a sister by the eldest lady who grew up with her. Unfortunately, because of her weak constitution and never practicing martial arts, she died of dystocia after giving birth to Bai Donglin. There were no plots in the novels of the previous life in this general's mansion. There were no evil servants who did evil things. Instead, they were all respectful to him. There were no brothers and sisters to bully him. On the contrary, because he was the youngest and lost his mother since childhood, they all cared for him. The eldest lady treated him like her own son. Am I not the template of the protagonist, but a supporting role? It would be fine if there was no golden finger, but even the cruel living environment made by Donglin once doubt that he was just a dead supporting role. In the future, when he met the protagonist of Destiny, he would give experience and benefits, and get a box lunch. The more I think about it, the more I feel that my future is bleak. I must practice as soon as possible. Without a golden finger, I have to rely on my own efforts. Unfortunately, the Bai family stipulates that only those who are over 16 can practice martial arts. Practicing martial arts too early will affect development at best, and at worst, they will become disabled. I can only find a way to ask my second brother for help. The top 10 sects will not limit the age of practicing martial arts. My second brother was taken away by an old Taoist priest when he was 6 years old. So, at present, all I can do is to take good care of my second brother's bird. Considering my hard work in raising birds, it should be reasonable to give him 10 or 8 magical secrets, right? The road to transcendence is so difficult. Without a guide, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to contact that world. No matter what, he will not give up the pursuit of extraordinary power. Only those who control power can control their own destiny. He doesn't want to be mediocre in this life. He wants to control his own destiny. He died inexplicably in his previous life, and he wants to live clearly in this life. Bai Donglin left the private school and climbed directly onto the carriage parked at the door. The Bai family's mansion covers a large area, and carriages are needed to travel between the various courtyards. Let's go to my aunt's place. Okay, young master, please sit tight. Bai Donglin got off the carriage. A servant had been waiting for a long time behind the door, and he quickly opened the door. Master, you are here. Madam is waiting for you in the aviary. Yes, I know. He didn't need anyone to lead the way. He was very familiar with Ziyun Pavilion, which he had been to countless times. He came to a side hall with ease. This side hall didn't look big, and the buildings inside were also very rare. There were more exotic flowers and plants, rockery and green trees, which looked like a garden. Unlike ordinary gardens, this side hall was covered by a metal net along the outer wall. With the manufacturing technology of this world, this iron net is very expensive. This shows how much the lady doted on the second brother. Even though the second brother rarely came back once every 2 or 3 years, the aviary was still well maintained. Donglin, you are here. Come here and try the cakes of Qingzhou. The beautiful woman in the pavilion saw Bai Donglin, her eyes lit up. She stood up to greet him, put her arm around his shoulders, and pinched his cheeks. Auntie, I'm not a child anymore. Bai Donglin sighed with a bitter face. After all, their souls are all approaching 30, and they are very resistant to such intimate actions. You kid, what's the big aunt, little aunt, call me mother? Yes, mother. Bai Donglin looked serious, knocked his right fist on his left chest, and saluted. Stinky boy, come and talk to your mother. Since your second brother joined the sect, your eldest sister, the dead girl who was disobedient, has also married. My Ziyun pavilion has become more and more deserted. Fortunately, you, Donglin, often come to accompany me. The eldest lady of the Bai family has a son and a daughter. The eldest daughter married into the palace 8 years ago and is the current crown princess. The second son also joined the sect when he was 6 years old. The palace has strict rules. As a crown princess, it is rare for her to come back to visit her parents once every 1 or 2 years. The second brother is obsessed with immortals and is obsessed with cultivation. The last time he went home was 3 years ago, and this birdhouse was also built at that time. Now only Bai Donglin is with her. Bai Donglin was also brought up by her and she treats him like her own son. After eating cakes, drinking tea, and checking homework, Bai Donglin remembered the important things. Mom, I'm going to take care of those little guys. Look at them chirping. They must be starving. Just leave these things to the servants. There's no need to do it yourself. That won't do. These birds are the darlings of my second brother. Besides, they are shy and ordinary people can't feed them. These birds are related to my future, so I have to take good care of them. The old lady sent the aviary out, and Bai Donglin brought a few servants, who were carrying various bird foods. There were no less than 100 kinds of birds in the aviary, and it took half an hour to feed them one by one. Walking to the innermost part, there was an independent bird cage, which was full of some birds of prey. You wait outside. The snow sculptures are ferocious by nature. Except for my second brother and me who grew up with them, anyone else who approaches will be attacked. Okay, Master 13. The servants looked at the bird cage in fear, nodded respectfully and retreated. Holding a box of raw meat, Bai Donglin opened the iron door and walked in sideways. Xiao Bai. Xiao Hei. Shall we? Come out to eat huh? Strange, before, whenever I showed up, those three guys would rush up like huskies pouncing on food. Why are there no movements today? On weekdays, I would come to the aviary every 2 or 3 days. Even if I didn't have time to feed other birds, I would feed these snow sculptures myself. The bird servants outside could do it for me, but I had to do it here alone. Bai Donglin poured the raw meat on the ground, and then looked around to find out if it was hiding and laying eggs. Xiao Hui. Why are you, a male eagle, laying eggs? Come out. At this moment, a gray shadow swooped down from a tree in the distance, as fast as lightning. Bai Donglin subconsciously raised his hand to block it, and the next moment he felt a sharp pain. Xiao Hui. It's me, are you crazy? Bai Donglin rolled to the ground and avoided the second attack of the giant eagle. Blood flowed from both hands and arms, and the bones were visible. Flat-haired beast. Ignorant wolf. I have been feeding you for so many years. Bai Donglin cursed and grimaced in pain. The snow eagle Xiao Hui stopped attacking and landed on the rockery in the distance. The other 2 snow eagles also flew over, all tilting their heads to look at Bai Donglin. It seemed as if they were confirming something, but they were not sure. The snow sculptures won't attack me without reason. I have never seen such a situation in my memory. It must be my fault. Could it be because I have awakened the memories of my past life? Is my aura different? Or is it my demeanor? I have come into contact with so many people these days, but no one has noticed my abnormality. The instincts of animals are really scary. Especially for animals that live together day and night, they can sense any changes. Bai Donglin had been immersed in novels for more than 10 years in his previous life. What kind of brain holes and routines had he not seen? He guessed it almost right in an instant. Why doesn't my hand hurt anymore? Bai Donglin came back to his senses and saw that there were still wounds on his arms. Wiping the blood off his arm, he revealed his intact skin, white and tender as before, without a single scar. Hallucination? It doesn't exist. The severe pain just now was so real, and the blood on his hand also confirmed that he was indeed injured just now. Time rewind? World line reset? It doesn't seem like it either. If I'm not mistaken, could it be a superpower like super speed regeneration? Just like the super speed regeneration of Wolverine and Deadpool. Bai Donglin stood up excitedly. Here it comes, it's here. The golden finger he had been thinking about day and night is here. He can be sure that this ability did not exist before his memory awakened. Although he is a young master and has servants serving him when he goes in and out, it is impossible that he has never had any bumps and bruises since he was a child. In other words, this ability is brought by my soul, and it was not until the body adapted to the soul that it began to show the characteristics of super speed regeneration. It turns out that the way to open it is wrong. What a pity, where is the promised mortal flow start? Bai Donglin rubbed his hands excitedly. With this life-saving ability, the sense of crisis in his heart was finally reduced a little. Don't get too arrogant. Keep a low profile. The best way is to grow up slowly. Bai Donglin adjusted his mood and made sure that others could not see his emotional changes. The secret of the golden finger must not be known to another person. Everyone knows the principle of being guilty of possessing a treasure. If you don't want to be a guinea pig, don't expose your abnormality. He cleaned up the bloodstains in the pond next to him, tidied up his clothes, and walked out calmly. At this time, he just wanted to go back to his own courtyard as soon as possible to study his superpowers. He didn't even look at the 3 snow sculptures on the rockery. Feeding birds? Feeding birds. He walked out of the birdhouse quickly and glanced at the servant waiting outside as if nothing had happened. Tell my aunt that I'm going back. Okay, young master. After thinking about it, he decided not to see the aunt. His clothes were torn. The eldest lady of the Bai family was not an ordinary person. It was inevitable that she would see something. In order to avoid twists and turns, it is better to leave without saying goodbye. After all, they can see each other every few days, and I think the ant will not think too much. The most important thing now is the changes in his body. This is the capital for settling down in this world in the future. Whether he can live a life of luxury or a life of coarse food depends on this. Moreover, he had a vague feeling in his heart that this superpower was not just as simple as super speed regeneration. He walked out of Ziyun Pavilion and stepped onto the carriage. Return to Qingyu Cottage. The quiet little house is backed by Shalwi Mountain. The 4 courtyards are neither big nor small, and are surrounded by evergreen longevity pines. The nearest buildings are 100 or 200 meters away from here. It is quiet and remote, but Bai Donglin likes it very much. This is also the only thing left to him by his mother, whom he has never met. After sending away the old servant, Bai Donglin walked quickly to the door on the bluestone path. After looking at the few marks he left, he opened the door with peace of mind. It is always good to be careful when you first come to this world. I just have a strong sense of crisis. There was no one in the yard. On the day when he awakened his past life memories, Bai Donglin drove out several maids and servants. In the previous life, he was used to being alone, and he was also worried that some of his past life habits and behaviors would cause unnecessary trouble. He was not very confident about these maids and servants, maybe because he had seen too many conspiracies and tricks in the previous life. It just so happened that this also made it convenient for him to test the gold finger. Bai Donglin came to the bedroom and took out a sheathed dagger from under the pillow. The dagger has a golden sheath, dotted with a few gems, very gorgeous. Bai Donglin pulled out the dagger with a light force. The blade was 1 foot long, shining with cold light, and it was obvious that it was not a piece of gold and jade. This dagger was a birthday gift from his eldest sister for his 11th birthday. He took out a handkerchief, bit it in his mouth, fixed his eyes, and stabbed it through the palm of his left hand. Humph! Bai Donglin groaned, and cold sweat ran down his face. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the dagger, and blood splashed all over his face. None of this distracted his attention, and his eyes were fixed on the palm of his hand. I saw that the blood on the palm of my hand stopped instantly, and in the blink of an eye, the wound had completely healed. After wiping off the blood, there was no scar left on the palm of my hand. It's true. What happened in the aviary just now was not an illusion, nor was it an accident. I have truly awakened this special ability. Only then did Bai Donglin let go of his hanging heart. What is the principle of this ability? It doesn't seem like a system, there is no prompt sound. What does this ability consume? Does it obey the law of conservation of energy? Bai Donglin jumped. He didn't feel weak, so it shouldn't be consuming his own energy. But he couldn't be sure. What if it was something as intangible as burning his lifespan? He wouldn't be able to feel it. Both my hands were injured. Maybe other parts of my body don't have this ability? He did it as he thought. He took off his pants and sat on the chair, biting his handkerchief. A cold light flashed, and 2 holes were instantly opened on both thighs. He had to test it anyway, so it would be better to get it done once than to be in pain twice. Just like his hands, he didn't cry out in pain this time, but his legs the wound has healed. Next is the internal organs. Bai Donglin took off his clothes and sat cross-legged on the ground with a serious face. This is not like the limbs. It may be life-threatening, although he is almost 100% sure. Bai Donglin hesitated for a moment and moved the dagger on the heart to the back of his waist. I am really afraid of death. I dare not gamble with a probability of less than 1%. This is not fear of death, this is cautious and brave. Anyway, there are 2 kidneys, and there is no use for more, so just take one for the experiment. With his eyes closed and his hands exerted force, the sharp dagger instantly penetrated the right kidney. Sure enough, as expected, the wound healed the moment the dagger was pulled out. Just as Bai Donglin gestured with the dagger and was ready to continue, a colorful light flashed in his soul, and a message floated to his mind. Bai Donglin paused with his raised arm, and his eyes flashed with enlightenment. He put down the dagger and stopped this behavior. So that's it. Bai Donglin slowly stood up, put his hands behind his back, walked to the yard step by step, looked up at the already dark night sky, and the stars were shining. He wanted to laugh, but he held back. If I, Bai Donglin, hadn't been born, the heavens and the world would be like a long night. The top of the immortals, proud of the world. As long as I, Donglin, there is heaven. Ha ha ha. Bai Donglin had tried his best not to laugh out loud, but unfortunately he couldn't hold it back, because the surprise this golden finger gave him was too big. The message that emerged in his subconscious was very short, just 2 sentences. Immortal and indestructible. Absorb any conceptual damage and strengthen yourself. Bai Donglin's sense of crisis was mostly put down, and he hadn't completely expanded yet, because he knew very well that he was at most pseudo-invincible, or the kind that could only stand and take a beating. There is no real invincibility, at least not yet. Just based on his imagination, he thought of 2 ways to deal with himself. Use attacks beyond his ability to bear to constantly destroy him, and beat him into nothingness as soon as he was resurrected. The limitation of his ability is that the damage he absorbs cannot exceed his upper limit, which means he cannot be killed instantly. Otherwise, he can only be resurrected on the spot, but cannot absorb damage to become stronger. Moreover, even if he is not killed instantly, the conversion rate of this damage is not 100%, and we have to slowly explore to know how much it is. The second method is even simpler: directly use the time and space type of ban. Other bans may not work, but the time and space type will definitely work. Once your own time and space are frozen, you can't die even if you want to. Even he, an ordinary, unremarkable time traveler, can come up with 2 restraint methods. There are so many big guys in the world, but he is not as smart as them? If you are arrogant, you may be worse off than dead. Low-key development is the kingly way. I must keep my ability secret. No matter how powerful it is, if everyone knows it, people will always find ways to restrain it. The unknown is the most terrifying. At most, I can only expose a little recovery ability and use it to cover up. They thought I was on the 2nd floor and I was on the 5th floor, but I was actually on the 1001 floor. It's a 1,000-layer cake. With an immortal body, I don't need to worry about the problem of being disabled by practicing martial arts. I don't know how long it will take for my second brother to come back, so I can't mess around anymore. With such a strong ability, it would be a pity not to use it well to strengthen myself. According to my second brother, the disciples of the big sects are cultivated using secret methods in the mother's womb. Such babies are often born with extraordinary talents and even awaken special physiques. My second brother has the physique of Sword Heartclear, a real sword genius. That's why he was brought into the sect to be cultivated since he was a child. And ordinary people like him can only practice some mundane martial arts after they mature. One is a martial arts, the other is a cultivation of immortality. The painting styles are different, and there is a real world of difference. The real immortal method is only available in the sect, and it is not available in the mortal world, even in the royal family. Before today, I might have been able to crawl in the mortal world for my whole life, and then die of old age. But it's different now. Bai Donglin clenched his fists, his eyes serious. It's not that he is a waste, but he can't stand out without the golden finger, Xiaoshan asked. In fact, reality is so cruel. In his previous life, he was an ordinary wage earner, earning a meager salary, working hard, being tortured by the blessings, and even dared not talk back to his boss. Why can you be successful after crossing? These other worlds are thousands of times larger than Blue Star, and the civilization has developed for millions or tens of millions of years. Without the golden finger, an ordinary Blue Star person wants to trample such a world under his feet? Is it logical? Bai Donglin doesn't have many advantages, but he still has self-knowledge. Before his ability awakened, he didn't have much hope for the future, even with the help of his second brother. He kept saying mortal start, but it was just self-deprecation. But now it's different. It's not just this world. The experience in the dark space made him understand that this world is not the only one. Bai Donglin returned to the room, cleaned up the bloodstains, opened the window to dissipate the smell. He lay on the bed and fell asleep. The next day, Qingyu Cottage. Bai Donglin got up early just after the sun broke. He dressed neatly, used a willow branch to stick on toothpaste made of Poria Coco's paste in coarse salt, and washed up simply. He took the banknotes he had saved over the years, a thick stack, a full several thousand taels. They were all the annual New Year's money, the monthly allowance, and the rewards from the elders. He was still young and had not started to spend money on wine and women. He stayed at the Bai family every day, so he saved all the money. This was all his belongings. However, as long as he could do what he wanted to do today, he would spend the money. He had no interest in these yellow and white things, they were just very useful tools. Rich children are so willful. He closed the gate and did not make any more marks. There was nothing in this mundane world that could threaten him now, so he still had some confidence. He went to the dining hall to have breakfast first. In the past, the maids would deliver it to Qingyu Cottage, but now that the maids had been driven away, he had to come here to eat in person. There are many children in the Bai family, and they are all martial artists, so they have a big appetite. Therefore, this canteen provides unlimited food from morning to night, and you can eat hot meals at any time. Fortunately, the Bai family is wealthy, and half of Yunzhou is surnamed Bai, so this expense is not taken seriously. After eating, he found a carriage at the door and went straight to the private school. Since he has decided to start martial arts, he naturally can't spend time on calligraphy. The characters in this world are also square characters like those in the previous life, and it is obviously evolved from pictograms. And it is 70% similar to the small seal characters in the previous life. He was not surprised by this. After all, pictograms are abstract symbols of all things in nature. The other parts of the two worlds may be very different, but the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars, the earth, the wind, the water, the fire, the thunder, the rain, and the lightning, these natural things are the same. So it is reasonable that the characters in the two worlds are somewhat similar. In his previous life, he studied the unpopular archaeology major and had a deep study of the small seal. In addition, he has also studied in the private school for 4 or 5 years in this life. In comparison, he has completely mastered the characters in this world. When he arrived at the private school, Bai Donglin went straight to the teacher's courtyard. At this time, the teacher should have been practicing calligraphy. "Teacher, I want to see you for something." Bai Donglin knocked on the door and stood outside respectfully. It is said that this teacher was also a nobleman from a poor family. He passed the imperial examination and served as an official for several years. Unfortunately, he was greedy for money and accepted bribes, so he was dismissed from office. He was admitted because of his teacher, the Minister of Rights. The Bai family has found a teaching job. Although Bai Donglin is not interested in it, this world also emphasizes respecting teachers, so he still has to do some superficial work. "Young Master 13, why did you come to see me so early?" Wu Qinglian politely welcomed Bai Donglin in. Although they were teacher and student, he didn't dare to put on airs. Others were the masters of the Bai family, and he was just a worker. The two sat down in the living room, and Bai Donglin went straight to the point. "Sir, the student has mastered the divine text proficiently and wants to take the final examination in advance. People in this world call this kind of text divine text. It is said that it was created by the gods in the sky and then passed on to mortals." "Oh, young Master 13 will only be 12 years old in winter, right? Generally, the examination will be conducted when he is 14 years old. To take the examination in advance, this." Wu Qinglian hesitated. Over the years, not every child of the Bai family can fully master the divine text. After all, there are always fools who can't learn it at the age of 14. But that is after learning it at the age of 14. If he lets someone go early and learns, it's fine, but if he lets an illiterate go, he'll be in trouble if the higher-ups investigate. He still knows this 13th young master. He's not a genius, and it doesn't look like he's already mastered the divine text. "Please examine me, sir. If I don't learn well, I won't dare to mention graduation." Bai Donglin stood up and saluted, handing over a silver note of 100 taels. Wu Qinglian's eyes lit up, and she reached out to take the note. 10 taels of silver is enough for a family of 3 to spend a year, and his annual salary is only about 50 taels. "Forget it, since the 13th young master insists so much, please wait for me to prepare." After saying that, he stood up and went into the study, took out pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, as well as a few books. The test is divided into reading, listening, and writing. "The 13th young master, please read through this Yaiwenlu first." Yaiwenlu describes some supernatural things. The whole text is only 40,000 to 50,000 words, but it contains almost all the divine texts, which is perfect for testing. It seems that Wu Qinglian, even though he received the benefit, still didn't dare to let him go. Bai Donglin was fearless. He picked up the book and read it in a clear and loud voice. It took him some time to read it word for word. The next step was listening and writing. Wu Qinglian took out another book and said a sentence, and Bai Donglin wrote it on the white paper. He didn't stop until he had written 2,000 or 3,000 words. Not bad, not bad. It seems that the 13th young master has indeed mastered the divine text. Wu Qinglian carefully checked it. After reading it once, he found that not only was there no mistake, but the characters were also written in a vigorous and powerful manner. It can be seen that he had put a lot of effort into practicing calligraphy. "Since Master 13 has passed the assessment, I will report to the Ministry of Internal Affairs later. From now on, Master, you don't need to come to the private school." Wu Qinglian smiled and nodded. Now she felt at ease with the money she earned. "Thank you, sir." Bai Donglin bowed and went out to get on the carriage. This was originally a trivial matter, and there was no need to worry too much. The next thing was the important thing. Go to the Jusher Martial Arts Hall. "Okay. Master 13, sit tight." In addition to the Bai family's own family martial arts, if you want to learn martial arts in this city, you can only join various gangs in the city, or spend money to learn in martial arts halls. Although joining a gang can learn some martial arts for free, it will lose personal freedom, and with his identity, people dare not accept him to join these small gangs. He could also go to a store or the black market to buy some low-level martial arts secrets, but unfortunately he was just a layman now, and he didn't even know the acupoints of the human body, so it was unrealistic to learn by himself. After thinking about it, he decided that a martial arts hall was more suitable for him, and he could just spend money. A martial arts hall is a place where money is valued rather than people, and it is also convenient to keep his identity secret. Although he could only learn some basic martial arts, it was enough for him now. His mind was still on his second brother and the Bai family's martial arts. Now he was exposed to martial arts in advance just to lay a good foundation. As long as my second brother comes back, my various plans can be implemented. 13th Master, we're at the Jusher Martial Arts Hall. The Jusher Martial Arts Hall is the largest martial arts hall in the city, with tall walls and a large area, and it has an extraordinary momentum. 8 big men in black stood at the door, with bulging muscles and slightly protruding temples. They should have practiced external skills. From a distance, he could hear the humming and hawing coming from inside, and Bai Donglin nodded gently. It looks good. He sent away the groom and walked over alone. After explaining his purpose, he was led in by a big man in black. Bai Donglin only saw at this time that the 2 big white characters Jianshi were written on the backs of these big men. After walking for a while, he was led to a side hall, and a maid brought tea and cakes. Sir, please wait a moment. Our master is taking the apprentices for morning exercises. I have sent someone to notify him. The master will be here later. The big man in black politely bowed. He would not dare to neglect the other party just because he was a child. The other party's clothes, temperament and demeanor, anyone who is not blind can see that this is not an ordinary person. Bai Donglin nodded slightly while holding the teacup. He still has this patience. After waiting for less than half a cup of tea, a strong middle-aged man came in with a few young people. Seeing Bai Donglin sipping tea, Yuan Tao's eyes lit up. What a refined and handsome young man. He took 2 steps forward, clasped his hands and said, I am Yuan Tao, the current owner of the Giant Stone Martial Arts School. May I know your name, sir? Bai Donglin stood up and greeted him, and said politely, Master Yuan, you are too polite. I ordered Don Lai to come here. I have heard of the great name of the Giant Stone Martial Arts School for a long time, and I came here specially to learn some basic martial arts. Yuan Tao was a man of swift and decisive actions, so Bai Donglin didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Ah, Master Ling, you are too kind. But you came to the right place to learn basic martial arts in our martial arts hall. Although our martial arts hall does not have any profound martial arts, our basic martial arts are definitely one of the best in Baiqing. Speaking of basic martial arts, Yuan Tao seemed very confident. This is indeed the specialty of Jusher Martial Arts Hall, which ranks first among all martial arts halls in Yunzhou. It is only second to several famous martial arts sects in the Bai family, which is why Bai Donglin chose him. Bai Donglin did not waste any words. He directly took out 10 silver notes of 100 taels and put them on the table. He looked at Yuan Tao and said, Master Yuan, here is 1,000 taels of silver. I only have one request, teach me your basic martial arts within 1 month. Yuan Tao's expression moved. He did not expect that Ling Donlai was so generous and generous. Ordinary people come to learn martial arts and choose an ordinary bodybuilding martial arts, which is only 20 taels of silver. After all, basic martial arts are not precious. What is expensive is the secret recipes and medicinal materials that go with it. This young master waved his hand and gave 1,000 taels, which could be used by an ordinary family of 3 for 100 years. The disciples standing behind Yuan Tao looked at the silver notes on the table with envy. Is this the boredom of rich people? Your son is really a straightforward person. In that case, I will personally teach you martial arts in the next month, and you can learn all the basic martial arts in the martial arts hall. Money can make you a god, and you are if you don't make money. Yuan Tao was even more polite in front of the silver notes. He has such a big family business, and thousands of people follow him for meals. He never has too much money. Usually, the ones who teach martial arts are the disciples he has accepted. He is the town hall, and he usually doesn't take action easily. Only when he is in a good mood, he will take everyone to do morning exercises together. 1,000 taels of silver is worth his personal effort, which is just teaching some basic martial arts. After that, Yuan Tao collected the silver notes and arranged several disciples to teach students in the front yard. He took Bai Donglin to the backyard and introduced the Jusher Martial Arts Hall as he walked. It turned out that he not only ran a martial arts school, but also opened an agency and did some work like guarding the place and collecting protection fees. Bai Donglin didn't care about any of this, he just came here to learn martial arts. When he arrived at the backyard, Yuan Tao took out a few books, a blueprint, and a 1-to-1 wooden man model. Sir, since you have no knowledge of martial arts, let's start with the most basic acupoints and meridians of the human body. Yuan Tao spread out the blueprint, which showed several human figures and was densely labeled with words such as the meridians, acupoints, tendons, bones and muscles, internal organs, etc. Bai Donglin was amazed. He didn't expect that there would be such detailed anatomical diagrams in this world, and there were things like meridians and acupoints. Yuan Tao took the blueprint and used the wooden man model to explain seriously. And from time to time, he would gesture on himself or Bai Donglin to make it easier for him to understand. Yuan Tao explained very carefully, and Bai Donglin studied very hard. Time passed quickly, and they had lunch in the martial arts hall and continued in the afternoon. It was not until the servants in the martial arts hall lit the oil lamp that they realized it was already night. Master, it's getting late today. Let's continue tomorrow. Yuan Tao looked at the sky, nodded and said, that's good. You learn very quickly. In 2 or 3 days, you will be able to fully master the various secret acupoints of the human body, and then you can start practicing martial arts. He said goodbye to Yuan Tao and gave him a book introducing martial arts knowledge before leaving, telling him to read it when he returned home in the evening. After leaving the martial arts hall, he saw a carriage parked not far away. 13th Master, the eldest lady asked me to take you to Ziyun Pavilion for dinner. The coachman said in a low voice as he welcomed Bai Donglin to the carriage. I know, let's go. All this was within his expectations. Although the eldest lady usually lived in Ziyun Pavilion, the entire Bai family, or the entire city, could not hide any movement from her. With General Bai Li in charge of the southern military camp, the eldest lady was the sky of the city. Speaking of which, the original intention of the Bai family was also for the good of their children. They did not want young people to be eager for quick success and ruin their bodies. Bai Donglin did not want to hide it from his aunt. He was special and had a powerful immortal ability. Everything would be solved as long as practicing martial arts would not harm his body. As long as he could become stronger, no one could stop him. This was Bai Donglin's most firm belief. The carriage ran very fast and arrived at Ziyun Pavilion in a short while. Walking directly into the hall, the eldest lady Li Ichio was already sitting at the dining table. The dining table was full of dishes, all of which were his favorites. A table of food was worth 100 taels of silver. My child pays his respects to my mother. Come and sit down. I asked the kitchen to make you some dishes you like, just to celebrate your mastery of the divine text. Li Ichio pulled him to sit next to her, smiled and said, I really don't know what's so good about martial arts that makes you Bai family men so obsessed with it. Mom, practicing martial arts can strengthen your body. Only when you are strong can you dominate your own destiny. Li Ichio was silent for a while, with a complicated look in his eyes. You, brat, are talking more and more like your second brother. Eat quickly, the food is getting cold. Li Ichio filled his bowl with food and sighed faintly. Ordinary martial arts train the body and then the chi. Before the age of 16, the bones and tendons are not fully developed. It is in vain to train the body, and the consequences will be great. This is the Bai family rule, and mother cannot violate it. The Bai family martial arts pavilion is also guarded by the elders. Li Ichio stopped here. She knew that she just didn't want Bai Donglin to leave her like the second brother, although she had selfish motives. But ordinary martial arts are always inseparable from the word ordinary. Even if you practice to the extreme, what does it matter? After all, it is not presentable. Not everyone is as gifted as her second brother, and ordinary people can't step into that world after all. Li Ichio's eyes were empty, as if she saw her younger self again, at a loss when she came into contact with that world. Bai Donglin didn't notice her expression. He ate the food in the bowl in a few bites and said with a firm look, Mom, don't worry. I won't do anything wrong before my second brother comes back. I know what I'm doing. You don't need to persuade me anymore. Li Ichio was silent. Perhaps this is what a man is like, proud and confident. After all, he is still a child. Only when he hits a wall can he understand the difference between immortals and mortals, which cannot be erased by hard work. While eating and talking, Bai Donglin finally persuaded the aunt to let go and promised not to interfere in his affairs after finishing the meal. But the premise is that he must not hurt his body. Bai Donglin agreed at once. He is immortal and of course he is not afraid of hidden injuries from body training. Back to Qingyu Shaozhu, he went to the study and lit the oil lamp. Bai Donglin held martial arts common sense in his right hand and a dagger in his left hand. While reading the book, he stabbed his thigh. After stabbing more than 100 times, he stopped, put down the book, jumped, and moved the desk. Sure enough, the behavior of hurting yourself will not trigger that characteristic. Is it still following the law of conservation of energy? This was also within his expectations, just like a person who cannot lift himself up by his hair. Although the body has not become stronger, the tolerance to pain has increased. Is this because the willpower has become stronger? The discovery that pain can enhance willpower made him very excited. Willpower is, of course, the stronger the better. Looking back at the novels I have read for more than 10 years, which protagonist is not a person with unwavering will? At least when making some unknown will judgments, the judgment will not fail. Thinking of this, Bai Donglin excitedly stabbed himself twice. Although the improvement is negligible, with his own ability and characteristics, he will inevitably suffer in the future. The improvement of willpower is still expected in the future. 1 month later. The training ground in the backyard of the giant stone martial arts school. Skin forging is the first stage of body refining. There are 36 movements that match specific breathing. Yuan Tao was shirtless, his skin was bronze and shimmering with a metallic luster. With each change in movement, the rhythm of breathing kept changing. After a set of movements were performed smoothly, he finished his training and stood up. He glanced at Bai Donglin, who was listening attentively next to him, and said, "The skin forging stage is the easiest to practice, because it is easier to use external stimuli to speed up the practice. By hitting the skin with a blunt instrument and then soaking in specific soups and medicines, you can get twice the result with half the effort." Yuan Tao smiled when he said this. The main income of their martial arts schools is to sell various body refining soups and medicines. The second stage of body refining is the muscle stage. Muscles are the source of human strength. The stronger the strength, the stronger the attack. After speaking, he practiced another set of exercises. As he moved, his muscles bulged all over his body, and he looked bigger. With his feet, the hard bluestone slabs shattered one after another. The third realm, the internal organs realm. Yuan Tao did not rest after finishing his boxing skills. He got on all fours and lay on the ground like a toad. He took a deep breath, and his entire chest swelled up. Bai Donglin, who was standing by, felt suffocated, as if all the air had been sucked out by Yuan Tao. Lonely! Lonely! A dull toad cry came with the rise and fall of the chest, shaking the dust on the ground. His eyebrows jumped. Although it was not the first time he had seen it, this sense of déjà vu still made him feel itchy. The fourth realm, tempering the bones. After learning the toad, Yuan Tao lay prone again like a tiger coming down the mountain, his muscles tensed, breathing in and out, and a faint thunderous sound came. After practicing the first 4 realms, Yuan Tao finished his practice and put on his clothes. He looked at Bai Donglin and said, "The last realm is to exchange blood for static exercise. You are already familiar with the key points. As long as the bone tempering is completed, the qi can directly reach the bone marrow and stimulate the bone marrow to produce new blood. The replacement of old blood with new blood is just a matter of time. When the blood exchange is completed, the whole body function will be greatly improved." The two returned to the living room, drank tea, and continued to discuss. The questions and answers soon reached the evening. "Sir, the 1-month period has expired. Yuan has taught you all the basic martial arts as agreed. I wonder what your plans are next." Bai Donglin took a sip of tea, bowed to Yuan Tao and said, "Thank you, Master Yuan, for teaching me everything you know. This young master has benefited a lot. But I have been away from home for a long time, and it is time for me to go back." He was too lazy to run back and forth in the past half-month, so he said goodbye to his aunt and stayed at the martial arts hall. Now that his goal has been achieved, Bai Donglin is ready to say goodbye, can't wait to go back and start practicing. "Ah, Your Excellency is too polite. Yuan Tao is just a loyal servant, but I dare not take credit for it." The two exchanged a few polite words. Yuan Tao ordered someone to bring a few books, handed them to Bai Donglin and said, "These books contain my practice experience, which may be helpful to you. When you come of age, if you really want to practice these secrets, you can buy body refining soups from Yuan Tao." Bai Donglin took 4 books, Bronze Mangong for skin forging, Powerful Bull Demon Fist for muscles, Toad Breathing Method for internal organs, and Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound for bone tempering. As for the blood exchange realm, it only requires the use of qi and strength, but there is no separate practice method. Hearing Yuan Tao selling his soup, Bai Donglin smiled and did not answer. The most important thing for body refining is not the method, but the matching soup. It is not impossible to practice without soup, but the progress is absolutely outrageous. It is also easy to leave hidden injuries and pains. After all, the human body is extremely complex and delicate, and it is difficult to succeed without the nourishment of medicine. Since ancient times, the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts. Medicinal materials are precious, and ordinary people cannot afford to practice martial arts. The two exchanged greetings for a while, and Bai Donglin said goodbye and left. Yuan Tao politely sent him to the gate. Looking at the carriage slowly going away, Yuan Tao smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, "Hey, but I finally sent this little ancestor away. I hope that lady will be satisfied." Bai Donglin sat in the carriage, flipping through the secret book casually. He knew everything about the body refining realm, and at this time he just wanted to see if there were any techniques worth learning from. As for why he used an alias, it was just out of interest, a little bit of bad taste. He did not deliberately hide his identity, and it didn't matter if he was exposed. When his ability awakened, these were all trivial matters in his eyes. It was a serious matter to start practicing martial arts quickly, and he couldn't wait. Back to Qingyu Xiaozhu, put away his things, changed into a neat set of clothes, and went to Xiaowei Mountain. Qingyu Cottage is located at the outermost part of Bai Mansion, and the Xiaowei Mountain next to it is even more outlying. It can be said that it is no longer in Bai Mansion. Xiaowei Mountain is not high, only about 400 or 500 meters. However, you can go directly to Dahui Mountain through Xiaowei Mountain, which is one of the highest mountains in Yunzhou. In addition to going to Jushir Martial Arts Hall this month, he was thinking about how to use his abilities. Finally, he found a great place on Xiaowei Mountain, which is very suitable for him to practice. The big and two small moons in the sky are very round and bright, but the woods are still very gloomy and scary at night. But Bai Donglin didn't feel anything at all. Since his ability awakened, he felt that he was getting braver and braver. If you are not afraid of death, what else is there to be afraid of? It didn't take long for them to reach the top of the mountain. When they went around, they found a straight cliff on the back of the mountain. He had observed it half a month ago. This cliff was 100 feet deep, and the bottom was full of hard bluestone, broken and sharp. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. This place originally belonged to the back mountain of the Bai family. It was rarely visited by people, far enough away from the Bai family, and secret enough. After taking off his clothes and pants, Bai Donglin did some chest expansion exercises, warmed up, and jumped towards the cliff. Under the effect of gravity acceleration, the falling speed became faster and faster. As expected, Bai Donglin's head landed on the ground, and the hard bluestone was cracked. The white brain flew 7 or 8 meters away. Bai Donglin was dead. 2 seconds later, he climbed up again. Only the white unidentified object on the ground proved that it was not an illusion. He jumped and moved his hands and feet. The instant death did not trigger the damage reversal. And because he died too quickly, he did not feel pain, and it did not enhance his will. He gave this ability a not very vivid name. Damage reversal. Immortality. This is what Bai Donglin relies on. He walked to the side of the cliff and began to climb up. When he climbed to 7 or 8 meters, his hand slipped and he fell down. Bang! There was a dull sound. His left leg was broken, more than half of his ribs were broken, and his internal organs were ruptured and bleeding. The fierce pain made him gasp. The injuries that would have killed a normal person were all healed after Bai Donglin climbed up. Fatally feeling a surge of energy strengthening his body, Bai Donglin hurriedly adjusted his breathing and practiced the bronze man gong. As the exercises began to work, the energy gradually flowed to the skin. After a set of exercises, he could already feel that his skin had become tougher. This effect is much better than the soup medicine. The unknown energy is extremely pure and has great benefits for the body. Bai Donglin smiled. Everything was as expected. Jumping off the cliff is gravity doing work. It is gravity that hurts oneself. It is natural to trigger damage reversal. He has thoroughly understood this ability. Any behavior that does not harm himself by doing work will trigger it. For example, slapping himself, stabbing himself with a knife, self-destructing, etc. The work used to cause harm to oneself belongs to one's own energy, so it cannot be reversed and absorbed. Just like a person cannot lift himself, perpetual motion machines do not exist. The rules of this ability are so clear, simple, and reassuring. Bai Donglin twisted his waist and continued to climb the cliff. All night long, the strange sound of bang 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 echoed in Xiaowei Mountain. In the morning, the sun breaks. The soft sunlight crosses the sky and earth, awakening all things. Zio Huishan Cliff. The bang 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 that had been ringing all night finally stopped, replaced by the crisp chirping of birds, which was pleasant to the ears. The early bird catches the worm. Bai Donglin, who had been practicing all night, lay at the bottom of the cliff and didn't want to move, letting the sunlight pass through the trees and sprinkle on his tired face. He was not tired, he was in good condition now, but he was a little numb from the fall. Whether the willpower is strong or not, it can't relieve the pain. It still hurts as much as it should. People with strong willpower can just be more tolerant. All night long, the rubble at the bottom of the cliff was flattened, and all the stones were dyed red. He also accidentally fell to his death more than a dozen times, and a few times he even lost everything. He is in good health now, without any abnormal condition, but just numb from the pain. He rubbed his face, came back to his senses, and showed a hint of excitement on his face. One night of great improvement in skin training and small improvement in muscles. This progress is simply appalling. It's not that no one can do it. This world is big. With backgrounds and cheats, it's possible to become an immortal overnight. But Bai Donglin still feels full of accomplishment, because this is all achieved through his own efforts, his own blood and sweat, and his own willingness to risk his life. Unlike those coquettish who cheat, he stood up naked, and his shorts had already dyed heroically, and even the ashes could not be found. He shook off the pieces of meat stuck on his body and climbed to the top of the mountain. With his current physical fitness and a night of practical experience in rock climbing, he climbed to the top of the mountain easily. He put on his clothes that were already wet with dew, put on his pants, and ran to the quiet cottage. Now he just wanted to take a good bath and rest comfortably. Martial arts also emphasize the combination of work and rest. Becoming stronger is to enjoy life. He is not in a hurry, and there is no blood feud waiting for him to avenge. Now everything is on the right track, just take it slowly, step by step towards the strongest, and at the same time don't miss the scenery along the way. Men should be nicer to themselves. I returned to the yard at a speed several times faster than last night. The advantages of practicing martial arts have begun to show. I drew a bucket of water from the well in the yard and poured it over my head. The cool well water watered my body and washed away the fatigue of the night. After cleaning the bloodstains, I was no longer sleepy under the stimulation of the cold water. I simply changed my clothes and went to have breakfast before coming back to sleep. I slept until the afternoon, went to Ziyun Pavilion to feed the birds, and had dinner with my aunt. At night, I sneaked to Shelwi Mountain to practice martial arts. Bai Donglin lived a regular life of day and night reversal. Lanyang Country. Yuzhou, Yuehua Mountain Range. The sword of Yuehua, between life and death. The Yuehua Mountain Range within a radius of 1,000 miles belongs to the first sword cultivation sect in Lanyang, the Xianyue Sword Sect. The Xianyue Sword Sect is located on Yuehua Mountain. The palaces are undulating and stacked layer by layer, with a beautiful and elegant momentum. Lingtianlian, there are children working hard on the medicinal fields. There are spirit beasts flying through the woods. It is a blessed land for the immortals. At this time, a heated debate was taking place in the main hall of Yuehua. The elders of each peak who were usually high and mighty were arguing with each other. Master, please judge. There are 5 quotas this time. What's the problem with asking for one from Liehua Peak? Is this request too much? An old man with red hair and beard, carrying a huge flaming sword on his back, was so angry that sparks flashed in his eyes. He cursed, "You old bastards, I didn't get a quota from Liehua Peak before, you must give me one this time." As soon as he finished speaking, the huge sword on his back made a buzzing sound. Humph! Who are you trying to fool, Fire Ghost? You didn't get a quota in previous years because you weren't motivated. You're making it seem like you gave it up. Ugh! Goofing, don't accept it. Chain Gingfing, don't accept it. We want a quota, too. Yeah. Jusfang also wants a quota, me too. Second. Shady deal. Shady deal. Protest. Protest. Sect leader Chen Xianfeng looked helplessly inside the hall. Although the situation was special this year, the thing was indeed tempting. But as a famous and upright sect, how could they make such a fuss? Do these people still look like elders? It's really embarrassing for my Xianyue Sword Sect. Ancestors, please send down thunder to kill these unworthy descendants. Cough, cough. After 2 heavy coughs, the quarrels below continued. Ahem, enough. Shut up. Chen Xianfeng slapped the table, and a sword intent enveloped the entire Yuehua Mountain. In an instant, the whole world was quiet, and the birds, beasts, insects, snakes, rats and ants were all frightened and dared not move. The elders of each peak changed their expressions slightly, and their figures flashed and instantly returned to their seats, with a calm face, completely different from the previous arrogance and unreasonableness. Hey, why is the headmaster angry? If there is anything, let's discuss it calmly. An old man who had just quarreled the most fiercely and cursed the most said with a serious face and a pleasant face. Yes, we can discuss it if there is anything. That's right, we are all family, why do you have to do this? The headmaster is really petty, not elegant and easygoing at all. Chen Xuanfeng's eyebrows twitched when he heard the whispers and whispers. Alas, it seems that this so-called headmaster really can't do it anymore. It's boring. It's better to ask for instructions from the higher-ups and resign and go home to retire. Sighing secretly, Chen Xianfeng shook his head helplessly. He used his left hand to hold down his right hand that was about to draw the sword, and then said slowly with a wooden face, "Since none of you can convince anyone, then let's talk based on strength. Each peak will send out the most outstanding disciples, and whoever wins the quota will get it. Let the disciples fight and seize it by themselves, and you are not allowed to interfere. It just so happens that we discovered that there were demons causing trouble in the southern states a few days ago, so let's see who can kill the most demons and who is the strongest. The period is half a year, and the winner will advance and the loser will retreat." Palace. The middle elders looked at each other. It seemed that the headmaster had already made the decision, and this seemed to be the best solution. They were originally competitive sword cultivators, and no one would give in to anyone else. They were actually in favor of sword cultivators when they competed to kill demons. The elders of each peak stood up and said, "We will follow the headmaster's order." After that, they turned into swordlights and disappeared. 9-color peak. The swordlight transformed by the peak master Li Xin fell into the hall. The swordlight dissipated and a beautiful girl in her 20s walked out, with red lips, white teeth, and skin as white as cream. Such a dignified woman, but her eyes revealed a quirky taste, innocent and naive. "Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai. Where are you? Come out quickly, master has good news for you. Xiao Bai." At this time, a woman in green heard the call and came out, bowing respectfully to Li Xin and said, "Hello, master. I am in the back mountain to comprehend the sword. Please wait for a moment, master. I will go and find you now." You are just in time. Let's go together." After saying that, he raised his hand and grabbed her shoulder without Louis's objection, and turned into a swordlight and disappeared. In the back mountain of Jus Peak, beside the sword washing pool, a man in white sat cross-legged with his eyes closed beside the pool. On his legs was a long sword with a sheath. The sword was white, tied to his waist-length hair, and the hairband fluttering in the wind was also pure white. His face was handsome and extraordinary, as if he was a banished immortal. The man suddenly opened his eyes flickered, and there was a hint of sword intent hidden in his sharpness. "It's still a little bit short." After saying that, he stood up and looked in the direction where the sword light came from. As soon as Li Xin landed, the man bowed forward and said, "Jian Gu greets the master, and meets senior sister Lu. I wonder what the master wants to see Jian Gu for. Of course it's good news. Xiao Bai, guess what the good news is?" Looking at Li Xin, who was jumping up and down while holding his arm, the man looked helpless. The master had the same physique as him, and his sword heart was clear. He had a pure heart and a pure mind. There are not many things that can make the master so happy. Is it because of the change in the quota? Li Xion's face fell, and his will was instantly depressed. He said in a stammering voice, "Xiao Bai, you are good in everything, but you are too smart. You are not fun." Then he repeated the words of the head, and then said, "Among the contemporary disciples of our Jus Peak, you two have the highest cultivation. It would be good for you to go down the mountain together to take care of each other." After hesitating for a while, he took out 2 pocket jade swords and gave one to each person. "This is the sword talisman that master made. It can save your life in a critical moment, but the master forbids us to interfere. If we use the sword talisman, it will be considered as giving up the quota." Li Xian was rarely serious, and said seriously, "Although the quota is good, life is more precious. Xiao Bai, pack up your things and go down the mountain." "Thank you, master." The two of them bowed their hands respectfully, looked at each other, and then turned into swordlight and disappeared in the void. This is not a sudden change in style, it's a joke. This sect will not appear again in the later period. Qingzhou is a land of hills and few plains. Except for a few large cities built on the few plains, the other numerous small towns and villages are built on the hillside. Banpo village is a village built on the hillside with only 300 households and more than 2,000 people. The usually bustling village is particularly deserted at this time. Every family stays indoors. There are no children playing and fighting in the past, and no one is taking care of the farmland outside the village. There are still white cloths hanging on the doors of dozens of villagers' homes, and faint sobbing sounds can be heard from the house. Dozens of villagers mourn together, making the village shrouded in a weird and terrifying atmosphere. "Village chief, let's run away. If we don't leave now, we will all die." The villager Lu Daniu was terrified, his voice was a little trembling, and he continued to persuade the old man in front of him. "The government office must have given up on us. We agreed to go get help, but it's been 5 days and they still haven't come back. The situation is getting worse and worse." At first, only old man Lu was killed. On the second day, 3 people died. On the third day, 6 people died. In just 7 days, 43 people have died tragically. If this continues, all of us in Banpo village will die. At this point, Lu Daniel collapsed on the ground with a bleak face. His third son was also killed last night. The men around him also had gloomy faces. The murderer came and went without a trace. They had been on guard all night for the past few days, but they didn't find any trace, but people were still killed one after another. Moreover, the dead died in a very miserable way. All the blood in their bodies was sucked out, and they looked like corpses. The constable from the government office came over to take a look. His face changed drastically, and he shouted that there was a demon, so he left in a hurry, and now he has not returned. The old village chief looked ugly, and he was so scared that he didn't even dare to sleep these days. It's easy to say, escape? Where to escape? Generations of ancestors have lived here, reclaimed wasteland, and multiplied. More than 2,000 people, most of them were women, children, the elderly and the young. If they abandoned the village with their families, it would be difficult for them to survive outside. What really worried him was that the monsters seemed to have set their sights on them, and there was no escape. The village chief was in a dilemma for a while. There were more than 2,000 lives at stake. If he made a mistake, how could he face his ancestors? After hesitating for a long time, he made a decision and said to the people in the room, "Lu-san, go to the town to find the government office right now and ask them to send more people over. Also, post this notice at the city gate to seek talented people. If you can get rid of the monster, our Banpo village will reward you handsomely." "Yes, village chief, I'll go right away." A thin man took the notice and ran away quickly. "Get out. Time is life now. If you can be quick, maybe you can save a few lives. No one knows if your family will be the next one. Lu Nung, gather all adult men and divide them into 2 teams to take turns to guard the night. In addition, go collect oil to make torches to light up the whole village at night." After Lu Nang ran out, he slowly walked to the door, looked at the gloomy sky, and sighed. 3 days, hold on for another 3 days. If we can't solve it, we will move away. "Junior brother, why do we have to come to Qingzhou among the 13 states in the south?" Louis and Bai Jianga, who was dressed in white, rode the dragon scale horse side by side. This dragon scale horse is covered with fine scales. It is said that it has a trace of dragon blood and is worth 1,000 gold. It can travel thousands of miles a day and eat more than 10 pounds of raw meat a day. Most people can't afford to raise it. Unfortunately, there are many hills in Qingzhou. The dragon scale horse is still an ordinary beast and can't walk on flat ground. Both of them are in the Yuan-Tai realm, and they can't use the luxury of flying swords to travel long distances. If we encounter monsters and demons and exhaust our true essence, won't we be at the mercy of others? So we can only use dragon scale horses to travel. It is difficult for dragon scale horses to play their speed advantage in the terrain of Qingzhou, so Louis asked this question. Bai Jianga smiled and said, "Don't worry, senior sister. It is difficult to find the traces of monsters. It would be a waste of time if we go to find them ourselves. It is better to travel along the way and wait for the flying sword of the sect to send a letter. As long as we are closest to the monsters, the flying sword will naturally come to us." At this point, Bai Jianga paused, looked to the south and said, "Junior brother, you are indeed a little selfish. Yunzhou is to the south of Qingzhou, and your home is in Yunzhou City. After this matter is done, are you willing to visit my Bai family?" Bai Jianga's eyes showed a trace of memories. "It has been 3 or 4 years since I went back. I wonder if my mother is well. How is my elder sister doing in the palace? How much taller has my younger brother grown? Okay. Then I'll stay for a few more days. It's too stuffy inside the sect. It's more fun outside." Louis's eyes lit up, and then she smiled. She grew up in the sect since she was a child. She went down the mountain only a few times, and each time she only stayed for a few days. Just as the two continued to chat, a white light as fast as lightning suddenly appeared in the distant sky and rushed straight towards the two. Bai Jianga saw the white light and his expression moved. "Speak of the devil and he will appear." Then he pinched the sword formula with his hand, and the sword-shaped white light directly sank into his mind. 80 miles southeast, Banpo village, Luoxia town. "Let's go. Sister, we found the trace of the demon. Gee. When the two arrived at Luoxia town, they saw Lu San, who was preparing to return to the village with a dozen martial artists. A group of people were watching the excitement around him. Bai Jianga heard the whole story with just one move of his ears. After figuring it out, the two did not rush to contact Lu San, but went to the inn in the town to deposit the dragon scale horse first. This horse is too eye-catching. If you don't know the actual situation of the demon, you should avoid alerting the snake. Lu San was very excited. He didn't expect this trip to be so smooth and find more than a dozen heroes. These people can split the stone with a casual chop, which makes Lu San, who has never seen the world, admire them. Lu San felt that he would be able to kill the murderer this time and avenge dozens of villagers. These 13 martial artists were also very confident. He was just a martial artist who practiced the evil blood-sucking skills. 10 of them had perfected their body training and 3 were masters of the true Qi realm. It was a sure thing for them to kill this man and take away his martial arts secrets. Bai Jianga and the other 2 were far behind, and they did not intend to show up before seeing the demons. Demons and ghosts are insidious and cunning. When they see the cultivators, they may just run away. It will be difficult to find them then. For sword cultivators, the key is to kill with one strike, leaving no room for maneuvers. Soon, a group of people arrived at Banpo village. The villagers slaughtered chickens and sheep and warmly entertained the group of heroes. Bai Jianga and the other 2 did not enter the village, but used the secret technique of hiding their qi, hiding on a big tree outside the village, and had a panoramic view of the small village below. As night fell, the welcoming banquet ended, and the whole village soon fell into silence again, with every household closing their doors. The young and strong men lit up the huge grease torches one by one, and the whole village was illuminated. 13 martial arts heroes sat cross-legged in the small square in the center of the village, and the square was surrounded by torches. The villagers patrolling around with nervous expressions, the warriors holding their breath and listening attentively to the noise. Except for the crackling sound of the grease torches, there was no other movement. Bai Jianga on the tree took in the whole scene, holding the hilt of the Yudu sword in his right hand. In the sea of qi in his dantian, the sword-shaped embryo swam back and forth like a small fish, ready to launch a terrifying attack at any time. The unarmed villagers, the confident warriors, the demons waiting for an opportunity, and the sword cultivator holding a long sword formed a strange picture. As time passed, the atmosphere gradually became anxious and weird. Just when everyone was stretched to the extreme, a group of strange black fog floated in along the shadow on the ground and went directly to the warriors in the square. Bai Jianga's eyes lit up. It's finally here. The black fog was very fast. It approached the square in a breath. The black fog seemed to have no interest in the patrolling villagers, and the warriors seemed to be more attracted to it. Before the warriors on the square could react, the black fog drilled into the body of the perfect body refiner. The warrior's eyes widened instantly, his face was in pain, and his skin visibly shrank. Who is it? One of the Qi realm warriors found something unusual, roared, and circulated his qi to chop the mummy with a palm. The mummy was directly chopped into pieces, but unfortunately the black fog was unscathed. It spun in the air and drilled into another warrior's body. What the hell is this? The others also saw this scene, and their faces turned pale instantly. They knew they had kicked the iron plate. They looked at each other, stepped on the stone slabs with force, and fled in all directions, running out of the village, trying to get out of this weird place. Unfortunately, the black fog was much faster than them. When they ran out of the village, only 6 people were left. Now, sister, help me to clear the battle. The Yudo sword was unsheathed instantly, and the hand pinched the Ju sword formula. The sword-shaped embryo in the sea of qi swallowed and spit out swordlight, establishing an inexplicable connection with the Yudu sword. Sword of the gentleman. Righteous and upright. Condense. The Yudu sword was suddenly filled with hot white light, and a bright and upright breath appeared, pure yang, bright, upright, pure, and even faintly heard countless reading voices. Zhu Xie. In a flash, the moment the black fog passed under the tree, it was pierced by the Yudu sword from top to bottom. Zizi, the upright and upright energy on the Yudu sword turned into white flames, burning the black fog, and a puff of white smoke came out. Ah! The black fog shrank and twisted for a while, and found that it could not get rid of the flames. It gradually turned into a distorted black face with a hideous face and a tragic howl from its mouth. Senior sister. Trapped with the sword formation. Seeing the flames transformed by the upright and upright energy gradually extinguished, Bai Jianga frowned. Sure enough, this kind of monster without a physical body is troublesome and difficult to be completely eliminated. The only way is to trap it first and then grind it down bit by bit. Louis nodded, pinched the trapped sword gesture, and dozens of flying swords of various types flew out of the sea of qi. A complex trap array was built on all sides of the black fog. At this time, the white flame on the black fog's face had gone out, and it turned into a ball of black fog and rushed left and right in the sword array, but unfortunately it was trapped inside and could not escape at all. Senior sister is worthy of being the most talented disciple in the contemporary sword array. This soul-trapping sword array has reached the level of perfection. Bai Jianga took a deep breath and gathered his mind. Holding the Yudu sword, cast the spell again, gathering the righteousness. To deal with this kind of evil, the righteousness of pure yang attribute is of course more harmful. This time the white light on the sword is several times stronger. Bai Jianga closed his eyes, his heart and mind merged, his mind merged with the sword, and the sword merged with the yuan-tai. A powerful sword force instantly locked onto the black fog. This sword force, which was about to form a sword intention, made the black fog unable to move. For seasoned sword technique, spring rain moistens things silently. Bai Jianga's figure disappeared instantly, and a ball of white light appeared above the black fog, and countless white sword beams as thin as cow hair poured down. It hit the black fog like spring rain, and the black fog was like white snow under the sun, gradually melting. More tragic screams came, but this sword beam was really like spring rain. The black fog became lighter and lighter, and the screams became weaker and weaker. Finally, the black fog completely disappeared, leaving only a black bead falling to the ground. Bai Jianga put away the sword, fell to the ground to calm his breath, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Then he sat cross-legged, feeling the flash of spiritual light in the dark. Seeing this, Louis gathered the sword formation and guarded the law on the side. After an incense stick, Bai Jianga opened his eyes, and a sword light shot out from his eyes, making a bottomless hole in the ground. He nodded to Louis gratefully and said, "Thank you, senior sister. Congratulations, junior brother." It seems that it won't take long for junior brother to comprehend the sword intent. Feeling Bai Jianga's powerful sword momentum, which vaguely contained a hint of sword intent, her junior brother was only 18 years old, and he was about to condense the sword intent in the yuan-tai realm. He was definitely a sword genius who would break the history of Xianyue Sword School. Shaking his head, only he knew that sometimes a little difference was like a natural chasm. Picking up the black bead on the ground, he couldn't tell what it was made of, and throwing it into the Shumi ring could be used as a token. "Let's go, senior sister, we shouldn't stay here for long." He glanced at the villagers who surrounded him, ignored them, and the two turned into sword lights and disappeared. The 13 states in the south, as well as parts of the western and central states, have not been peaceful recently. The inexplicable appearance of demons and monsters has caused great casualties. The 10 major sects in Lanyang have successively sent disciples to exorcise demons and monsters, and there was a turmoil for a while. City, Commercial Street. Klangjilang Bai Donglin was holding a bird cage in his hand, shaking his head and humming a tuneless song, leisurely and contented. 4 or 5 servants followed behind him, each of them carrying large and small bags of things. These are all the good things that Bai Donglin spent a whole morning purchasing. They are all very helpful for practicing martial arts. Things. He slowly returned to the quiet little house, asked the servants to put the things away carefully, and rewarded them with a few taels of silver. After the servants left, he closed the door. Bai Donglin smiled and opened a package. There were some bottles and jars inside. Each bottle was labeled with words such as crane's beak red, poison widow, corrupted corpse powder, etc. There are even smiling half-step madness and one-day death powder. All of them are highly toxic things that kill people with blood. Bai Donglin has been practicing martial arts on the cliff of Xiaolui Mountain for 3 months. He has already completed the first 4 realms of physical training. It even far exceeds the perfection of ordinary physical training, because ordinary people are limited by the skills and physical talents, or have no great tonics, so it is difficult to break through the upper limit. But Bai Donglin is different. Take the forging of skin as an example. After ordinary people practice the bronze man skill to perfection, their forging of skin realm has reached the limit, and there will be no improvement even if they continue to practice. Unless you change to a more advanced skill, or take natural treasures to break the limit. Although Bai Donglin has neither of these two, he has damage reversal. Strengthening energy is better than any natural treasure. As long as there is strengthening energy, running the bronze man gong can infinitely improve the leather forging realm, and there is no upper limit in theory. However, there is still a difference between good and bad skills. If Bai Donglin is attacked by 100 points, it triggers damage reversal and converts 10 points of the 100 points of attack into strengthening energy. If you don't run the skills and let the energy automatically strengthen the body, you may only be able to use a little energy, and the rest of the energy will be wasted. If you run the bronze man gong, you can use 2 points of energy. The efficiency is doubled. If you change to a more advanced skill, the utilization efficiency will naturally increase. These are also Bai Donglin's rough estimates, but they should be roughly the same, so the role of the skills is still very large. Bai Donglin has been brushing strengthening energy in Xiaolui Mountain for the past 3 months. He did not stop even after the 4th level of body refining was completed, and continued to strengthen his body until last night. Bai Donglin, wearing a black iron weight, jumped off the cliff of Xiaolui Mountain, which is 100 feet high, and plunged into the bluestone slab. Unscathed. By the way, the pile of rocks at the bottom of the cliff had been smashed into a flat bluestone slab. Since then, Xiaolui Mountain has withdrawn from the stage of history. He went to the commercial street early this morning and took out these treasures after a long time. It was to prepare for the next 5th level blood exchange. He poured the sugar water, brought a jar of strong liquor, and prepared to start the blood exchange. Breakthrough to perfection of body refining. Today, your arsenic is my elixir. Bai Donglin raised his head and drank several bottles of poison. The strange smell filled his mouth and almost made him vomit. He quickly picked up a bowl of sugar water to wash down the powder, and then he felt a little better. The poison of several bottles of poison mixture became stronger, and he felt his liver and intestines were broken in an instant, and he vomited a mouthful of foul-smelling black blood. Severe pain, nausea, and vomiting rushed into his mind. The strong willpower made Bai Donglin calm. Here it comes. As the internal organs rotated between decay and repair, a strengthening energy appeared out of thin air in the body. Bai Donglin circulated his internal energy, carrying energy directly to the bone marrow. The pure energy strengthened the bone marrow, and a deeper, thicker, and heavier new blood appeared. The old blood and the new blood seemed to be two liquids of different densities, which did not blend. The old blood was expelled from the body little by little, and a layer of blood visibly seeped out of Bai Donglin's skin. The poison in the body was quickly consumed, and he continued to take out a few cans of poison and poured them into the body with sugar water. Over and over again. Unexpectedly, the effect of the poison is weakening, and the body's resistance to poison has increased. Perhaps in the future, he can gain a body that is immune to all poisons. But this is not good news for him. He frowned and experienced the improvement of flying on an airplane. He felt uncomfortable when he slowed down a little. He ate a few more poisonous grasses, a few poisonous fruits, and drank 2 mouthfuls of poisonous wine soaked with various poisons. The energy became turbulent again, and soon the old blood in the body was completely emptied and replaced by more powerful new blood. Bai Donglin did not stop, and continued to take drugs to strengthen the blood and bone marrow until all the poisons were consumed. A thick layer of blood scabs covered the whole body, and the whole body turned into a blood man. With a little force, shake off the blood scabs. Slowly stood up, feeling the new blood that has flowed through the limbs, bones, and internal organs. The function of the whole body is improving. The skin becomes tougher. The muscles are stronger and more powerful. The bone density increases and becomes harder and stronger. The internal organs are full of vitality. Even the brain has become clear and flexible. The eyesight and hearing have also been enhanced. This is an all-round enhancement. Even Bai Donglin doesn't know how strong he is now. He has far exceeded the scope of perfect body refining. Unfortunately, this kind of mundane poison has no effect on me at all. The speed at which the body's poison resistance has increased exceeded his expectations. It may be difficult to find poisons that can trigger damage reversal in this city. Not only poison, he is now made of steel and iron, and is basically immune to magic. It is difficult for mundane physical means to hurt him at all. The improvement of strength will stagnate in a short period of time. But he has nothing to be dissatisfied with. He has grown to this point in just 3 months. Although he eats. It's been a lot of hardship, but I'm also satisfied. It feels so good to get stronger little by little. Bai Donglin was intoxicated as he experienced the changes in his body. The strong power of his strong body gave him a full sense of security. He could crush the air with a clenched fist. He could crush the bluestone floor into pieces with a light stomp. Only those who endure hardships can become the best, and all efforts are worth it as long as there are gains. He calmed down, drew a bucket of well water to clean up, and cleaned up the messy yard. After changing his clothes, Bai Donglin decided to go out for a walk, first to relax his mood, and second to see if there is any way to trigger damage reversal. Showdown. I won't pretend anymore. I just like to die. I can't die, so I'll just do it with all my might. He walked out of the quiet little house leisurely, and before he walked out of the gate of the Bai mansion, he saw a team of knife-wielding guards running past quickly. The gate was blocked, with a guard every 10 steps, and the entire Bai mansion was under martial law. Bai Donglin, who had never seen such a scene since he was a child, was confused. What happened? Bai Donglin's eyes turned. His intuition told him that something big had happened, a big event that made the Bai family feel like they were facing a great enemy. He turned around and walked towards Ziyun Pavilion. In this case, he could just ask the old lady directly. The defense around Ziyun Pavilion was even more strict. My goodness, even the White Tiger Army was transferred to the Bai mansion. The White Tiger Army is an elite force stationed outside the city. It can be said to be the private army of the Bai family. The lowest level of cultivation is the perfect body refining. It is an elite division cultivated by the Bai family at a huge cost. There are only 2,000 people in total, 1,000 of whom are led by General Bai Li, who fights on the battlefield and is invincible. The remaining 1,000 people are usually stationed outside the city to protect the Bai family. With the existence of this fierce brigade, the Bai family's position in Yunzhou is as solid as a rock. After passing through the heavy blockades and entering the courtyard, he saw Li Ichio sitting in the main seat in the hall. My son pays his respects to his mother. Bai Donglin bowed respectfully, and it was rare to see a trace of sadness on Li Ichio's face, so he asked again, "Mother, what happened? Why is the whole house under martial law?" Li Ichio asked Bai Donglin to sit next to her, and said worriedly, "Dongli, mother was just planning to ask you to come over. You came just in time. Don't leave the house recently, just stay at home. Some time ago, there were demons causing trouble in the southern states. I didn't expect that traces of demons were also found in Yunzhou in the past 2 days. Only true cultivators can fight against demons, and ordinary mortal warriors have no power to resist. It's not a crime of war, but because the two are completely two-dimensional existences. Therefore, Li Ichio, who can call the wind and rain in the mortal world, also showed worry on her face. In her eyes, Bai Donglin is still a child under the age of 12. She is afraid of scaring him, so she quickly comforted him. Mother has asked for help from the 10 major sects through the Pacification Bureau, and they will send cultivators to you soon. Exorcise the demon. As long as we stay safely in the mansion, nothing will happen. It would be good if something happened. I was just worried about not being able to find a place to commit suicide. Isn't this just sending a pillow to someone when I fall asleep? However, he could only think about these words in his heart. He was afraid that he would be strangled to death by his mother if he said them out loud. Bai Donglin pretended to be worried and asked, "Mom, where did you find the traces of the demon? Is it far from us? Will there be any trouble in the city?" "Don't worry, the demon appeared in Taima town in the north, which is dozens of miles away from us, and the places where the demons have appeared are all small towns and villages, and no demons causing trouble in big cities have been found." Li Ichio stood up and patted Bai Donglin's shoulder comfortingly, and said in surprise, "Hey, Donglin, why have you grown so fast in the past few months? You are almost as tall as your mother." Since Bai Donglin started practicing martial arts, his height has grown rapidly and he is now over 17 meters tall. If he says he is a 16-year-old adult, people would believe he is not only a 12-year-old boy. Well, I don't know. I just eat and sleep all day long. Maybe I have a natural talent. Bai Donglin smiled shyly. Physical training is the most introverted and secretive. It is difficult to confirm the strength without taking action. Physical martial artists usually confirm whether they have practiced martial arts on the level of their realm through some external details, such as calluses on their hands, the toughness of their skin, the size of their strength, etc. But Bai Donglin is different. Thanks to the incredible power of enhanced energy, his skin is still white, tender and delicate, and his muscles are tight and slender before he practices. As long as he doesn't take action, even an old lady in the Qi realm will not discover the terrible power contained in his seemingly weak body. So Li Ichio thought that Bai Donglin was still learning martial arts knowledge and had not started practicing martial arts. I never thought that he had completed his physical training in just 3 months. But the truth will come out sooner or later. Bai Donglin is going to find an opportunity to show his cards. After all, he has completed his physical training and has no hidden injuries. That doesn't count as a violation of the family rules. Isn't the original intention of the family rules for the good of our own family? It's not like I'm doing evil. Is there anything wrong with my talent? He is hiding it now because he is afraid that he will be too shocking and attract the prying eyes of the monks, thus exposing his secret. At that time, he will hide his strength and reveal a little bit that it is just the talent of strong physical recovery ability, which should not be a big problem. After all, they are just ordinary people, and their eyesight and vision determine that they cannot discover his secret. It doesn't matter whether it is concealed or not, after all, it is just some trivial matters, and his mind is still on the monster. After staying in Ziyun Pavilion to accompany the old lady to finish dinner and chat about family matters, Bai Donglin left Ziyun Pavilion and returned to Qingyu Cottage. The moon is above the willows. Bai Donglin changed into a nightgown and went out of Bai Mansion from Ziohuishan. Monster! The young master is coming. The moon was bright in the sky. A black figure rushed along the ground like a cheetah, as fast as lightning. It was Bai Donglin. He was in a hurry now, eager to die. He was afraid that if he went too late, the demon would have been killed by the monks, and a large amount of strengthening energy would be wasted. His strong body and sufficient power gave him a rapid speed. It only took a cup of tea to rush to Taima town. This is a small town with a permanent population of only tens of thousands, but it is small but complete, and there are more than a dozen city guards on the city tower to keep watch. It was already curfew time, and the city gates were closed. Bai Donglin was in the dark corner of the city wall, like a gecko, with his hands on the city wall, and he climbed up the 2 or 3 feet high city wall in a breath. He found a lone city guard, took 2 steps forward, covered his mouth, and dragged him into the shadows. I want to ask you something. If you answer honestly, I will let you go. You can also call for help, then I will break your neck in an instant. Bai Donglin controlled the muscles in his throat and made his voice hoarse and mature. There was no other way. His youthful voice was too crisp and had no deterrent effect. The city guards with their mouths covered blinked and nodded frantically. This scene was too familiar. Isn't this the scene that those old soldiers often used to brag and scare them? As soon as Bai Donglin let go of his hand, he suppressed his voice and said like a machine gun, "Hero, please spare me. Hero, please spare me. The mayor is at his little lover's house, at the end of Lu Hua Lane. The secret casino of the Shoutao gang is in the basement of Yuelian. An old man must be at Widow Zhang's house now. Don't kill me, hero. I've told you everything I know." Bai Donglin was speechless. What a mess. Shut up. I ask you questions and you answer them. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll blow your head off. Has there been any demon causing trouble in Taima Town recently? Tell me everything you know. Demon? I know. Everyone knows about it recently. The demon is in Black Wind Mountain. This demon eats people. 3 days ago, a dozen herbalists from a nearby village went up the mountain to collect herbs and never came back. Then the village organized 100 people to go up the mountain to look for it. They encountered the demon and only 2 people were left dead. They were all scared out of their wits. A dozen of US brothers went to check the situation, but we also never came back. Which direction is Black Wind Mountain? To the west, 10 miles. After getting the information he wanted, Bai Donglin exerted a little force and knocked out the lone soldier. He turned over and jumped off the city wall and shot towards Black Wind Mountain. Black Wind Mountain was within reach. As he got closer, Bai Donglin's heartbeat quickened and his blood began to boil. Was he finally going to face the world of cultivators? The first time he fought someone, he was fighting an enemy beyond the ordinary. He was a little nervous, but more excited. Under the night sky, Black Wind Mountain was gloomy and terrifying, and terribly quiet. There were no insects, no birds, and no traces of living things. It was as if a huge black hole stood above the earth. No birds flew in the thousands of mountains, and no people were seen on the thousands of paths. Bai Donglin stood at the foot of the mountain, thought for a while, took off his robe and pants, folded them neatly and put them on the ground. He was naked and only wore a pair of shorts. Bai Donglin, was a decent man, so in case he ran naked after the fierce battle, it was better to leave these fragile clothes outside. It was estimated that there was only one living thing in Black Wind Mountain now, the demon. Just kill the demon, and no one would know that he was not very elegant. Well, perfect, he nodded with satisfaction. Sniffing, Bai Donglin disappeared into the woods and ran to the middle of the mountain, where there was a strong smell of blood. There is a huge cave on the hillside of Black Wind Mountain, which was left by mining in the past. Now there are corpses all around the entrance of the cave, some of them are human, and some of them are unknown large animals. All the corpses are incomplete, as if they were bitten by wild beasts. This scene did not move Bai Donglin at all. He had not only seen the brain, internal organs, and broken limbs, but also experienced them personally, so he was not surprised. He walked to the entrance of the cave and leaned over to look inside. It was pitch black and he could not see clearly. It was also because his eyesight was enhanced after the blood transfusion. With the help of the moonlight, he was not blind. Hey! Is anyone home? Bang! As soon as the voice fell, a black shadow rushed out and hit Bai Donglin's chest, knocking him away directly. It stopped after breaking a big tree. The 2-meter-tall demon has no martial ethics, and came to cheat and sneak attack. I am an 11-year-old comrade. It hurts. It feels so good. 2 sternums were broken, and the internal organs were ruptured. A strengthening energy appeared and the wounds healed. Bai Donglin stood up and looked at the demon. It was a sturdy 28 meters tall, with a wolf head and a human body, and covered with long black hair. What was this? A wolf demon? Or a werewolf? There was a fundamental difference between the two. A wolf demon was a wolf in human form. A werewolf was a human in wolf form. No matter what you are, if you don't kill me tonight, I will kill you. With a roar, he was pushed by his blood and energy, and his height instantly increased from 17 meters to 18 meters. Above, his muscles bulged, his skin color did not change, he did not use the bronze man gong. What should I do if I am afraid that my defense is too strong and the opponent cannot hit me? The wolf-headed monster seemed to feel that he was provoked, raised his head and howled, and his claws on both hands shone coldly in the moonlight. Both of them were extremely fast and collided with each other in an instant. Bai Donglin threw away his defense and danced a set of powerful bull demon fist with great vigor. He punched the wolf-headed monster in the chest. The height difference was really a bit too much, so he could only barely hit the chest. If he wanted to hit the head, he had to jump up. The defense of this wolf-headed monster was amazing. Bai Donglin only felt as if he was hitting a rubber product, making a muffled bang 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 sound. Bai Donglin, who had no defense, was instantly injured by the claws, and his whole body was covered with wounds. Although the wounds were deep, they were not fatal and healed in an instant. Even if he did not use the defensive skills, the essence of his body was still extremely hard and strong. He was no longer a weak chicken. Although this demon was extremely strong, its attack power was not enough to kill him instantly. This is just right. Bai Donglin felt the strengthening energy surging in his body, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looking at the wolf-headed monster waving its claws nonstop, the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. It was great. He really wanted to keep going until the end of time. Roar, seeing that he had been attacking for so long, not only did he not kill the dwarf, he was still jumping around vigorously, and even punched him in the chest with his little fist from time to time. The wolf-headed monster was instantly angry. With a roar, his height rose to 3 meters again, his eyes flashed red, and a black mist filled his body. The speed of the attack skyrocketed. Bai Donglin subconsciously tilted his head to avoid the blow to the head, and was instantly disemboweled. It was a close call. He was almost killed in seconds. Feeling a large amount of energy surging in his body, his eyes lit up, and he quickly guided the energy to strengthen his bone marrow and blood. The wolf-headed monster seemed to be in a frenzy, completely losing his mind, and madly attacked Bai Donglin, not noticing his abnormal recovery ability at all. Great! Bai Donglin had a complicated expression, which was a painful and happy expression. I took on the wolf monster's violent attacks and punched it from time to time. Although it didn't cause any damage, it was extremely insulting and could arouse the wolf monster's desire to attack. For a moment, the two monsters were in a stalemate. Thick dark clouds passed by, blocking the bright moonlight. At this time, the battle on Black Wind Mountain was still fierce. Bai Donglin and the wolf-headed monster had been fighting each other for a whole hour. Of course, it was called fighting, but in fact it was a one-sided beating, the wolf-headed monster beating Bai Donglin. But the scene was a bit weird. The beaten party had a face full of pain and happiness, and his naked body was not injured at all. On the other hand, the wolf-headed monster's momentum was getting weaker and weaker. The black fog that permeated his body was on the verge of dissipation, and the red light in his eyes gradually dimmed, only the crazy look did not decrease at all. After a while, the wolf-headed monster finally couldn't hold on, and the black fog dissipated. The offensive slowed down instantly, and the claws on the two giant palms had already broken into pieces. Another claw hit Bai Donglin's chest, leaving only a small wound, without brushing out a trace of strengthening energy. Bai Donglin knew that he had tried his best. He had reached the point where his oil was exhausted and he couldn't even stand steadily. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes. It was a pity that the conditions did not allow it now. Otherwise, he could be raised and reused after being raised. It would be difficult to meet such a diligent and hard-working tool wolf in the future. In that case, then I'll send you on your way. He shouted coldly, and instantly opened fire with full power. His muscles bulged and flashed with bronze luster. Offense and defense reversed. Bai Donglin jumped up and hit the wolf-headed monster's chest with a knee, and fell to the ground instantly. The exhausted wolf-headed monster was ridden on before he could even react, let alone defend himself. Ola 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 muda muda muda, a punch of 10,000 pounds, every punch hit the flesh. Fists like a violent storm fell on the wolf-headed monster's face like raindrops. However, the defense of this wolf-headed monster was too terrifying. Even if he lay on the ground and let him hit him, he would only break his skin, not let alone be fatal. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes. This wolf-headed monster was lying on the ground and letting him do whatever he wanted. If he still couldn't kill him, then he didn't have to mix with him. We agreed that one of them must die tonight. Since I am immortal, then you go and die. He stopped attacking and used both hands to pry open the wolf-headed monster's huge mouth. He shouted loudly and tore it apart with all his strength, one from the front and one from the back. How strong is Bai Donglin now? Normally, a single swing of his arm can carry 10,000 jin. At this moment, with his full strength bursting out, coupled with the considerable enhanced energy gained tonight, a single arm can carry 20,000 jin. You should know that an ordinary warrior who has perfected his physical training can only carry 1,000 jin of strength per arm, and a warrior who has perfected his true chi can only carry 5,000 jin of strength when he bursts out his true chi. Bai Donglin wanted to tear the wolf's mouth apart like drawing an arrow from a bow. The wolf-headed monster was about to succeed, but at this moment, it was like a last gasp, and its mouth burst out a little strength to close the cage. The wolf's bite force was amazing, but it was finally exhausted. Bai Donglin hurriedly used his hands and feet, put his right foot into his mouth and stepped on his chin, and grabbed his upper jaw with both hands. He suddenly lifted it up. The wolf-headed monster's mouth was instantly torn in half, and its whole body was twitching, but it still hadn't died. Its vitality was extremely tenacious. Even the immortal Bai Donglin had to say, "Brother, you are really awesome." Bending over, he pulled off the chin that was still attached to a layer of skin, and inserted the side with two long sharp teeth into the wolf-headed monster's throat fiercely. After a period of vigorous tinkering, the sharp teeth tore its throat to pieces, and several arteries were completely broken. A large amount of blood sprayed on his face. The wolf-headed monster twitched for a while, and finally died completely, ending his rough and tortuous life. The moment he killed the wolf-headed monster, he felt a chill in his mind, and his thinking became more flexible. However, the change was not big. After thinking for a while, he still didn't understand what this chill was and where it came from. He could only keep it in his heart for the time being. Looking around, the area within 100 meters was razed to the ground by their fierce battle. There was not a single intact tree, and all the flowers and plants were dead. There was no water source in Black Wind Mountain, so Bai Donglin, who wanted to wash himself, had to give up. It would be better to leave quickly to avoid meeting the monks who came to exorcise the demons. Apart from other things, his glorious image would definitely be gone. The wind blows the grass low and the eggs are cold. Bai Donglin shuddered and hurriedly ran down the mountain. At this time, dark clouds just passed by. The bright moonlight shone on his back, very white, very white. Unfortunately, only the wolf-headed monster lying dead on the ground had this blessing. Less than an hour after Bai Donglin left, 2 more sword lights fell on Black Wind Mountain. The sword light dissipated. It was Bai Jianga in a white robe and Louis in a green skirt. Looking at the devastated scene and the dead wolf-headed monster, Bai Jianga looked around and said, "It seems that a fellow Taoist has already taken the lead." Louis nodded, looking at the tragically dead wolf-headed monster. Her crescent-shaped brows slightly frowned. "I don't know which sect the disciple is from, with such cruel means. Monsters and demons should be killed by everyone." Louis certainly did not sympathize with the monsters, but the sight of the chin stuck in the throat was really hard to describe. Bai Jianga did not speak. In his opinion, this could only be said to be not clean and neat enough. It would be better to cut off the head with a sword to avoid dirtying the clothes. He pinched the spell with his hand and shot out a spiritual flame. The wolf-headed monster's body was burned cleanly. They didn't need this demon to claim the credit, so they could just burn it if they felt disgusted. The 2 of them had been running around in the past few months, and the demons and monsters they killed were enough for Louis to get a place. As for himself, he didn't need it. A faint sword intent appeared around Bai Jianga's body, which was a sign of unstable control of the sword intent that had just been condensed. He had condensed the sword intent at the age of only 18. He broke the record of Shangyue sword sect for tens of thousands of years. It was beyond his expectation that the sword intent would be condensed in advance. After all, some of the elders of the sect had not yet condensed the sword intent. Thanks to the inexplicable flash of inspiration that appeared every time he killed a demon, he fell into enlightenment several times, and then he was able to condense the sword intent. Otherwise, even if he had an excellent talent in swordsmanship, it would take another year and a half to succeed. The importance of sword intent to sword cultivators is needless to say. There is a world of difference between having sword intent and not having it. Using the same sword technique, the power is 10 or 100 times different, which is incomparable. Disciples who condense the sword intent before the age of 20 can directly participate in the assessment without a place. This is the rule of the Holy Land. Now, even if he doesn't want to go, he has to go. The elders of the sect will tie him up. Not only did Bai Jianga condense the sword spirit, but his cultivation also successfully broke through to the Xinqiao realm, which was the icing on the cake. The starting point of a cultivator is also body refining. No matter what kind of cultivation system you are in, you always have to practice body refining to lay the foundation. However, the difference between a cultivator and an ordinary warrior is that there is no need to squeeze the potential of the flesh. Just breathe in and out the spiritual energy to temper the body, which is more efficient, comprehensive and safe. After the qi-inducing body refining, it is the Zhenyuan realm. When the Dantian Qihai Zhenyuan is completely transformed from gaseous to liquid, you can break through the Yuantai realm. The Yuantai realm is divided into 4 realms: awakening the spirit, fetal movement, fetal formation, and perfection. The Yuan-Tai realm is extremely important for cultivators. It can be said that it lays the foundation for the Great Way. How high a high-rise building can be built depends on how well the foundation is laid. The Yuan-Tai of ordinary cultivators is in human form, while the sword cultivator is in sword form, which is one of the reasons why the sword cultivator is so lethal. After the Yuan-Tai is perfected, you can move into the Yuanshan realm, but the prerequisite is to first open up the passage from the Dantian Qi Si to the Lingtai Shinhai. This passage is the Shin Bridge. Bai Jianga is now in this state. Senior sister, the competition for the quota is about to end. Would you like to visit my Bai family in the remaining time? The reason why Bai Jianga hurried here was that she was afraid that the demons would attack the city. Since the demons have been killed, it is just right to go back to the Bai family. Louis smiled and nodded. It's all up to junior brother to arrange. Then the two turned into swordlights and disappeared. The next morning, after a night of intense exercise, Bai Donglin secretly went back to sleep. He went to the canteen to eat as usual with a nonchalant look on his face. No one knew that he, the 13th master who usually did nothing but chase dogs, catch chickens, and play with birds, had rushed all night last night and killed the demon alone in Black Wind Mountain. He got dressed and left, hiding his merits and fame. When he was about to step into the canteen leisurely, there was a sudden noise outside. After listening carefully, he heard a servant shouting, "The second young master is back! The second young master is back! The second brother is back!" Bai Donglin didn't even eat his meal. He moved and disappeared. Only a group of stunned Bai family members were left. Was that Donglin just now? Pinch me, I must not have woken up yet. Ouch, it hurts me to death. I won't pretend anymore, I'm going to show my cards, I'm a master. The main hall of the Bai family. At this time, the hall was crowded with people. The ladies and masters of each courtyard, the children of the Bai family, and the elders of the clan who were usually not seen, all came to watch the excitement. After all, this was the only cultivator in the Bai family, and they all wanted to come and enjoy the sight. Bai Donglin saw Bai Jianga from the crowd at a glance. He was so bright and outstanding. He admitted that he was jealous at this moment. Although he thought that his appearance was not worse than his second brother, his temperament was completely controlled by the other party. It was really a sword immortal coming to the world. At this time, Bai Jianga felt his gaze and turned his head to look at him. Bai Donglin quickly circulated his qi to stimulate his eyes, and tears suddenly fell. Second brother. Little brother. What followed was naturally a brotherly and respectful greeting, but it was better not to mention it. The family was lively for a while, and getting rid of the enthusiastic Bai family, Bai Donglin and his aunt took Bai Jianga and his senior sister Louis to Ziyun Pavilion, and finally quieted down. Little brother, I haven't seen you for 3 years. I didn't expect you to change so much. Your body has become so strong. As expected, his blood and qi could not be hidden from the eyes of the cultivators. It was expected, and there was no need to hide it now. Second brother, you have a keen eye. I was lucky to find that my body has a strong ability to recover. I don't have to worry about the hidden injuries that may occur during the body training, so I was able to succeed in the body training. Louis glanced at him for a while, but didn't care much. After all, she had seen too many cultivators with various physiques and extraordinary talents, and this recovery ability was not outstanding. Moreover, if there was no talent for practicing qi, physique would not mean much. Then Bai Donglin explained again and comforted the good lady. Li Ichio personally checked his body and found no hidden injuries or disabilities. Only then did he feel relieved and said, I didn't expect that you, Donglin, would have such a talent. When your father comes back in a few days, let him make a special order to allow you to enter the Wu Pavilion. Bai Donglin thanked him and changed the subject. He didn't want to dwell on this matter too much. The four of them drank tea, chatted about family matters, and then went to feed the birds. Finally, they had dinner before leaving. Bai Donglin returned to Qingyu Cottage, prepared tea, and waited for his second brother to come. After a while, a sword light fell in his yard. Second brother, come and have tea. My little brother, you are really much smarter. Bai Jianga smiled, sat in front of him, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Second brother, I want to cultivate immortality. Bai Donglin spoke directly. There was no need to beat around the bush with his second brother. Bai Jianga's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, and looked at his younger brother with a little surprise. Although he had expected it in his heart, he didn't expect his younger brother to be so direct. It seems that his will is much stronger than he thought. This is also the reason why he came here tonight. After all, an 11-year-old boy actually secretly practiced martial arts without telling anyone, and he was able to practice it. Physical training is very hard. It can be seen how strong his heart is to become stronger. And this strong will never be satisfied with being an ordinary strong man. After all, his family has a lot of warriors who have perfected the realm of true chi, let alone the perfect body training warriors. With a call, there are a lot of warriors coming and going. Is it necessary to spend so much effort to practice the body at such a young age? After all, the limit of ordinary martial arts is the realm of true chi, and there is no shortage of those few years. It can be seen that his younger brother's goal has never been an ordinary warrior, but a cultivator. Well, I came to you tonight for this matter. Before that, let's do a test first. After speaking, Bai Zhenghe took out a transparent crystal stone space ring from the Shumi ring. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up when he saw this method of taking things out of thin air. This is a must-have artifact for killing, arson, home travel. This is a spirit stone, a mineral nurtured by heaven and earth. It has only one function, which is to test the aptitude for refining qi. Bai Zhenghe introduced the spirit stone in detail. It turns out that whether a person in this world can cultivate immortality and refine qi is determined at the moment of birth. The mother river that contains all time and space, fate, cause and effect, and reincarnation is the origin of all life, the source and final destination. Every life has a soul, and the core of the soul is a little true spirit. After death, the soul dissipates between heaven and earth, and a little true spirit returns to the mother river. The true spirit settles in the mother river, and everything is washed away by the river water, becoming crystal clear, and then it will condense the soul through reincarnation and reincarnate. And how a person's cultivation talent is depends on the quality of the true spirit in the mother river. When a baby is just born, under the agitation of the soul, the forehead, that is, the spiritual platform, will reveal the true self aura. This light, as we all know, has red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Most people are light red, that is, mortals who have no qualifications for cultivation, and there is no possibility of cultivating immortals. The light red is similar to the baby's skin, plus the messy things such as amniotic fluid, so ordinary people don't know about it. Other colors are different. The later the color is, the stronger it is, and some even have strange phenomena. For example, Bai Zhenghe, the blue aura of his ego illuminated the entire city on the day he was born, and there was also a flying sword flying through the aura. That night, information about Bai Zhenghe appeared in the hands of major sections. People were sent to guard him early, and when he was a little more mature, he was taken away at the age of 6. So it is extremely difficult for a genius with extraordinary talent to be buried in this world. Of course, talent does not represent everything. There are many people who have risen from humble beginnings. Sometimes luck and hard work are even more important than talent. As long as the aura is above orange, you can sense the spiritual energy and become a cultivator. Orange light is as weak as red light and is easily overlooked. Today, I heard about Bai Donglin's recovery ability and suspected that he might be the overlooked orange light. Brother, put the spirit stone on your forehead to check whether you have the qualifications to practice. Bai Donglin took the spirit stone and knew the result before the test. Others don't know, but doesn't he know? He is an illegal immigrant, a stowaway. What mother river, true spirit, his soul is not even from this world. I didn't expect this world to be so strict that cultivation still depends on household registration. Sure enough, there was no reaction when the spirit stone was placed on his forehead. Bai Zhenghe frowned, took the spirit stone and placed it on his forehead, and a dazzling blue light flickered. A trace of regret flashed in Bai Zhenghe's eyes. If he couldn't sense the spiritual energy, he couldn't cultivate, and he had no other choice. The soul-testing stone is a strange object bred by heaven and earth. It can easily sense the true spirit that is difficult to detect, as if it has an inexplicable connection with the true spirit of life. As long as the true spirit aura is orange or above, people with cultivation talent will be exposed under the soul-testing stone. Bai Donglin did not activate the soul-testing stone, which means that his true spirit aura is red, and he is immortal without cultivation talent. Bai Zhenghe originally planned to take his younger brother to Xianyue Sword Sect. With his relationship in the sect, no one would bully Bai Donglin even if he only had the lowest orange talent. Unfortunately, to his surprise, his younger brother, who had awakened a special talent in his body, did not have any cultivation talent at all and could not sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This is really a bit against common sense. He is about to leave for the Holy Land. The situation in the Holy Land is unknown, so it is impossible to take his younger brother with him, and the sect will not allow it. And it is meaningless to stay in Xianyue Sword Sect without the qualifications for cultivation. For a moment, Bai Zhenghe was also in a dilemma. Bai Donglin was calm about this. If it were someone else, he might have given up on himself and felt ashamed. After all, he still had a trump card, and he had not been forced into a desperate situation. Bai Jianga didn't know that his younger brother had someone to rely on, but he thought that he had an extraordinary character and a strong will, and he was not surprised by praise or criticism at a young age. If it were him, he would probably not be able to be so calm. This made him feel even more regretful. He stood up and paced back and forth, thinking for a moment. As if he remembered something, he took out another broken book from the Shumi ring and put it on the table, and asked Bai Donglin, "Donglin, do you know anything about the way of cultivation?" According to what Bai Donglin saw and heard in his previous life, the way of cultivation is nothing more than refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, refining emptiness into Tao, and so on. No matter how things change, they still remain essentially the same. The way of cultivation in this world is probably similar. Of course, Bai Donglin did not dare to bring out the things in the novels of his previous life. His current identity was a novice in cultivation in the mortal world, so he could only pray to his second brother, "I don't know, please help me solve this doubt." Bai Jianga nodded, and then explained seriously. Since his second brother was determined to seek the truth, he should also understand these basic common sense. The path of cultivation in this world mainly revolves around the three treasures of the human body: essence, energy, and spirit. Essence is the body. Energy is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. God is the soul. No matter what system, all kinds of spells and magical skills are inseparable from these three treasures. However, the road is difficult, and human power is limited. Not everyone can face it all. All three treasures go hand in hand. Therefore, different cultivation systems have different focuses. Take the mainstream system of qi cultivation in the world today. Qi cultivation is also called qi refining. It focuses on qi, supplemented by spirit, and then essence. Those who can become mainstream have experienced the test of time, and those who are not suitable have long been eliminated by history. For example, in ancient times, there were still practitioners who focused on God. They called their system Shinto, but now they have disappeared and been swept into the garbage dump of history. At this point, Bai Jianga paused, pointed to the book on the table, and said, "Brother, by chance, I got this incomplete book, and learned about another system that is different from qi cultivation. This system, like qi cultivation, has survived through a long period of time since ancient times and still exists in the present world. They call this system body cultivation. Body cultivators. Since body cultivation coexists with qi cultivation in the world, it naturally has its own unique features. But compared to the prosperity of qi cultivation, body cultivation is even rarer. It is difficult to hear of it in our remote place." Bai Jianga told Bai Donglin what he knew about body cultivation. Body cultivation is exactly the opposite of qi cultivation. It is a cultivation system that focuses on essence, supplemented by spirit, and then qi. Bai Jianga felt that his younger brother's physical talent was very suitable for the path of body cultivation, so he thought of this matter. Donglin, according to the records in this book, physical cultivation mainly focuses on the physical talent, perseverance, and spiritual will of the cultivator. The true spiritual talent is not valued. Even for mortals without talent, physical cultivation has a special way to sense and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You are born to be a physical cultivator. After Bai Jianga finished speaking, he sat down to drink tea and let his younger brother slowly digest this information. Bai Donglin glanced at his second brother speechlessly. What does it mean to be born to be a physical cultivator? He just has no choice but to take the path of physical cultivation. However, his second brother was also a lucky coincidence. His two supernatural abilities were indeed tailor-made for physical cultivation. With his imagination and some novel common sense, it is not difficult to guess how physical cultivation is practiced. It is indeed very suitable for him. Second brother, where can I find a physical cultivation sect? Bai Jianga put down the teacup with hesitation in his eyes. He knew that as long as he said it, his younger brother would definitely embark on a long journey of life and death. But seeing Bai Donglin's firm face, his sword heart sensed that indestructible will. "Well, I died for the pursuit of truth." He died for a good cause. His younger brother, like him, was a seeker of truth. He sighed and said, "I don't know exactly where it is or how far it is. I only know that the holy land of physical cultivation is in a place called Desolate Domain, in the east, where the sun rises." Desolate Domain. Bai Jianga popularized a wave of common sense to him again. The world they live in is called Chenyuan Realm, where the sky is round and the earth is square. It is an extremely huge world. It is divided into 129,600 domains of various sizes. Lanyang country is located in a small domain called Bianjiuzan Domain, which is a remote corner of this world. It is remote and desolate, with thin spiritual energy. No wonder there are so few cultivators. Even most mortals don't know the existence of cultivators. Ordinary mortals may think that the country they live in is the whole world from birth to death. Indeed, for mortals, a country is beyond imagination. The area of Lanyan country is more than 96 million square kilometers, with a population of more than 1 billion. There are dozens of countries as big as Lanyan Kingdom and the Bienjiu-sanyu, and there are even more small countries. The population of the entire Bienjiu-sanyu exceeds 100 billion. And this is just a remote small domain. Bai Donglin felt that his brain was not enough. Is this a ghost middle demon world? A super demon world? After recovering from the shock, Bai Donglin let out a long breath. The people of Blue Star have strong acceptance ability. Thanks to the influence of various novels, they were not scared out of their wits. He still remembered the picture of the dark space. Such a huge world is nothing more than a matter of a dragon head and a snake tail. He is also a person who has seen big scenes, so there is no need to be so hypocritical. Now I still think about how to go to the wilderness and find the physical cultivation sect. This wilderness sounds higher than their Bienjiu-sanyu. The journey is so long that it must be a difficult journey. If it were someone else, it would probably be a death. His second brother didn't know about his supernatural ability, so he would never let him die. Sure enough, Bai Jianga said to him again, our Bienjiu-san domain is too remote and there is no domain gate. The nearest domain gate is in Leizhe domain. You can borrow it to go to the wilderness domain. Even if you can go to the wilderness domain through the domain gate, Leizhe domain is not close, and it is also a life and death situation. No wonder his second brother looked hesitant. But he is not afraid. He is so confident that he has an immortal body. The moon was above the willow branches. Bai Donglin and his second brother were still talking by candlelight. The two brothers discussed a lot, mainly because Bai Jianga was popularizing all kinds of knowledge in the cultivation world. Sometimes some knowledge could save his life. Feeling that he had said almost everything, Bai Jianga took out a bunch of things and put them on the table, pointing to a white jade ring and said, "This is a special Shumi ring. It can be used by refining it with blood essence. It does not require spiritual energy to activate. It was originally a birthday gift for you, but now I give it to you in advance." Storage ring, what a good thing. Bai Donglin took it with excitement, and he was not polite to his second brother. He would repay the gift of treasure today in the future. Under the guidance of his second brother, he forced out a drop of blood essence and dripped it on the white jade ring. The white jade ring emitted a faint red light and swallowed the blood clean. Suddenly, he felt that he had a vague connection with the white jade ring. He put the teapot in and put the chair in, put it out and put it in, and played for a long time before stopping. This storage ring is so convenient. It is a must-have artifact for traveling at home. I can put more clothes in it in the future, and I don't have to take off my clothes before every fight. It would be great if I had this thing in my previous life. I don't have to find a parking space to park my car. I can just put it in the ring. This white jade ring only needs your blood and chi to activate it. It is very suitable for you. Bai Jianga smiled and pointed to the bottles and jars on the table and said, "These are some healing pills, detoxification pills, and some bodybuilding pills. And these talismans have considerable attack power. Mortals can also use them. Just throw them out. This jade sword is the sword talisman given to me by my master. You can keep it as a means of saving your life. By the way, you should keep this incomplete book as well. It may be useful to you." Incomplete books, elixirs, stacks of talismans, a bag of spirit stones, and precious talisman swords. I hope these things can help me. This journey must be extremely dangerous. He also hopes that I can successfully embark on the road of cultivation. Bai Donglin admitted that he was touched. This second brother was too good to him. He even gave him the life-saving items given to him by his master. Only he knew that these things were meaningless to him, who had an immortal body. They were different from the storage ring, so he quickly refused. "Second brother, these things are too valuable, I can't take them." Bai Jianga waved his hand and smiled. He said, "Why should we two brothers be so polite? You have been accompanying my mother for me all these years, and I haven't thanked you yet. I help you today, and you can help me when you are successful in the future. You will not help your second brother in the future, right?" Bai Donglin shook his head and said, "Of course not, but..." "No buts, in fact, I will leave for the sword domain soon. These things are no longer of much use to me. Regarding your affairs, I can't help you much, and I am really ashamed to say it." Seeing this, Bai Donglin did not insist and took all the things with the white jade ring. "Forget it, I will leave the things to my aunt on the day of departure." The two brothers chatted for a while, and Bai Jianga turned into a swordlight and left. Bai Donglin was envious of him. The sword cultivator was so handsome and cool. But there was no choice, otherwise being a graceful sword immortal would also be a good choice. He ran all the way on the road of the big muscle tyrant, and the word graceful was getting farther and farther away from him. The next morning. As the end of the year approaches, the whole city is particularly lively. The streets are crowded with people, all of whom are here to buy New Year's goods. People from small towns and villages near the city also come to the city to attend the market, resulting in a huge crowd of people in every street in the city. As the largest city in Yunzhou, the city has a population of millions and a vast area. There are all kinds of buildings, all kinds of shops, brothels, casinos, and pleasure boats. There are many places to go. The two brothers Bai Donglin accompanied Louis to go shopping early in the morning. It was the first time that Louis saw such a lively city, so many people, so many sellers, and there was a circus on the street, which made her dazzled. She walked around everywhere and bought a lot of things. The two brothers followed behind and talked and laughed as they walked. The three of them went shopping and toured the lake. In addition to the brothels, they even went to the casino to play. It was not until nightfall that they stopped at the White Crane Tower next to East Lake to prepare for dinner. The steamed whitebait at Baihalu is a local specialty, and the uniquely brewed Zion Hezui is said to be good too. Unfortunately, I came here with my aunt last time and didn't get to drink the wine. I can try it this time. Hey, what wind brought you here, Master 13? I was wondering why the magpies were calling on the branches so early in the morning. It turns out they were calling for you, Master 13. The shopkeeper Jean Mantang had a pair of sharp eyes. He saw Bai Donglin from 180 meters away and hurriedly waited at the door. The Bai family is the heaven of Yunzhou. His words are more effective than those of an old emperor. He is living in the Bai family's territory. How can he not make the Bai family feel comfortable? Bai Donglin waved his hand to interrupt him. Don't be so slick. Take your seat. Bring out all your signature dishes, and the best crane wine. I want to have a drink with my second brother tonight. Jean Montang's eyes widened when he heard the words, and he looked at the gentle, elegant and graceful man behind him with a shocked face. Second brother? Second Master Bai? The eldest son of the Bai family who was worshipped by an immortal in the legend. Jean Manlu was so scared that he trembled all over. He lowered his head and dared not look at it anymore. He trembled and said, I will prepare it right away. Second Master, 13th Master, please go upstairs and take a seat first. The three of them came to the top floor and sat down by the window. The reputation of the Bai family really worked. It didn't take long for a table to be filled with dishes. The steamed whitebait tasted really delicious, and the wine was not bad either, with a low alcohol content and a refreshing and delicious fragrance. After 3 rounds of drinking, the three of them started to talk more. As they chatted, they talked about the battle for the quota of Xianyue sword sect. Bai Donglin listened with curiosity and asked, Quota? What quota is so important that your sect has mobilized so many troops? Louis drank a few glasses of wine, and her fair and tender face became more charming. Hearing this, she smiled slightly and said, Mobilize so many troops? If it weren't for the suppression of the sect leader, I'm afraid some people would have their dog brains beaten out. Brother Bai, you don't understand since you are not from the cultivation world. The quota is a chance for us to ascend to heaven in one step. If we miss it, we will regret it for the rest of our lives. Bai Jianga also nodded and took over the conversation and said, Last night I told you that I will go to the sword domain soon. This quota is the holy land of sword cultivators, and the opportunity to take the entrance examination of the Daluo sword sect, the top sect in the sword domain. If you pass the examination, you can join the Daluo sword sect, which is a real step to heaven. At this point, the two of them couldn't help but feel yearning. The Daluo sword sect is one of the 4 holy lands of sword cultivators in the sword domain. Who among the sword cultivators in the world doesn't want to join the Holy Land? Only by entering the Holy Land can one have the opportunity to come into contact with the supreme mystery of the sword. Bai Donglin understood that this quota was the admission ticket to the college entrance examination in the previous life. It seems that the strength of the Daluo sword sect is absolutely terrifying. Just the admission ticket for the examination has made these sword cultivation geniuses so enthusiastic. But what is the relationship between the 10 major sects in Lanyang and those holy places for cultivation? And how do these mortal dynasties and these cultivation sects coexist peacefully without interfering with each other? It seems that there are many unknown secrets here. The capital of Lanyang State, Dianzhou, Shangjing City. Winter has arrived, and heavy snow is falling. The whole Shangjing City is covered with snow. The vast land is covered with snow. The huge city towering on the plain is like a ferocious beast, ready to devour anyone. The inner city palace, the prince's residence. A beautiful woman with a graceful figure, holding a white jade slip in her hand, lying lazily on the soft couch. The current Prince Li Hongwen kneeled on the glass floor trembling with fear, burying his head, not daring to look at the figure behind the gauze. Just when he was in a state of panic, a lazy and majestic female voice came. "Your Highness, it has been 8 years since I entered the palace. I have given you 8 years, but you still haven't dealt with your father. Are you too useless? You are so useless, maybe you are not even qualified to be a puppet." Li Hongwen cowed out in fear and said, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please calm down. I have tried my best. Most of the civil and military officials have been taken in by me. It's a pity that there are secret worshippers from the sects monitoring everything. I really dare not make too big a move. It's not that I am afraid of death, but I am afraid of delaying your plan." "Oh? So, did I misunderstand you? I dare not. I just ask your Majesty to give me another year. My father has been secretly poisoned by me for 3 years. He will definitely die in another year." The woman on the couch stopped talking, and Prince Li Hongwen could only lie on the ground anxiously, not daring to look up. At this time, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of the couch, whispered something, and then disappeared. "Ha, my genius second brother is finally willing to go home? Well, I haven't been back to the Bai family for a long time. It's a good time to go back and see my second brother." This woman is the current crown princess, Bai Yuanjun, the eldest daughter of the Bai family in Yunzhou. 8 years ago, Bai Yuanjun's entry into the palace caused a sensation. The Bai family was like a local emperor in Yunzhou, and they also controlled all the military power in the south. It can be said that they were second to none. Bai Yuanjun was unparalleled in beauty, and she was proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She was a talented and extraordinary woman. But such a woman ignored her parents' opposition 8 years ago, gave up her life, and resolutely married the prince and moved into this deserted palace. Many people said that Bai Yuanjun was attracted by the prince's talent, and some said that Bai Yuanjun was obsessed with the prince's beauty. The Prince Li Hongwen, who was lying on the ground, was like this at the time. "I thought so. But I didn't expect my wife to turn into a beast. Not only did I not touch her finger once in 8 years, but she also fell to such a state." Bai Yuanjun looked at the jade slip in his hand, and his thoughts seemed to go back to 8 years ago, when he just got the jade slip. The immortal Qin Empire, Qin Shi Huang, the law of ruling the country, the whole country ascended. A golden light flashed in Bai Yuanjun's eyes. What's wrong with a mortal body and a red true spirit? On the road to becoming an immortal, I, Bai Yuanjun, must be there. After 1 year, if it doesn't work, you know the consequences. Arrange for me to go back to the Bai family. Yes. Li Hongwen breathed a sigh of relief, kowtowed, and carefully left the hall. City. The general's mansion is a double celebration today, and everyone's face is filled with smiles. General Bai Li and Crown Princess Bai Yuanjun are back, and today is New Year's Eve. The servants of the Bai mansion are posting couplets and hanging lanterns, and they are busy. The kitchen was extremely busy, with all kinds of delicacies from the mountains and the sea, and rare ingredients. They started preparing for the dinner early in the morning. At this time, everyone in the Bai family gathered in the martial arts arena. The younger generation was fighting and sparring below, and the older generation was chatting enthusiastically in the stands. Martial arts performances are a must-have program every year before the new year, and there are not many entertainment activities in this world. The Bai family values martial arts over literature, and the younger generation is very excited. Winning and getting rewards is a small matter, but showing up and getting face is a big matter, so all the children are very motivated. Bai Donglin looked around with a bored face. In his eyes, the martial arts competition in the martial arts arena was like playing house. He was afraid that he could beat everyone with one hand. He was still more interested in his father and eldest sister. The head of the Bai family, General Bai Li, was stationed outside all year round and rarely came back once or twice a year, but no one complained. Everything in the Bai family was won by the general. This is the case for every generation of generals. Bai Li is over 19 meters tall, with a majestic figure and a dignified face. You can tell at a glance that he is a fierce general in the army, the kind of fierce general who leads the charge. His eldest sister Bai Yuanjun gave him an even more amazing feeling. Needless to say, her appearance and figure are both first class. It is mainly that kind of momentum that gives him a sense of majesty, the majesty of being in a high position and holding great power. Among the 3 siblings, it is the eldest sister who has the most temperament like their father Bai Li. It seems that this eldest sister is not an ordinary person. Bai Donglin looked at Bai Yuanjun with a thoughtful look on his face. At this time, his eldest sister turned. She smiled at him and walked towards him slowly. There was a faint golden light in the depths of her eyes. She looked Bai Donglin up and down and said, "Little brother, I didn't expect that you have changed so much in just 1 year." Bai Donglin suddenly felt like he was facing his second brother, and he felt that he was seen through. He shook his head. It should be an illusion. The eldest sister was also a red true spirit without the qualifications for cultivation. Big sister is really getting younger and more beautiful. I have recently started to practice martial arts. I eat more, so I grow faster. Bai Yuanjin covered her mouth and smiled, pinched his cheek. "Little brat, you have learned to be smooth-talking at a young age." Bai Donglin was embarrassed by the pinch. He was already 12 years old a year ago, and his height was not short. Why did he always treat him as a child? The eldest sister didn't learn it from her mother, but they had a good relationship since childhood, so it was hard to say anything. The two sat down and chatted, talking about everything. Bai Donglin occasionally said a few golden sentences from his previous life, which made the eldest sister laugh. "I don't know if we will meet again after this time. Maybe we will never see each other again in this life. So I'd better say as many words as possible," Bai Donglin thought. "The road to seek the truth is too far and too difficult. I can only set off as soon as possible." It was not until the evening that the martial arts performance ended. Everyone went to the hall for the banquet. The hall was filled with hundreds of tables of delicacies. It was enough to see that the Bai family was prosperous. Bai Donglin and his family sat at the same table, with one more louis than in previous years. Before the meal, Bai Li made a summary of previous years, and then encouraged them to keep working hard. He said a lot of things. It made Bai Donglin feel like he was attending the company's annual meeting. Amid the clinking of glasses and laughter, Bai Donglin felt a little dazed. This was his first new year in this world. There were no mobile phones, no computers, and no Spring Festival gala. He was just an orphan on Blue Star. In this world, he had brothers, sisters, and family. He should not miss his lonely past life, but now he felt a sour nose. Being a stranger in a foreign land, I miss my family all the more during every festive season. After all, I am still a time traveler. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, colorful fireworks bloomed in the night sky of the city, which was gorgeous and colorful, making the New Year atmosphere even more intense. Bai Donglin looked up at the gorgeous sky with blurred eyes. "Lan Xing, I will miss you forever." 3 days later. After the prosperity fades, it will eventually end in loneliness. The world of adults is either parting or reuniting. Bai Donglin saw off his eldest sister yesterday, and today he will see off his second brother Bai Janga. The two brothers walked side by side, leaving a trail of footprints on the snow. Louis fell behind and did not interrupt the two brothers' conversation. "Little brother, there is a difference between immortals and mortals. Our parents and eldest sister will eventually grow old, but we still have a long, long way to go. The road to seeking the Tao is always lonely." Bai Janga stopped, looked directly into Bai Donglin's eyes and said, "I hope you can succeed. Next time we meet, we will not only be brothers, but also fellow Taoists." Bai Donglin nodded firmly without saying a word. Everything was implied. Louis followed and smiled at Bai Donglin. "Brother Bai, thank you for your hospitality these days. We will meet again if we are lucky enough. Goodbye. Take care." Bai Donglin did not walk back until the two sword lights disappeared in the sky. His steps on the snow became more firm. As soon as he returned to the Bai mansion, a servant came to inform him that his father wanted to see him. Bai Donglin guessed that it should be about entering the Wu Pavilion. Although it was also mundane martial arts, it would be good to go and take a look. At least it was better than the martial arts he was practicing now. He couldn't practice the chi training methods, and he didn't have any body training methods. He could only practice mundane martial arts to barely make a living. He came to his father's study, knocked on the door, and said respectfully, "Father, Donglin wants to see you." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Li's strong voice came from the study, "Little 13, come in." When he opened the door and walked in, he saw Bai Li writing calligraphy, so he had to stand by and wait for him to finish. Bai Donglin really didn't have much affection for his adopted father. The two met less than once or twice a year and spoke no more than 5 sentences. Now that he had awakened his memories of his past life, he could feel the alienation between them even more. This was a completely different feeling from what his aunt gave him. It was good this way. This was probably the last time they met, so it was a good thing that they didn't have any affection. After he finished writing, he called Bai Donglin forward, put his hand on his shoulder, checked his body with his true chi, and said, "Not bad." He threw a token to Bai Donglin and told him to go to the Wu Pavilion by himself, where he could practice martial arts at will. He took the token and left the study, heading towards the Wu Pavilion. The Wu Pavilion was built on a large in the middle of the courtyard is a 3-story attic. It is built entirely of hard black iron stone without any wood, in order to prevent fire. The Wu Pavilion is surrounded by houses, where a group of old men live, all of whom are elders of the Bai family. They treat this place as a nursing home, where they are either basking in the sun, drinking tea and chatting, playing chess, reading and painting, and having a great time. Guarding the Wu Pavilion is more like something they do by the way, and most of them come here to enjoy their retirement life. Although they are all white-haired old men, they are all in the great perfection of the true Qi realm. Although they are not in the peak state of their youth, they are more than enough to guard a Wu Pavilion. After all, there are only some mundane martial arts in the Wu Pavilion, and they can handle it as long as there are no cultivators taking action. Bai Donglin entered the yard, took out the token, clasped his hands and said, "Hello, elders. I, Bai Donglin, come to the Wu Pavilion to choose martial arts." One of the old men glanced at the token and said, Go in by yourself, don't disturb us playing chess." The others stared at the chessboard without moving their eyes away. Bai Donglin nodded, put away the token and went into the Wu Pavilion. The Wu Pavilion has 3 floors, and the types of books on each floor are different. The first floor is all kinds of strange stories, herbal medicine, steel smelting, agricultural, forestry, animal husbandry and fishery technical knowledge, Lanyang and surrounding countries' various customs, maps, minerals, etc. The books on this first floor cover all aspects of life and are extremely complicated, but Bai Donglin is very interested in this knowledge. He has been in this world for a short time, and he has been busy practicing martial arts recently, so he lacks a lot of common sense. As a person who has lived 2 lives, he knows the truth, knowledge is priceless, and it is always right to learn more. He will probably stay in the Bai family for another year, and come here to read books in his free time. The books on the second floor are much fewer than those on the first floor. They are all about military tactics, techniques for training soldiers, and techniques for leading soldiers. They all teach people how to lead soldiers to fight. Bai Donglin is not interested in these and goes straight to the third floor. The third floor is of course about martial arts. There are even fewer books here, only more than 100. They are divided into martial arts techniques, which are further divided into body refining and true Qi realm. Martial arts are more complicated, including defense, body techniques, light skills, sword techniques, fists, kicks, and clubs. Bai Donglin first looked at the body refining techniques. The 4 body refining techniques he is learning now are not of high quality, and they are divided into 4 categories with poor unity. It is conducive to the use of enhanced energy, but the efficiency is too low. In the end, he chose a body refining technique called White Jade Body Tempering Technique. This technique can be used to refine the whole body, and the quality is also very high. It is the top body refining technique of the Bai family. Bai Donglin was not prepared to practice the Qi realm technique. He thought about it and found that this Qi was too different from the true essence of the cultivator. One was transformed from Qi gene, and the other was transformed from spiritual energy. There was no comparability. Even if Bai Donglin broke through to the Qi realm, the improvement in his strength would be minimal, because his current strength was far beyond the Qi great perfection. Instead of wasting energy to improve the Qi, it would be better to improve the body and lay a good foundation for future physical cultivation. Qi is just a low-level energy. If you learn it, you will be eliminated. There is no need to waste energy on it. The most important thing is that he is worried that practicing Qi will affect his future physical cultivation. If he doesn't know the consequences, he can't change his job blindly. He chose a martial arts book called A Glimpse of the Shadows that combines light skills and body skills. Human energy is limited, and he can't chew too much. He is not a genius with outstanding comprehension, so he only needs to learn what he needs most. Defensive skills are absolutely not considered. He now hates himself for why his defense is so strong, which makes it more and more difficult for him to brush up on the energy. A person's strength is holistic. You can't have great strength and a fragile body. This is illogical. A fragile body can't have great strength. Your great strength means that your body is strong. This is interdependent and cannot exist alone. At least for body training or physical training. Law professions with high attack and thin skin are another situation. He has the skills and light skills, but he still lacks output martial arts. Thinking back to the last time when the Great Bull Demon Fist couldn't even break the other person's skin, it really made him lose face. This time, he must find a martial art with great lethality. Bai Donglin took out all the martial arts and excluded the ones that used weapons first. He still thought that hand-to-hand combat was the most suitable for him. After all, hand-to-hand combat was the most dangerous and the easiest to get hurt. He flipped through the books on fists, palms, and kicks one by one, but he was not satisfied with any of them. The lethality was not strong enough. Just when he was about to compromise and pick up a random book, he caught a glimpse of a dusty black leather book in the corner. His intuition told him that according to the general routine, this should be a great martial art. After wiping off the dust, he saw 3 murderous words. After wiping the dust off the black book, the 3 big characters 7 injury fist came into view. Practicing it will cause 7 injuries, and all 7 will be injured. First hurt yourself, then hurt the enemy. The 2 words hurt yourself instantly caught Bai Donglin's attention, and he flipped through it more carefully. Damage to the heart, lungs, and liver and intestines. Spleen separation, loss of essence, and wandering of mind. The 3 burners are reversed, and the meridians are broken. Use the energy to vibrate the acupoints, and use the acupoint shockwaves to communicate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and force the energy into the body. Reverse the meridians, and the spiritual energy passes through the Han Taiyang small intestine meridian, the Han Taiyin lung meridian, and the Han Juyin pericardium meridian, and exerts a powerful attack beyond the ordinary. The more Bai Donglin experienced it, the more he felt the power and exquisiteness of this martial art. It was actually possible to forcibly use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with a mortal body. Of course, the attacks launched using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth far surpassed ordinary warriors. Unfortunately, using this martial art will cause the meridians to be broken, martial arts to be lost, or even death on the spot. This is a life-threatening martial art. It is only worth using it when you are in a desperate situation. No wonder it was thrown in the corner and covered with dust. With the current status of the Bai family, it is difficult to encounter such a life-threatening situation. However, this martial art must have played an indelible role when the Bai family was first established. This time he really picked up a treasure. This martial art is simply tailor-made for him. The lethality of the martial art is secondary. This kind of negative effect of drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body to destroy the body obviously meets the triggering conditions of damage reversal. Bai Donglin seemed to see a large wave of enhanced energy waving at him. He took the 3 secret books and walked out of the martial arts pavilion with satisfaction. He couldn't wait to try it. The old men in the yard were still immersed in their own affairs. They didn't even look at Bai Donglin when he came out. They really treated this place as a nursing home. He shook his head and left on his own, returning to the quiet cottage. The yard was covered with thick snow, but Bai Donglin didn't care. Instead, he took out the white jade body tempering art. He had already perfected his body training, so it was easy for him to start over. He sat cross-legged on the ground, pushing his blood and energy, and circulated it according to a set of mysterious routes. As the technique began to work, his blood and energy vibrated, and his body temperature rose rapidly, and the whole yard seemed to have entered summer. The snow on the ground melted rapidly, gathering into a small stream, flowing out of the yard. As the traces of the original technique practiced in his body were erased bit by bit, a faint trace of energy in his body was gradually wiped out. The sense of separation was gone, and the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, blood and marrow were integrated and unified. Although the overall strength did not increase much, after all, his body had been strengthened to an outrageous degree. But this overall unity made it easier for him to coordinate his strength. The blood and energy flowed faster, and the strength was more freely controlled, and the strength increased by 10%. Bai Donglin opened his eyes, and his palm with a jade-like luster slapped on the bluestone floor, leaving a deep palm print, and the bluestone turned into powder. Not bad. He nodded with satisfaction and took out the 7 injury fist manual. It would be much more troublesome to practice this martial art. This martial art has vaguely escaped the realm of the mundane. The core of practicing the 7 injury fist is to attract spiritual energy with the shockwave of the acupoints. As long as this step can be achieved, the rest are minor details. Bai Donglin calmed down and urged the blood and qi, and slightly vibrated in the 7 special acupoints, increasing the strength little by little. According to the secret book, the 7 acupoints need to meet different vibration frequencies and succeed at the same time to attract spiritual energy. This kind of vibration frequency cannot be taught by words or deeds. Everyone's acupoints are slightly different. You can only rely on yourself to explore a little bit. It's like a 7-digit password. Only by trying again and again, if you have a high talent and understanding, you can slightly perceive the impact of the frequency on the spiritual energy, which will be much easier. An hour later. Failed. Bai Donglin looked tired. He kept adjusting the frequency repeatedly, which was too exhausting and a kind of destruction to his mental will. He also knew that he couldn't be impatient. He should take his time. This martial art is of great significance to him. It is worth spending more energy. With his mental exhaustion, Bai Donglin didn't have the interest to continue practicing Qigong. It was late at night. He changed his clothes and prepared to go for a walk in the city. He hadn't been to Baihalu to eat fish for some days. It was a good time to try it. As soon as Bai Donglin stepped out of the Bai mansion, he instantly attracted the attention of someone with a heart. In a hidden alley, two sneaky men in black whispered to each other in the shadows, holding a picture album in their hands and flipping through it quickly. There was a beautiful portrait on each page. Is it him? No doubt about it. The 13th young master of the Bai family, the youngest son of Bai Li. But, this 13th young master was born to a maid. Will Bai Li take him seriously? Don't worry. The Bai family takes their bloodline children very seriously. This is their clan rule. He. One of them laughed gloomily, as if he was extremely disdainful of this so-called clan rule. Okay, I'll go back and inform the captain immediately to carry out the arrest operation. Before the voice fell, one of them jumped onto the roof and walked away quickly. The other one secretly followed behind Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin was still walking and stopping, tasting this snack, and then tasting that snack, without realizing that he was being followed. Arriving at the White Crane Tower, under the attentive hospitality of Jean Mantang, he went to the top floor and sat down by the window. This floor was deserted with only one table of guests. The price of each floor of the White Crane Tower is different. The top floor is naturally the most expensive, and of course the scenery and service are also the best. There is also a beauty playing the piano behind the gauze. Eating whitebait, drinking wine, and listening to ditties, the fatigue caused by martial arts training has been relieved a little. Looking at the snow scene outside the window and the endless stream of pedestrians on the street, I can't help but sigh that all living beings are running around, mortals are running around for 3 meals a day, and practitioners are running around for immortality. Life is about tossing. After having a good meal and a good drink, Bai Donglin walked out of the restaurant leisurely. Just after he took a few steps, a small man bumped into him. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but he sensed something and stopped. He let the small man bump into his arms, touched his waist badge and turned around and ran away. It was interesting that a martial artist in the true Qi realm was actually a thief and stole from him. With his skills, Bai Donglin was not afraid of any accidents, and hurriedly trotted after him. The small man did not run fast, as if he was afraid that he could not keep up. He turned left and right and entered a remote alley. Just as he stepped into the alley, a man in black fell behind him and chopped his neck with a palm knife. Bai Donglin hurriedly controlled the skin and muscles on his neck to soften them, otherwise the black-clothed man's arm would be broken. At this moment, he was possessed by the movie emperor, and he groaned directly, and fainted on the ground with his head tilted. I didn't expect it to be so easy. This Bai Li 13th son is so arrogant and stupid. We have prepared so many methods. He is really a son of a tiger father. Bai Donglin, who was lying on the ground, rolled his eyes. Can you move faster? The ground is so cold. The two men in black were pleased for a while, and did not dare to waste more time. They were afraid that something might happen if they were late. They carried Bai Donglin and jumped onto the roof and walked away quickly. This kid looks thin, how can he be so heavy? Two men in black took Bai Donglin to meet up with the other 5 people, and then came to a small courtyard. Captain, what should we do next? One of the men in black asked with his head down. If we delay, something unexpected will happen. We should disguise ourselves and leave the city to meet up with the leader. When the Bai family reacts and seals the city gate, it will be difficult for us to leave the city. When Bai Donglin heard that they still had a leader, he decided to continue pretending to be unconscious and wait for everyone to gather so that he could catch them all in one fell swoop. He let them tie him up, stuff his mouth, and put him in a wooden box, which was covered with a quilt. The box was lifted onto the carriage, and several people also finished disguising themselves and drove the carriage out of the city. Bai Donglin used his tongue to push the rag out of his mouth. He felt that there should be some distance, and then closed his eyes and prepared to sleep. He was tired after practicing martial arts for a day. Bang, bang. The sound of opening the box woke Bai Donglin up. A big man lifted him out. Seeing Bai Donglin's eyes open, he laughed and said, the little guy is awake. Just in time, come with us to see the leader. After that, he carried him to the mountain stronghold in front, and the others followed closely. Mountain stronghold? Bandit den? Before he could think about it, he was taken into a hall. There were dozens of people sitting in the hall, eating meat and drinking wine, and the sound was noisy. Several people walked into the hall quickly, threw Bai Donglin on the ground, knelt down and clasped their fists and said, "Leader, I have fulfilled my mission and successfully captured Bai Li's son." Pa! The strong man sitting in the first seat drank the wine can in one gulp and threw the empty can on the ground. He slowly walked to Bai Donglin, squatted down to take a closer look and said, "Yes, it is indeed the son of old Bai Li. You have done a great job this time, and you will be rewarded handsomely. Thank you, Chief. Bai Donglin looked around and confirmed that this should be their lair. For the time being, he had no intention of moving him again. He was ready to show his hand and had no time to waste with these bastards. Who are you? Why are you arresting me? Since you know who my father is, aren't you afraid of the death of my whole family? Bai Donglin suddenly spoke, and everyone's attention was attracted to him. Everyone in the hall looked at him as if he were a fool. The 13th young master of the Bai family might not have seen the situation clearly. Ah, kid, your father is indeed powerful in Lanyang country, but he is not capable of confiscating the family and exterminating the clan in our Chuanrong country. Ha 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 ha. I think this kid he is crazy. I think he is scared silly, right? Check to see if he has peed his pants. After hearing Bai Donglin threatening himself with his father, everyone burst into laughter, and the hall was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. As soon as he heard the three words Chuanrong Kingdom, Bai Donglin guessed the cause and effect. The Chuanrong Kingdom is located in the south, and it is one of the countries guarded by Bai Li. The answer to why he was captured is obvious. It is nothing more than using him to threaten Bai Li, or even to kill him. Without Bai Li guarding the south, their Chuanrong Kingdom can naturally march out with a large army to capture cities. Unfortunately, they underestimated Bai Li and the Bai family. Even if the plan succeeded, it would be impossible for them to cross the border. What's more pitiful is that they underestimated themselves. Why did they have to capture him? Isn't this like an old man hanging himself? Laugh, laugh, laugh well and then go on the road. After Bai Donglin finished speaking, he exerted a little force and broke the rope. The leader narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that he had misjudged him. He turned out to be a martial artist. Then he ordered the guards on his left and right, cut off his arms and legs for me, just spare his life. Yes, sir. The two men drew their swords, one chopped off his arms and the other chopped off his calves. Bai Donglin stood motionless and let them chop at him. Dang dang. The man who was chopped was unharmed, but the two guards who were chopping at the knuckles were bleeding, as if they had hit hard pig iron. The expressions of the people present changed drastically in an instant, as if they had seen a ghost. That's it? Bai Donglin smiled slightly, then stepped on the ground and disappeared. Not good. The leader shouted, and wanted to retreat back to get his weapon, but Bai Donglin appeared in front of him as soon as he finished speaking. Be more careful in your next life. A light slap on his forehead, he died instantly, his brain turned into a mess. For Bai Donglin, there was no difference between the Qi realm and the body refining realm, he could kill them in 1 second. His figure moved very quickly, and these Chuanrong soldiers could not see his shadow at all, and everyone was slapped on the forehead. Bai Donglin controlled his strength freely, making sure that everyone's brain was just shattered to prevent the brain from splattering everywhere. When conditions permit, he, like Bai Jianga, advocates solving the enemy cleanly and neatly, passing through the corpses of thousands of enemies, without a drop of blood on his body. Elegant and cool. Within a dozen breaths, all the Chuanrong soldiers were slapped to death. Bai Donglin washed his hands and then walked around the village, and found that this was indeed a bandit's nest. The bandits were killed by those Chuanrong soldiers and the nest was occupied by the cuckoo. This kind of small bandit's nest is usually very poor, and Bai Donglin was too lazy to look for gold, silver and jewelry. He found 2 barrels of kerosene, poured them in the hall, and burned the corpses and the mountain stronghold to ashes. Looking at the flames rising into the sky in front of him, the breeze blew, the branches of the surrounding trees swayed gently, and the lush leaves made a rustling sound. The kerosene and the all-wood structure of the house made the fire more and more fierce. Bai Donglin's eyes showed excitement. Well, he wanted to die again. The burning temperature of wood is only more than 600 degrees, and ordinary people will not be burned to death instantly, let alone him. After hesitating for a while, he still couldn't resist the temptation of enhanced energy. He said with firm eyes, "What's the big deal if you want to achieve something? It's just a flame to refine the body. Think about how the Monkey King was refined in the 8 trigrams furnace for 49 days. How can I be afraid of ordinary fire?" After saying that, he jumped up and fell into the flames. He sat cross-legged. He did not practice the skills, exposing his most vulnerable side to the flames. The clothes and pants were burned first, then the hair. The skin was slowly scorched and then instantly repaired. Over and over again, a stream of enhanced energy appeared in the body. Bai Donglin practiced the white jade body tempering art, and the energy flowed throughout the body. This skill was much better than before, with higher efficiency, and the physical fitness was slowly improved. Unexpectedly, the enhanced energy was not as much as he imagined. The damage caused by the flames to the skin was too shallow, and the body recovered too quickly. Just after burning a thin layer of skin, it has recovered. The actual damage caused was very little, so the converted energy was pitiful. Compared to the pitifully small amount of enhanced energy, the pain of being burned by the raging fire was very intense. What a loss! It's not worth it at all. Bai Donglin stood up and jumped out of the raging fire. The burns on his body that he had just fallen to the ground had completely recovered, and his hair had grown back. The temperature of 600 degrees was still too low. He estimated that it would take at least 2,000 degrees of raging fire to barely suppress the recovery ability. Bai Donglin's blood and chi were shaking off the grass and wood dust on his body, and took out a new set of clothes from the Shumi ring to change into. He shook his head slightly, turned around and left without lingering. After leaving the bandits' den, he ran quickly along the mountain path. He had to find someone to ask for directions. He had been put in the box and walked so far that he had no idea where he had been. He was lost. The official road was winding in the dark night. Bai Donglin, who couldn't tell east, south, west, and north, didn't know where to go for a moment. He was careless, he should have left a survivor, but he killed him at the convenience of the moment. Indecision, quantum mechanics. Front to the left, back to the right. Bai Donglin recited the mysterious formula, took off the waist badge and threw it into the air. He took the waist badge and looked at it, and the figure moved to the right and disappeared. After walking for less than a cup of tea, Bai Donglin vaguely saw a little fire on the hillside in front. Strange, how can there be people in this wilderness? After thinking for a moment, he decided to go and see what was going on, and it would be good to ask for directions. After a few jumps, he arrived in front of a large mansion. There were 2 big red lanterns hanging at the door. Judging from the extraordinary momentum of the mansion, it should be a wealthy family. Wu Tong Villa. Looking up at the plaque, hearing the faint noise coming from the mansion, Bai Donglin knocked on the copper ring on the door. But a moment later, a servant opened the door, looked at Bai Donglin at the door curiously and asked, "Where are you from? Are you here to attend my master's birthday party?" Birthday party? Whose family is holding a birthday party in the middle of the night? Bai Donglin felt more and more strange, but he didn't think too much about it. He bowed his hand and said, "I am from the city. I was a merchant passing by here and met bandits. I escaped by chance but got lost. I disturbed your house just to ask for directions." The servant showed a look of realization, looked at Bai Donglin and invited him again. "Sir, I grew up in the village since I was a child, and I am not very familiar with the surrounding areas. Why don't you go with me to see my master? He will definitely be able to answer your questions." "That's great." Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and was a little curious about what tricks they were going to play, so he followed them in to take a look. "Sir, please follow me." Following the servant into the gate and looking around, the mansion was built quite luxuriously. On both sides are corridors, and in the middle is a hall, where a large screen made of rosewood and green jade is placed. Behind the screen, there are 3 small side halls for reception, and behind the halls is the main courtyard, all with carved beams and painted buildings. At this time, the courtyard was filled with banquets, and the guests were full, clinking glasses and laughing, and everyone had a smile on their face. However, Bai Donglin felt that this smile was a bit weird and creepy, and it felt stiff, as if he was wearing a smiling mask. The servant stepped forward quickly and reported in a low voice to an old man who looked wealthy on the main seat. The old man stood up and walked in front of Bai Donglin, and said enthusiastically, "Young master, you are a guest from afar. It happens that today is my birthday. Why don't you stay and drink a few cups of muddy wine together? It's getting late now. Young master, please stay at the mansion for the night. Tomorrow morning, I will prepare horses and money for you and personally send you off. Is that okay?" The old man said as he pulled him to sit down at the wine table. Bai Donglin sat down reluctantly, thinking that this was getting more and more interesting, but he said politely, "In this case, I would be disrespectful to refuse. I have bothered my father-in-law, but I have nothing and cannot give him a birthday gift. I am really ashamed. Young master, you don't have to be polite. Come on, fill your glass." Then a beautiful maid in green with bright eyes and white teeth came to sit next to Bai Donglin and pour wine and pick up food for him. "Young master, please drink." The maid in green exhaled like orchids and handed him a glass of fine wine with a smile. Bai Donglin was not polite either. He took the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. He liked poisoned wine the most, but he was afraid that it was not poisonous enough. Sure enough, as soon as the wine entered the stomach, it turned into a cold and vicious energy, destroying the blood and meridians in the body, and then triggered the damage reversal, which provided a strengthening energy and nothing else. "Good wine." Bai Donglin opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of cold air, saying loudly. Hearing this, the old man laughed and said, "Since it is good wine, then you should drink more. We won't go home until we are drunk tonight." The guests in the yard also laughed, and the laughter was weird and creepy. This meal took a full hour, and Bai Donglin drank up 3 pots of wine. He drank so much that the green cloth maid looked a little unnatural, and her smile gradually disappeared. Bai Donglin saw that the wine was also drunk, and there was no benefit to be gained, so he pretended to be drunk and said, "Old man, I can't stand the wine, I want to go down and rest first." "That's good. Xingxing, why don't you help the young master go down and rest?" Hearing this, the green cloth maid supported Bai Donglin, who was staggering, and walked to the back room. He was helped into a bedroom by a maid in green named Xingxing, and fell obediently on a bed, acting the image of a drunkard vividly. After a while, Bai Donglin's breathing became steady, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Xingxing stood by the bed and looked at Bai Donglin viciously, gritting her teeth in hatred. This drunkard drank up all the yin wine she had saved with great effort. Ordinary people would get drunk after drinking 1 glass, and their blood and qi would be weak. However, this person's yang energy was at its peak, and his blood and qi were strong, so it was no wonder that he drank too much. "I drank so much yin wine to get drunk." "Humph, you are such a good deal, you dead ghost, use your yang energy to compensate me." Xingxing glared at Bai Donglin again with hatred, then climbed onto the bed and rode on his waist. She leaned over and kissed Bai Donglin on the mouth, and a pale inner pill in her body spun around. A strange suction force sucked Bai Donglin's yang energy out of his body, and the yang energy showed a light golden color. As soon as the yang energy entered the body, Xingxing's face turned pink, as if she was drunk. Feeling the purity of this yang energy, Xingxing's eyes showed a drunken look. "This wave is not a loss. Such yang energy will definitely make back the yin wine I lost, and make a lot of money." Then she started to harder. Bai Donglin only felt a slight coolness in his mouth, and was startled. He clenched his fists. "My innocence." He felt something in his body being sucked out, and he felt weak for a while, then returned to normal, and at the same time a strengthening energy appeared in his body. Loosen the clenched fist, that's all, everything is for getting stronger, it's reasonable to suffer a little loss. Then run the skills, use the enhanced energy to strengthen the whole body. After a cup of tea, Xingxing was shocked. What kind of monster is this? She sucked so much yang qi and it was still continuous. This amount is almost as much as 1,000 young men. The inner elixir in the body is already a little overwhelmed. No, if she more, she will be choked to death. Xingxing opened her mouth and wanted to control the inner elixir to stop running. At this moment, Bai Donglin suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Hey, bold monster! I can see at a glance that you are not a human. Monster! I want you to help me practice." After saying that, he hugged Xingxing's head with both hands and kissed her again. Bai Donglin stirred up the blood and a stronger yang qi was sucked away by Xingxing. Xingxing's inner elixir was stimulated by this and ran faster, completely out of control. One yin and one yang, the yang qi is like a high-density flow to a low density, and it can't be stopped at all. The strengthening energy in Bai Donglin's body continued to appear, and it was so beautiful that he almost laughed out loud. Xingxing opened her eyes wide, with a look of horror on her face. "No more. I'm going to die of suffocation." But after a while, Xingxing's eyes began to glow with gold, and the look of horror had long since turned into despair, and slowly the whole body was filled with golden light. With a bang, the beautiful female ghost Xingxing exploded directly. The room was filled with golden light, as gorgeous as fireworks. At the moment when the female ghost died, Bai Donglin felt his brain was clear and a flash of inspiration came to him. This was the same feeling he had after killing the wolf-headed monster last time. Then he sat cross-legged as if he understood what he meant, and practiced the 7-injury fist manual, urging the strong qi and blood in his body to vibrate slightly in the 7 major orifices. Bai Donglin felt that he was so in harmony with the world at this moment, as if he had entered the legendary unity of heaven and man. He vaguely felt the pulsation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The frequency of the Tanzhong acupoint matched successfully. Then the 3 major orifices of the Shuidao acupoint, Tianshu acupoint, and Zhongwan acupoint also matched successfully. Just when Bai Donglin wanted to make a concerted effort and get all 7 orifices in one go, the clear and spiritual energy in his mind was exhausted, and he fell out of that strange state in an instant. He felt lost in his heart. That state was too wonderful. It was like fireworks in his brain, and the spiritual light was continuous like a tide. It was a pity that he only needed the Qimen acupoint, Yanglingquan acupoint, and Shinshu acupoint to practice the 7-injury fist. However, this sudden realization has greatly reduced the difficulty of the 7-injury fist manual, and the 7-digit password has been directly changed to 3 digits. He is now confident that he can learn the 7-injury fist within 7 days. Calm the blood and qi, close the exercise and open your eyes. Looking around, he found that he was sitting cross-legged on a big rock. Where is the luxurious mansion? This is a barren land, surrounded by weeds, and corpses and bones are everywhere, like a mass grave. Bai Donglin frowned and thought, it seems that he was hit by an illusion. This illusion is not strong or weak, but it just stuck to his dead point. If the illusion is very powerful, it will cause substantial damage to the spirit and even the soul. In this case, it will trigger damage reversal and naturally break it. If the illusion is too weak and cannot shake his spirit, it will naturally have no effect. In fact, although he did not see through the illusion last night, he had already noticed that something was wrong, but he was just playing with her. This result is also because he does not have the power of the cultivation world. Although his body has been strengthened to be very powerful, he is not a cultivator after all. Facing the means of cultivators, he is a little stretched. Illusion is also a restraint point of my ability. It seems that I need to strengthen my mental will in the future. And what is the clear and spiritual energy that appears inexplicably in my mind after killing monsters? Is it the monsters themselves? Just like killing monsters and getting equipment in the game in my previous life? If so, I have to pay more attention to the traces of demons and monsters in the future. This pure and spiritual energy is really useful. It is definitely a great benefit for people like me who don't have high comprehension. Bai Donglin sorted out his thoughts and got up to walk down the mountain. As he walked, he thought again, I wonder if this female ghost is a disciple of the sect who slipped through the net. If it weren't for this world would be too dangerous. You can meet ghosts just by going out. After going down the mountain and returning to the official road, he continued to walk in the direction of last night. Not long after walking, he met a caravan and hurried forward to ask for directions. Looking at the guards on the other side with vigilant faces, Bai Donglin stopped 10 meters away and stopped approaching. He waved his hand from a distance and said, Don't worry, my good men, I have no ill intentions. I just got lost and want to ask how to get to the city? The guards of the caravan saw that it was just a kid who hadn't even grown all his hair, and they let down most of their vigilance. At this time, a fat man who looked like the boss of the caravan came out of the carriage and smiled at Bai Donglin. Little brother, our caravan is going to the city, you are going in the opposite direction. Okay, quantum mechanics is really unreliable. It took an hour to return to the Bai mansion. First, go to my father and tell him about the Chuanrong soldiers. Although Bai Donglin estimated that only a small force had infiltrated the Chuanrong kingdom. After all, the borderline is well defended, and it is impossible for a large number of enemy troops to infiltrate. He was too lazy to worry about these things. Just tell Bai Li, he has fought with the Chuanrong kingdom for so many years, and they know each other well, and they will handle it better than himself. Bai Donglin, who had nothing to do, wandered around and came to the Wu Pavilion, ready to go to the first floor of the Wu Pavilion to read books. This is a low-profile version of the library in another world. Books in this world are very precious things, and only rich and powerful people have the time and money to fiddle with knowledge at will. With the strength of the Bai family, there are only tens of thousands of books. This is already very remarkable, and the production level is not high, which cannot be compared with the previous life. But this is just the mortal world. What the world of cultivators is like, he still has to wait for him to explore it in the future. The old men in Wuga nursing home were still the same. After saying hello, Bai Donglin went into the first floor of Wuga on his own. He picked up a book and started reading it, not caring about the type or the knowledge. In Bai Donglin's view, this is a kind of accumulation. This accumulation is of great benefit to the future path of cultivation. The growth of the tree of the avenue requires nutrients, and knowledge is nutrients. The reason why Bai Donglin made this decision was also related to his own body. If it were changed in his previous life, even if he had the ambition, how much knowledge could he remember? How many books could he finish reading? How long would it take? He was doomed to fail before he even started, because he didn't have the hardware conditions in his previous life. But now it's different. His soul, physical fitness, his brain, memory, observation, comprehension, logical thinking, etc., are many times stronger than in his previous life. Not to mention that he has a photographic memory, but he can remember it after reading it 2 or 3 times. If it is not complex and profound knowledge, he can understand it while remembering it. Even if he can't understand it for a while, he can remember it and save it for the future when he needs it, or when he can understand it, he can call it out from his mind instantly. The human body is a very mysterious thing, and the brain is even more important. In the previous life, the brain was called God's forbidden area. In this life, the brain is the place where the soul of the spirit is, and it is the residence of the wisdom of all life. The potential of the brain can be said to be endless, so it is reasonable that the brain strengthened by Bai Donglin has such an excellent learning ability. It is very dangerous to develop a fragile brain. Bai Donglin is just taking advantage of it. He relies entirely on the almighty strengthening energy. He treats the brain equally. He strengthens it as he says. It is easy. Bai Donglin reads one book after another. He can only hear the rustling sound of turning pages. The books on the stone table in front of him piled higher and higher until it was dark, then he stretched and stood up. He didn't even eat lunch. He read all day and finished 100 books. And they are all deeply remembered in his mind and will never be forgotten. It is more reliable than a computer hard drive. It only takes 100 days to finish reading the entire Wu Pavilion. Moreover, as he continues to become stronger, his reading speed will increase in the future. He walked out of the Wu Pavilion leisurely, had dinner and went back to Qingyu Shaozhu to sleep. Combining work and rest has always been the lifestyle followed by Bai Donglin. In his eyes, sleeping is a kind of enjoyment. He didn't sleep well after work in his previous life, so he won't wrong himself in this life. Bai Donglin resumed his peaceful and regular life. I get up in the morning and practice 7 injury fist and a glimpse of the beautiful, and after lunch I go to the Wu Pavilion to read. When night falls, I go to my aunt's place for dinner and feed the birds. After dinner, I go back to Qingyu Cottage to sleep. Before going to bed, I must drink a cup of warm milk, then do a stretching exercise for a cup of tea, and fall asleep immediately after going to bed, and never bring fatigue and stress to the next day. I live a peaceful and fulfilling life. Spring goes and autumn comes. It is autumn again. Bai Donglin has been in this world for almost 13 years, and his memory has been awakened for more than a year. In the morning, in a quiet little house. Like in the past, Bai Donglin got up early and stood in the yard. In just 9 months, his height has soared to 185 meters, and he is tall and slender. He looks neither fat nor thin on the outside, but his inside is full of refined and solid muscles. His handsome face has a faint smile and deep eyes. Because he has absorbed a lot of knowledge and has deeply studied music, chess, calligraphy and painting, he has a touch of elegance all over his body. The refined body full of explosive power, but with a refined and easygoing temperament. If he stands with Bai Jianga now, the two can be said to be evenly matched. Bai Donglin began to practice daily, and the blood in his body rushed into the 7 major acupoints, vibrating at different frequencies, and unfolding with the 7 injury fist. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the courtyard began to be attracted by a wave, and was gradually attracted to Bai Donglin's body. The blood in the 7 acupoints suddenly rotated, and a strange suction accompanied by shock waves sucked the surrounding spiritual energy into the body. Once the spiritual energy entered the body, it became very violent, rushing left and right in the 8 meridians and the 5 internal organs. Under normal circumstances, using the 7 injury fist can guide the violent spiritual energy in the body and release it. This is also the purpose of the 7 injury fist, to launch a powerful attack. Releasing the spiritual energy out of the body earlier will cause less damage to the body. But Bai Donglin did the opposite, locking the spiritual energy in the body, not releasing a bit, allowing the spiritual energy to destroy the meridians and the 5 internal organs. As the body rotated between destruction and repair, damage reversal was constantly triggered, and a stream of enhanced energy appeared out of thin air. The white jade body tempering art followed the operation, pushing the enhanced energy to every part of the body. It stopped until the spiritual energy in the body was exhausted. In the past 9 months, since learning the 7 injury fist, every day has been like this. Unfortunately, the 7 injury fist forcibly absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which consumes too much mental will. Bai Donglin can now use it at most twice a day, but using it twice will seriously affect his reading and learning. So he uses the 7 injury fist once a day. Although the number of times is not much, it has accumulated a lot of strengthening energy over time. His strength has improved a lot. Now he is more than 3 times stronger than he was 9 months ago. With a single arm swing, he exerts a terrifying force of 70,000 kilograms. One punch, 35 tons, can beat a person into blood foam. You have to know that a car in his previous life was only 15 tons. Bai Donglin can now use one hand lifting 23 cars. A true humanoid King Kong. When the blood in his body calmed down, Bai Donglin moved his feet slightly, and 9 afterimages appeared in the yard in an instant. It was a glimpse of the stunning, which he had practiced to perfection, greatly improving his speed and agility. His strength improved greatly, and he had read all the books in the martial arts pavilion, including martial arts techniques and military books, all of which were memorized in his mind. These were all knowledge, the nutrients of his own avenue. He had developed a habit of learning any knowledge he did not have and making it his own foundation. He was also proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, especially Go. His constantly strengthened brain was now inhuman. He played chess with dozens of old men in the nursing home at the same time, and defeated them all at the same time, and he was at ease. After all, they were all mortal old men, and they were all very old. Gathering his thoughts and looking up at the blue sky, he realized that there was no more food for growth here. It was time to leave and embark on the road of seeking the Tao. Mother! The child is leaving. Donglin is unfilial and can't serve you anymore. Ziyun Pavilion, outside Li Ichio's bedroom. Bai Donglin knelt outside the door, with a sad expression, and kowtowed 3 times on the ground. The door creaked open, and Li Ichio walked out with tears in her eyes. She gently helped Bai Donglin up, stroked his face, and said gently, "Go, child, you have grown up, go and pursue your dreams. Child, you are much braver than mother was back then. That world belongs to you. Mother is proud of you. Don't worry about mother. You 3 siblings are gone, and your brothers and sisters are with mother." At this point, Li Ichio stroked his slightly bulging belly with a kind face. Bai Donglin sensed the 2 weak heartbeats, which were the miracle sounds of life. His sad face eased slightly, and he was also happy for Li Ichio. It was precisely because Li Ichio was pregnant that he dispelled his last bit of worry and made up his mind to leave. His aunt, elder sister, and second brother are the relatives he cherishes most in this world. He doesn't need to worry about his elder sister and second brother, but only his aunt makes him worry. His father Bai Li is a good general, but not a qualified father. The military camp is his home. Fortunately, 2 more lives will be born in Ziyun Pavilion in the near future. I hope that the younger brothers and sisters can accompany their aunt well. Don't let this poor woman live alone anymore. Mom, let me walk with you for a while. Bai Donglin still couldn't bear to just leave like that. No matter how much he thought, accompany his aunt. Okay. Li Ichio agreed happily. Looking at Bai Donglin, who was already a head taller than her, he had grown up and become sensible. His handsome face also had some of his mother's shadow. Qingying, have you seen it in the spirit of heaven? The 2 wandered around Ziyun Pavilion, chatting about some interesting things in the past. The laughter from time to time diluted some of the sadness of parting. Unknowingly, the 2 came to the aviary. Li Ichio looked at the many birds inside and said thoughtfully, "Donglin, look at these birds. Do they look like you? This small cage should not be their world. The vast world outside is. Child, let them go and give them freedom." Bai Donglin's expression moved slightly. It seemed that the ant had really figured it out. Then his figure moved slightly and turned into a long string of afterimages. Like tearing white paper, he tore a big hole in all the iron nets. All the birds chirped happily and crisply, flapped their wings and flew out of the cage, flew around Ziyun Pavilion 3 times, and flew to the mountains in the distance. Bai Donglin stayed with Li Ichio all day until he had dinner and waited until she fell asleep before turning around and leaving. Except for the remnant spirit stone, all the things his second brother gave him were handed over to the housekeeper, and they would be handed over to the aunt after he left. Shalwi Mountain, the top of the mountain cliff. Not far from the cliff, there is a solitary grave. The small grave is very clean and surrounded by various flowers. Bai Donglin's figure appeared here in an instant, and he sat down gently against the tombstone. "Mother, the child is leaving." He stroked the stone tablet gently, his eyes were dazed, as if he saw a child again, climbing up Shalwi Mountain step by step in the dark. Then he lay on the tombstone and cried loudly, calling "Mother, Mother," until he was tired of crying, and fell asleep against the tombstone. The small figure leaning against the tombstone slowly overlapped with the current figure of Bai Donglin. This was his childhood memory in this life. His mother in this life gave birth to his life with her own life, a great woman. Bai Donglin stretched out his index finger and carved a few words deeply on the stone tablet. Tomb of loving mother Qingying ____ son Bai Donglin. After writing, he leaned against the tombstone and fell asleep peacefully, just like when he was a child. The next day, Bai Donglin woke up and took a deep look at the lonely grave, then looked back at the Bai mansion at the foot of the mountain. Without hesitation, the figure moved and disappeared in an instant. Some birds are destined not to be locked in cages. Every feather of them shines with the glory of freedom. A month later, Lujiang River, an extremely large and wide river, has no origin, no end, no width, and no length. It is only known that it spans many boundaries, including Bianjiu Sanyu. Bai Donglin spent nearly a month crossing several countries and finally came to Dongming country, where Lujiang River flows through. He decided to take the waterway, which could save him a lot of time. In the past month, he had killed several horses and worn out several pairs of shoes, but he had not yet left Bianjiu Sanyu. The journey was too long. He was not afraid of hard work or danger, but just didn't want to waste time on the road. He carefully studied the map given to him by his second brother and found that Lujiang River flows through Bianjiu, and there is a shortcut in Bien Urquia to reach Les Ayeux. This route saves more than half the time compared to taking the land route. So he came to the largest dock in Dongming country and prepared to take a giant boat down the river. Linjiang City, as the name suggests, is a city next to Lujiang River. It is an extremely large city and the largest city Bai Donglin has ever seen since he came to this world. The reason is naturally because of Lujiang, where there is the largest Lujiang wharf in Dianzhou Sanyu. Although this city is within the territory of Dongming Kingdom, it is not under the jurisdiction of Dongming Kingdom, but is managed by several major sections. The giant boats that pass through Bien Urquia domain are not always available. Bai Donglin has inquired and found that he has to wait for half a month for the next boat, so he had to settle down in Linjiang City first. At this time, he was eating in the restaurant, which provided food and accommodation. He also rented a small yard in the back. Bang! The sound of a gavel attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. A storyteller with white hair and beard looked around and saw that the diner's attention was attracted. He stroked his beard and said in a loud voice, "It is said that a year ago, a demon appeared in Lanling Prefecture. This demon had a head as big as a bucket, 4 arms and 3 legs, and was 38 feet tall. He ate 100 people every day and was extremely cruel. The people of Lanling Prefecture were in a panic all day long. As the saying goes, people should not be too arrogant. If they are too arrogant, they will suffer. The same is true for demons. This demon relied on his own strong ability to commit such a heinous crime." Pa! The old storyteller slammed the gavel again. Guess what? The impatient guests in the restaurant couldn't bear it anymore and urged loudly, "Hurry up and tell me, what happened later? Old man, don't keep us in suspense. Don't you just want a reward? I'll give it to you." As soon as the words fell, everyone threw silver and copper coins onto the stage. The old storyteller smiled and nodded with satisfaction, slammed the gavel again, and continued, "It is said that this fierce demon was so bold that he wanted to attack the city, but he never thought that the eldest son of the state, the most outstanding disciple of the Purple Talisman sect, the Tianfu master, happened to go home to visit his family, and ran into the demon head-on. It was a fight that turned the world upside down. At this time, a man and a woman came in from the hotel entrance. Both of them had extraordinary temperaments. The man was handsome and the woman was pretty. Looking at the crowded first floor, there was only a seat by the window on the second floor, where a man in a black robe sat alone at a table. Then he walked forward with his junior sister, his eyes lit up. What a handsome man with a refined and easygoing manner. He bowed his hand and asked politely, "Sir, may I ask if my junior sister and I can squeeze at this table?" Bai Donglin looked up at the two of them. They had an extraordinary temperament and a subtle aura. They should be monks. The table in this restaurant was very big, not to mention 3 people, 8 people could sit down. The other people in the restaurant did not come to squeeze with him, just because he was too handsome. Ordinary people would be embarrassed to come and disturb him. Seeing that the other party was quite polite, Bai Donglin also smiled and said, "You are welcome, please feel free to do as you please." "Thank you." The man and his junior sister sat down, and the cute purple-clothed woman secretly looked at Bai Donglin. "Oh, woman!" Bang! At this time, the storyteller was about to tell the climax of the end. His expression became more and more excited, and his saliva flew. I saw young Master Tianfu use his hand as a pen to draw talismans in the air, and directly summon the 9 heavens divine thunder. The 9 netherworld fire. The demon spewed out devil flames. The 9 heavens divine thunder split the demon into pieces, and then the 9 netherworld fire burned its soul to pieces, leaving no place for a burial. In the end, good prevails over evil. After young Master Tianfu subdued the demons and exorcised the monsters, he walked away in a leisurely manner. After saying this, the old man picked up the teacup and drank it in big gulps. This money is not easy to earn. His throat is smoking. At this time, the quiet diners in the restaurant seemed to have just escaped from a fierce battle, and they cheered loudly. Good! Good kill! Good kill! All demons and monsters can be killed. Young Master Tianfu was mighty and domineering. Bai Donglin sipped the wine and did not comment on the storyteller's performance. Storytelling usually polishes the content and directly the point is bragging. Only by coaxing the audience can you make money. If you say it dryly, although it may be closer to the truth, the audience will not buy it. At this time, the purple-clothed woman pushed his senior brother's arm and asked innocently, "Senior brother, is this old man talking about you? I remember your name outside is Tianfu Gongzi. Senior brother, when did you learn the spells of 9 heavens thunder and 9 netherworld fire? Junior sister has never heard of them. Just hearing the name sounds very powerful. Junior sister also wants to see it." The man saw the faint smile in the eyes of the purple-clothed woman, and said helplessly, "Junior sister, don't you know my ability? Don't tease me, senior brother. The dishes are here, eat quickly. I don't know why you like this place with so many restaurants, and you always come here to eat. The purple-clothed woman didn't say anything, and swept the dishes on the table. The man smiled embarrassedly at Bai Donglin. He really couldn't do anything about this foodie junior sister. Next time, I must not give in to her persistence and never take her out of the sect again. Bai Donglin took a curious look at the man nicknamed Tianfu Gongzi. As the saying goes, there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Tianfu, and the Zifu sect, should be sects featuring talismans. I thought of Ma Shan, Longhushan, and Uncle Gio in my previous life. These people who played with talismans were very good at catching ghosts and zombies. The two people from the Zifu sect did not communicate much with Bai Donglin, and they all ate their own food. Bai Donglin was not a person who was easy to get along with. Although he was polite and courteous to others, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to talk and make friends. Tianfu Gongzi originally wanted to come over to make friends, but when he sat with Bai Donglin, his divine sense was crazy. The elegant and easygoing man in front of him was extremely powerful, which made him feel a sense of crisis of death, which meant that the other party could kill him in seconds. This also made him dare not think about making friends again. Being with a king is like being with a tiger. Being with such a person who can kill him at any time is too stressful. Don't look at him drinking with a relaxed look on his face. Under the table, he holds a stack of talismans in his hands. They are all treasures that can blow up the restaurant in an instant, but this can't bring him a sense of security. The divine sense is still frantically warning. As for the purple-clothed woman, she is eating with gusto. Maybe she is a foodie. In the world, eating is the most important thing. Delicious, delicious, sir, try this osmanthus cake, it's delicious. The purple-clothed woman ate until her face was puffy, and handed a box of osmanthus cake to Bai Donglin. Young Master Tianfu's heart tightened, and his toes were clenched. My little aunt, why did you go to provoke this big guy? He gave his junior sister a look frantically, and the purple-clothed woman glanced at him innocently and muttered, What are you doing, senior brother, is your face cramped? Don't be so stingy, it's just a box of osmanthus cake, the young master just kindly gave us a seat. Is this about the osmanthus cake? Ha, woman! It's just because she looks good. Bai Donglin smiled and didn't care. He took the osmanthus cake and took a bite and said, Thank you, it tastes very good. Young Master Tianfu saw that his junior sister had hooked up with someone else, so it was not good to continue to be an ostrich. As long as he was careful in what he said and did, there should be no problem. He took out 2 protective jade pendants from the Shumi ring and put them in his pocket. He smiled at Bai Donglin in a friendly manner and asked, Dao Yu, I don't think you are from Dongming from your accent. Did you come from another place to take the giant boat? Yes, I came from Lanyang country to take the Lujian giant boat. Bai Donglin nodded and said, Ha ha, that's a coincidence, so are we. As the three of them chatted, the atmosphere gradually eased. Tianfu Gongzi found that although the other party was powerful, he was not difficult to get along with. Instead, he was humble and polite. He took the talisman jade pendant back calmly. Caution is his code of conduct. This world is too dangerous. It never hurts to be careful. One is humble and polite, one is cautious in words and deeds, and the other is a little transparent foodie. But after a while, they became brothers and had a basic understanding of each other. These two people are indeed contemporary disciples of Zifu sect. The man is called Lu Dafu, which does not match his temperament and nickname. The purple-clothed girl is called Zi Shaoling, who is as cute as she is. Brother Bai, I wonder what plans you have for the future. Seeing that they were about to finish their meal and leave, Lu Dafu now wanted to get in touch with this brother Bai more. He was strong and easy to talk to. More friends meant more opportunities. I'm new here and don't know much about this place. Brother Lu, do you have any good places to go? Bai Donglin took a sip of wine. It would be good to get in touch with these cultivators more. It would help him understand the world of cultivation. There are so many good places to go. Lu Dafu smiled with a deep meaning, but when he saw Zi Shaoling looking at him curiously, and said seriously, Brother Bai, let's go to the Linjiang night market. This is the largest cultivator trading center in the surrounding countries. If you are lucky, you may be able to find a bargain. Bai Donglin's expression moved. Isn't this a good opportunity to get in touch with the cultivation world? So he agreed, that's good. I just have nothing to do. I will listen to Brother Lu's arrangements. Zi Shaoling pursed her lips and said, What? I thought it was something fun. It's just a night market. Lu Dafu smiled awkwardly. Little aunt, if your father knew that I took you to those places, he would skin me alive. Seeing that it was getting dark, the night market was about to open. The three of them finished eating and drinking, and they left the restaurant together and walked towards the night market. Before leaving, Zi Shaoling packed several boxes of osmanthus cakes and put them in the Shumi ring, with a satisfied look on her face. The spacetime in the Shumi ring is still, and there is no need to worry about food spoiling. It is much more useful than a refrigerator. The only drawback is that it cannot hold living things. The three of them walked on the street. Linjiang City was also very lively at night. There was no curfew here. Different countries, different exotic customs, and different customs, all of which made Bai Donglin feast his eyes. I don't know if it's because it's close to the Nujiang River. The girls here are all white and beautiful, with a gentle temperament, a bit like the girls from Jiangnan in his previous life. The three of them walked and stopped, and turned into a dead end. Bai Donglin watched the two of them walk to the end without stopping, but with a slight flash of spiritual energy on their bodies, they stepped into the wall in one step. Formation? Or barrier? This is very similar to the platform 9¾ of Diagon Alley. There was no time to think about it. The 7-injury fist manual in his body was running slightly, sucking a stream of spiritual energy into his body, releasing the spiritual energy, as if he had crossed a layer of bubbles, and successfully entered it. Bai Donglin only felt his eyes brighten, and looked around. This was a huge space, not the small market he imagined. Numerous strange street lamps gave off a soft white light, just like the incandescent lamps of his previous life. But the faintly flickering inscriptions on the lamp posts clearly told him that they did not use electricity. The ground was clean and tidy, and the streets and alleys were full of various shops. There were even more street vendors, gathering in a huge square. The monks coming and going were just like ordinary people, bargaining and making a lot of noise. Only when he felt the various complex fluctuations of spiritual energy did he know for sure that this was indeed not an ordinary market. How is it, Brother Bai? This night market in Linjiang City is pretty good, right? Indeed, it's pretty good. Bai Donglin nodded and said, this night market and the secular world of Linjiang City are like the inner and outer worlds, two sides of the same coin, and the cultivators and the secular people do not interfere with each other. Lu Dafu saw that Bai Donglin was quite satisfied, and said enthusiastically, Brother Bai, what do you need to buy? You can tell me, I am quite familiar with this place, and I can recommend the best shops to you. Just take a look around first, and tell me if you see anything you need. Bai Donglin did not lie. He did want to buy some cultivation techniques. There might be some for chi cultivation, but he couldn't use them. Needless to say, there were definitely no techniques for body cultivation. With his second brother's ability, he only knew a thing or two by chance. This border was, after all, just a remote corner. He couldn't use all kinds of magic tools either. Magic tools needed spiritual energy to activate. He used the violent spiritual energy absorbed by the 7 Wounds Fist manual to decorate the monks and deceive the barrier, but it was impossible to use it to control the magic tools. After thinking about it, only elixirs were of the greatest use to him, especially poison pills. The three of them began to wander around together. Zi Shaoling bought a lot of food, such as roasted spiritual chicken, dried spiritual fish, and rock sugar spiritual fruit. Her little mouth never stopped eating. Bai Donglin curiously asked her why she didn't buy some cultivation resources. Zi Shaoling replied, I have all kinds of cultivation resources at home, and they are much better than what is sold here. Lu Dafu was jealous. Is this what people say? Is it great to be a second-generation cultivator? Lu Dafu did buy a lot of blood of spirit beasts, and some talisman paper made of spirit beast skins and spirit tree barks. These are all necessary materials for making talismans. He also went to the store to sell a batch of talismans, which were all his practice works. With the reputation of their purple talisman sect, they are quite easy to sell. The three of them strolled to the central square of the night market. There were stalls here, selling some strange things, and more of them were materials. These people are not like those who run shops. They have no power or production lines behind them. They cannot make materials into finished products for sale. They can only make less money and sell materials directly. There are even more cultivators in this square. Everyone thinks that they are destined to be, and they all want to pick up bargains. They expect that the broken sword they buy is actually an ancient immortal weapon, the broken jade slip they buy contains the secret manual of magic skills, or that an old grandfather or grandmother lives with them and personally instructs them in their cultivation. You still have to have dreams. What if God is blind? Bai Donglin was also eager to make a move, but he certainly didn't want to pick up a bargain. He was attracted by the materials. Dao Yu, could you please introduce these materials to me? Bai Donglin squatted in front of a stall, smelling the stench coming from the bottles and jars in front of him. This should be what he needs. The middle-aged monk with a simple and honest face was immediately excited when he saw that there was business coming. He said enthusiastically, "Of course, no problem, Dao Yu, please look, this bottle is the venom of the black ring snake, which is extremely toxic. If a monk who is practicing qi-inducing in bodybuilding is poisoned by this poison, he will die in a moment. This is the poison powder made from the venom gland of the four-winged centipede. This thing is powerful, it is the corpse poison of the black-haired zombie. This is the soul-breaking grass, which is the main material for refining the soul-breaking pill." The stall owner was very enthusiastic. These things of his were unpopular goods and difficult to sell. It was not easy to meet a buyer, so of course he had to sell them quickly. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. These were all poisons above the mundane world, containing spiritual energy and much more toxic. "Boss, I want all these things. Name a price." The stall owner's eyes lit up. He was a big businessman. He rubbed his hands and laughed. "Dao Yu, I'll give you a discount price, 10 spirit stones." The 10 spirit stones here of course refer to low-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones are minerals condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They are extremely useful and are the hard currency in the cultivation world. They are divided into 4 grades, low, medium, and high. The exchange rate of spirit stones of adjacent grades is 1 to 100. However, few people usually exchange high-grade spirit stones for low-grade spirit stones. The higher the grade, the higher the value. Spirit stones are generally cut into small cubes of 2 cubic centimeters in size. 5 spirit stones. Bai Donglin began to bargain as usual, cutting half first. 9 spirit stones. "Dao Yu, 9 is very cheap." 6 spirit stones. 8. It really can't be any lower. 7. After Bai Donglin finished speaking, he took out 7 low-grade spirit stones from the shumi ring. They were of the same size. The crystal-clear spirit stones glowed slightly under the light, which was very beautiful. The stall owner's eyes lit up when he saw the spirit stones, and he was also shocked that the young man in front of him actually had a shumi ring. Although he didn't know the size, the cheapest cubic shumi ring was worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Deal, 7 for 7. After the stall owner took the spirit stones, he packed up the bottles and jars. On the surface, he looked painful, but in fact he still made a profit. After all, they were all unpopular materials. Even though he exaggerated the toxicity, which fool would be so stupid as to take such a smelly poison? Unless it was processed by an alchemist, but the alchemists are a rare profession, not to mention that they are unpopular poisons, so the price is different. That's why these materials are so cheap. If they are good for the human body, the price will be different. Even if you can't hire an alchemist, you can just swallow them directly. Although the effect may be worse, it is much more valuable than these poisons that can't be used directly. Bai Donglin took the package and put it into the shumi ring, and nodded with satisfaction. For him, this is also a disguised way of picking up a bargain. His second brother gave him a total of 500 low-grade spirit stones and 10 medium-grade spirit stones. These 10 medium-grade spirit stones are the fees for using the domain gate. The domain gate only accepts spirit stones above the medium grade, and different quantities are charged depending on the distance, so these 10 medium-grade spirit stones cannot be used. These spirit stones are already a huge sum of money. He even suspected that his second brother gave him all the spirit stones on him. Save as much as you can, but don't squander. This is the second brother's intention. There are not many poisonous materials here. It's not easy to come to this kind of cultivator market. You have to take the opportunity to buy more. I don't know when I will have the chance again. So he started to walk around alone again. Lu Dafu and his sister had gone somewhere else. The 3 of them separated as soon as they entered the square. They agreed to find their own opportunities. Bai Donglin decisively bought poisonous materials when he saw them for sale. The prices were very attractive. He also thought that there were so many goods in this market, and for him, these poisonous materials were the most cost-effective. This is not poisonous, but lovely strengthening energy. Not long after, Bai Donglin walked around the square and all the poisonous materials were collected by him. They were indeed unpopular materials. He only spent more than 200 spirit stones in total. Thinking that it was almost time, he was ready to call Lu Dafu and the others to leave together. He had seen that the 2 of them had been standing in front of a stall without moving. This stall was particularly lively, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Bai Donglin walked over and saw, wow, isn't this the old gambling stone? Is it really the same in all the worlds? Sure enough, no matter how the world changes, humans have a gambling instinct in their bones. In his previous life, He heard an interesting saying that the first monkey who was the ancestor of humans chose to come down from the tree to live on the ground. When it hesitated whether to come down from the tree, it had a gambling mentality. It bet that it would survive better if it came down from the tree, so it came down from the tree. Bai Donglin shook his head. He had no interest in gambling. He was more interested in I like the feeling of control over everything. This kind of leaving everything to chance is equivalent to letting others control my destiny. This is not in line with his Tao heart. His destiny can only be controlled by himself. When he walked over, he found that Lu Dafu and the other two were just watching the fun and did not participate in gambling on stones. He could not help but nodded. They were all good kids. He didn't want the people he just met to become gamblers. Of course, the protagonist who used a plug-in to gamble on stones is not called gambling. Isn't that buying vegetables in the vegetable market? Just pick it up. He called the two to leave the night market together, and agreed to meet again next time and then separated. The three of them did not live in the same place. Walking through the already deserted streets of Linjiang City, he returned to the small courtyard behind the restaurant. He was not in a hurry to start practicing. Now it was his rest time. He had been on the road for a month and had not had a good rest, which made him a little tired. Just when Bai Donglin was about to fall asleep, a few sneaky monks gathered in a wasteland outside the city, whispering about something. Third brother, have you investigated clearly? Is that kid really living alone in the restaurant? The speaker was a middle-aged man with a sinister face and inverted triangle eyes. There was a scar from his temple to his chin. He looked like a bad guy and a villain who could stop a child from crying. Don't worry, big brother. I went to the restaurant to ask around. That kid and the people from the Purple Talisman sect just met today. They may not even be friends. The three of them separated after leaving the night market. A young man with a pointed face and a wretched appearance was very proud, and then he said, "Big brother, this is a big fat sheep, and the kind that is not dangerous at all. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, you all know that I, the third brother, may not be good at other things, but I have a secret technique that can sense spiritual energy very strongly. I didn't sense a trace of spiritual energy from that kid, and there was no spiritual energy fluctuation when he used the Shumi ring. It was obviously the more precious blood refining ring. I can guarantee that he is definitely not a cultivator. Even a cultivator in the chi induction and body forging realm cannot be without a trace of spiritual energy." The other three people nodded after hearing this. The third brother's analysis was indeed good. "Are you sure he is still in the restaurant?" the eldest brother asked again. "Don't worry, big brother. I put hidden fragrance powder on him, he can't run away." "Okay. We can do it. Get your weapons ready. The most important thing is not to attract the Linjiang city guards." "Yes, big brother." After saying that, the four of them used magic to hide their figures and ran towards Linjiang City. The restaurant was silent at night. Four hidden monks quietly landed outside by Donglin's courtyard. Set up the formation. Each of the four monks took out a small black flag, pinched the magic formula with their hands, and the small flags automatically flew out and inserted around the courtyard. A faint black mist emerged from the flag like a small snake, and enveloped the courtyard in the blink of an eye. After completing this step, the four people breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they did not alarm the Linjiang city guards, this job would be safe. The Linjiang city guards are composed of monks from several major sects, and independent monks like them would never dare to provoke them. Scarface made a look, and the four people stepped into the yard one after another. When the four people just entered the yard, Bai Donglin, who had fallen asleep on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes with a cold look. The third brother, who looked smug, stood outside the bedroom door and whispered to the other three, "I said this kid is not a cultivator, he didn't even set up the most basic warning spells." He said so, but in his heart he was annoyed that he was too cautious. If he came alone, wouldn't all the benefits belong to him? "Brother, let me." The third brother, who had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, hadn't finished his words when an arm shining with the luster of crystal jade broke through the wooden door and instantly pierced his head. Like a knife-piercing tofu, the powerful potential energy squeezed the brain and blood to spray out a few feet. "What? Third brother?" The other three were shocked and their eyes widened. The third brother in the true Yuan realm was killed instantly. Scarface reacted the fastest. He pinched his hand and a high-temperature fireball hit the door. The violent explosion in flames instantly submerged Bai Donglin behind the door. Bai Donglin stepped out of the flames, and the skin burned by the violent explosion and high temperature instantly recovered. Except for his clothes being burned to tatters, he looked unharmed. "What are you still standing there for? Let's get started." Looking at the second and fourth brothers who were still standing there, Scarface cursed them, saying they were a bunch of rubbish. After saying that, he took out 2 more talismans and stuck them on his body. One Vajra talisman could provide good defense, and one Gale talisman could increase speed. The other 2 came to their senses and quickly used their magic weapons. The second brother took a brass bell, poured his true essence into it, and shook it gently. A visible sound wave enveloped Bai Donglin. The fourth brother's magic weapon was a ghost-headed broadsword, with inscriptions all over the blade and a faint dark resentment entangled. Seeing Bai Donglin enveloped by the sound wave, his eyes lit up. It was a good opportunity, so he chopped at Bai Donglin's head with a knife. The ghost-headed broadsword with a foot-long black blade instantly chopped Bai Donglin. Just as the fourth brother's eyes showed joy, he heard a clang sound. The broadsword split his scalp but was blocked by the hard skull and could not move forward. Bai Donglin seemed to feel no pain, and his expression was calm. He used the 7-injury fist and threw a straight punch. The terrifying force instantly broke through the air, making a piercing sonic boom. The crystal-clear fist, with violent aura and shock waves, hit the person who was still in the air with nowhere to hide. The fourth brother was blown up instantly, his entire upper body was beaten into blood foam, and his incomplete lower body was like a rag doll, being carried away by inertia for a long distance. Bai Donglin, with his upper body naked, stood there motionless, and his fist was emitting a puff of white smoke due to the high pressure and high temperature generated by the intense friction with the air. Scarface and the second brother who was still shaking the bell were directly frightened and their faces were pale. What kind of monster is this? Such a terrifying defense, such a terrifying power, is this an ordinary person? Scarface wanted to revive the third brother and kill him 100 times. This idiot actually caused them to provoke such a terrible person. The 2 looked miserable. It seems that they can't end it peacefully tonight. I'm afraid they will all die here. Scarface's right hand behind his back secretly pinched the magic formula, and the ground under Bai Donglin's feet rolled. Thick tree roots entangled and tried to strangle him. Bai Donglin's figure shook slightly and disappeared. It turned out to be just a residual image. Not good. Scarface's face changed drastically, and he retreated to defend. Bai Donglin's figure has appeared in front of the second brother, and his hand is on his head. In the face of despair, he slightly exerts force and presses his head into his chest. This man has been shaking a broken bell. He was extremely unhappy that his rest was disturbed, and he kept making noises to disgust him. Scarface saw this scene and turned around and ran away. He couldn't win. He was not on the same level at all. He didn't want to die yet. The figure moved slightly, leaving a string of afterimages, and instantly appeared in front of Scarface, raising his hand to pinch his neck. Spare. With a slight pinch, Scarface's neck was broken before he could say anything. The diamond talisman was instantly broken. This low-level talisman was really not very effective. Bai Donglin is not a bloodthirsty person, but who hasn't had a bit of morning grumpiness? It's just that these 4 thieves were unlucky. At another time, they might have died more decently. Those who kill will be killed. Since you have done this business of licking blood on the edge of a knife, you can't blame others for your death. Bai Donglin cleaned up the scene and picked up the storage bags of the 4 people. The storage bag is the lowest level storage magic tool. It has a small space, is unstable, and cannot recognize its owner. Anyone can use it. The only advantage is that it is cheap. Pour out all the things in the storage bag. There are only more than 100 low-grade spirit stones, some low-level materials, and low-level talismans. Several low-level exercises and spells are useless to him. He also picked up several low-level magic tools that fell on the ground. He can dispose of them at the night market store when he has time. These 4 cultivators are really poor. Their total assets are only worth more than 300 low-grade spirit stones. Well, if they are not poor, they will not kill people and rob goods. Cultivating immortals also requires money. As the small flag of the shielding barrier was removed and the black fog dissipated, Bai Donglin called the shopkeeper to explain a few words, and then paid a large sum of silver, changed to another yard and went back to sleep. Time passed quickly. During the time that Bai Donglin was waiting for the giant boat, he usually practiced the 7 wounds fist hard, or swallowing poison to increase energy. His strength is steadily increasing every day, and his single-arm punching force is about to break through 80,000 pounds. In addition to practicing martial arts, he also gets together with Lu Dafu's brothers and sisters from time to time, drinking, bragging, chatting and gossiping. Except for a few obscure places in Linjiang City, all other places have been played by the 3 of them. It's a peaceful day, and he hasn't encountered any blind monks to trouble him. Until today, it's the day when the giant ship docks. Early in the morning, Lu Dafu brought Zi Shaoling to find Bai Donglin, and the 3 of them went to Linjiang Wharf together. Brother Bai, Linjiang Wharf has a history of more than 3,000 years. At the beginning, this piece of land was just a barren land. With the establishment of the wharf, Linjiang City was also established. Now it has become the most prosperous city in the surrounding countries. The three arrived at the wharf, and while strolling around, Lu Dafu introduced the history of the wharf. The wharf was built along the river for more than 10 miles. Countless large and small ships kept coming in and out, and the daily cargo volume was amazing. Linjiang City is an extension of the wharf. It can be said that the entire north gate of Linjiang City belongs to the wharf. Woo-woo, at this time, a huge ship horn came from the river. Everyone on the dock stopped and looked at the river. They saw a huge black ship without sails, made of unknown materials, breaking through the river and heading towards the dock. The length of the ship was nearly 100 feet and the height was about 20 feet. There were many attics on the ship. The hull was engraved with complicated runes, and there was a faint spiritual light flowing. It was indeed a huge ship. Bai Donglin couldn't help but sigh. Even compared with the giant ship in the previous life, it was not much worse. The cultivation world is indeed two worlds from the mortal world. You can get a glimpse of it from these icebergs. The three of them handed over the spirit stones and successfully boarded the giant ship named Blue. They were led into their respective rooms by the attendants. The 3 rooms were adjacent. The bedroom of more than 20 square meters is really not small, with luxurious decoration and complete living facilities. At this moment, a circular magic circle on the bedroom emitted a weak spiritual fluctuation, and a strong voice came from it. "Hello, passengers, welcome aboard the Blue, I am Captain Lufei. The destination of this ship is the Silver Snake Wharf in the Bien-Erki region. It is expected to take 18 days. Please abide by the following terms during this period. 1. You are not allowed to cast spells and fight on the ship. 2. Woo-woo-woo, the Blue made a loud noise, runes flashed all over its body, and quickly sailed away from the Linjiang Wharf. Down the river. The moonlight shone on the river surface, and the breeze blew, sparkling. The pitch-black Kanglan was speeding on the river surface, and the fluorescence flowing between the runes was more eye-catching in the night. At this time, in the bottom cargo hold, among the many messy goods, there was a bronze box full of rust, engraved with strange patterns, and the patterns were intertwined, vaguely forming a ghost face. This patterned ghost face opened its mouth wide, as if it had a strange magic that would devour the soul of the person staring at it. The bronze box shook slightly. Snap, the box fell from the pile of cargo, rolled a few times and stood on the ground. A gray smoke floated out of the ghost face's open mouth. A suffocating and eerie laugh sounded in the silent cargo hold. He he he. Soul. Time. Node. Sacrifice, open. Unknown language, vague words, as if struggling to cross the world, came out of the bronze box. The gray smoke swirled, like an invisible and intangible person, passing through the hull and the magic circle, constantly approaching the area where the passengers were. The gray smoke entered a guest room. The monk inside was unaware of it. He was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, moving his true essence and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It circled around the monk and suddenly drilled into the monk's mind. This monk was only in the great perfection of the true essence realm, and was 2 realms away from the Lingtai realm involving soul cultivation. Although his soul was much stronger than that of an ordinary person, there was no essential difference. He was still fragile and powerless, especially when facing the attack of the gray smoke on the soul. He had no power to resist. The gray smoke easily devoured the soul of this monk. The monk looked unharmed on the outside, but only a body was left, and he was completely dead. The gray smoke drilled out of the mind, circled once, and drilled into the next room. Whether it was a monk or a mortal, a passenger or a crew member, the gray smoke did not refuse anyone. As long as it met, it would devour their souls. Until it devoured more than 100 people, the gray smoke seemed to have reached its limit and began to drill into the cargo hold. Faces kept appearing on the rolling gray smoke. They were all people whose souls had just been devoured. Their expressions were hideous and terrifying, filled with anger, pain, unwillingness, fear, and evil negative aura. The gray smoke returned to the cargo hold and entered the bronze box. The bronze box emitted a faint light, and part of the pattern on it seemed to come alive, slightly twisted. He he he. The eerie and terrifying laughter came from the silent cargo hold again. The next morning, a shrill scream broke the silence of the blue. Then the door was knocked, and a staff member came in. What happened? Routine inspection. After that, he left in a hurry and knocked on the next door. Bai Donglin, who had just finished his morning exercise, frowned slightly. They had been sailing on the Nujiang River for 5 days. These 5 days were calm and there were no accidents. He just wanted to spend these 18 days safely and reach Bien-Erki territory as soon as possible. He didn't want any unexpected twists and turns. Unfortunately, it seems that things went against his wishes and something happened. He opened the door, called Lu Dafu and Zi Xiaoling, and walked to the deck where the noise happened. At this time, the deck was full of people, and there were staff in uniform maintaining order. Bai Donglin saw Captain Lu Fei in the crowd. It seems that something really happened, even the captain was alarmed. When the three approached, they heard the captain asking questions. Were all these bodies found in Area C? Who was the first person to find the bodies? Captain, 93 of the bodies were found in Area C, and the remaining 24 were found in Area B3, which is adjacent to Area C. The first person to find the bodies was Zhang Ergu in the kitchen. He asked his roommate to get up and prepare breakfast, but found that his roommate's body was already cold. After receiving the report, we have checked the entire ship and found a total of 117 dead bodies. The cause of death is unknown. Did anyone hear any noise last night? We have asked the tenants around the deceased, and they all said no. Even the roommates didn't hear any noise, as if these people died of natural causes. The captain snorted coldly when he heard this. There were only more than 3,000 people on the entire ship. How could more than 100 people die naturally at the same time? The possibility of food poisoning was also ruled out, and the concentration of the dead was obviously man-made. As a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of the Divine Bridge realm, he naturally has many means. Circulate the mind method and silently recite the formula. Eye of the void. Open. With a light shout, the captain's pupils turned golden, emitting an inch of golden light. He carefully observed a corpse from top to bottom, and finally fixed his eyes on the corpse's forehead. The captain stopped the spell, and his eyes returned to normal, but his expression became more and more solemn. The soul was actually devoured completely. After a person dies, the soul dissipates between heaven and earth, and the true spirit returns to the mother river. Even so, there will be some soul breath or even soul fragments left in the corpse. And these corpses are empty. This is definitely not a natural dissipation, but an attack targeting the soul. Is it a master above the Lingtai realm? Or is it a demon? Or is it an evil cultivator who practices strange secret methods? No matter which situation it is not optimistic. To be able to kill 117 people silently overnight, his strength is definitely above his. The captain paced back and forth, thinking about what to do. The Blue will take 13 days to reach the Silver Snake Wharf, and the distance is too far. Can't count on support from the dock. Only a few more preparations can be made. Don't be careless. There are many monks with great backgrounds on the ship. If something unexpected happens, I'm afraid I won't survive. Lu Fei immediately ordered his left and right, keep all the bodies properly and put them in the ice storage. Disperse the crowd and ask the passengers to stay in their rooms. Order the crew to return to their respective posts and not discuss this matter. Yes. The left and right deputies took the order and withdrew. The captain took out 2 Wanli sound transmission notes and sent in the message for help. The talisman spontaneously combusted and turned into 2 white lights, one in the south and one in the north, and disappeared in an instant. After doing this, he called several guard captains into the captain's room to discuss the night patrol in detail. Bai Donglin and the other 2 watched everything not far away. Lu Dafu had a solemn face, Bai Donglin had a blank expression, and Zi Xiaoling was still eating osmanthus cake heartlessly, with her little mouth bulging like a squirrel. Brother Lu, what do you think? Bai Donglin saw that he had a solemn face, so he took the initiative to ask. Brother Bai, this must be. We may be in trouble. To be able to kill so many people quietly on a ship with so many cultivators, and I know a few of them, all of whom are masters of the Yuantai realm, but they died like ordinary people. Moreover, this kind of indiscriminate killing may not be done by normal cultivators. Bai Donglin's expression moved, as if he thought of something. You mean? Yes, this is very much like the style of demons and ghosts, and it may be the most troublesome one. Lu Dafu narrowed his eyes slightly, as if thinking of some unpleasant experiences. Although Bai Donglin has not come into contact with many demons and ghosts, he knows the truth that everything has a cause and an effect, but demons and ghosts are not among them. The purpose of their existence is only to kill and destroy. This kind of indiscriminate killing, and the method is so weird, is indeed the style of demons and ghosts. Unscrupulous, powerful, weird attacks, and full of hatred for any life. If I am not wrong, then everyone on the Kanglan has indeed encountered a lot of trouble, and they will die if they are not careful. Brother Bai, can the 3 of us live in one room from today? We can take care of each other. Lu Dafu asked a little embarrassedly. Bai Donglin was very powerful, and it would be much safer to stay with him. Not only for himself, but also for Zi Xiaoling. That's fine. Bai Donglin nodded in agreement. Of course he was not afraid of death, but he and Lu Dafu had been together for such a long time, and they still had some feelings for each other. Helping a little was just a piece of cake. As for whether Zi Xiaoling would care. After all, this is a special period, and we cultivators should not be fussy about trivial matters. The osmanthus cake is so fragrant. So delicious. Night. In by Donglin's guest room. Senior brother Lu Dafu and his sister sat on chairs, staring blankly at Bai Donglin doing flexibility exercises. Dynamic side lunge stretch, prayer stretch behind the back, standing forward bend quadriceps stretch. Is this the reason why Brother Bai is so powerful? Is this some kind of mysterious bodybuilding exercise? Lu Dafu was thoughtful, and couldn't help his curiosity, so he asked, Brother Bai, what kind of bodybuilding exercise is this? Why does it look so strange? Lu Dafu really couldn't think of any adjective to use. These movements looked very simple and did not cause any fluctuations in spiritual energy. Bai Donglin kept moving, and replied while doing it, oh, this is a flexibility exercise. I do it every day before going to bed. This can improve my sleep quality. How comfortable, do you want a cup of hot milk? Stopping the action, Bai Donglin took out a can of milk from the Shumi ring, placed it on the formation on the wooden table, pressed a button, a flash of spiritual light flashed, and the milk was instantly heated. I have to say that many places in this world are quite convenient. The formations, inscriptions, and runes are perfectly combined with all aspects of life. Aura is a clean and universal energy source that fills the space between heaven and earth. It can be used at any time. Its advantages are much greater than the electricity in the previous life, which gives this world the foundation for the development of an industrial society. Brother Bai, pour me a cup. Zi Xiaoling's eyes lit up. She was most enthusiastic about eating and drinking. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows. He was tall and handsome, with an elegant and mature temperament. If he didn't say it, no one would think he was only 13 years old. He poured a cup of hot milk for each of them, and poured a large cup for himself, sitting on a chair and drinking slowly. Burp, it's so delicious. Zi Xiaoling squinted her eyes and said with satisfaction. There was a circle of milky white milk around her little mouth. Bai Donglin nodded in approval. This milk is a specialty of Nanyang country. It is produced by an animal called red-haired cow. It is mellow, rich, sweet, and delicious. It doesn't need to be processed and has no fishy smell. He can put a lot of it in his Shumi ring. Lu Dafu was speechless, feeling that he was not from the same world as them. It was so dangerous outside. Was it time to taste the milk? He checked the talisman again to see if there were any flaws. Bai Donglin's room had been filled with all kinds of talismans, densely packed on the door, walls, and windows. He also used spirit stones to arrange several layers of barrier formations and early warning spells. When you go out, there are many dangers, and it is never too careful. This is his code of conduct. I'm going to sleep, you guys do whatever you want. Bai Donglin yawned and rubbed his eyes and climbed onto the bed to sleep. There was only one bed in the room, so of course he would use it. He kindly made a bed on the floor for Zi Xiaoling, but Lu Dafu said he didn't need it. I'm going to sleep too, good night, senior brother. Zi Xiaoling got into bed happily, not complaining that she had to sleep on the floor. Lu Dafu shook his head, sat cross-legged on the floor, silently moving the spiritual energy, and keeping an eye on the surroundings. The bottom cabin. The bronze box shook, and a thicker gray smoke than last night came out. Sensing. Node. Attach. Stop. He. The gray smoke laughed eerily again, circled around, passed through the ship wall, and flew towards the passenger area. Captain Lufei was afraid of causing a riot, so he decided to block the news, but the ship was so small and densely populated, and almost everyone knew about it. So at night, except for a few careless people, the rest did not sleep, and were carefully on guard, not wanting to be like the more than 100 people who died inexplicably. Unfortunately, the gray fog's ability was beyond everyone's imagination. It ignored all the array formations, talismans, and other means. The gray fog was extremely fast, stronger than last night. The monks on guard in the house saw the gray fog and had their souls swallowed before they could react. The gray fog was unscrupulous and pounced on any living person it saw, even the patrol team. It soon swallowed more than 400 people, which also alarmed the guards on the ship. The alarm sounded and the entire Kanglan was instantly brightly lit. Teams of patrols composed of elite monks ran quickly and searched everywhere. The gray fog reached its limit and did not continue to hunt. It circled and flew under the deck. The gray fog did not return to the bronze box, but shuttled around, as if looking for something. It didn't take long for the gray fog to come to the core of Kanglan. This was a small space, densely covered with complicated inscriptions, all connected to a silver sphere in the center. The The silver sphere was the energy core of Kanglan, the most important part of Kanglan, and the most tightly defended place. I didn't expect the gray fog to break in so easily. The gray fog kept circling around the energy core, as if it was sensing something but didn't act immediately. Less than a cup of tea later, the gray fog seemed to sense something, and after a violent roll, it instantly drilled into the silver sphere. The silver sphere was constantly alternating between white and black light. Although the energy core was very important, it did not have the ability to defend against enemies. Finally, the white light went out and it was completely scrapped. He. The gray fog laughed strangely, and then replied. Arrived at the bronze box in the cabin. Part of the pattern on the bronze box came alive again, twisting slightly, evil and terrifying. At the moment the energy core was destroyed, the inscriptions on the blue flickered for a while, and finally went out completely, slowing down until it stopped completely. The entire blue was also plunged into darkness in an instant, and screams of terror came from all directions. Humans are born with a fear of darkness, especially when they know that there are terrifying things around that devour souls. Many people were directly frightened to the point of mental breakdown, screaming. Fortunately, after a while, the lights came on again, and this was because the backup energy was activated. Unfortunately, this energy is very weak and cannot drive the huge blue at all. It can only maintain the use of some infrastructure. The lights came on again, and the panicked people gradually calmed down. Captain Luffy was busy and exhausted. He led the team to search the blue several times, but did not find any trace of the murderer. Only corpses were found one after another, exactly the same as last night. All of them died of soul devouring. When the energy core of the Kanglan was destroyed, his face turned pale, thinking to himself, oh no, the other party is going to kill us all. He turned his mind. There was still a spare energy core on the Kanglan, but it would take at least 3 days to replace the core. Moreover, the other party could easily break through the most tightly defended core space of the Kanglan. What's the point of replacing it? The other party can still easily destroy the energy core. The only way is to find him out and get rid of him first, or abandon the ship. The other party obviously regards the Kanglan as a hunting ground. Save your life first, and wait for rescue to arrive, and then take back the Kanglan. Captain Luffy continued to lead the team to search, hoping to find some clues. He also made a decision in his heart that if he still couldn't find the other party's traces tonight, he would abandon the ship and go ashore at dawn tomorrow. Although the Nujong River is wide, the Kanglan is not too far from the shore, only about 10 miles away. With the means of the monks, it doesn't take much effort. Luffy knew that when the death toll tonight was exposed tomorrow morning, even if he didn't say anything, those monks would abandon the ship and go ashore. The reason why they didn't leave now was, first, they were lucky and thought they wouldn't be the next one. Second, they didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. Passengers abandoning the ship and going ashore, such a thing would greatly damage the reputation of their Chamber of Commerce, and no one would favor such an insecure Chamber of Commerce. As the main person in charge, it can be said that his future is bleak, and he will be punished by the Chamber of Commerce. Thinking of this, Luffy's face was gloomy, and he searched even harder. On the deck of the blue, rows of corpses whose souls had been devoured were neatly arranged. Luffy looked at the sky gradually getting brighter, his face full of dejection. After all, he still didn't find the mastermind. It was meaningless to think about it now, and then he ordered his left and right assistants in a dry voice, notify all passengers and staff that the energy core of the blue has been destroyed. The mastermind behind the scenes is powerful, fierce, and strange, and there is still no trace. All personnel are ready to abandon the ship and go ashore. The guards around him showed joy on their faces and breathed a sigh of relief. They were really scared. More than 100 of their teammates died last night. If they didn't run away, it would be their turn. They just wanted to earn some hard-earned money, but they didn't want to lose their lives here and die unclearly. All the people on the ship were called out and gathered on the deck. Bai Donglin and others were also mixed in the crowd. Brother Bai, it seems that we have to abandon the ship and go ashore. Looking around and looking at the hundreds of corpses, the blue is now stationary. It is not difficult to guess the captain's intention. Bai Donglin looked helpless. His journey was delayed. He didn't know how long he would have to wait. He just wanted to reach Bien Erki territory safely, and then go to Leze territory to borrow the road from the wilderness. Why? Why do these monsters always like to come to seek death? Hard. Bai Donglin felt that his fist as big as a casserole was hard. The small boats were put into the water, and Luffy explained the current situation to everyone. Everyone did not dare to stay any longer and began to prepare to evacuate. At this time, a layer of mist began to appear on the river's surface, slowly spreading to the entire sky, covering the entire Kanglan. This mist was very thin, and it was early morning on the Nujiang River. The water vapor was heavy, and fog was a very common phenomenon. The appearance of this layer of mist did not attract anyone's attention. Ordinary people and low-level monks began to board the boat. Some Yuan-Tai realm monks on the deck also used their means, or turned into escape light, or rode the wind, and began to fly to the shore. It was easy to cross 12 miles. Something unexpected happened. These monks had just flown a few dozen meters away from the Tsonlan, and when they came into contact with the mist in the air, their souls were instantly devoured, and they turned into corpses and fell into the water. The sound of falling into the water instantly attracted everyone's attention. In just a short moment, more than a dozen Yuan-Tai realm monks died on the spot. Everyone on the deck of the Tsonlan seemed to be frozen, with a look of fear on their faces. Roar! Captain Luffy roared, his face full of violence, his strong true energy bursting out, and his eyes flashed with golden light. This is too much. He was ready to abandon even his beloved Tsonlan, and his future was ruined. He didn't expect that the person behind the scenes would press on step by step and kill them all. In this case, let's fight to the death. Luffy transported, he turned the spell, and the golden light flashed on his hand. He slapped the mist in the air. The golden palm print of a foot in size instantly blew up the air, leaving a hot mark in the air. Unfortunately, the mist seemed to be unaffected. After being hit, it rolled for a while, but there was no sign of dissipation. Luffy continued to attack, and his palm turned into a fist. He punched out, and the huge fist print hit the mist and exploded instantly. The mist was blown away for a moment, and then closed again in an instant. He frowned. What kind of magic is this? It's so difficult. He didn't believe there was a spell that couldn't be broken. He put his right hand together and made it into a knife shape, raised it above his head, and his whole body was majestic. His true energy burst out, and the golden little man in his body shone with golden light. His arm was like a big knife, slashing forward fiercely. The golden knife light dozens of meters long instantly passed through the mist and directly split the surface of the Nujiang River for hundreds of meters. The huge knife mark was filled with golden light, and the river water couldn't close for a while. The mist was like a formless and intangible thing. It rolled and returned to its original state. Such a powerful attack was still useless. Luffy's face was ugly. This was his most powerful single attack spell, but it was useless. Everyone on the deck of the Kanglan was pale, and many weak-willed people were frightened and collapsed to the ground. Everyone understood that they were trapped here, and the hunters in the dark were ready to move, and they might emerge at any time to devour their souls. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Many people were frightened and mentally collapsed, shouting and jumping off the Kanglan. There were true Yuan realm cultivators walking on the waves, and there were ordinary people who dog-paddled in the water, but unfortunately they died directly the moment they came into contact with the mist that was diffused dozens of meters away. There were also people who thought they were smart and wanted to dive out from the bottom of the water, but when they were dozens of meters away from the hull, their souls were still devoured. In less than a moment, the bodies floated to the surface. It was not until more than a dozen people died that the others calmed down and could only sit on the deck and cry. Bai Donglin also had a solemn expression on his face. The situation was worse than he had imagined. If the enemy was in front of him, he could charge forward fearlessly. But he had no way to deal with this kind of invisible and intangible thing. He couldn't just punch the air, could he? Although he was powerful, he relied on strengthening his energy to forcibly improve himself. He lacked the means to fight the enemy, especially when facing such a strange enemy. He was extremely powerless, and his desire to join the physical cultivation sect became stronger. Brother Lu, can you see the flaw in this strange fog? In his eyes, those who played with talismans were all experts in catching ghosts, and they should have a way to deal with such strange and ethereal enemies. Lu Dafu held the talisman in his hand, looked at the mist with a vigilant face, and said in a concentrated voice, Brother Bai, we should have guessed correctly, this fog chi should belong to the monster among demons and ghosts, weird and evil things. It is an extremely difficult and terrible thing. At this point, Lu Dafu frowned, as if he recalled something bad, and then continued, this kind of thing is strange and varied, with different forms, and its methods are even more bizarre and unpredictable. 3 years ago, when I went out with my master to train, I encountered this kind of thing. It was a faceless, blood-red female puppet that could sing a beautiful song. Anyone who heard the song would have their 7 emotions and 6 desires detonated, and they would fight each other to death. My master spent a great deal of money to destroy it. If you want to deal with this monster, the most important thing is to find its body. Otherwise, there is no possibility of destroying it. Bai Donglin nodded. Sure enough, Lu Dafu was a knowledgeable kid. He was worthy of being the son of Tianfu, and he had 2 brushes. In this case, let's tell Captain the news. I feel that if we delay any further, something bad will happen. Lu Dafu agreed and said, that's right. Almost all of these monsters have the ability to enhance themselves through killing. From the number of deaths in the past 2 nights, we can see that its strength is increasing. The most urgent task is to unite with the monks on the ship to find the body of this monster. Attacking the surrounding mist is useless. Its body must be completely destroyed to kill it. The 2 went directly to Lu Fei and told him all their guesses. Lu Fei was at a loss, and the advice of the 2 was like timely rain. The captain grabbed the life-saving straw and naturally went all out. He summoned all the monks above the Yuan-Tai realm on the ship. He repeated Lu Dafu's guess in detail. Fellow Taoists, the situation is critical now. I will not say anything else. If we want to survive, we must kill this monster, otherwise we will be devoured and die. There is not even a chance for the true spirit to return to the embrace of the Mother River. This world attaches great importance to the true spirit. Any cultivator who plays with the true spirit will be classified as an evil cultivator and can be killed by anyone. The true spirit is the foundation of a person. You can kill me, you can make my soul fly away, but you can't mess with my true spirit. This is the consensus of cultivators in the world. All the cultivators realized the seriousness of the problem and of course obeyed Lu Fei's words. Among them, there were several cultivators in the Divine Bridge realm who were now obedient. Who wants to die if they can live? Or the kind of death where even the true spirit is annihilated? Everyone started to act, and according to the captain's orders, they expanded their divine senses and searched inch by inch, looking for all suspicious objects. On the Kanglan, any object now could be a strange entity. No one dared to be careless, for fear of missing the opportunity to survive. Captain's room. Bai Donglin and the other 2 and Lu Fei used this place as a temporary command center. They were in charge of dispatching and could provide support immediately if they found any situation. Lu Dafu sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed, his hands pinching the magic formula, and the strong true energy in his body was running rapidly. A talisman carved from green jade was suspended in the air in front of his chest, spinning and emitting a bright green light. Lu Dafu used a strange secret technique. Among the contemporary disciples of the Purple Talisman sect, only a handful of people have learned this secret technique. This technique is called the Heaven and Earth Audiovisual Mother Talisman. Not only is it difficult to practice, it is also very unpopular. It is a purely auxiliary secret technique. The core of this technique is the green jade talisman on Lu Dafu's chest. It is the Mother Talisman, which is connected to the Purple Talisman embryo in the Sea of Qi. The remaining more than 200 child talismans are worn close to the body by each cultivator sent out to search. The cultivator wearing the sub-talisman connects the true essence with the talisman. At this time, everything the cultivator sees and hears will be transmitted to Lu Dafu's mind, and they can also transmit voice to each other. Searching for the strange body is definitely a very dangerous action. The moment you see the strange body, you may be killed instantly. At this time, the importance of this secret technique is reflected. Bai Donglin sat aside and watched Lu Dafu perform the secret technique. This strange secret technique made him very jealous. Isn't this the prototype of the internet? Afterwards, he can communicate with Lu Dafu. It is not impossible to surf the internet in another world. This project is very promising. The cargo hold at the bottom of the ship. A team of 10 cultivators entered the cargo hold with vigilance, searching step by step, not letting go of any object, and using their spirits to sense everything around them. When a cultivator reaches the Yuan-Tai realm, he will awaken his spirit, which can enhance the induction of energy between heaven and earth and improve the sense of crisis, just like the sixth sense. The power of the spirit varies with the level of talent. The cargo hold was large, but more teams of monks slowly came in, and the search area became larger and larger, gradually approaching the area where the bronze box was. A team of monks turned a blind corner and saw the bronze box on the open space in front of the debris pile at a glance. Almost instantly, they determined with their naked eyes that this was a strange entity, and at the same time, their spiritual senses frantically warned them, and the strong sense of crisis made their true energy stagnate. The rust on the bronze box almost disappeared, emitting bursts of faint light, and the patterns all over the body twisted and squirmed like a living thing. A gray smoke swirled around the bronze box. Anyone who is not blind can see that this is a strange entity. The moment they saw the box, Lu Dafu in the captain's room, he opened his eyes and said, "Found it. In the cargo hold at the bottom of the ship." Upon hearing this, Lu Fei's body flashed with golden light, and he disappeared as a light of escape. He had been so frustrated these 2 days that he was determined to fight the monster to the death. At this time, more than 200 monks who received the message all rushed to the cabin. Although they knew that there were many crises, they would just sit and wait for death if they didn't go. Instead of waiting to be defeated by the monsters one by one, it is better to concentrate their strength and fight to the death. The monks who can cultivate to the Yuan-Tai realm are at least not stupid, and they can still see the situation very clearly. Bai Donglin also stood up and prepared to meet this monster. His fists had been stiff all day. "Brother Bai, wait a minute." Lu Dafu grabbed Bai Donglin. He had to stay in the captain's room to maintain the visual and auditory mother-child talisman of heaven and earth. It was obvious that this ability to coordinate the overall situation was more useful than letting him go to fight head-on. "Brother Bai, don't worry. Let's observe this monster first and see if we can find its weakness. If we continue like this, it may be very dangerous." Lu Dafu is already regarded by Donglin as the last trump card of this operation. Compared with those unfamiliar monks, Bai Donglin is obviously more important. It's not that he is cold-blooded. Someone always needs to take the lead. Bai Donglin should be the last trump card to give the monster a fatal blow. Now it is important to find out the details of this monster and increase the success rate of Bai Donglin's fatal blow. Bai Donglin also stopped when he heard it. Lu Dafu was right. Although he was immortal, it did not mean that he could destroy this monster. His attack was not as strong as his ability to save his life. Lu Dafu pinched his fingers with one hand, pointed at Bai Donglin, and transmitted the picture he saw through the mother talisman. When Lu Fei rushed to the cargo hold, dozens of monks had surrounded the bronze box in the middle. The Grey Fog strangely did not take the initiative to attack, but these monks did not dare to take action first. The strong sense of crisis reminded them all the time that they would die if they acted rashly. Lu Fei looked at the bronze box with a serious expression. He was well aware of the horror of this strange thing, but since he dared to come, he naturally had something to rely on. He solemnly took out a brass lamp. The lamp was covered with scars, and the largest crack almost went through the entire lamp. A breath of time came over him. The wick was made of an unknown material, and a soybean-sized blue flame was burning on it. Lu Fei poured all his true energy into the brass lamp, and the blue flame burned fiercely. Holding the lamp, he walked towards the bronze box step by step. As he got closer, the gray smoke rolled violently. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but take a step back. The gray fog swirled around, and without hesitation, they went straight to Lu Fei. Pounce! Lu Fei looked calm, holding the copper lamp and blowing at the gray fog. A blue dragon of flame was formed instantly, entangled with the gray fog. It worked! Lu Fei's eyes lit up, and he saw a sizzling sound at the junction of the dragon of flame and the gray fog, and a puff of white smoke rose. As the two entangled endlessly, they gradually became weaker, as if they were canceling each other out. Attack the weird body and bronze box together! Lu Fei shouted with sweat on his forehead. He had to maintain the brass lamp, which consumed a lot of energy, and he had no time to attack the weird body. The monks around him suppressed their fear when they heard it, and sacrificed various magic tools to attack the bronze box remotely. For a moment, the cabin was full of light, and countless attacks submerged the bronze box. The aftermath of the battle destroyed all the surrounding goods. Although the cabin and hull were blessed by the formation, it was a pity that the energy core was destroyed and was beaten to pieces. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the bronze box reappeared, flashing with dark light, and the strange pattern squirmed more violently, but it was completely unharmed. Everyone's face changed. The hardness of the bronze box was beyond their imagination. Even the monks in the Lingtai realm did not dare to take such intensive attacks, but this strange body was safe and sound. Although their attacks did not cause any damage to the bronze box, it seemed to anger it. The patterns on the box twisted, and a stronger gray mist came out of the mouth of the patterned ghost face. It circled and pounced on the monks in an instant. These monks did not have the brass lamp to protect their bodies. They would die if they were touched by the gray mist. Dozens of them died in a few breaths. Lu Fei's face was pale, his true essence was about to be exhausted, and the brass lamp would go out in a moment, and he would definitely die. He had to fight to the death. With a determined look, he activated the Yuan-Tai in the Sea of Qi. The golden man burst into a strong golden light. The little golden man hit his chest 3 times fiercely, and a large mouthful of golden blood spit out, spraying directly on the wick of the brass lamp. Snap! The brass lamp cracked directly with a big crack, almost splitting the entire lamp body in half. Boom! A tenfold fierce blue flame suddenly appeared, and the flame dragon seemed to come alive. The dragon's eyes were blazing, and it roared, rushing towards the gray fog. Seeing this, the gray fog no longer chased the frightened monks, and turned around to fight with the blue fire dragon. Lu Fei's eyes were dull, and the arm holding the broken copper lamp trembled slightly. He could no longer activate the next attack, and the brass lamp was on the verge of collapse. But the weird body and the bronze box were still safe and sound. What should I do? Is it going to fail? Bai Donglin in the captain's room opened his eyes, stood up and prepared to go to the cabin. Brother Bai. Lu Dafu, with a pale face, was about to speak but stopped. He had consumed too much of his true energy to maintain the heaven and earth visual and auditory talisman, and was no longer able to fight. But the weirdness was more powerful than he could imagine. Even if he knew that Bai Donglin was extremely powerful, he was afraid that Bai Donglin knew what he was worried about. In fact, he was not sure that he could eliminate the weirdness, but no matter what the result was, he would not die anyway. He smiled and said, "No need to say more, someone has to stand up, right? Don't worry, I won't die." Lu Dafu thought he was just comforting himself, and it was not easy to persuade him. After all, he had to face this weirdness, the difference between active and passive. Now the situation below is bad. If there is any turnaround, it can only be by Donglin. Without hesitation, Lu Dafu took out a purple jade talisman from the Shumi ring and handed it to Bai Donglin, with a hint of pain in his eyes. "This is the life-saving talisman my master gave me. It can actively defend against any form of attack and is enough to withstand 5 attacks from the spiritual monk." Bai Donglin's expression changed. This talisman is indeed precious. Even if he can't use it, he can sell it for money. He is so poor now. Hey, if he refuses, Brother Lu will probably feel guilty. After all, he is going to risk his life now. So he took the talisman happily. Brother Bai. Zi Shaoling, who has been a mascot for the whole day, spoke up. "This is the protective talisman my father gave me. Take it and be careful." Looking at the 5 talismans handed over by Zi Shaoling, they are exactly the same as Lu Dafu's. That's right, they are purple jade talismans. Lu Dafu's expression froze and his eyes twitched uncontrollably. Even though the situation is critical now, he has to say that the second generation of cultivators are really awesome. He even suspected that if all the people on the Kanglan died, this girl might be fine. She might have a precious Chinkuan Demoyi talisman. The battle below was fierce. Bai Donglin did not hesitate, took the talisman, turned into a residual shadow and disappeared. Bai Donglin was extremely fast, and he arrived at the battlefield in a few breaths. The wide cabin was in a mess, and corpses with devoured souls were everywhere. Lu Fei knelt on one knee, the dark blue fire dragon flickered, he was almost unable to hold on. Bai Donglin ignored all this. As soon as he came in, he stared at the bronze box with his eyes. As long as he blew this thing up, everything would be over. The 7-injury fist manual was running at full power, and the surrounding spiritual energy was violently sucked into his body. The white jade body tempering technique made his whole body shine with the luster of jade. His height grew to nearly 2 meters, and his muscles were slightly bulging. He opened his mouth and spit out a stream of white high-temperature gas. The blood and qi in his body were running at full power, generating high temperature, which directly burned the water in the body into high-temperature steam. Boom! The sound barrier was broken instantly, and the sonic boom exploded in the small space was deafening. Clang! Bai Donglin punched the bronze box with all his strength, and his figure instantly appeared in front of the box and kicked it away again. Clang clang clang! For a moment, Bai Donglin's figure was everywhere in the cabin. The bronze box seemed to be fixed in the air, and it was constantly attacked every moment. The sound of metal and stone colliding was endless. A huge force exceeding 100,000 pounds. Violent spiritual energy. High pressure and high temperature compressed air. He released all his strength, and his hard body was torn apart by this terrifying force, and then recovered instantly. The gushing blood was instantly evaporated into blood mist by the high temperature, and his body was shrouded in blood mist and turned into a blood shadow. The gray smoke that was still entangled with the blue fire dragon seemed to sense something, and it rolled and swelled instantly, strangling the fire dragon to extinguish it. Lu Fei spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted directly on the ground. The gray mist solved the fire dragon and turned around and pounced on Bai Donglin in an instant. Bai Donglin ignored the gray mist. He had no way to deal with this thing, so he simply ignored it and attacked its body directly. Gray smoke wrapped around Bai Donglin, swirled around, and went straight into his mind. Unexpectedly, the gray fog's attack was not smooth this time. Bai Donglin's blood was too strong, causing him to have a very heavy pure yang energy. This pure yang energy actually had a restraining effect on the gray fog. However, it only made the gray fog consume more, and the result was the same. It went straight into the spirit platform and attacked his soul. Bai Donglin's soul was instantly torn apart, and a pain beyond the past appeared, making Bai Donglin, who had a strong will, unable to control his body, and the violent attack stopped directly. Bai Donglin, with his upper body naked, stood still, like a perfect body carved out of marble, with sharp muscles. At this time, his whole body was slightly red due to the high temperature generated by the intense friction of the air, and the red blood steam was swirling around his body. After the gray smoke destroyed Bai Donglin's soul, it drilled out of his mind. In its eyes, this was already a corpse. Bai Donglin's shattered soul was instantly restored. He had just been killed by the gray fog and did not gain any enhanced energy. Unfortunately, he thought he finally had a chance to strengthen his soul. Looking at the undamaged bronze box, Bai Donglin frowned. It seemed that the material of the bronze box was very unusual. He had just used all his strength. Even if he tried again, the result would probably be the same. If he wanted to save everyone on the Kanglin, he had to use the backup plan. The method was very simple. Bai Donglin burst out instantly and approached the bronze box at an extremely fast speed. Like kicking a football, he kicked the ball hard and the bronze box was kicked away instantly. It went straight through several layers of hard ship walls. The gray fog in the air stagnated, as if it couldn't believe that Bai Donglin, whose soul was torn apart by it, was actually fine. The gray fog was furious, and instantly drilled into Bai Donglin's mind, directly devouring his soul. When the gray fog just got out, Bai Donglin was resurrected again. Completely ignoring the gray fog, he kicked the bronze box with a powerful kick, and it flew through the entire hull and fell to the river. The gray fog was completely confused. What's wrong with this man? It's okay that the pure yang energy is strong, but every time it is in his body, it consumes a lot of fog. But why didn't he die after his soul was devoured? At this moment, Bai Donglin had jumped off the Kanglin and hugged the bronze box. The gray fog also caught up and began to devour souls again. Bai Donglin was resurrected again, holding the bronze box and swimming away from the Kanglin. This is his backup plan. Since he can't run away and can't kill it, then just take the weird body away and it's done. This weird gray fog can obviously only move around the bronze box. The distance is limited. Bai Donglin decided to take the bronze box to a far distance and sink it to the bottom of the river so that it can no longer harm people. Gray fog guessed Bai Donglin's idea and went completely berserk. It attacked Bai Donglin's soul crazily, causing Bai Donglin to suffer from agony. However, he could also feel that the gray fog's attack was weakening. It had consumed a lot of energy in the battle with the blue fire dragon, and it was constantly consumed by his pure yang energy. It was reasonable for it to weaken. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up when he discovered this. He was extremely fast, shuttling through the water like an arrow. He didn't know what the limit distance between the gray fog and the bronze box was. Of course, the farther the better, until he swam out 20 or 30 miles before stopping. During this period, he was killed dozens of times in a second. Finally, the gray fog's devouring and destroying speed was not as fast as his recovery speed. Damage reversal was triggered. A strengthening energy appeared directly around the soul. He didn't control it and let the strengthening energy strengthen the soul. In fact, this strengthening energy is the same as the strengthening energy generated by damaging the body. He couldn't strengthen the soul before because he couldn't find where the soul was. There was no way to guide it, so he could only strengthen the body. Now it's good, the strengthening energy appears directly around the soul, and it actively strengthens the soul at the first time. Bai Donglin didn't care and let the gray fog help him to refresh his energy. He held the bronze box and dived to the bottom of the river. He wanted to make sure that the bronze box would never see the light of day. The Nujiang River is not only extremely long and wide, but also extremely deep. It took nearly 10,000 meters to reach the bottom. The terrifying water pressure can crush steel. Bai Donglin's bones creaked, his muscles tore, and his internal organs were crushed. Fortunately, he was not killed in seconds. His injuries continued to recover, and the strengthening energy continued to emerge, and his body continued to strengthen and improve. Fortunately, it was the Nujiang River. If it was the sea, he would probably be killed in seconds by the water pressure. Bai Donglin moved slowly at the bottom of the river with the bronze box in his arms. Suddenly, he felt that the temperature of the surrounding river water was a bit abnormal. Looking around, he found a faint fire in the distance. Volcano at the bottom of the river. Bai Donglin noticed the abnormally high water temperature and the fire in the distance, and he was right. The Nujiang River is not much different from the sea in his previous life, so it is not surprising that there is a volcano at the bottom of the river. This volcano at the bottom of the river is definitely a great place to deal with the bronze box. If it is thrown at the bottom of the river, it is likely to be brought to the surface by the undercurrent. Bai Donglin, who has made a decision, holds the bronze box and walks towards the volcanic crack where the fire is shining step by step. As he approaches the magma crack, the temperature of the river water is getting higher and higher, and it has begun to boil, and a large string of white bubbles are rising. At this time, the gray fog in his mind seemed to sense something and stopped attacking. It has realized that it is doing useless work. This person can't be killed at all, and his soul is getting stronger and stronger. If it continues, it will be exhausted by the pure yang energy. As soon as the gray fog came out, it realized what Bai Donglin wanted to do. Roar. Finally, after fighting for so long, the gray fog made the first angry roar. That's it? Anxious? Bai Donglin smiled slightly. Go ahead and yell, it's just impotent rage. Wasn't it awesome when you were on the blue? I just like the way you hate me so much but can't kill me. I'll make you mad. Ignoring the gray fog swirling around, he was already approaching the magma crack. He only needed to sink the bronze box into the magma and it would be over. Seeing that he couldn't stop Bai Donglin, the gray fog turned around in a hurry. Finally, he roared and got into the bronze box. When the gray fog just got in, it seemed as if some program was activated. The bronze box was shining with dim light, and the twisted patterns were squirming wildly. Seeing this, Bai Donglin's expression changed. He was afraid that it would do something else. He stepped forward quickly and threw the bronze box directly into the magma crack. The bronze box fell on the magma, but it did not sink, but floated on the magma. The black light became stronger and stronger, and the pattern squirmed and gradually formed a mysterious and twisted pattern. Bai Donglin frowned. This bronze box looked like it was going to use a big move. Since you don't sink, I'll send you down. Just when he was about to jump, he suddenly thought of something, took off the Sumeru ring, snapped his fingers, and disappeared in an instant. He didn't know what was going on under the magma, but he couldn't damage the Sumeru ring. After doing all this, Bai Donglin jumped down directly, holding the bronze box and diving into the depths of the magma. The temperature of the magma was not high, only more than 2000 degrees, but coupled with this being the bottom of the river, high temperature, high pressure, and a fire poison with spiritual energy. The three-pronged approach still suppressed his recovery speed, and soon he turned into a skeleton. A white jade skeleton holding a bronze box shining with black light dived into the depths of the magma. The gray fog in the bronze box went crazy. Everything was going well until he met this immortal man. At this point, he had no choice but to go all out, otherwise he would be sunk deep into the magma and he didn't know how bad it would be in the future. There will be no chance for at least 10,000 years. The gray fog sacrificed all the souls it swallowed and began to activate the bronze box. Wrong time. Wrong node. Far from enough souls. Failure is absolute, but it has no choice. The result is the same whether it does it or not. Let's give it a try. What if a miracle happens? As all the souls were sacrificed, the black light of the bronze box suddenly withdrew and was swallowed by the wriggling patterns. The bronze box shook, broke away from Bai Donglin's arms, and floated in the magma. An invisible force repelled the surrounding magma. Bai Donglin watched the bronze box like a Rubik's cube and began to rotate and combine non-stop. The patterns on it twisted and squirmed wildly, as disgusting as tentacles. Buzz, a buzzing sound sounded, and the bronze box stopped changing and turned into a huge hollow cube. Countless lines twisted inside the cube and connected to a black dot in the center. As the black dot grew larger and larger, it seemed like a black hole, connecting to an unknown world. Black holes are very unstable, and the virtual and the real rotate wildly, as if they will collapse at any time. Bai Donglin stared at the black hole intently, and a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. There was something very scary in this black hole. An inexplicable impulse emerged. He must stop the formation of the black hole. Bai Donglin, who had grown muscles, burst out with all his strength and rushed towards the black hole. At this time, the black hole flickered wildly, as if it was about to dissipate. Bai Donglin, who had already reached the edge of the hollow cube, didn't care. He stretched out his skinless hands to grab the metal frame of the cube and drilled his head in. Just as his head drilled in, a pair of indescribable eyes suddenly appeared in the black hole, just looking into the eyes of Bai Donglin, who rushed in. Distorted, crazy, depraved, sticky, evil, deformed. Bai Donglin's soul collapsed instantly. Sword Domain, Daluo Sword Sect. A handsome man in a black robe with a long sword on his waist was walking slowly on a mountain path. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped, and his eyes were like swordlight, breaking through the space and looking at the Nujang River. Sanyu, Taihu Lake. An old man in gray clothes was holding a fishing rod by the lake, dozing with his eyes closed. His motionless hands trembled slightly, and he opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the Nujang River. This small movement scared away the dragon fish that was about to bite the hook. Barbarian Domain, Lazy Domain, Mountain Domain. The moment the two eyes appeared in the black hole at the bottom of the Nujang River, the top powers in dozens of surrounding domains were alarmed, and they all turned their eyes to the Nujang River. In the far north domain, there is a palace built on a towering snow-capped mountain. In the extremely luxurious hall, a beautiful woman in palace dress leaned lazily on the throne. The moment the black hole eyes appeared, the woman's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly, and then she snorted in disgust. Humph! Disgusting bug! She stretched out an index finger as white as condensed jade and lightly tapped it in front of her. Nujiang River, the sky dozens of miles ahead of the Kanglan suddenly changed. The white clouds in a radius of thousands of miles turned wildly. It rolled and spun in an instant to form a huge vortex. There were countless lightning and thunder, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rioting. A finger like a jade pillar stretched out from the vortex. It seemed very slow, but it pressed towards the river's surface like lightning. The originally turbulent river surface was instantly pressed by the invisible momentum to be as smooth as the surface of the landscape. The immeasurable amount of river water turned into nothingness before it touched the finger. The rocks and magma at the bottom of the river also turned into nothingness in an instant. The giant finger pressed directly on the huge hollow cube. The aftermath spread, and countless dense space cracks covered the bottom of the river. The sound was silent, and the elephant was invisible. The cube formed by the extremely hard bronze box and the unstable black hole inside were directly wiped out in an instant. The giant finger seemed to have just pressed an ant to death, and then slowly retreated back to the vortex in the sky and disappeared. Dozens of eyes hovering over the Nujiang River also retreated together. The Nujiang River in the riverbed left a huge hole, filled with an invisible force, causing the surrounding river water to be unable to close. Bai Donglin in the magma was affected by the fish pond and was also pressed into nothingness, but this could not be blamed on others. His situation was a bit special at this time. His soul kept disintegrating, and others could not sense that there was a living person next to the bronze box. His soul consciousness was now rotating between life and death, and he had no idea what was happening in the outside world. The body that turned into nothingness appeared out of thin air and resurrected, and at the same time, the soul disintegrated and died. The soul disintegrated, resurrected, disintegrated, resurrected. It was repeated thousands of times until he completely forgot the appearance of the pair of eyes and erased the ominous breath, and the soul stopped disintegrating. Finally alive again. The pain of the soul disintegration tortured him to death. What kind of monster is behind the black hole? Just a glance has such serious consequences. How did the eyes attack him with such terrifying power? Meme? Cause and effect? Or concept? It's really unethical. He is still a 13-year-old child. It's so cruel to deal with him, a rookie monk. It's completely a dimensionality reduction attack. When he came to his senses, he was shocked by the tragic scene in front of him. Where is the bronze box? Where is such a hole? It was here just now. He was lying naked in a huge pit. The magma disappeared, and the river water disappeared. He could see the blue sky when he looked up. What happened? Bai Donglin, who was confused about the situation, stopped thinking about it. Since the bronze box and the black hole were gone, the problem of gray fog should be solved. Although the process was a bit tortuous, he could go back and travel with peace of mind this time. Looking around, the magma was squeezed dry, and the surrounding river water began to flow back. He sensed the breath of the Shumi ring, spent some time to find the ring, took out a set of clothes from the Shumi ring and put them on. Fortunately, I kept a trick, otherwise I would have to run naked. Bai Donglin identified the direction and swam towards the Kanglan. Kanglan. Bai Donglin secretly climbed onto the deck and saw that everyone was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and worshipping. Many people were so excited that they burst into tears. The gods have appeared. Thank you, Lord God, for saving my life. Thank you, God, for exorcising the demons. Bai Donglin was thoughtful when he saw this scene. It should be related to the huge pit. He was too lazy to think about it. He would ask Lu Dafu and he would know. The figure disappeared in an instant and ran to the captain's room. Brother Lu, what's wrong with you? What happened? As soon as Bai Donglin entered the captain's room, he saw Lu Dafu with a pale face and collapsed on the ground. Brother Bai, are you okay? Brother Bai. Lu Dafu and Zi Shaoling were surprised, because the monks in the cabin were either dead or ran away, and Lu Fei also fainted, so he didn't know what happened below. Brother Bai's strength is indeed unfathomable. Facing such a weirdness, he was unscathed. I'm fine. The bronze box is too hard to be destroyed. I took it out and threw it away dozens of miles away and came back. Lu Dafu's face showed a look of realization after hearing this, and he said again, I don't know what this bronze box did, but it actually provoked a powerful person to take action and was killed by a finger. This is at least a powerful person in the return to one realm. A finger in the air from an extremely long distance is really terrifying. I was so scared that my legs were weak and I can't even stand up now. Bai Donglin's expression moved, and he understood almost everything. There was no need to ask again, so as to avoid many unclear explanations. What realm is this return to one realm? The strength is indeed terrifying. Captain Lu Fei also survived. Although his origin was damaged, he saved his life at least. More than half of the more than 200 monks died, and only a small number of those who ran fast survived. They still underestimated the horror of the gray fog. Lu Fei barely recovered some strength, so he organized the staff to clean up the mess and replace the energy core, hoping to leave this unlucky place as soon as possible. 3 days later, the Kanglan continued to sail, speeding towards the Bien Erki territory and the Silver Snake Wharf. The Kanglan returned to peace. Bai Donglin resumed his regular daily routine, practicing the 7 injury fist every morning. He gained a lot from this strange chaos. During the 3 days of replacing the energy core, he secretly dived to the bottom of the river to enhance his energy until the water pressure was no longer useful. His body has been greatly improved, and the strength of one arm has exceeded 89,000 kilograms. This is secondary, the main thing is that his soul has been strengthened. There are many benefits after the soul has been strengthened. The most obvious one is that now he will not feel mentally exhausted after practicing the 7 injury fist 3 times a day. The brain is also more flexible and the thinking is clear. Senses are sharp. The induction of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has become stronger. Unfortunately, he has no practice of soul cultivation, and still cannot guide the strengthening energy to strengthen the soul. Or he can only wait until the spiritual platform is opened in the future, otherwise he can only trigger the reversal of damage at the soul level like this time. Bai Donglin is not in a hurry. As long as he arrives in the wilderness and joins the physical cultivation sect, these problems will be solved. Now he should strengthen his body and lay a good foundation, which will be of great benefit to future cultivation. Set a small goal first, one arm 100,000 pounds. After morning exercise, Bai Donglin went to find Lu Dafu again. Recently, the two of them have had in-depth discussions on the possibility of redeveloping the audiovisual mother-son talisman of heaven and earth, multiple interconnection of subterminals, methods of signal tower and base station construction and other issues. Bai Donglin's wonderful ideas and bold suggestions deeply impressed Lu Dafu. Bai Donglin's idea is very simple, that is, he wants to make the internet. This long road to seeking the truth, if you can't chat and brag online, how boring it would be. When Lu Dafu saw Bai Donglin coming to him, he immediately invited him to sit down and served him tea. This was not because of his brother Bai's strong strength that he was so enthusiastic. He now felt that he and Bai Donglin were like-minded. Brother Bai's internet plan was really to his liking. If he was not interested in this, he would not have practiced the heaven and earth audiovisual mother talisman at such a young age. Brother Bai, please sit down, let's continue to discuss the possibility of implanting the child end into the brain. If the internet is really built, it will be an epic-making feat. Both of them are convinced of this. Time passed quickly, and it was time to dock at the Silver Snake Wharf. Lu Dafu is indeed diligent, passionate, and smart. In just a dozen days, he has squeezed out all the knowledge of Bai Donglin about the internet in his previous life. Not only that, he also put forward a lot of ideas based on the situation of this world. Bai Donglin felt that Lu Dafu was much more fanatical than him. He didn't know if he would cultivate an internet addict. I hope Brother Lu will not abandon his practice because of this. Wu the blue ship made a loud noise, and the Silver Snake Wharf was reached. The Silver Snake Wharf is located in the Bien Erki region, Yuelan country. Because the wharf built along the river is winding like a snake, and the river water is like silver light, it is named Silver Snake. The situation here is similar to Linjiang City. It is under the jurisdiction of the sect, and there is also a Silver Snake City. The people on the Kanglan began to disembark one after another. Many people looked fortunate. They really survived a disaster. When I go home, I must set up a longevity tablet for the immortals, burn incense, and pray day and night to repay the life-saving grace. Bai Donglin and the other two got off the boat together and stood at the Silver Snake Wharf. It's time to say goodbye. Brother Bai, my junior sister and I came to Bien Erki territory to participate in the Talisman Conference. This conference is just right for promoting your internet plan, Brother Bai, and it will definitely attract many like-minded people. When we meet again next time, I will definitely let Brother Bai see the progress of the internet. Lu Dafu's face was full of enthusiasm, which made Bai Donglin a little embarrassed. Well, this Tianfu master was completely led astray by himself. Zi Shaoling is still cute, and her old appearance has not changed at all. Goodbye, Brother Bai. Shaoling will miss you. Ah, it's delicious. Zi Shaoling took a big bite of the butter bread in her hand and said vaguely. Bai Donglin smiled slightly and didn't care. He took out a large can of red milk from the Shumi ring and handed it to her. Zi Shaoling's eyes lit up and she quickly took it. Thank you, Brother Bai. She took out a thin book and handed it to Lu Dafu, which contained some ideas and suggestions about the internet. Then he bowed to the two of them, smiled and said, the mountains remain unchanged, the water flows forever, we'll see you later. Brother Bai, have a good trip. Goodbye, Brother Bai. Bai Donglin nodded gently, and his figure moved and disappeared. Lu Dafu, who was cautious, knowledgeable, a talisman genius, and known as the son of heavenly talismans. Zi Shaoling, who was pure-minded, simple and kind, a mascot, a second-generation cultivator, and a silly foodie. They are all very interesting people, especially this foodie Zi Shaoling. As his body becomes stronger, he becomes more and more sensitive to the taste of blood. He once felt a strange breath on Zi Shaoling. This Zi Shaoling is probably not a pure human. Bai Donglin gathered his thoughts, entered the Silver Snake City, found the largest horse market, and bought 2 of the best dragon-scale horses. He galloped towards the next destination. If you want to cross that shortcut and enter the Leze domain, you must first go to the easternmost border of the Bien Urki domain. It is also necessary to cross half of the border Urki domain and pass through several countries, which is also a long distance. Bai Donglin learned a lot about the cultivation world through Lu Dafu, and knew that traveling in the real cultivation world is not so hard. In the cultivation world, there are domain gates for long-distance travel and flying boats for short distances. Powerful sects will also build small teleportation arrays. The border area is a truly bitter, cold, and remote place. It is so hard to travel. Either you run your legs off or you run your horse to death. Just look at the people on the Kanglan and you will know. It has been too long since I saw a high-level cultivator who actually regarded others as immortals and clamored to set up a longevity tablet. Although the strength is indeed terrifying, it is just a cultivator after all. It's not far, cross the shortcut and enter the Leze domain. That is the real cultivation world. Bai Donglin's eyes are shining. The desert is filled with smoke and the long river is filled with sunset. After traveling for 10 days and crossing several countries, we finally arrived at the shortcut to the Leze domain, the Moya Yinyen Desert. Moya Yinyen is the ancient dialect of the local residents, meaning Sea of Fire of Death. The Sea of Fire of Death Desert. Bai Donglin followed the local customs and wore a white gauze robe with gauze wrapped around his head. In fact, he could do butterfly strokes in the magma pool, so of course he would not be afraid of the high temperature, but he just didn't want to be too conspicuous. The climate here is hot all year round, and the local mortals wear cool clothes, especially women, who show a large waist, slender arms, and wheat-colored skin that looks healthy, full of Lulan exotic style. In this relatively conservative world, it is very rare for women to dress so boldly. He is now wandering around in the city closest to the Moya Yinyen Desert. He needs to collect intelligence, all the information about this desert. He never fights a battle without confidence. If he rushes in rashly, the consequences may not be too good. This city is far from being as prosperous as the cities of Linjiang Yinshi, only because the environment here is too bad, and the architectural style is also very rough. The perennial sandstorms have eliminated all exquisite and beautiful things, leaving only practical objects. There are not many people here, but the proportion of monks is extremely high. There is no meaning for ordinary people to live here. The natural resources are too bad, and the mortals who stay are mainly engaged in the service industry to serve the monks. As for why there are so many monks here, we need to explore it. Bai Donglin went around and walked to the largest restaurant in the city to ask for information. This kind of place with many people and gossip is the best. He walked into the restaurant called Jinsha, found a seat in the hall and sat down casually, and called the waiter. Sir, what would you like to eat? Give me some of your specialties and a pot of good wine. Okay. Please wait a moment, sir. When he is away from home, Bai Donglin will not treat himself badly. Tasting some exotic food is also a little fun on the boring journey. Soon the food and wine were served. After tasting it, it was delicious. Due to the hot climate here, the dishes were relatively light. The alcohol content of the fruit wine called thorny date wine was not high, with a light fruity aroma, cool and delicious. While drinking the wine, he pricked up his ears. With his current hearing ability, he could hear all the conversations in the hall as long as they were not transmitted by secret methods. In less than a meal, he understood a lot of things and got answers to some of his puzzles. Why are there so many monks here? This involves the history of the formation of the Moya Desert. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was no big desert here. Instead, it was part of the Leze domain. It was prosperous and had many sects based here. According to legend, hundreds of thousands of years ago, gods and men fought in the sky. A flaming god was beheaded in the sky. The huge body of the god fell here, turned into a raging flame that burned for thousands of miles. The raging flame could not be extinguished by water, and it burned for 9 years before it went out. The vast land of prosperity was burned into a desert, which is now the Moya scorching desert. Countless sects were buried here at the beginning, and many monks here went into the desert to search for treasures. It is true that people have found ancient treasures in the desert all year round, and some have soared into the sky, so for so many years, it has been inspiring many monks to continue. It is said that there are still shocking secrets hidden in this desert, which are related to the gods who were beheaded at the beginning. If someone breaks into it by chance, as long as he does not die, he will get amazing luck. There are also many dangers in this desert: harsh environment, cruel sand bandits, ferocious beasts, and some killing arrays left by some sects. It can be said that there are many crises. If you run around without any experience, not to mention other things, just getting lost is enough for people to drink a pot. Bai Donglin frowned slightly. He was not interested in the broken treasures from hundreds of thousands of years ago. He just wanted to cross the desert. But for a pure newcomer like him, it was a foregone conclusion that he would get lost the first time he entered. It seemed that he could not go alone. He had to find a tour guide. After drinking the wine in the glass, Bai Donglin paid the bill and left. He left the restaurant and walked straight to the square of the city. From the news he just got, many monks would recruit troops in the square and form teams to go to the desert to hunt for treasures. After all, only a few dared to be lone rangers. Facing the many dangers in the desert, of course, there is strength in numbers. Just find a reliable team and blend in with it to achieve your goal of crossing the desert. Central Square. The Fierce Wind treasure hunting team is recruiting people. Come and have a look. The Yellow Sand team is urgently looking for a formation master. Come on. Come and have a look, little brother. There were many monks in the square, and noisy shouts came one after another. Bai Donglin walked and stopped, observing the various treasure hunting teams. He felt that these monks were too exaggerated and a little unreliable. When he walked to the middle of the square, his eyes were attracted by a group of onlookers. He squeezed in and saw a white cloth with a few large characters written on it, looking for fellow Taoists going to Les Domaine. Under the white cloth stood an old man in gray, stroking his beard and smiling at the crowd, without saying a word. No wonder it attracted onlookers. 99% of the people who came to this desert were treasure hunters. Few people would choose to cross the scorching Moya desert to go to Les Domaine. Although it can save a lot of time, it is not cost-effective compared to the dangers they have to face. They would rather spend 10 times more time to take a detour, which is at least much safer. Time is worthless to most people. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. This is suitable for him. He can observe this person to see if he is reliable. The onlookers gradually dispersed. They all came to find treasures. The most important thing is to quickly find a treasure hunting team that suits them. After waiting for half an hour, the old man finally recruited 3 people, 2 of whom were a man and a woman. Both were masters of the Yuan-Tai realm. Bai Donglin, who was observing secretly, felt that the old man was quite reliable and not a sham. He didn't have much choice, so he walked up to the old man and bowed his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist, I am also going to the Les Domaine. Do you have any requests?" The cultivators do not look at age, but only at cultivation. Those with similar cultivation call each other fellow Taoists. The old man looked Bai Donglin up and down. He had an extraordinary temperament and a steady breath. He should be a master. He smiled and said, "The desert is extremely dangerous. Of course, the most important thing is strength. Fellow Taoist, you just need to show your cultivation. I will make the decision." Bai Donglin nodded slightly and agreed with this method. Then he activated the 7-injury fist manual, clenched his right fist, and a powerful momentum rose. The surrounding sand and dust swirled, and he was about to punch out. "Stop, stop, stop. No need to try, you can join." The old man's forehead was slightly sweaty, and he was shrouded by a strong sense of crisis. He was afraid that this punch would cost him half his life. Although the man's moves were a bit strange, his strength was real, and he couldn't fake it, so he quickly stopped Bai Donglin from punching. Hearing this, Bai Donglin calmed down his blood and stopped attacking. The old man breathed a sigh of relief, gathered the 4 people together, and said, "Crossing the desert, people are more about quality than quantity. With the 4 Taoists joining us, our trip will definitely be smooth. Now please go back and prepare the supplies needed in the desert. We will gather at the city gate tomorrow morning." The other 2 men turned out to be rare twins. Their auras were faintly connected, and they should be good at combined attacks. The other woman was dressed in a black robe and a veil on her face. Her appearance could not be seen clearly, but she was shrouded in a cold aura. It was obvious that she was not an ordinary person. This old man was not simple either. He had a sharp eye and recruited people who were not simple. The four agreed and left. Bai Donglin went directly to the largest market to purchase supplies. First of all, there was a lot of clean water, tents, and various small tools. He also bought a lot of food. In fact, when Qi cultivation reaches the Yuantai realm, you can practice fasting and use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to maintain your body functions. But many cultivators do not want to give up their appetites. After all, there is no saying that one must be pure-hearted and free from desires when cultivating immortals. Zi Shaoling is a good example. Although he himself cannot absorb spiritual energy, he will certainly not starve to death. There is no need to suffer that pain. He is not so he bought a lot of food. Bai Donglin also bought a special mount, the sand scorpion beast, which is a creature that lives in the desert. Over countless years, it has been domesticated as a means of transportation. It is extremely good at running in the desert, has a fast speed, is drought-resistant, and has many advantages. Almost every cultivator who enters the desert has one. After preparing all the necessary supplies, Bai Donglin found a restaurant, had a good meal, and then went to sleep to rest. As soon as tomorrow morning, he will head to the scorching desert of Moya. The next morning, Bai Donglin got up early and walked towards the city gate with the sand scorpion beast. The sand scorpion beast looked like a giant scorpion, with white scales all over its body, and fluff growing between the gaps of the scales. When they arrived at the city gate, the woman in black had arrived first. Bai Donglin thought he was early enough, so he walked over and said hello. The woman in black just nodded coldly and didn't say anything. Bai Donglin smiled and didn't care. After waiting for a cup of tea, the twins arrived, and then the old man appeared. Unexpectedly, the old man was not alone. There was a woman in white with her, also wearing a veil, but judging from her figure and temperament, she should be a beauty. Suddenly I found out why these female cultivators have become popular with wearing veils. Are the cultivators still afraid of getting tanned by the sun? Are they afraid of getting into trouble because they are too beautiful? Or are they afraid of scaring people because they are too ugly? Or is there some secret that cannot be told? When the 6 people arrived, the old man just said hello and did not introduce the woman in white next to him. Others did not ask too much. Several people mounted their sand scorpion beasts and rushed to the Moya desert. This city was originally the closest city to the desert, and the 6 people reached the edge of the desert in a short time. The yellow sand was endless. In his past and present lives, this was the first time Bai Donglin saw the desert. The endless yellow sand dunes in the distance were connected to the blue sky. There was no trace of green on the sand dunes, and the sky was clear and blue, like the sea. The other 5 people looked accustomed to it. It was obviously not the first time they entered the Moya desert. Let's go! The old man called out, and the 6 people rode the sand scorpion beast into the desert. The sand scorpion beast seemed to have returned home, and its speed became faster. It ran wildly, leaving a long tail of smoke and dust. According to the old man, the edge of the desert has been turned upside down by countless treasure hunters. So the first few days after entering the desert are the easiest. You just need to hurry and you will hardly encounter any danger. 5 days later, the group has crossed the safe area and began to slow down and be cautious. It was noon, the sun was baking the desert hot, the air was slightly twisted, as if it was about to burn. The ground temperature was 200 or 300 degrees, and the air was also close to 200 degrees. If it were an ordinary person, he would be roasted into a mummy in a moment. The 5 Qi cultivators all had talismans on their bodies to isolate themselves from the high temperature, but Bai Donglin did nothing. This temperature didn't even make him sweat, so there was no need to put in much effort. At this moment, the sand surface trembled slightly, and a huge sandworm drilled out of the yellow sand and bit the twin boys. The older twin brother was called Shan Wen, and the younger brother was called Shan Wu. The elder brother calmly sacrificed a flying sword and instantly nailed the sandworm in the air. The sandworm had a strong vitality, and it was still twisting wildly even after its head was nailed through by the flying sword. The younger brother Shan Wu took out a big knife and chopped it with one knife. The sword light of dozens of meters instantly chopped the sandworm. The sandworm was broken into 2 halves, and the green viscous liquid sprayed everywhere. No matter how many times I see this thing, it's so disgusting. Bai Donglin said with a little disgust. This sandworm reminded him of some bad things. He wanted him to hit this thing with his fists. Don't even think about it, it's absolutely impossible. So the sandworms encountered in the past 2 days were left to the twins. They were not powerful things, just disgusting. The 6 people kept moving forward. During this period, they encountered several strange beasts and they were easily sent away. They also encountered several waves of treasure hunting teams, but their team was strong and no one dared to provoke them. It was night again, and several people set up camp and prepared to rest. The temperature in the desert at night was extremely low, and the sand scorpion beast was very afraid of the cold, so it was impossible to travel at night. Bai Donglin skillfully took out the tent from the Shumi ring and set it up. His mount, the sand scorpion beast, also began to dig a hole on the spot, and then got in and buried himself in the deep sand, which could keep warm well. After the tent was set up, Bai Donglin got in and lay on the blanket, with his eyes open and thoughtful. It seemed that he was the only one in the team who was determined to go to Lei territory. He always felt that the others were hiding something and that this trip might not be smooth sailing. There were several formations in the old man's tent to ensure the safety and secrecy inside. The woman in white took off her veil, revealing a charming and enchanting face, but her eyes were cold and flashing. The old man stood behind and said respectfully, "Miss, everything has gone smoothly so far. The fish has been hooked, and we can close the net." The woman nodded, turned around and asked, "What details have you found about Bai Donglin? It's really interesting to meet a physical cultivator in such a remote place." The old man hesitated for a moment, shook his head and said, "This Bai is very tight-lipped. He insisted that he was going to Lei Ziyu. Miss, in order to avoid any accidents, do you want to kill him first?" "No, no matter where he comes from, as long as he goes in, he can't do it. Blame his own greed." After the white-clothed woman finished speaking, she took out a clay tablet from the Shumi ring. The clay tablet seemed to be pressed from yellow mud, but it had an ancient atmosphere, as if it had existed in the world long ago. The yellow mud board was covered with rough lines, as if it was scribbled, and vaguely formed a mysterious pattern. The woman stroked the yellow mud board with fanaticism in her eyes, and the old man standing behind her was also excited. "Finally, I have waited for this day." Since she got this yellow clay tablet, she spent a lot of money to figure out the function of this clay tablet, and spent several years crossing hundreds of realms, and finally came to the scorching desert of Moya after untold hardships. In order to find some chess pieces to use, she even deliberately leaked a little obscure information to attract a group of greedy people to use for her. Needless to say, she won the game in the end. She has already succeeded for the most part. The woman in white didn't think about it anymore. She put the yellow mud board on the ground solemnly, took out a dagger and cut her finger, forced out the blood and painted complex runes on the mud board. While writing, she chanted the mysterious formula. Until the blood runes covered the whole yellow mud board, the woman pinched a spell with a serious face. The blood runes on the mud board seemed to come alive, began to twist, and slowly drilled into the mud board. As the runes drilled in, the yellow mud board gradually turned red, until it turned into blood red. The woman in white was happy and said excitedly, "It succeeded." It actually succeeded, even she didn't expect it to be so smooth. Even if she had made countless preparations, she still couldn't believe it until the moment of success. Then she calmed down. Now everything is a foregone conclusion. It's time to close the net. Old Lu. Yes. Miss. Upon hearing this, the old man moved his fingers, and the formation he arranged cracked slightly. The breath of the blood-red mud board leaked out along the crack. Inside the other 2 tents, the twin brothers who were sitting cross-legged and concentrating, and the woman in black, opened their eyes at the same time, with a look of shock on their faces when the breath of the red mud board appeared. The legend turned out to be true. Then he didn't think about it anymore, and took out a talisman jade pendant and crushed it. In less than a moment, a large number of escape lights broke through the night sky and landed in this small camping site. They were divided into 2 groups, sandwiching the tents of the old man and the woman in white in the middle. For a while, the scene was turbulent, and someone cast a spell to summon a strong wind, which blew away all the tents in an instant. Bai Donglin, who was awakened, lay on the blanket, looking at the tent flying farther and farther, with a confused face and a look of despair. "Who am I? Where am I?" At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on the red mud board, and they didn't notice him. "Which, I didn't expect that what you said was true. Unfortunately, you don't take us seriously. After all, you are just making wedding clothes for us. Hand over the clay tablet and I will spare your life." There are 50 or 60 people on both sides, all of whom are masters of the Divine Bridge realm. Although the old man is a great master of the Divine Bridge, he is outnumbered and has no chance to escape. Bai Donglin saw the majestic crowd, and the 5 teammates who had been together day and night but now turned against each other. They were all in the Divine Bridge realm. And the red clay tablet is obviously not an ordinary thing. What about the promise to go to the Lei domain together? What about the promise to help each other? Ha, the clown is actually me. Bai Donglin lay on the ground like a salted fish, motionless, and his heart was so tired. The woman in white looked around, treating everyone as nothing, and sneered and said, "You are very confident, but I hope you can do the same next time." After that, she slapped the red clay tablet hard. The woman in white slammed her palm on the red clay tablet. The clay tablet instantly broke into pieces. Buzz, with a buzzing sound, a blood-red hemispherical light shield appeared with the clay tablet as the center, covering everyone in it at a speed that no one could react to. The blood-red light shield twisted, and the red lightning inside was dancing like a mad snake. The red light flashed and shrank and disappeared in an instant. The Moya scorching desert under the night sky suddenly had strange phases, and red lightning fell from time to time. A large number of treasure hunters were struck by lightning before they could react and disappeared in an instant. Bai Donglin only felt a blackness in front of his eyes. When he felt the light again, he found that he was no longer in the desert, but appeared in an unknown place. There was a blood moon in the sky, and the earth was blood red, as if it was soaked in blood. What kind of hell is this place? It's so weird. Looking around, the woman in white, the old man, and the many monks who suddenly appeared were all there. He calmed down and thought about what happened. It seemed that only the woman in white, the initiator of everything, knew. Bai Donglin decided to wait and see what would happen, and not to be the first to make trouble. Sure enough, someone couldn't help it, and the twin brother Shanwen shouted at the woman in white, "What have you done? What the hell is this place?" The woman in white smiled slightly, glanced at everyone, and said softly, "Don't call me a witch all the time. I have a name. Remember, my name is Mei Honying." Mei Honying finished speaking, and then changed the subject and laughed. As for where this place is? Isn't it the place you dream of entering? Juetian, Jueti, Jurin. Ju Palace in the Sea of Sand. What did you say? The legend is true. Ju Palace in the Sea of Sand actually exists. Everyone was excited. When they got the news released by Mei Honying, they were skeptical. After all, the legend of Ju Palace in the Sea of Sand was too illusory. But even so, they were just in case, so they sent someone undercover to Mei Honying's side. As soon as they received the news that Mei Honying had entered the desert, they followed her from a distance. They didn't expect things to go so smoothly, and they entered the legendary land so easily. Everyone calmed down and looked at Mei Honying and the other person fiercely. Since the goal had been achieved, there was no need for these two people to live. This woman knew the Sand Sea Palace so well, so it would be better to kill her to avoid any unexpected events. The monks looked at each other, and then one of them jumped up, turned into a giant energy tiger and pounced on Mei Honying. Mei Honying did not dodge when she saw this, but stood there with a sneer on her face. The giant tiger transformed by energy was about to kill Mei Honying, but suddenly stopped in the air, the energy dissipated, and the monk inside fell to the ground with a painful face. With a shrill scream, the middle-aged monk rolled on the ground in pain. I saw dense blood-colored runes appearing on his skin, swimming on his skin as if they were alive. In less than a moment, the middle-aged monk turned into a pool of blood. It seeped into the ground, dyeing the blood-colored land even redder. Many monks were frightened and took a step back. The scream was so miserable that one could imagine how horrible the middle-aged monk had suffered. Shanwen's face was pale, and he asked tremblingly, "What did you do?" Mei Honying's face was indifferent, and she looked at everyone with cold eyes and said, "A bunch of idiots. Do you really think I am so careless that I would leak such important information? Everything is just my plan. Now you are all in the blood contract. If you don't want to die miserably, just obey me honestly." The monks looked ugly, careless. Bai Donglin carefully sensed his body and indeed sensed a hidden energy in his blood, which was hidden and unreleased. He didn't care much about this blood contract. At most, he would die once and change his body. However, he did not intend to make trouble, and decided to follow Mei Honying for the time being and act according to circumstances. He was completely in the dark about this place, and did not even know how to get out. If he was trapped in here, it would be troublesome. Mei Honying ignored the people who were thinking wildly. With the blood contract, the life and death of these people depended on her thoughts. They were just a group of pathfinders. Pinch the spell with her hands, close her eyes and sense it. Mei Honying then chose a direction and strode forward. Many monks could only follow behind with sad faces, not daring to resist. After walking for less than a cup of tea, everyone came to a fork in the road. The intersection was divided into two. The strange thing was that the front of the intersection was shrouded in a layer of blood mist, and everyone could not see through the blood mist by various means. Mei Honying stopped, took a look at the fork in the road, and then casually pointed to a monk. "Go, explore the way." The monk who was chosen turned pale, and did not dare to resist. The middle-aged monk who had just died tragically was still vivid in his mind. Then, he hesitated and chose a road and walked forward. Not long after he walked into the blood mist, a scream suddenly came, and then there was no movement. Mei Hongying raised her eyebrows, and the blood contract in her induction suddenly dissipated. It seemed that her luck was not very good. Then she was the first to step onto another road, without hesitation, as if she knew there was no danger. The faces of many monks behind her changed. They finally knew the purpose of this demon woman. She wanted to use them as pathfinders. Unfortunately, life and death were not in their own hands now, so they could only follow with ugly faces. The same scene happened in every corner of this space, and many treasure hunters also encountered a fork in the road. Choose one of two. Choose the right one and you will live, choose the wrong one and you will die. Everyone continued to move forward, and soon they encountered another fork in the road. This time it was a three-way intersection. Mei Hongying randomly selected another monk, and the monk who was selected had weak legs and fell to the ground. The monks who were not selected were all thankful, except Bai Donglin. Mei Hongying frowned and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, move faster." The unlucky monk got up tremblingly. What else could he do? If he chose, he still had a one-third chance of surviving. If he didn't choose, he would die immediately. The monk walked into the blood mist reluctantly, and after a while, he screamed. It seemed that the unlucky monk was indeed a bit unlucky. Mei Hongying continued to point people. This person had a 1/2 chance of surviving. Fortunately, the monk behind chose the right road and did not die. Everyone kept going all the way, and when they met a fork in the road, they would point to the soldiers and generals. Bai Donglin didn't know whether it was good luck or Mei Hongying did it on purpose, but he didn't point him once, and he won all the way. After passing through all the levels and passing through a blood mist, he found that there was no fork in the road ahead. The blood mist also dissipated, and a towering wall appeared in front of everyone. The wall was made of unknown metal and was smooth and bright. On this metal wall, there were 10 dark and deep holes lined up side by side. Everyone present understood what this meant. A narrow escape. Only one of the 10 cave entrances is a way out, the rest are dead ends. Mei Hongying did not send out 10 people at the same time. Although there are still about 40 pathfinders left, it is best to save as it is unknown what will happen later. He randomly selected people and tried one by one. This time, his luck was not good and 7 people died. Mei Hongying looked calm, while the other monks looked like they were played with. They jumped back and forth between life and death, and their spirits were on the verge of collapse. Everyone walked through this dark passage and walked out of the cave entrance. They found that their eyes were bright. This was a huge and bright underground space. In the center of the space stood a huge black palace. The whole was made of unknown metal, reflecting the cold light of the metal, and it looked extremely hard. In fact, the cave entrance was dozens of miles away from the palace. There was a dense forest between the two. The palace was really too huge. It seemed to be right in front of him at such a distance. A monk wanted to turn into a light and fly to the palace. As soon as he left the ground, he was pressed to the ground by the invisible formation and could not move. It was obvious that there was a forbidden flying formation inside, so the only way to get to the palace was to walk through the dense forest. Even the calm Mei Hongying looked solemn. It seemed that this dense forest was not simple. The remaining 30 or so people walked into the dense forest at the urging of Mei Hongying. The monks were not fools, and they naturally knew that there were dangers ahead. They all perked up and used various means to protect themselves tightly. Not long after they entered, an accident happened as expected. An extremely small space crack appeared in an instant and passed through a monk. The monk was unaware and walked more than 10 steps before it broke into 2 halves and fell to the ground. Everyone looked grim. Facing the space crack, their defense was meaningless and would be as fragile as paper. It seemed that this dense forest was the same as the previous one. Life or death depends entirely on luck. Dense forest underground. The group had been walking for an hour, and they had only walked halfway. The dangers everywhere in the dense forest made them dare not increase their speed. The people lined up in a long snake formation, with Mei Hongying, Bai Donglin and the old man walking in the middle, transferring the danger to the monks at the head and tail to the greatest extent. 7 or 8 people died halfway through the journey. Some were bitten by poisonous insects and turned into green water in an instant, some were burned to ashes by flames that appeared out of thin air, and some were swallowed by man-eating plants. There were various ways of death, and if they met, they would definitely die. At this time, they were not like monks with great magical powers, but as fragile as ordinary people, and they could only leave their life and death to luck. At this time, other people appeared in the dense forest one after another. They were desert treasure hunters who were struck by lightning. The dense forest became lively all of a sudden, and the triggered traps could be seen from time to time, and the screams before death came one after another. Mei Hongying's eyes lit up when she saw this, and then she ordered the team to speed up. The traps in this dense forest were formed at intervals. Now there are so many trips of mines, and the safety is greatly improved. Sure enough, as more and more monks entered the dense forest, the chance of encountering traps decreased. Everyone ran at full speed and ran dozens of miles in a short time, and got out of the dense forest. Except for a few unlucky people who triggered the trap and died on the spot, the remaining more than 20 people all walked out of the dense forest alive. The moment they walked out of the dense forest, everyone was stunned by the huge palace in front of them. They couldn't see the top when they looked up, and they couldn't see the edges on the left and right. The whole palace was integrated without a single gap, as if it was made of a whole piece of black metal. There was also a huge stone tablet in the square in front of the palace, with 2 lines of characters engraved on it. Mystical power is not as good as the destiny of heaven, the absolute earth, and the absolute immortal. Bai Donglin's expression moved. Absolute immortal? Didn't Mei Hongying say the absolute heaven, the absolute earth, and the absolute people? It seems that she doesn't know everything. Destiny. So that's it. Bai Donglin was thoughtful. He probably understood why this weird place had such a strange test. Other people's secret realms are either tests of combat power, or tests of talent, or perseverance and will. This place is really a test of one's luck. It is also called fate and fortune. It seems that the owner of this palace had bad luck in the past and died due to destiny, otherwise he would not have such a strong obsession. Bai Donglin stopped thinking about it and followed everyone to the metal palace. In front of the palace was a brass box with a hole on the top. It was surrounded by black fog and it was difficult to see what was inside. Is this a lottery? Mei Hongying glanced at everyone and said slowly, each of you take out one thing from the box and give it to me, and I will cancel the blood contract on you. As expected, Bai Donglin thought the same thing. This was a lottery box. As for what the reward was, it was unknown. Many monks' expressions moved. Although they knew that this box might not be simple and they might die, the temptation to cancel the blood contract was too great, and did they have any choice? Before the blood contract was cancelled, their lives still belonged to Mei Hongying. Then the twin brother Shanwu was the first to stand up. His brother Shanwen had died at the third fork in the road. He carefully reached his hand into the box. The hole was filled with black fog, and he couldn't see inside at all. What he touched depended on luck. Everyone held their breath and watched intently. Shanwu grabbed something with a determined look on his face, slowly pulled his hand out, and spread out his palm. It was a red jade card. Survived. Shanwu sat on the ground with sweat all over his head. It was too exciting. He seemed to smell the smell of death just now. Not bad. Mei Hongying nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect it to be a good start, and it was a very important red jade card. She took the jade token handed over by Shanwu and kept her promise. She pinched the magic formula with her hands, and red runes appeared on Shanwu's skin, twisting and moving, gradually gathering together to become a drop of blood essence, then floating out of Shanwu's body and returning to Mei Hongying's hand. Shanwu collapsed on the ground with a pale face, very weak, which was also the sequelae of taking out the blood contract. Mei Hongying was not afraid that they would cause trouble to her later because of this. These people were on the verge of mental breakdown. If they were not given a little hope, they might not obey. Moreover, they had no use value after passing this level, so she simply made this decision and killed 2 birds with 1 stone. The rest of the people saw that Mei Hongying kept her word, and they all breathed a sigh of relief, and their spirits on the verge of collapse eased a little. Another monk walked up nervously, slowly put his hand into the box, fumbled for a while, grabbed an object and slowly pulled his hand out. It was a broken sword tip with a trace of blood on it. The man's face changed drastically, and the sword tip trembled slightly. A huge sword light instantly swallowed the man, leaving no residue. What a pity. Next one. Under Mei Hongying's urging, one by one stepped forward to draw the lottery. Some people were lucky enough to draw a jade slip, a precious ore, a bottle of elixir, a jade plaque, etc. These people were all fine, and their blood contract was lifted after they handed the things to Mei Hongying. People with bad luck were miserable. They were poisoned to death when they touched a poisonous insect, burned to death when they touched a ball of fire, struck to death by lightning, and hacked to death by swords. The deaths were all strange, but not very painful, and they were killed instantly. The mortality rate this time was not high, with a 1-to-1 chance. Mei Hongying also harvested more than a dozen treasures, and her face was so happy that she smiled. There were only 3 people on the scene who had not drawn the lottery yet. Mei Hongying gave Bai Donglin a look, suggesting that he should draw prize. Bai Donglin was stunned for a moment. He didn't react for a while after winning all the way. He smiled embarrassedly and said, I always thought we were in the same group. It seems that I misunderstood. Sorry, ha ha ha. Mei Hongying raised her eyebrows. Are all physical cultivators fools with muscles on their heads? Is this person not afraid of death? He can even laugh. Mei Hongying has never asked Bai Donglin to explore the way and die. Of course, it is not because she is attracted by Bai Donglin's handsome appearance, but it is rare to meet a physical cultivator, and this person is not in the same group as those cultivators. She has already believed that Bai Donglin just wanted to go to Lei Ziyu, but he just stumbled into this game by mistake. Unfortunately, she will not let him go. Staying at the end is just a habit, just like some people will eat the delicious food first when eating, and some people will save the delicious food for the end. She is the latter. Bai Donglin is a rare physical cultivator, which is special and interesting, so she stayed at the end. Bai Donglin said nothing more and walked calmly to the box. He wondered how lucky he was. While thinking, he reached out his hand and touched it. He felt the many items inside and couldn't judge whether they were good or bad. He could only try his luck. This is, Bai Donglin felt that he touched a round thing. It should be a good thing. Then he pulled his hand out and took a look. His face fell. It turned out to be a small black skull. The black skull turned into a puff of black smoke and instantly drilled into Bai Donglin's mind, rushing straight to his soul, and the whole person fell to the ground instantly. Mei Hongying shook her head with pity, not knowing whether she was sorry for Bai Donglin or sorry that she had lost another treasure. She took out a red jade card and handed it to the old man. The two walked side by side to the palace. The jade card in his hand flashed red, and the two walked through the gate. The other 10 or so people who were not dead saw this scene, and they all climbed up and walked into the palace one by one. They knew the rules when they were drawing the lottery. Only those who had drawn the prize once could enter the palace, or they could enter with the red jade card. The real heaven-defying treasures are all in the palace, so they certainly don't want to miss them. Moreover, if they want to leave this ghost place, there is only a way inside the palace. After everyone left, Bai Donglin opened his eyes and stood up. His soul was indeed destroyed by the black skull, and he was resurrected in an instant. No 6, basic operation. It feels that the treasure hunters in the dense forest will take some time to come out. Bai Donglin decided not to wait for them and prepare to act directly. If I drain the prize pool, you can only blame your own bad luck. A moment of silence for the latecomers. He rubbed his hands and stood in front of the box, grinning and said, then I won't be polite. He rolled up his sleeves and put his hand in roughly. Bai Donglin pulled out his hand and took out a piece of blue metal. He didn't recognize it, but it should be a very precious material. Not bad. He smiled, put it into the shumi ring, and continued to draw. This time, his luck was not very good. He drew a thunder bead, which was instantly blown to pieces by lightning. Resurrection continued to draw. In order to seize the time, Bai Donglin's hand speed became faster and faster. Not every attack drawn could kill him instantly. Some poisons could not kill him instantly, but instead gave him a lot of strengthening energy. After 500 times, Bai Donglin found that the more times he drew, the closer the ratio of reward to punishment was to 1 to 1. His shumi ring was already filled with more than 200 items, which were very valuable. When he continued to extend his sinful hand to the box, an accident occurred. The draw mouth of the brass box was closed. No way? Are you so stingy? Can't afford to play? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows and said in an unhappy tone. If you can't afford to play, don't open a casino. Isn't it embarrassing? Can't afford to play? He activated the 7 injury fist manual, burst out with all his strength, and punched the brass box fiercely. After being hit by such a powerful punch, the box didn't even shake, leaving no trace, and even the sound of the collision seemed to be absorbed. He shook his head, there was nothing he could do. The other party was not willing to give in, so he didn't force it. He walked towards the palace with a little reluctance, looking back every few steps, hoping to see the box lottery opening open again. When Bai Donglin entered the palace, the lottery opening of the brass box suddenly appeared again. At this time, treasure hunters in the dense forest also appeared one after another. Although they suffered heavy casualties, they won because of the large base number. There were quite a few people inside the huge palace. Bai Donglin only felt the light in front of his eyes shaking, and when he came to his senses, he was already in a huge coliseum. Looking around, he found that he was standing on the stands. Mei Hongying, the old man, and the monks who came in earlier were all nearby, but there were a few monks missing, and he didn't know where they went. Hey, hello, what's going on now? The people who were concentrating on staring at the Colosseum were all stunned when they heard this familiar voice. You're not dead. Mei Honying widened her charming eyes and opened her mouth slightly. She was obviously shocked by Donglin's resurrection. Mei Honying's heart was in turmoil. She was very sure that Donglin was dead at that time. His soul aura dissipated and the blood contract was automatically dissolved. As the controller of the blood contract, she would never be wrong. But what about this lively person in front of her? Could it be another pair of twins? Mei Honying took a deep look at Donglin and said slowly, I didn't expect that I underestimated you. It is said that you physical cultivators have tenacious vitality and are indestructible cockroaches. It really lives up to your reputation. Donglin smiled slightly without too much explanation. It was normal for him to be mistaken for a physical cultivator with his physique that exceeded the limits of the human body. He currently only lacks the cultivation of physical cultivation. Practice the exercises, and then join the sect. With his current physical foundation, it will not be difficult for him to soar to the sky. Miss May, at this point, there is no need for us to be hostile to each other. To be honest, we don't have any deep hatred. Maybe I should thank you for this opportunity. This place is so dangerous. Tell me what you know. Maybe we can help each other. What do you think? Of course it was fake. Donglin smiled on the surface, but he had already decided to kill this vicious woman when he had the chance. If it weren't for his immortality, he would have been killed by this woman. This is a murderous revenge. Hearing this, Mei Honying covered her mouth and laughed. Mr. Bai is really broad-minded. I am very moved. After leaving the Shanghai Palace, I will definitely have a drink with Mr. Bai and have an in-depth exchange. Where's your sister? Donglin smiled and nodded. Miss May has such a refined taste, of course I will be ready to welcome you. But now let's discuss how to deal with the Absolute Palace in the Sand Sea. I am weak and I am afraid that I will die in this Absolute Palace if I am not careful. The two people with different thoughts exchanged with smiles and pleasant expressions. The monks next to them looked at Donglin with disdain. He was bullied by this vicious woman like this and still wanted to be a licker? It was also because they were not strong enough now and could not beat the old man, otherwise they would definitely fight to the death with him to avenge their fellow disciples who died tragically. Through the communication with Mei Honying, Donglin also roughly understood the current situation. The center of the Colosseum will randomly refresh a treasure and will also introduce the information of the treasure. Those who are interested can challenge it. If they succeed, they will enter the next level with the treasure. If they fail, of course they will die. At this time, a blue long sword was suspended in the center of the Colosseum. Staring at the sword, a piece of information appeared in Donglin's mind. The Jade Wave Sword, Water Attribute, Medium-Grade Spiritual Treasure. Donglin's expression moved. It turned out to be a spiritual treasure. You should know that even ordinary Lingtai realm cultivators don't have spiritual treasures. A magic weapon can only be called a spiritual treasure if it has spiritual wisdom. Each spiritual treasure is unique and extremely precious. I'm afraid that even cultivators in the Yuanshan realm and the Dharma realm will be tempted by this Jade Wave Sword. The weapons used by ordinary people in this world are all called ordinary weapons, while the cultivation world divides magic weapons into law, spirit, saint, Tao, and immortal. Each is divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and extreme. The gap between each grade is huge, which can be said to be a world of difference. There are many Lingtai realm cultivators who are still using magic weapons. This Jade Wave Sword is suspended below, and even Donglin is tempted. Unfortunately, someone has challenged it now, and the rest cannot participate in the competition. At this time, there was another change below. I saw a ripple in the air, and a broken body fell to the ground. Failed. The Jade Wave Sword flashed and disappeared along with the body of the cultivator. Everyone in the stand showed regret in their eyes, and it was obvious that they all felt sorry for the Jade Wave Sword. A glow flashed in the center of the arena, and another treasure slowly emerged. It was a white jade bottle, and inside the bottle was a golden round bead, emitting a faint golden light. A message emerged in everyone's mind. Dragon blood. This was actually a drop of dragon blood. Although I don't know what it is used for, it is also an extraordinary treasure when it comes to creatures like dragons. Donglin did not do anything. Although the dragon blood was precious, it was useless for him to hold it. The old man Lu next to him looked at Mei Honying excitedly and said, "Miss, let me get the dragon blood for you." Seeing Mei Honying's hesitation, the old man Lu said again, "Sooner or later, you have to go into this arena. It was the young lady's father who saved me. My life has long belonged to the Mei family. Old Lu, be careful." Old Lu nodded, jumped off the arena, a ripple flashed in the air, and his figure disappeared. "Don't worry, Miss Mei, Old Lu is a lucky man, and nothing will happen. Bai Donglin comforted her. Mei Hongying nodded absent-mindedly. I wonder what the effect of this dragon blood is that makes Miss Mei like it so much. Mei Hongying glanced at him and said slowly, dragon blood has many uses, such as refining tools, refining pills, and internal consumption. As for me, I have other uses for this dragon blood, so I can't tell you. Bai Donglin smiled and didn't ask any more questions. After a cup of tea, ripples appeared in the air below. Old Lu fell out of it. He was seriously injured, his breath was weak, and his right arm was broken at the root, but at least he survived. The jade bottle suspended in the air slowly floated in front of Old Lu. Old Lu took it excitedly, jumped onto the stands, handed the dragon blood to Mei Hongying and said, Miss, your dragon blood. Mei Hongying took the jade bottle excitedly, and quickly took out a bottle of healing pills, and asked Old Lu to heal his wounds. The monks around saw that Old Man Lu was seriously injured and had the dragon blood. They looked at each other and were about to kill the woman to avenge their hatred. Mei Hongying noticed their actions, turned around and glanced at them with a cold look, pinched the spell and sacrificed a blood-colored flying sword. This flying sword was like a living thing, making bursts of sword sounds, circling around Mei Hongying. Ling Bao. It was another Ling Bao flying sword. Although it was far inferior to the middle-grade Ling Bao Bibo sword, it was full of spiritual aura and was indeed a genuine Ling Bao. This Mei Hongying was indeed hidden, and she also had such a killer weapon. The monks froze, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying, and retreated awkwardly, retreating a long way away. They didn't dare to stay with Mei Hongying at all, for fear of being beheaded by the Lingbao flying sword. In this short time, changes occurred under the Colosseum. Ripples appeared, and a treasure slowly emerged. It was a black jade tube the size of a finger. As the information emerged in his mind, Bai Donglin's expression moved, and his eyes showed excitement. Divine power, Eye of the Soul. She controls magic, and body controls supernatural power. Supernatural power, this is the exclusive secret method of body cultivation, and it is also a soul-type supernatural power, which is extremely precious. Bai Donglin didn't have time to think about it. He was afraid that others would get there first, so he used his body skills, leaving a long trail of afterimages, and jumped off the stands. As ripples emerged, the figure disappeared. Bai Donglin felt like he had passed through a layer of bubbles and instantly appeared in a wide and dark space. In the center of the space was a huge stone table, on which 2 light balls were suspended, each with a character in it. One was luck and the other was war. Bai Donglin stared at the light ball, and some information came to his mind. It turned out that there were 2 ways to challenge this, one to test luck and the other to test combat power. If you choose one of them, you can get a reward if you pass it. If you choose luck, 10 cups of wine that look exactly the same will appear, 9 of which are poisonous wines that will kill you if you touch them. As long as you choose the non-toxic wine and drink it, the challenge will be successful. If you choose the wrong one, you will be poisoned to death and the challenge will fail. If you choose fight, 100 monks of the same realm will appear in the hall. If you win the battle, you will pass the challenge. Bai Donglin smiled slightly. He didn't expect that Ju Palace would become quite humane now. But how did Old Man Lu pass such a difficult challenge? Is it because the challenge is different depending on the preciousness of the reward? It seems that this magical power is much more precious than dragon blood. It's not that he looks down on Old Man Lu. It's impossible for ordinary people to pass this difficult challenge without cheating. One is a life or death struggle, and the other is a one-on-one fight against 100. Bai Donglin is confident that he can win against 100 monks of the same realm. He is immortal and indestructible, and he is not afraid of damage. What he is least afraid of is a group battle of attrition. He can win, but it is not necessary. He still chose the more labor-saving one or the death struggle, and reached out to grab the light ball with the word luck. The light ball broke as soon as it was touched, and the word luck turned into a light spot and disappeared, and the other light ball also disappeared. A flash of light appeared on the stone table, and 10 white jade cups appeared out of thin air, all filled with clear wine. Bai Donglin observed carefully and found that they were exactly the same, whether in color or taste. He could only choose by luck. As long as you drink the non-toxic wine, you will pass the challenge, right? Bai Donglin chuckled and took out an iron bowl from the Sumeru ring. This was his eating utensils. He put the bowl on the table and poured all 10 glasses of wine into the bowl. Being poisoned to death is very painful, so he might as well get it done in one go. Bai Donglin picked up the iron bowl and drank it all in one gulp without hesitation. Good wine. Before he finished speaking, the whole person and his soul turned into nothingness. In a breath, the naked Bai Donglin appeared out of thin air. Oh my god. This poison is too overbearing, right? It turns people into nothingness, but even my clothes are melted away? Bai Donglin was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly picked up the Sumeru ring. Fortunately, the material of the Sumeru ring is known for its hardness, and this poisonous wine is mainly aimed at the human body, so there is no damage. He took out his clothes and put them on. At this time, a wave of fluctuations swept back and forth, as if confirming something. Space ripples emerged, wrapped Bai Donglin and disappeared. In the Colosseum, Bai Donglin appeared out of thin air without any damage, and the black jade tube floated over automatically. Bai Donglin took it excitedly. What a good thing, practicing the magical power of the soul, this time I made a lot of money. He put the jade tube into the Shumi ring, ignored the shocked eyes of the people in the stands, and disappeared with a thought, but left the Colosseum. Each person can only take on the challenge here once, and it is useless to stay here, so he simply entered the next place, and got rid of this Jew palace as soon as possible, so as to leave as soon as possible. The picture flows, and when Bai Donglin regains his sight, he has appeared in a world of ice and snow. He stretched out his palm and caught the goose feather like snowflakes. The cold wind blew on his face. It was so real, this was indeed a real world. This Shanghai Jew palace might really be related to the corpse of the god that fell from the 9 heavens. It is incredible to incorporate the small world into the palace. Retracting his thoughts, Bai Donglin followed the guidance in his mind and walked towards the towering snow-capped mountains in the distance. The challenge of this small world is to climb to the top of the mountain. It doesn't feel very difficult. Half an hour later. Halfway up the mountain, Bai Donglin was panting heavily, and his hair and eyebrows were covered with icicles. What the hell is this place? It's so cold. Bai Donglin was shivering with cold, and the strong blood in his body was running wildly. The temperature brought by the high-speed running blood barely maintained the core temperature of the body. If the core temperature of the body is too low, it will cause organ failure and death. This place is too weird. He doesn't know how cold it is here, but it is definitely not simple to freeze him like this. This is not a naturally formed low temperature. There must be a formation to maintain all this. The only thing that made him satisfied was that the low temperature here triggered the damage reversal, although it was only a little weak energy. The damage caused by the low temperature here was very weak, at least it was not fatal. The only thing that made him sick was that the negative effect was too terrible. Not only was his movement slow, he felt that his brain was frozen and his thinking was slowed down. After a short rest, Bai Donglin continued to climb up. The mountain was so steep that he had to insert his hands into the hard ice and climb up little by little, just like rock climbing. Not long after climbing, a strong wind suddenly blew again. Bai Donglin clung to the ice wall tightly. The cold wind was so clear that it seemed to blow into people's bones and souls. Bai Donglin felt that his soul was about to be blown away. Along with the cold wind, there was also an inexplicable aura descending. This aura seemed to come from this world, preventing him from continuing to climb. Bai Donglin felt that his consciousness began to sink, and there seemed to be a voice in his head saying, "Give up, don't resist, the power of heaven and earth is irresistible." Snap! A crack appeared on the ear, and it fell off directly due to the wind. There was no trace of blood on the wound. The snapping sound of the ear falling by Donglin was startled awake. It was a close call. Fortunately, he was determined, otherwise he would have been hit. He immediately stabilized his mind and strengthened his will to fight against the omnipresent trend of heaven and earth. No, if he continued like this, he would fall down. He would not die, but he would have to start all over again. He made a great effort at the first time, but then he failed. He might not be able to climb up again. Bai Donglin forced himself to be energetic and took out a fiery red stone from the Shumi ring. There was a thin layer of flame burning on the surface of the stone. He didn't know what kind of stone it was. He got it from the box by lottery. He only knew that the stone would emit high temperature. Bai Donglin wanted to open his mouth and swallow the stone into his stomach, but he found that his mouth and throat were frozen, and his muscles were stiff, so he couldn't open his mouth at all. He thought for a long time. His thinking was very slow at this time. He had to think for a while about things that he didn't need to consider at all. He took out a knife from the Shumi ring. It was a top-grade magic weapon, which was also won by lottery. Without thinking too much, he held the long knife in one hand and cut open his chest with one knife. Thanks to the low temperature, his defense became very weak, so he could easily cut open his chest. Bai Donglin pressed the flame stone into his chest and placed it next to his heart. A stream of heat was conducted into his heart and then flowed through his body through the blood. The blood temperature was getting higher and higher, and it was running faster and faster, and the whole body was warmed up. Bai Donglin opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of white air. He was finally able to move again. It was really awesome. He almost froze to death. Feeling that his hands had regained strength, Bai Donglin continued to climb up. He was not far from the top of the mountain. In the cracks on his chest, red flames flickered. Superhero cyborg? Or the giant of light Ultraman? Bai Donglin felt that he was more like Ultraman now. He would never be defeated, especially when the red light was flashing. He could always burst out with powerful power to defeat the enemy. This is the will of light that never yields. His will was suppressed by the trend of heaven and earth, and he was almost frozen to death by the low temperature. Not only did he not yield, but he could also come up with such a perfect solution. He felt that he was a genius. With super strong recovery ability, tenacious will, and the heat provided by the flamestone, Bai Donglin finally climbed to the top of the mountain at the cost of 2 ears, 1 leg, and 3 fingers. Unexpectedly, the temperature on the top of the mountain was very normal, warm as spring. Bai Donglin lay on the ground and gasped for breath. His body temperature gradually returned to normal, and his recovery ability gradually improved. Ears, fingers, and legs all grew out, and the internal organs squirmed to squeeze out the flamestone, and the wound healed quickly. In a dozen breaths, he was revived with full blood. After recovering, Bai Donglin stood up and looked around, and found that there was a round stone platform in the middle of this small mountain top. The stone platform was engraved with patterns all over, and countless fist-sized light balls were floating above the stone platform. The light balls rotated and danced, forming a huge vortex between the stone platform and the sky. The white light was flowing and colorful. Bai Donglin walked towards the stone platform. Looking at the light balls flying all over the sky, is it time for another lottery? A message appeared. Sure enough, completing the challenge can draw 2 light balls as rewards. There are all kinds of strange items in the light balls, with different degrees of rarity. It really depends on luck. The master of Ju Palace was probably an old gambler when he was alive. Bai Donglin didn't think much about it. According to previous experience, there is no loophole to exploit at this time. Then he jumped up and grabbed a light ball with both hands. When the 2 light balls were caught, the rest of the light balls disappeared like bubbles. Spreading out his palms, the left hand grabbed an irregular object the size of a marble, which was purple and gold in color. The right hand grabbed a transparent jade bottle, in which a pill the size of a longan could be vaguely seen. There were 4 pill patterns on the pill, like a living thing flowing around the pill. Staring, the general information of the reward emerged in his mind. Unknown mysterious seeds, using essence and blood to cultivate plants with spiritual intelligence. The type is unknown, and the effect is unknown. This purple gold marble turned out to be a seed. Bai Donglin was very curious. He thought it was some precious material because of its metal-like texture. He didn't expect it to be a seed and could be kept alive. He put the purple gold seed into the Shumi ring and prepared to go out to study it carefully. Shengsheng Zhaohua Dan, the 4th turn heavenly elixir, can repair the injuries of the foundation and has a certain chance to improve the quality of the foundation. The 4th turn golden elixir. This is also a priceless treasure. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can take it out for trading. It is a good treasure that is priceless. The 9th turn of the golden elixir, the 9th grade of the spiritual elixir. This is the grade classification of elixirs in this world. The elixir with elixir patterns on it is the golden elixir. The elixir with less than 3 elixir patterns is the earth elixir. The elixir with 4, 5, or 6 elixir patterns is the heavenly elixir, and the elixir with 7, 8, or 9 elixir patterns is the immortal elixir. The elixir without elixir patterns is uniformly called the spiritual elixir, and it is divided into 9 grades according to quality, with the 1st grade being the highest and the 9th grade being the lowest. This Shengsheng Zhaohua Dan is the 4th turn heavenly elixir with 4 elixir patterns. The value of this elixir is inestimable. It is also a healing elixir that can heal the wounds of the Taoist foundation. He solemnly put it into the Shumi ring. Who knows, this elixir will be of great use in the future. Bai Donglin did not think about it anymore. The most important thing now was how to get out of this Ju palace. Looking around, he found that a brass waistplate had appeared on the empty stone platform. He went forward to pick up the waistplate. There were complicated inscriptions on the back and a dragon-like and phoenix-like Ju on the front. Staring at the word Ju, a stream of information flooded into his mind. Bai Donglin's eyes showed enlightenment. So that's it. Mei Hongying's yellow mud board was indeed made by the Ju Palace in the Sanxi. It has been hundreds of thousands of years. I don't know how many mud tablets have been lost. Holding the yellow mud tablet can open the outer test of the Absolute Palace in the Sanxi. Only cultivators below the Lingtai realm can enter. If you pass the outer test, you will get a brass waist badge. The winner of the brass waist badge can participate in the core inheritance trial that opens once every 10,000 years. Those who pass the trial can inherit everything in the Absolute Palace. After hundreds of thousands of years, the inheritance trial has been held for who knows how many times, but no one has passed. It turns out that after all this time, I am still wandering around the periphery. Is Mei Honying's purpose the brass waist badge? There is still a long time before the next inheritance trial. Maybe I will have a chance to come in and fight. Bai Donglin knows that the inheritance trial will not be as trivial as the outer test. Just the fact that it does not restrict cultivation is not simple. Concentrating thoughts, it is too early to think about these things. Let's leave this absolute palace first. It's a pity that there is no chance to kill Mei Honying now. I wanted to wait for her to pass a few more levels before harvesting. Who knew that the outer periphery of the absolute palace ended here? However, with this woman's ambition, she will definitely come in next time the core inheritance is opened, and it won't be too late to harvest then. Bai Donglin followed the instructions in the waste card and stood on the stone platform. This stone platform has a teleportation function. Just as he stood on the stone platform, the inscriptions around the stone platform began to flash. Bai Donglin suddenly had a flash of inspiration and shouted loudly, "Brother Shirtai, can you please send me to the wilderness?" The light around the stone platform stagnated, and then a stronger light flashed, a strong space wave rippled through, and Bai Donglin's figure on the stone platform disappeared instantly. This was the first time Bai Donglin used the teleportation array. He only felt that he had entered a strange space with flowing light and color. A layer of energy wrapped around him, and his thoughts stagnated. I don't know how long it took, but it seemed like only a moment had passed. A white light flashed and the teleportation ended. When Bai Donglin regained consciousness, he found that he was falling madly. Looking around calmly, he should be in the sky. The falling speed was getting faster and faster, and his body was rubbing against the air fiercely. Bai Donglin roughly estimated that he had fallen tens of thousands of meters. Passing through the clouds, the land below appeared in sight, an endless primeval forest. The speed was getting faster and faster, getting closer and closer to the ground, running the skills with all his strength, and the whole body was shining with the luster of jade. Boom boom, a huge roar, smoke and dust rose up, like a meteorite hitting. Bai Donglin only felt that his head hit a very hard object, and his brain was instantly shaken into a paste. This stone platform, could it be intentional? Definitely intentional, right? Bai Donglin decided to use this stone platform to fill the manure pit in the next core trial. His brain recovered and he was resurrected instantly. He stood up from a big pit and found that there was an unknown beast corpse under his feet. It was in his head was cracked. It was deader than dead. At this time, the smoke and dust fell, and Bai Donglin saw that there were more than a dozen people around the pit, some men and some women, some dead and some alive. A few monks who could barely stand saw Bai Donglin coming out of the pit and hurriedly saluted respectfully and said, "Thank you for saving my life. Thank you for your righteousness and killing the beast." From their words, Bai Donglin instantly understood the situation. It seemed that he happened to kill the beast and saved them, so he smiled and said, "Everyone, you are welcome. Seeing injustice on the road, we should help each other. This is the basic virtue of our generation of monks." I don't know where the stone platform teleported him. I am unfamiliar with the place, so it is very helpful to build a good relationship with these locals. The admiration on the faces of several people became stronger after hearing this. Listen. Everyone, listen. What is a master? What is a noble character? Everyone looked at Bai Donglin, who was smiling even though his clothes were tattered, as if he was glowing. Bai Donglin stopped the white jade body tempering technique that was still running wildly in his body, and the fluorescence on his body converged. He stepped forward and started chatting with everyone. It turned out that they were cultivators from the nearby Iron Bone sect, and they took the young cultivators of the sect to the main city to participate in an important assessment. Unexpectedly, when crossing the Lank Mountains, they encountered this powerful beast. If it weren't for Bai Donglin, they would have been wiped out. Bai Donglin nodded. This beast was indeed powerful and had a very hard head. He was made of steel and iron, and his full defense of running the white jade body tempering technique was even more amazing. Falling from a height of tens of thousands of meters, such a terrifying potential energy hit the beast's head, and the beast was smashed to death by him. It was not that the beast was weak, but that Bai Donglin was an iron-headed kid. At this time, everyone took the healing pills, and their injuries gradually recovered. The strong blood and chi in their bodies began to circulate, and they exuded a fierce aura. Sensing the strong blood and chi in the body of the cultivator in front of him, Bai Donglin's eyes lit up, and then he asked in a somewhat urgent tone, "What realm is this?" Although everyone was a little surprised why Senior Bai asked such a question, they still answered respectfully out of respect for Senior Bai's noble character. Reply Senior. "This realm is the wilderness. It is indeed the wasteland. Hut Bai Donglin let out a long breath, his expression relaxed for a while, and decided to spare Shirtai this time. Although the means were a bit clumsy, fortunately he was sent to the wasteland. The various dangers along the way really confused him. If he were to cross the wider Laissez domain again, he didn't know how many twists and turns there would be. Now it's alright, just one step. Now all we have to do is find the most powerful body sect in the wasteland to join, and everything will be fine. Bai Donglin showed a gentle smile and asked everyone, I wonder what the most powerful sect in our wasteland is? Isn't Senior Bai from the wasteland? Someone asked doubtfully. The wasteland includes dozens of surrounding domains, and it is impossible for a cultivator to not know such a simple question. Indeed, I came from a distant realm, and I came to the wasteland with great difficulty just to worship in the body cultivation sect. Everyone showed a look of sudden realization. It was indeed so. Otherwise, with Senior Bai's high strength, it is impossible for him not to know these common sense, so everyone began to explain to Bai Donglin. The wasteland, including dozens of surrounding realms, is the world of physical cultivation. These numerous realms are divided and ruled by two major physical cultivation holy places. The traditional physical cultivation holy place Jidao Xingzong and the new physical cultivation school Shinshua Xingzong are said to have been one and the same long time ago. Later, due to differences in ideas, Shinshua Xingzong split off and established its own mountain gate. The two sects have disliked each other since ancient times. They both think they are the strongest physical cultivation holy places. They are of the same origin and love and hate each other until now. Until now, the two sects each rule dozens of realms, and they still can't tell who is better, and they are evenly matched. And this wasteland is the base camp of Jidao Xingzong. In addition to these two giants, there are countless physical cultivation sects in these numerous realms, large and small, and the best among them cannot be underestimated even by the two giants. The Tiegu sect is a small sect among them. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up when he heard this. This place was simply a paradise for physical cultivation. With so many sects, of course he had decided to join the Jidao Xingzong. Of course, he would join the strongest one. Only powerful sects have inexhaustible resources for cultivation, countless magical skills, and the shade of a big tree. There was another reason why Bai Donglin made this decision, and that was because it happened to be the Jidao Xingzong's disciple recruiting ceremony that was held every 20 years. The people he saved were going to the main city to participate in the Jidao Xingzong's assessment. It was truly a wonderful fate. In addition to the news, he also learned a piece of common sense, which also solved his original doubts, that is, about his second brother's sect, the Shenhua Sword sect. It turned out that these sects are called eyes by the people in the cultivation world, the eyes of the holy lands of the major sects. The only meaning of their existence is to discover talents for their own sects. To discover the true cultivation geniuses. These eyes are spread all over the major realms, and the scope of the eyes varies depending on the size of the forces. Even the dozens of realms of body cultivation are also full of eyes, and the same is true for body cultivation. Outside the territory they rule, they spread a large number of eyes to discover talents for the sect. Chi cultivation and body cultivation have reached a consensus on the issue of eyes and do not interfere with each other because there is no fundamental conflict. Chi cultivation cares about true spirit talent, while body cultivation cares about physical talent, whether there is a divine body or a holy body, etc. If there is a conflict between the two, they will use their own means. Unfortunately, the border area is too remote, and the body cultivation is not as large as the chi cultivation. There is no eye set up in this bitter and cold place, so we can only come to the door with great effort. This is also why those sects do not interfere with the development of the secular world, because their purpose is only to cultivate geniuses, and the worldly disturbances are nothing but passing clouds to them. As long as there is no great turmoil in the secular world, they will not intervene. Great turmoil means the death of a large number of people. Even if only one genius is born in a population of 100 million, they will not accept this loss. They may take action to prevent the turmoil from happening. The importance of talents in this world has reached a terrifying level. What is 1 in 10,000, 1 in a million, and 1 in 100 million? People just start from 100 million. It is much more exaggerated than his previous life. I dare not imagine how many perverted monsters have gathered in these sects and holy places over countless years. However, in Bai Donglin's view, this is indeed a very advanced concept. After all, cultivation attaches great importance to talent. Bai Donglin's mind turned, and he had a general understanding of the various systems and levels of Qianyuan realm, and the intricate relationships between them. Crackling, the bonfire was burning, and the monks around who had recovered from their injuries were lying down to rest. Bai Donglin looked at the jumping flames, and his heart was full of thoughts. He has already discussed with everyone that tomorrow morning, they will go to the main city of this region to participate in the assessment. Bai Donglin is still confident that he can pass the test. His body has been continuously strengthened and has a deep foundation. He feels that he is not much worse than those divine bodies, and he has 2 trump cards that can defy the heavens. Jidao Xingzong, he is determined to enter. This is the first step on his road to the Great Way, and Jesus can't stop him. Suppressing the ripples in his heart, Bai Donglin just wanted to lie down and rest, but then he remembered that he was in the absolute, the harvest in the palace, and the things that happened one after another made him have no time to check carefully. He took out the black jade tube, which was the magical power, the eye of the soul. He placed the jade tube on his forehead and concentrated on sensing it. After a while, Bai Donglin took back the jade tube with a look of regret in his eyes. To practice this magical power, at least the spiritual acupoints must be opened in the Xinqiao realm before practicing. He has not yet started systematic practice and is not clear about the realm division. Without thinking anymore, he took out the mysterious seed again. Juegong introduced it as an unknown seed. Even Juegong, who is so powerful, does not know the details of this seed. In Bai Donglin's opinion, it should not be simple. This seed is purple and gold, and looks quite gorgeous. It can't be a potato or tomato seed, right? With a slight smile, he would know if he tried it. He controlled the skin of his fingers and forced out the blood. The blood was as crystal clear as a blood diamond, and it actually had a hint of gold. He squeezed the blood on the seed. The seed seemed to be a sponge, absorbing all the blood without leaving a trace. After a long while, Bai Donglin estimated that he had released about 500 milliliters of blood. The seed stopped absorbing blood, as if it was full. It emitted a faint purple light and returned to its original state. He shook his head. It seemed that it would take more than a day to cultivate it. Although he had the most essence and blood, this little guy had a small appetite. In addition to these 2 things, the things he got in Ju Palace were Shengsheng Zhaohuadan and the brass waistplate. Both of these things were extremely precious. They were of no use to him now. He kept them well and saved them for later. In addition, there were more than 200 items won in the brass box by lottery. They were much worse than those treasures, but they were not useless. Just like the flamestone, it saved his life. After counting the things, Bai Donglin became sleepy and lay on the ground, closed his eyes and began to sleep. Crackling, the flames of the bonfire kept jumping, and sparks rose to the sky. Like fireflies. Flying farther and farther. Happy. 3 days later. Bai Donglin and the Tiegu sect finally arrived at the main city of this area after a long journey. There is no country or dynasty in the wilderness. All of them are ruled by huge main cities. It is similar to the city-state system of ancient Greece in the previous life, but these main cities are all affiliated with the Jidao Holy Sect. The city lords are all disciples of the Holy Sect, and they are considered peripheral forces of the Holy Sect. The area of the wilderness is too vast. How many people there are and how many ancient cities there are, even the people of the Tiegu sect who were born and raised here are not clear. Looking at the towering Taishang main city in front of him, a vast, ancient breath of time came to his face. Bai Donglin was shocked. It was too magnificent. The city walls, which were thousands of feet high, were all made of huge black iron piles. The surface was covered with inscriptions and magic arrays. They were extremely hard and left no traces after a long time. The Taishang main city was too huge. The city wall stretched for an unknown number of miles, and the end was completely invisible. It was only known that the permanent population of this main city exceeded 400 million, and the area should be very large. There were no guards at the city gate. During the Jidao Xingzong's disciple recruiting ceremony, people could enter and exit at will. Bai Donglin followed the crowd and walked through the nearly 300 zhong long city cave. The width of the city wall was also very impressive. There was a forbidden air formation above the main city. Except for the official disciples of the Xingzong, no one else could fly. So even the cultivators with profound strength had to walk honestly. No one in the wilderness dared to disobey the rules set by the Xingzong. It can be said that the Jidao Xingzong is the sky of the wilderness and dozens of surrounding realms. The rules of the Xingzong are the rules of heaven. As soon as he entered the city, a huge shout came from all around. All those who want to take the test, come and gather, and go to the test site through the teleportation array. Bai Donglin turned his head and saw that there was indeed a huge teleportation array arranged on an open ground, which was already full of young people who were going to take the test. Bai Donglin and several young men from the Tiegu sect who were taking the test said goodbye to everyone, and then walked towards the teleportation array together. Bai Donglin was not originally qualified to take the test. Tiegu sect had 5 recommended places, but unfortunately one of the disciples died in the attack of the beast, so this place was given to Bai Donglin as a way of repaying him for saving his life. In other words, those who can come to the main city to take the test now have gone through countless screenings. After the staff outside the array checked his identity, Bai Donglin successfully stepped onto the teleportation array. This Taishang city is really rich and powerful. Although the main city is huge, it does not need to use the teleportation array to travel. It seems that these main cities are extremely cautious about the affairs of the holy sect. Before stepping into the teleportation array, Bai Donglin felt a wave scanning his body. According to the people of Tiegu sect, this is the first test to check whether the examinee is under the age of 20. The Jidao Holy Sect's disciple recruiting ceremony is held every 20 years, and anyone under the age of 20 can participate. Bai Donglin is only 14 years old this year, of course there is no problem. Even if his soul is checked, there is no flaw. He is a legitimate reincarnation, and his soul is special and not afraid of all kinds of prying. Wait for the transmission array. After the teleportation array was full of people, the array was activated, and a white light flashed. Bai Donglin and others appeared in a huge square. The square was densely packed with people, but it was extremely quiet, and no one was noisy. There were many women in uniforms in the crowd that attracted Bai Donglin's attention. Each of these women was holding a child in her arms, of different sizes. Some were just born babies, and some were a few months old. Bai Donglin thought about it and understood what was going on. If these children waited for the disciple-taking ceremony in 20 years, they might be over 20 years old, so someone was sent to carry them for assessment. The backgrounds of these babies are not simple. Ordinary people certainly don't have this treatment, and there is no need, because there is almost no possibility of passing the assessment. And these babies who can come in for the assessment show that they have special bloodlines, their ancestors have great figures, and there is a possibility of awakening special physiques. As long as they have special physiques, they will pass the assessment directly, so even babies can come to try their luck. As the teleportation array lit up again and again, more and more people appeared in the square, and it was gradually filled. Bai Donglin estimated that there were 100,000 people. At this moment, a young man suddenly appeared on the stands in front. He had a handsome and ethereal temperament, a smile on his face, and looked like a very gentle person. The young man glanced at the square that was already full of people, nodded with satisfaction and said, "I am one of the inspectors sent by the Jidao Holy Sect to the Taishang main city. I am now in charge of the examination of the 25th examination room of the Taishang main city. Please abide by all the rules of the examination. If you violate them, you will be expelled immediately. The examination is now officially started. Activate the Bloodline Constitution Sensing Array." As the man's voice fell, a huge array covering the entire square was instantly activated. Countless golden runes jumped and flowed, and a burst of golden light drowned everyone. Bai Donglin only felt that the golden light flowed through his limbs and bones, and every cell particle was sensed by the golden light one by one, and then it seemed as if nothing was sensed, and slowly exited his body. He breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, immortality and damage reversal, these two abilities are not some heaven-defying physiques, but more advanced things that transcend the conceptual dimension. He expected that the golden light would not reveal anything. He did not want to expose his biggest secret for a mere test. There was no need to do so. He could easily pass the test based on his strength. At this time, there were changes in the square. Several people began to show abnormal signs. This was because their special physiques were stimulated. Everyone's abnormal signs were different. Bai Donglin had no knowledge in this area and could not recognize what kind of physique it was. The formation slowly stopped working, the golden light converged, and the first test was over. A total of 7 people were found to have special physiques, 4 of whom were from those babies and little kids. Everyone in the square looked at the people who had awakened their physiques with envy. This was a step to heaven, and they had surpassed them by a lot. Bai Donglin nodded secretly. Sure enough, physique was more of a bloodline passed down from generation to generation. There are very few people with physiques like mutation and return to ancient times among ordinary people. 7 people with special physiques were taken away on the spot. They no longer needed to take the next assessment. They were already disciples of the holy sect. Geniuses were treated specially everywhere. A large number of children and babies in the square also left the square. Since they did not have special physiques, they could not pass the next assessment at all, so they had to leave. It can only be said that they were born at the wrong time. The young man in the stands nodded with satisfaction. It was very good to have 7 people with special physiques. This ratio was already very high. Then he said, "Only true geniuses can join the Jidao Holy Sect, but there are too many of you." Too many. The Jidao Holy Sect does not need so many people. Activate the heavy rock formation, the will pressure formation. The 100 people who persist to the end will pass the assessment. The second assessment begins. Buzz, with 2 buzzing sounds, 2 huge formations, 1 gray and 1 red, were activated, like 2 huge rune halos, covering more than 90,000 people in the square. Bai Donglin only felt his body sink, as if the gravity had increased, and he also felt a pressure coming in his mind. However, this level was just a breeze for him, and he felt no discomfort at all. As time passed, the power of the magic array became stronger and stronger, 10 times the gravity, 50 times the gravity, and 100 times the gravity. When it reached 100 times the gravity, some people could no longer hold on. It was equivalent to a 100 kilogram person carrying 10 tons of pressure, and it was acting on every cell and every organ. Coupled with the destruction of the 100-fold pressure in their minds, these people were able to hold on until now, and they were all geniuses who were qualified for the assessment. When the formation was strengthened again, more than half of the people fell down, and the formation flashed instantly, and the failed people were teleported out. The formation continued to strengthen, and when it reached 200 times the gravity, there were still 10,000 people left. 300 times the gravity, there were still 1,000 people left. 500 times the gravity, there were still 300 people left, and Bai Donglin began to operate the skills. The last 300 people left were definitely the elites among the elites, both physically and mentally. It was a pity that they only needed 100 people, and the formation continued to strengthen. The gravity directly acted on every cell. Fortunately, Bai Donglin's enhanced energy strengthened every part of his body at the same time, without any shortcomings or loopholes. This assessment method can be said to be an advantage for him. Even if other cultivators have already started systematic training, it is impossible for them to strengthen every cell in their bodies as perfectly as he does. And his willpower has been tempered by so much pain, it can be said that his willpower is even stronger than his body. Bai Donglin estimated that he should be able to withstand 1,000 times the gravity and 1,000 times the standard atmospheric pressure, and there will be about 100 tons of pressure acting on his whole body. When the gravity increased to 666 times, finally, the 101st person couldn't stand it and fell down. At the same time, the formation stopped working, the second assessment ended, and the last 100 people passed the assessment. This assessment method also well illustrates what the 2 most important things are for physical cultivation: flesh and will. Papa, the young man in the stands clapped his hands softly. Looking at the sparse 100 people in the square, he smiled and said, "Congratulations. You have passed the assessment and now you have half a foot in the holy sect. I hope you can continue to work hard in the last assessment. I wish you all good luck in martial arts." The young man bowed his hands slightly after speaking. He had come this way in the past. These people below may work with him in the future, and some of them may even go further than him, so he was still relatively polite. The formation was activated, and the remaining 100 people disappeared in the square at the same time as the young man. Bai Donglin only felt his eyes brighten, and he had arrived at another larger square. He looked up and around and found that there were many people standing around. Then his eyes were attracted by a white-haired man in the stands. This man seemed to be the center of this world, and people unconsciously cast their eyes over him. The supervisor and examiner just now stood respectfully behind the white-haired man, and there were 100 people like him. At this time, the white-haired man spoke. His voice was soft and full of magnetism, yet with a terrifying majesty. "Congratulations, you are the best of the 100 examination halls. I am Yu Daoi, the Lord of Taishang City. I will preside over the next assessment. You are all peerless geniuses who have stood out from millions of people, but it's a pity that there are still too many people. Jidao Xingzong only wants geniuses among geniuses. Talents recommended by many eyes in the wilderness and dozens of surrounding realms, as well as Qianyuan realm, are concentrated in the wilderness to participate in this year's assessment. There are 1,008 main cities in the wilderness, each with 100 examination halls. The top 100 will be selected from each examination hall. Except for a very small number of people with special physiques, there are still 1,008,000 talents like you. With so many people, another class will be held in just 20 years. Even if Jidao Xingzong has a deep foundation, it is impossible to absorb and train all of them. Therefore, in the next assessment, the top 100 can join the Xingzong, and the rest don't need to be discouraged. They can join my Taishan Legion, and there is a glimmer of hope to enter the Xingzong in the future. That's all I have to say. Everyone, fight with all your might. Seize your chance to rise to the top." Yu Daoi waved his hand, and a ray of spiritual light penetrated into the bodies of everyone in the square, instantly restoring the physical strength consumed in the assessment. At the same time, a jade token appeared in front of everyone, and everyone hurriedly took it. The formation on the square was activated, a strong light flashed, and everyone disappeared. When Bai Donglin regained his sight, he had appeared in a dense forest, and there was no one around. He took out the jade token, and a message came into his mind, digesting all the content and rules of the assessment. Bai Donglin was surprised. Isn't this a battle royale? It can't be said to be. A little bit like, can only be said to be exactly the same. This is a small world, the only piece of land under his feet is, or it can be said to be an island, because it is so small. 10,000 of them will fight each other on this island. There will be black fog on the edge of the island, and as time goes by, it will shrink towards the center of the island. If you touch this black fog, you will be eliminated. As long as the jade card in your hand is worn on your body, you will be instantly teleported out of the small world when you are attacked by a fatal attack, which can save your life. This also allows the examiner to fight freely. After all, they are all geniuses, and it is a pity to die. There has never been a shortage of people who come from behind in history. These eliminated people may become real dragons in the future. Bai Donglin silently put the jade card into the shumi ring. A true warrior dares to face the horror of death and dares to face the dripping blood. Isn't the life-saving jade card a slap in his face? Bai Donglin's ears suddenly moved and disappeared in an instant. Boom! A big hole was blasted out of the ground where he was standing just now, and a muscular bald man stood in the pit. Looking at the reappeared Bai Donglin, he twisted his neck and laughed. Boy, you react very quickly. If you are a real man, let's have a head-on confrontation. Okay. Bai Donglin agreed readily. The bald man was stunned. Did he need a fool? Bai Donglin exerted his full strength, and the 7-injury fist manual in his body was running at full speed. The surface of his body exuded a crystal jade light. He would not hold back here. There was no simple character here, and he had to go all out. The bald man grinned and rushed towards Bai Donglin like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The violent force stomped the ground and exploded. Ding! The two men's fists collided, making a huge sound of metal and stone collision. A shockwave broke out, and a large area of the surrounding trees collapsed instantly. The bald man's face changed, and the whole person was knocked away by the huge force. How could it be possible? This kid has great strength. Bai Donglin continued to attack, and his figure instantly appeared behind the big man. A palm knife chopped at his neck, and the air was compressed under his palm to form a sharp air blade. There is no doubt that even hard steel can be cut in two with one palm strike. The bald man felt the hair on his neck stand up, and without turning his head, he kicked back. The soles of his feet intersected and the two men separated rapidly again. The bald man was injured. He hastily took the palm strike and his foot bone was broken. He was not as fast as Bai Donglin to begin with, and now the gap was even bigger. Now he had no chance to retreat. 100 to 1, he didn't believe that Bai Donglin would let him go. His whole body of energy burst out, and he was going to fight to the death. Boom! Bai Donglin left a string of afterimages. The sonic boom was deafening, and the two men fought fiercely. After 10 moves, the bald man's right hand was broken, and after 20 moves, his right hand and leg were broken, and then he punched him in the chest, shattering his internal organs and breaking his sternum. Bai Donglin frowned, stopped attacking, and said, "You didn't put the jade card on you?" According to the punch on his chest just now, the jade card should have been triggered. Ahem, only under the stimulation of real death can all potential be stimulated. Ahem, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Kill me. The bald man lay on the ground, spitting blood, with a weak breath, and he would die without treatment as soon as possible. Madman. Bai Donglin cursed in a low voice, turned around and left, ignoring the bald man. He could understand, after all, the temptation of the Jidao Saint sect to the cultivators was too great, but he didn't expect that the first person he met was such a person who risked everything. If he had a little more strength, the bald man would have died. The bald man lying on the ground looked at Bai Donglin's back, sighed dejectedly, took out the jade card and turned into white light and disappeared. Bai Donglin kept walking towards the center of the island. It was impossible to hide and become Voldemort. If you don't fight or move, the jade card will expose your position to the monks around you. There is no loophole to exploit, only desperate fighting until there are only 100 people left. Bai Donglin has not started formal training yet. Almost everyone here has a higher realm than him. He is fighting across realms completely relying on his abnormal body strengthened by enhanced energy. He is now bursting out with all his strength, using the 7-injury fist, and one punch can have a force of 120,000 pounds. But there are many people who are stronger than him. They are all geniuses picked out of millions, and they have also undergone systematic training. So Bai Donglin has to go all out to face every enemy. His strong recovery ability makes him invincible, but he has to try not to expose his abilities, especially the immortal ability. Even if he only has the ability to recover, it gives him a great advantage. Others will be injured more or less after fighting with evenly matched enemies, and he is in perfect condition in every battle. This small world also has day and night. Bai Donglin defeated a few more enemies and it was already night. He randomly found a cave to take a rest. Although he had no injuries and was in good physical condition, fighting in the dark was not favorable for him. The others had undergone systematic training and possessed strange moves and secret techniques, but he could only rely on brute force. In the dark, observation ability decreased and it was easy to be tricked. He had to be careful and survive until the last 100 people. There was no need to fight too hard, as exposing one's ability would be bad. Bai Donglin had just squinted for less than a cup of tea when his nose moved slightly and he smelled a sweet and fishy smell in the air. He opened his eyes and saw a cold light flashing in the dark cave. Someone had poisoned. Bai Donglin took a deep breath. Feeling the turmoil in his body, as well as the slowly increasing strengthening energy, he looked comfortable. This poison is strong enough. As his body became stronger and stronger, ordinary poisons had no effect on him. He had to quickly absorb more, otherwise it would be bad to waste it. Outside the cave, a petite figure fell to the ground like a wildcat, without making a sound, and quietly moved into the cave. Suchi circulated the blood essence in her body, and a red light flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, the dark cave was as bright as day in her eyes. At a glance, she saw Bai Donglin leaning against the rock wall. Her good-looking eyebrows frowned slightly. What's wrong with this person? His chest rose and fell slightly, and his breathing was steady. Wasn't he poisoned? She knew the poison she put in the best. It was extremely toxic. You don't need to inhale it. Even if the skin comes into contact with it, it will be poisoned. It has a strong devouring effect on blood essence, and it is impossible to use blood essence to shield it. Humph, playing tricks. In her opinion, Bai Donglin must be holding on and pretending to be mysterious. Then the petite figure moved, turned into a black shadow and pounced towards Bai Donglin silently. The dagger in his hand flashed like the fangs of a poisonous snake. Bai Donglin, who closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, raised his mouth slightly, and as if with telepathy, two fingers that came from behind firmly clamped the dagger. Clang! The fierce friction brought a spark. What? Suchi glared, immediately gave up the dagger, and raised her sword finger to stab Bai Donglin's eyes. What a cruel woman! Bai Donglin raised his head slightly, opened his mouth wide and bit the finger that was inserted. Teeth are the hardest part of the human body. With his terrifying bite force, he can chew even steel, not to mention the slender jade finger. Of course, Suchi also understood this, and then stepped hard on the hard rock, withdrew the offensive and kicked Bai Donglin's neck with a roundhouse kick. He raised his arm to block the kick, and the huge force broke his arm bone, and the force released caused the rock wall he was leaning against to be full of cracks. Suchi used the force to do a backflip and landed steadily not far away. He took a stance, his eyes like an eagle, and stared at Bai Donglin vigilantly. In a flash, the two of them completed a fight. This person was actually not poisoned. Is there any antidote? Suchi had a vague idea of retreating. Although she was extremely confident in her own strength, the assessment had just started not long ago. There was no weakling here. Even if she defeated him, she would be injured, which would be disadvantageous for the next battle. It would be more labor-saving to use poison to hunt. The city lord said that she would use all means, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with using poison. Want to run? Bai Donglin noticed the intention of the woman in front of him, and his figure moved, attacking the woman with the force of thunder, but his speed was strength. Come when you want, leave when you want, you have to ask his fist if it agrees. Suchi raised his eyebrows, his eyes were sharp. Let's fight. Who is afraid of who? The sea of blood in his body was surging, the thick blood essence was running rapidly, and he performed the secret technique. A blood-red pattern spread from his chest and covered his whole body in the blink of an eye. The snow-white and delicate skin and the weird and mysterious blood-red pattern complemented each other, forming a strong visual contrast, which made Suchi suddenly full of mysterious beauty. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes. Of course, he was not dazzled by the beauty, but the momentum of this woman was really amazing. It is worthy of being a peerless genius picked out of millions. Roar! With his heart agitated, Bai Donglin roared, opened fire at full power, and the 7 wounds fist manual was running wildly. His figure disappeared in the harsh sonic boom. Boom boom, the two fought fiercely, and the shock waves from the fists and feet turned into sharp air blades, cutting the rock wall and the cave into pieces. In the small cave, the air was squeezed by the two people, becoming thinner and thinner, close to a vacuum. Bai Donglin's eyes were bloodshot, and his body, which was 2 meters tall, was densely covered with cracks. From time to time, crystal clear blood flowed out, and was instantly turned into blood mist by the high temperature and high pressure caused by high-speed friction. Su Qi was not feeling well either. Blood was faintly flowing from his tightly closed lips, and his tightly bound black long hair was also shaken open, and the tips of his hair were dripping with blood like crazy snakes. The fierce battle continued, and both of them were deadly. You punched me and I kicked you. Bai Donglin was covered with blood mist, and only 2 red eyes could be vaguely seen. Su Qi's clothes became tattered in the fierce battle, revealing a large area of snow-white skin, and red secret patterns flowed all over his body, flashing red light slightly. Finally, the cave could no longer hold out under the aftermath of the battle between the two and collapsed with a loud bang. Boom boom! Amidst the huge roar, smoke and dust rose up, and 2 figures rushed out of the smoke and dust and landed in the dense forest. The 2 stopped fighting, sat down against a big tree, and panted violently. Crazy woman, you didn't wear the jade token on you? Aren't you the same? The cold voice made by Donglin slightly stunned. He felt that this woman was a bit interesting, and then said, My name is Bai Donglin. Su Qi. After that, the 2 of them didn't speak anymore, and each recovered from his injuries. Su Qi took out a healing pill and swallowed it, sitting cross-legged to regulate his breathing. Bai Donglin sensed that the strange energy in his body that suppressed his recovery ability was gradually dissipating, and the terrible injuries were recovering rapidly. All his internal organs were shaken into rotten meat. Except for his brain, which was well protected by him, other parts were seriously injured. He had to admit that this crazy woman was stronger than him. If it weren't for his recovery ability that kept repairing during the battle, he would have been in trouble. If he hadn't recovered from his injuries, he would have been defeated long ago. After this woman used the secret method, her overall strength should be comparable to his, but her endless killing secrets were beyond his reach. So this woman's injuries were much lighter than his. After a while, Bai Donglin recovered completely, stood up and walked to Su Qi, who still closed his eyes and regulated his breath without moving. Hey, did you release the poison? Give me all your poisons, maybe I can spare you once if I'm in a good mood. Bai Donglin said in a frivolous tone, regardless of anything else, just get the poison first, if the amount is large, it can give him a lot of strengthening energy. Wasn't you very fierce just now? Why are you dumb now? Seeing that Su Qi was still motionless, Bai Donglin's expression changed, realizing that something was wrong, and kicked her. Boom! A fierce explosion sounded, the raging flames instantly engulfed Bai Donglin, and the shockwave pushed down a large area of woods. When the smoke and dust cleared, Bai Donglin, who was burned all over, held a broken puppet in his hand. In a breath, the injuries caused by the explosion had recovered. He didn't care about this minor injury, but carefully observed the broken puppet in his hand. He didn't know what wood it was made of. It was black and engraved with mysterious inscriptions. Is this a scapegoat puppet? Su Qi had slipped away at some point, leaving this magical puppet incarnation to confuse him. Touching the incarnation would cause a violent explosion. What a cunning woman! Shaking his head, he felt that he would meet Su Qi again in the future. This woman was so powerful and her methods were not simple. She should be able to pass the assessment. Among the many people who participated in the assessment, there were quite a few women. The ratio of men to women was at least 7-3, which was different from what Bai Donglin thought of as a physical cultivator. He thought that all physical cultivators were big muscular men with twisted muscles, but the actual situation was not the case. Although physical cultivators focused on physical strength, they were not superficial. The core was not on such superficial things as muscles. For example, Su Qi just now looked so petite, with white and tender skin, but the power she burst out makes Bai Donglin feel inferior. And the few physical cultivation masters he has seen, such as the supervisory examiner and the city lord Yudawi, these people are very powerful, but they are not muscular, but elegant and handsome. It seems that the path of physical cultivation is mysterious and changeable, and it is not as simple as he thought at the beginning. Gather your thoughts, now is not the time to think about these things, wait until you start systematic practice, everything will be clear. Take out a set of clean clothes to change, and continue to run to the center of the island. The center of the island will be the final battlefield. It is estimated that in a few days, a big battle will take place there. After a few jumps, Bai Donglin's figure disappeared. 6 days later, Bai Donglin has already approached the center of the island. In the past few days, he has been walking and fighting, and has fought dozens of fierce battles. He has also met several masters like Su Qi, who almost beat him to death on the spot. However, he relied on his strong recovery ability and the way of fighting with injuries for injuries to defeat the enemies one by one. Except for a few who retreated calmly after being defeated by him, most of the others were eliminated by triggering the Jade card, and several ruthless people were beaten to death on the spot. It's not that he is bloodthirsty. These people are all peerless geniuses with extremely strong combat power. He has to burst out with all his strength every time. He can't stop fighting at all. When he realizes that the other party is not wearing a Jade card, it's too late. He didn't feel guilty or anything. These are his own choices. He respects the other party's choices. Maybe for many people, being eliminated is more uncomfortable than death. This is the charm of the Jidao Xingzone. Bai Donglin, whose aura is becoming more and more condensed, hurried on his way while being alert to the surroundings. As the black fog continues to shrink, now only this small area in the center of the island is left. It can be said that he has entered the finals. It is estimated that there are less than 1,000 people left, which is relatively dense. He would not be surprised if someone jumped out of the bushes on the roadside to attack him at any time. In the center of the island is a small extinct volcano. This kind of landform is very common. After all, many islands are formed under the compression of plates, and volcanoes on the island can be said to be standard. At this moment, the extinct volcano and Bai Donglin's eyes changed. Boom! A loud noise, accompanied by the crazy shaking of the ground under his feet, the extinct volcano erupted. Countless magma gushed out, and the hot and fiery magma flew thousands of meters high. At the same time, thick smoke and volcanic ash instantly covered the sky above the island. The bright daylight suddenly became dark, and with the gushing magma, it splashed everywhere. The rock magma that flew thousands of meters high began to fall, hitting all over the island like a meteor shower. It was like the end of the world. Bai Donglin dodged a hot rock with a confused look on his face, and complained, "It can't be such a coincidence? A dead volcano erupts at this time?" Excluding such a coincidence, it seems that someone has overturned the chessboard. I don't know what means were used to detonate the volcano. The methods of the monks are all kinds of strange, and it is not surprising that they have such abilities. Bai Donglin thinks he should have guessed it almost right. I don't know which talent is really good at playing. He directly speeds up the game and forces everyone to have 1,000-person melee. At this time, the magma has begun to spread to the center of the island. Countless dense forests have been ignited, and the raging fire illuminates the dim center of the island. There is a black fog outside, and there is no way to retreat. Many people have been exposed. For these brilliant monks, magma is certainly not fatal, but they cannot be completely ignored. Almost all of them use blood essence to cover their bodies to isolate the magma. A large number of monks were forced out, and many of them were already fighting fiercely at this time, and roars were heard everywhere. Fight, 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 roar, kill, die. The magma was rolling, the fire was blazing, the smoke was everywhere. In the purgatory-like environment, the war was about to break out. It was like lighting a barrel of explosives. More and more people joined the battlefield, fighting each other. It was extremely brutal. From time to time some people turned into white light and were eliminated, and some were killed on the spot. Bai Donglin had a calm expression, and the white jade body tempering technique was running at full power, emitting crystal jade light all over his body. The magma burned his shoes, and he stood barefoot in the magma. Fight! He stomped his bare feet hard, and the magma splashed everywhere like a blooming fire lotus. His figure disappeared in an instant, and he started a fierce battle with the monks who were running towards him. The 7-injury fist manual was running at full power. After dozens of battles in the past few days, his strength has improved a lot, and his use of various skills and martial arts has reached the level of perfection. With the blessing of his strange power, every move has great power. The monk who fought with him was not top-notch, and he was eliminated after 20 moves. The monks around saw that he was so powerful, and the two monks who were fighting to the death instantly joined forces to attack him. The stronger the strength, the easier it is to be targeted. Only by eliminating the strong ones can they hope to stay to the end. Kill. Other people might be afraid of group fighting, but Bai Donglin is not. He gave up defense and fought with the two men. Clang, clang, clang. The three of them punched and kicked each other, and the shockwave stirred up a large area of magma, and countless rocks were shattered. A residual image, wherever the three passed, sand and rocks flew. The fighting style of exchanging injuries for injuries was extremely tragic, and the battle ended quickly. Bai Donglin's right hand was cut off by a knife, and he didn't frown at all. He directly used the sharp broken bones of his arm to pierce the chest of one of them. The ruptured heart instantly turned into white light and eliminated him. He resisted the sword that pierced his chest, and his left hand turned into a palm knife to split the neck of the sword-wielding monk, tearing the carotid artery and larynx, turning into white light and disappearing. He pulled out the long sword with his only remaining left hand, took out a healing pill and swallowed it into his stomach. Although no one paid attention to their fight, it was still necessary to pretend. The injury recovered quickly, and the severed palm grew back. Looking around, there were fighting figures everywhere, and people fell from time to time. It was extremely tragic, and everyone had fought to madness. It was estimated that there were less than 500 people left. The speed was too fast. Half of them were eliminated in a short time. Before he could think more, another giant came to kill him. This was a real giant. He didn't know what secret technique he used. He was more than 4 meters tall. He was fierce and magma was flowing all over his body. He rushed towards him like a troll from the abyss. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows and stepped barefoot. The swords on the ground were bounced up. He held the knife in his right hand and the sword in his left hand and killed the giant. This giant reminded him of the wolf-headed monster on the Black Wind Mountain. To deal with such a huge enemy, using weapons is of course more advantageous than bare hands. At this time, a fierce battle was about to take place on the top of the volcano. Su Qi, with his bare white feet, stood on the surging hot magma. He was as light as a feather and rose and fell slightly with the magma. Not far away from Su Qi, stood a heroic man with red hair, extraordinary temperament, surrounded by magma, like a fire god descending to earth. Su Qi, you are really amazing. In just a few days, no less than 200 people have been poisoned by your poison. Everyone says that you are a master of poison. I am afraid no one knows that you have such a powerful strength. The man looked relaxed, as if he was not facing an enemy, but chatting with a friend. Humph, compared with your Xuanya's methods, what is my thing? You can even think of detonating a volcano. You are really amazing. No need to talk nonsense, let's fight. Su Qi's voice was cold, as if he was disdainful to say more to the man in front of him. He used the secret method and turned into a residual image to fight with the man. The same scene was happening everywhere in the small island center. Now the remaining people are not simple characters, all of them are evil people, and all kinds of methods and trump cards are emerging in an endless stream. Kill! Bai Donglin jumped high, holding the sword in both hands, and stabbed the giant's eyes fiercely. The giant with his right ankle cut off could not dodge in time and was stabbed in the eye by a sword. Ding! The long sword was stuck in the skull and couldn't move forward. Bai Donglin's expression changed. He felt the air pressure coming from behind. This giant wanted to hug him. He didn't have time to think about it. He quickly abandoned the long sword and used the 1,000-pound weight to narrowly avoid the giant's arms and kill his sister. With the giant's physique, he would be squeezed into meat paste if he was hugged by him. He stepped back a few steps and looked at the giant who was roaring in pain after pulling out the long sword. He felt a little helpless. This man's defense was too terrifying. His skin was rough and his flesh was thick. It was extremely difficult to kill. After thinking for a moment, Bai Donglin took out a huge mace from the Shumi ring. It was dark, heavy, and hard. This was a magic weapon obtained from the lottery outside the Ju Palace. Don't ask why such a small brass box can pull out such a large mace. The answer is to put Shumi into a mustard seed. This mace must be thousands of pounds, but in Bai Donglin's hand, it was like a feather duster, dancing vigorously. Bai Donglin continued to attack with the mace in hand. His figure instantly appeared behind the giant man, jumped up, and smashed the back of the giant man's head fiercely. With a terrifying sharp sound of breaking through the air, he hit the slow-moving giant man's head heavily. Clang! A huge metal collision sound spread throughout the battlefield. The fierce battlefield was silent for a moment, and many people cast their eyes over. The giant man was knocked to the ground and fainted. A white light flashed and he was teleported out of the small world. Looking at the curled spikes on the mace, he was slightly shocked. It was a terrifying defense. But this heavy weapon is really useful. Bai Donglin felt that something strange seemed to have awakened in his body. At this time, the fierce battle on the battlefield was about to come to an end. It was gradually approaching 100 people, and no one came to trouble him. The performance of beating the giant man just now still shocked many people. Bai Donglin let out a long breath and looked relaxed. Relying on the abnormal recovery ability, he spent a lot of effort and finally joined the Jidao Xingzone, the holy land of physical cultivation. The first step on the road to greatness has been taken. Small world, the center of the island. The small space has been completely covered by hot magma. The central volcano was broken from the mountainside by the aftermath of the fierce battle. Countless huge cracks crisscrossed the center of the island. The island was on the verge of collapse. As if in the background of purgatory, the only 100 examinees left, all stood barefoot on the red magma. Their fierce breathing and broken bodies could not hide the surprise in the depths of their eyes. They are the final winners. the peerless monster who stood out among millions of people. The new disciple of the Jidao Xingzong, the overlord of the wilderness. Bai Donglin also had a happy look on his face. He was one of the few people who was unscathed among the 100 people. He took out the jade card from the Shumi ring, and everyone's jade card began to glow slightly, becoming stronger and stronger, turning into a ball of white light that enveloped everyone and disappeared. Taishan Main City, the assessment square. A burst of white light flashed, and 100 winners appeared in the center of the huge square. Yudawi and many supervisors and examiners were still standing on the stands, as if they had been standing there for the past few days. Yudao swept his eyes over everyone, especially lingering on a few people who were unharmed for a while. Bai Donglin, Suqi, Xuanya. Bai Donglin felt that the city lord's eyes had revealed all his secrets, and his nature of not practicing cultivation might have been seen through. Yudao waved his hand, and the same spiritual light appeared. The injuries on everyone's bodies began to recover. Broken hands and feet grew back, and those whose brains were missing a third also recovered quickly. Yes, there are a few interesting guys this time. Congratulations on passing the final assessment. At the end of this assessment, 100 winners of the Taishan Main City Assessment Point, plus 52 special physique awakeners, a total of 152 people have joined the Jidao Holy Sect. When everyone heard that the dust had settled, they all showed their joy. It was really not easy. After going through so much hardship, they finally got what they wanted. Yudawi waited for everyone to calm down before continuing. The Jidao Holy Sect has set up an innate formation to seal the sky and lock the earth since ancient times. Even the major cities do not have a teleportation array that leads directly to the Holy Sect. Therefore, I will personally take you to the Holy Sect. No one was surprised that the young-looking Yudawi called himself an old man. Although these senior monks looked young, they were all old monsters who knew how many years they had lived. After Yudawi finished speaking, he spread out his palm and a bronze palace appeared. It was unknown what kind of magic weapon it was. With a flash of light, everyone was sucked in without any resistance. Nodding to the supervisory examiner behind him, Yudawi stepped forward and entered the bronze palace. Farewell, City Lord. Sir. 100 supervisors and examiners saluted respectfully. The bronze palace spun around and shook slightly, and a dark hole was torn in the space. The palace instantly sank into it and disappeared. Inside the bronze palace, Bai Donglin and others sat cross-legged in the hall, staring at the 52 people with special physiques. These people with special physiques were big and small. Except for many babies who were wrapped in white light and sleeping soundly, these people looked at Bai Donglin and others with admiration. Although they were gifted, they also knew how difficult the Saint Sect assessment was. These 100 winners were all beaten out by thousands of troops. Except for not having a special physique, they could not compare in any other aspects. Talent only determines the lower limit of a person's achievement. The qualities required for the upper limit of achievement are undoubtedly better than them. So there is no one who looks down on anyone. Everyone is a demon genius. The one who can laugh to the end is the real strong. At this time, Yudawi's figure emerged, and like everyone else, he sat cross-legged on the floor of the hall casually. Everyone's eyes were drawn to it, and they saluted in a hurry. Sit down, no need to be polite. It will take some time to get to the Holy Sect. I have something to say to you. Except for the sleeping baby, the others sat down obediently and listened attentively. Everyone here came from my Taishan city, so we are from the same sect. I hope you can support and help each other when you arrive at the Holy Sect. The Holy Sect is very large, with countless geniuses and monsters. Although the Holy Sect has a deep foundation and countless cultivation resources, some precious things still need to be fought for. The strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be weak. I hope you will not slack off. Sometimes, if you are slow, you will be eliminated in the end. You will have a comfortable time to practice in the Holy Sect, but the comfort is only temporary. Have you ever thought about why the Holy Sect has been recruiting disciples every 20 years for countless years, but why is it not overcrowded? This world is not as stable and prosperous as it seems. Countless crises are hidden. If you want to survive, you have to keep getting stronger. Remember, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Bai Donglin listened with a serious face, feeling that what Yudawi said had already touched upon the truth of this world. He couldn't help but think of what happened on the Nujiang River, the black hole that seemed to span the world, and the monster that killed him thousands of times with a single look. From the moment he came into contact with the cultivation world, he felt that the atmosphere of this cultivation world was a little bit wrong, especially the lies of the various sects spread across all realms, and the frequent absorption of fresh blood by the Holy Sect. All these things made him feel a little bit of the military master G, the smell of righteous soldiers. What does militarism represent? Warmongering, aggression, expansion, war. The Jidao Xingzong is here. Yu Daoi's voice interrupted his thoughts, and then he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. These things were too far away from him. Now it was time to enter the Xingzong and practice hard to become stronger. Yu Daoi waved his hand, and the bronze palace suddenly became transparent, and the scene of the Jidao Xingzong below suddenly came into everyone's eyes. Bai Donglin was instantly shocked by the three huge figures in the distance. From the vague outline, he could be sure that they were huge giants sitting cross-legged. Sitting cross-legged, the clouds covered the part above the chest. The bronze palace was under the clouds, and the upper body of the giant could not be seen at all. The sky in this world is very high, and the clouds are also very high, generally tens of thousands of feet high. Bai Donglin made a slight estimate in his mind. When these three giants stood up, their height was actually close to 100,000 feet. Huge giants with a height of nearly 100,000 feet. Even though they were so far apart, Bai Donglin could feel a fierce aura coming at him even though he was in the bronze palace. Is this body cultivation? Is this the foundation of the Jidao Xingzong, the overlord of the wilderness? Looking at the stunned little guys, Yu Daoi smiled slightly. He had come here this way before, and then explained, these are the three ancestors of the Xingzong in ancient times. They are all people who have cultivated the magical power of the heaven and earth to perfection. After their souls were destroyed, they contributed their bodies to the Xingzong, and were refined into war puppets to guard the Xingzong for countless years. Everyone showed respect when they heard this. After death, they still used their bodies to protect the sect. What kind of sentiment is this? At the same time, they were secretly shocked that such a strong man would die. Many people put away the complacency in their hearts. Around the three giants, there are a large number of giant peaks, many of which are directly above the clouds and do not look much smaller than the giants. Countless densely packed buildings, squares, giant stone statues, endless forests of spiritual trees, medicinal fields, and animal farms. Jidao Xingzong is too huge. The bronze palace is located thousands of feet high in the sky. Bai Donglin and others can only see the tip of the iceberg with their eyes, which is less than 1/10,000th of it. There are also countless restricted areas shrouded in fog and cannot be peeped into. For thousands of years, Jidao Xingzong has spanned countless times and has always stood on this land. It is unknown how many legends it has witnessed, and it has gone through vicissitudes of life and suppressed the vast years, but it has remained unchanged. Before Bai Donglin and others could watch carefully, the bronze palace began to slowly descend. At this time, many various flying magic tools began to appear around it, which meant that people from other main cities had arrived. The bronze palace slowly landed on a square, and a rosy glow flashed, and everyone appeared on the square. Jidao Xingzong has arrived. Yu Daoi took back the bronze palace. He pointed his index finger at the sky, and a huge light gate slowly emerged. Follow me. He called out to everyone, took the baby floating in the air, stepped through the light gate, and everyone hurried to follow. The moment he stepped through the light gate, Bai Donglin felt his hair stand on end, and a gaze that seemed to come from an infinite height was cast down, scanning him inside and out, his soul and body. After a moment, the gaze withdrew, and his back was already wet with cold sweat. It was so terrifying. Then he felt a sharp pain in his left wrist, and saw a bronze bracelet appear on his wrist out of thin air. The bracelet was covered with mysterious patterns, and there was a small character on the front. Looking around, he found that everyone, including the sleeping baby, had a bronze bracelet on their wrists. Men had it on the left and women had it on the right, and they were of different sizes, but they all fit the wrists just right. Seeing everyone passing through the light gate, Yu Dao waved his hand to close the light gate, and then explained, "This is the Jidao bracelet. Everyone who joins the Jidao holy sect will be given it. It is your entry benefit. The Jidao bracelet has been bound to your soul and is exclusive to you. It can be large or small, invisible or visible, and indestructible. It is a very precious treasure. The bracelet has its own storage space, which has already contained a lot of things. You can study its many other uses slowly. To live in the holy sect, the Jidao bracelet is an indispensable thing." As he said, Yu Dao raised his left hand, revealing the bracelet under his sleeve. Except for the different color, the style was the same as theirs. At this time, a large group of people came over, led by the housekeeper, and many maids and servants, all respectfully saluted Yu Dao. "I am here to see the Lord of Taishang City. I will leave them to you. I will explain everything clearly." Yu Dao nodded, and then said to Bai Donglin and others, "Everyone, take care of yourself. I will take my leave now." After that, his figure gradually disappeared, and everyone hurriedly bowed and said goodbye. "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me." The housekeeper waved his hand, and the servants and maids behind him hurriedly stepped forward to hug the baby floating in the air. Their skills were skillful, and it seemed that they had practiced many times. These people had a calm aura, and obviously they all had a high level of cultivation. Then everyone walked into a valley together. At the entrance of the valley stood a stone tablet with the words Taishang written on it. It seems that this is the residential area for the new disciples of the Taishang city. The space in the valley is very large, the environment is beautiful, and exotic flowers and rare spirit animals can be seen everywhere. The spiritual energy is abundant, and even Bai Donglin can vaguely feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy in the space. There were houses scattered everywhere. Apart from servants, there were no other monks in the valley. My dear young men and young ladies, please choose a house to live in. You can use the Jidao bracelet to check other questions. If you have any questions, you can tell me. I will be responsible for your daily life in Taishan Valley. Then the housekeeper began to lead everyone to choose a house. There are many houses in the area, but there is no looting. Bai Donglin chose a remote and quiet house, surrounded by purple bamboos. The house is hidden in the purple bamboo forest, quiet and elegant. The house is not big, about the same size as his quiet little house in Baicheng, but it is definitely enough for one person. He walked into the bedroom quickly, sat cross-legged, and sank his mind into the Jidao bracelet on his left wrist. He had too many questions in his mind. This entry was not at all what he thought. It was too casual. Shouldn't a large group of elders, peak masters, or even sect masters come to these geniuses? Then they would argue and even fight. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the Jidao holy sect. There is no shortage of geniuses and monsters. They are thrown into this broken valley casually and ignored. Except for the terrifying look that flashed when entering the light gate, all this seems too dull. As Bai Donglin's consciousness sank into the bracelet, countless information emerged in his mind. First of all, the various functions of this Jidao bracelet are introduced. The most basic one is to record the basic information of the person. The bracelet is needed as a token to enter various areas of the Jidao holy sect. The bracelet has a storage space of tens of thousands of cubic meters. It seems that the Shumi ring given to me by my second brother can be retired. This bracelet is so magical that it can be hidden in the body and even the soul. It is indestructible. Finally, I don't have to worry about the storage magic weapon being damaged when I die. The Jidao bracelet can also improve the quality and increase the space by swallowing various precious materials. No wonder Yudeoi's bracelet is different in color, it should have been upgraded. Various sect tasks can also be accepted through the bracelet, and the increase and deduction of sect contribution points are also operated through the bracelet. Check the rankings, various notifications, and even add friends for remote communication. What makes Bai Donglin feel the most amazing is that within the sect range, you can also use the bracelet to open the transmission light gate to reach all the areas that you have permission to enter. This sense of deja vu, this is not a bracelet. This is simply a low-profile version of the Lord God's watch. Could it be that one of the ancestors of the Jidao holy sect is a reincarnation of the main god space? It was really because the functions of this Jidao bracelet were too comprehensive, and the style of the painting was a bit wrong, which made Bai Donglin have to think wildly. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it, and then took out a few things from the bracelet, 2 sets of sect uniforms, a few bottles of elixirs, 10 high-grade spirit stones, and a jade tube. Put the jade tube on his forehead, and more information emerged. First, there were the rules of the holy sect, which were tens of thousands of words, followed by a detailed introduction to the holy sect, the major main peaks, the areas that different schools were good at, and so on. There was also a huge map, and he could only see a few areas. The rest were shrouded in fog. There was only one name, probably because his authority was not enough. Next was the information that Bai Donglin wanted to know, the planning and arrangements for the new disciples. It turned out that the disciples who had just joined the holy sect were the same as them. They first lived in their respective main city areas, and then accepted the inheritance of the skills and returned to the valley to practice. From time to time, there would be elders preaching, and they could go to listen by themselves. If you don't understand something, you can spend contribution points to find someone to explain it to you one-on-one. Contribution points are extremely important. It can be said that all cultivation resources in the holy sect need points to be exchanged, including various magical secrets, supreme skills, rare treasures, one-on-one personal teaching by seniors, the use of various cultivation places, etc. There are 3 great benefits for new disciples. The first is the extreme bracelet, the second is 10,000 contribution points, and the third is free 12 hours of enlightenment when the skills are passed on. There are also basic benefits every month, a few bottles of elixirs, and 10 high-quality spirit stones. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. It is worthy of being the holy sect. This treatment is really nothing to say. After 5 years, new disciples can participate in the assessment and join the major main peaks. There is an assessment opportunity every 5 years. After 4 times, if they fail to join the major main peaks, they will be eliminated from the holy sect and go to the outside world to find an idle job, such as going to the major main cities, or to the eyes of various realms. Bai Donglin and his friends can still be said to be outer disciples. These 5 years are not only to determine everyone's cultivation talent, but also to see what skills you practice and which path you are suitable for. After all, each peak has its own area of expertise. Now that they have just joined the sect, it is not clear which peak is suitable for everyone. The first main peak is Jidao Peak, the 4 peaks of earth, wind, water and fire, the 36 Tiangang peaks, the 72 Disha peaks, the 108 Xingqiu peaks, the 365 Xingqian peaks. The holy sect has many main peaks and countless schools. It is extremely important to choose a main peak that suits your path. You can avoid many detours. When you formally worship the main peak, you will have your own master. It is considered to be a true member of the holy sect, with greater authority and better treatment. Putting down the jade tube, Bai Donglin has a basic understanding of the situation of the holy sect. It seems that after countless years of development, the management concept of Jidao holy sect has become very advanced. I don't know how many times the ceremony of accepting disciples has developed a set of standardized procedures. Even he can't find any faults. Once every 20 years, hundreds of thousands of new disciples each time, such fully automated management is indeed very reasonable. After all, 20 years is too short for a cultivator. Maybe one retreat will almost pass it. If the holy sect always mobilizes a large number of troops to welcome new disciples, then the holy sect will not have to do anything. Especially this Jidao bracelet, it is simply a stroke of genius and the core of this system. He gathered his thoughts and put everything in the Shumi ring into the Jidao bracelet, then took out the purple gold seed and began to feed it with blood. He fed it once a day during this period, but unfortunately, this little thing did not change except that its appetite was getting bigger and bigger. After feeding the purple gold seed, he did another stretching exercise, drank hot milk, and lay on the bed to have a good rest. I haven't slept during this period. I have to stay in good spirits. I have to accept the inheritance of the skills tomorrow. The body cultivation skills that I have been looking for will be obtained tomorrow. The immortal touches my head, and I will receive immortality when I tie my hair. Bai Donglin fell asleep in a low voice. The next morning, Bai Donglin got up early, washed up, and put on the robe issued by the holy sect. It was black and white with red patterns, and a palm-sized was embroidered on the left chest. Low-key and luxurious, it made the elegant and handsome Bai Donglin look even more heroic. This dress was actually a medium-grade magic weapon, with good defense and cleaning functions. Sitting upright in the yard, drinking milk and eating breakfast, his attention was on the Jidao bracelet on his left hand, and he silently estimated the time in his heart. Here I come. Bai Donglin's expression moved, and he saw the bracelet tremble slightly and emit red light. A message came into his mind. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, stood up, stretched out his left hand and drew it in front of his eyes. A 3-meter-high light gate appeared out of thin air, and Bai Donglin stepped into it. The same scene appeared in 1080 main city areas at the same time. Except for a few children and babies, all the new disciples stepped into the light gate at the same time and went to the place where the skills were passed down. The Monument Realm, the place where all the skills and magical powers of the Jidao Holy Sect are passed down, is an extremely important place for the Holy Sect. It is located in a huge extraterritorial world that no one knows about, and the extraterritorial world is hidden in an unknown dimensional space. The only way for people from the Jidao Holy Sect to enter the Monument Realm is through the Jidao bracelet. The Monument Realm, which is usually crowded with people, is particularly deserted today. There is no one except the Guardian. Because today is the day for the newcomers to inherit the skills once every 20 years, the entire huge Monument Realm belongs to these newcomers for the next 12 hours. This is a benefit for everyone who joins the Holy Sect. At this time, the deserted Monument Realm began to move. With the appearance of the first light gate, more and more dense light gates appeared, forming a long stretch. Hundreds of thousands of light gates descended on the Monument Realm at the same time. This scene is quite spectacular. Even many guardians cast their eyes over, which is also their established program once every 20 years. Bai Donglin stepped out of the light gate and looked around, and saw more than 100,000 people walking out of the light gate. This familiar feeling, except that one of the light gates is round and the other is square, isn't this the final battle of Avengers 4? He smiled slightly. Today he is not here to fight, but to receive inheritance. His heart is slightly warmed. He has finally waited for this day. I am the guardian of the Monument World. You new disciples can choose any skills to inherit in the next 12 hours. You must abide by the rules of the holy sect and must not damage the inheritance steal. Remember, there are many magical skills inheritance as stars, and you can't chew too much. The best one is the one that suits you. Go, follow the induction of the light of the origin of life, and find the inheritance that suits you. An old voice spread throughout the huge monument world, and hundreds of thousands of disciples listened respectfully, not daring to neglect it. Everyone listened quietly, then saluted respectfully and said, "Disciples will abide by the guardian's order." Then everyone turned into afterimages and disappeared, and all entered the huge world of the Forest of Steels. This world of steels is really too big, the dense Forest of Steels is boundless, and each towering stone steel is a kind of inheritance. There are as many inheritances as stars, this is true. Hundreds of thousands of disciples entered the Forest of Steels, like a mud cow entering the sea, and were diluted and disappeared in the blink of an eye, and they went to find inheritance. Bai Donglin stood in the Forest of Steels, a little confused for a while. There were too many inheritances of skills, and he didn't know which one to choose for a while. He never thought that one day he would be in distress because of too many skills. The courage of the holy sect also exceeded his imagination. All the skills, magical powers, and secrets were open. They were not afraid of you learning a lot, but afraid that you couldn't learn it. Moreover, the inherited skills here all have the characteristics of unspeakable prohibitions, and they are not afraid of you leaking them out. The skills, magical powers, and secrets are all cultivation resources that can be reused. They are indeed precious. He used to ask for a copy but couldn't get it. It's not precious or precious, just like in this world of boundary monuments, you can take it at hand. Bai Donglin slowly calmed down. The guardian was right. He thought so and did so. He had only practiced 3 kinds of martial arts. The physical training and magical secrets were obviously much more difficult than ordinary martial arts. He just needed to cut off the greed in his heart and choose a method that suited him. Bai Donglin closed his eyes and emptied his mind to sense the inheritance that suited him. There were so many inheritances in the monument world. If he looked for them one by one, he might not be able to see even one in 12 hours. Slowly, he felt as if he was in a dark space, and his strong blood was burning, turning into a human-shaped torch. In the dark space around him, groups of flames slowly emerged, some big, some small, and some bright. He knew that each flame was a kind of inheritance. The spherical flames came from near to far, more and more, densely packed, and boundless, as if every inheritance in the monument world appeared in this dark space. What's going on? Bai Donglin was a little confused. Although he knew that he was very good, it was not the case that every inheritance would take a fancy to him. How could he, who had difficulty making choices, do this? Let's take a look at what kind of skills these are first, and then make a choice. Then he put his consciousness into the nearby spherical flame. 10,000 demons devouring body art, pure yang battle body, 3 marrow jade body, Linglong immortal sutra, 7 limits of devouring heaven and earth, innate holy body demon embryo, immortal heart sutra. Gurgle, Bai Donglin swallowed hard. Please, do you have to be so exaggerated? The names are more awesome than the other. How can he choose? Can you give me some rubbish skills? Suppressing his restless heart, he continued to put his consciousness into the fireball in the distance. Explore. 9-turn divine infant, heavenly blood battle body, 16-9 yang rotation method, immortal and indestructible ultimate freedom, Zhou Tian Xing Chenju. As countless fancy magic skills flowed through his mind, Bai Donglin gradually discovered the pattern. The flames transformed by these inherited skills are of different sizes and brightness, not because of different strengths, but because of whether they are suitable for oneself. For example, the skill of Extreme Battle Body is obviously a skill of the same level as Pure Yang Battle Body, but the brightness is far less than that of Pure Yang, and the brightness is extremely weak. Although he can practice it, the effect will definitely be greatly reduced. So Bai Donglin is not paying attention to these fancy magic skills with awesome names, but looking for the biggest and brightest fireball. In the boundless black space, Bai Donglin's consciousness seems to be able to extend infinitely, crossing pieces of flames. Finally, in a very far place, he found a huge flame, radiating strong light, like a small sun. Although they were far apart, Bai Donglin's blood still boiled, and his mind seemed to be connected to the flame across space. This is it. Bai Donglin opened his eyes, his expression was excited, this technique was very compatible with it. He seemed to be able to sense the cheers of this technique, and his mind was also fluctuating violently, urging him to accept the inheritance. Without thinking anymore, he followed the guidance of his mind and ran deep into the steel forest, turning into a residual image at a very fast speed. The steel forest was too huge, and it took several hours of full-scale running to reach the place of telepathy. Looking at the tall stone tablet towering into the sky in front of him, his eyes were shocked. This stone tablet was much taller than the surrounding stone tablets, like a crane standing out from the flock of chickens. It seemed to be an extremely powerful technique. He came to sit cross-legged in front of the stone tablet, calmed his mind, raised his left hand and pressed it on the stone tablet. The red light of the Jidao bracelet flashed slightly, and Bai Donglin instantly felt that the barrier between him and the stone tablet had disappeared in an instant. Countless golden mysterious characters circled and jumped, like golden elves, lining up to fly into Bai Donglin's mind. The golden characters flew into the spiritual platform, circled around the soul, and slowly engraved on the soul. 12,009,600 Spiritual Apertures Pregnant God Casting Demon Sutra. Wow! I was just wowed. The longer the name, the more awesome it is, right? There was no time to think about it. Like the Milky Way pouring down, the boundless golden characters instantly submerged Bai Donglin's soul. The soul covered by the characters was like a golden body, glittering with golden light. After 6 hours, Bai Donglin still hadn't finished accepting the inheritance. This technique is extremely profound, and the content seems endless. Even if it is just engraved into the depths of the soul, it takes a long time. After a while, the golden characters gradually decreased until they disappeared. The inheritance is over, and this technique has been completely engraved into the depths of the soul, and it can't be forgotten even if you want to. However, Bai Donglin did not put down his left hand on the inheritance stele, but used the remaining time to begin to comprehend this technique. Although the technique was engraved into his soul word for word, remembering it and learning it are two different things. You can only rely on yourself to practice and comprehend. No matter how powerful the technique is, it is not mature enough to practice it yourself. In addition to the function of inheriting the technique, the inheritance stele in the steel world also has another function, which is to help practitioners comprehend the technique. It is a treasure that assists in cultivation. This is why it takes 1,000 contribution points to practice in the steel world. Now there are still 1 or 2 hours before the 12 hours, and you can't waste it. Contribution points are very precious. With a calm mind, he began to practice the spiritual scripture of pregnant gods and forged demons. The name of this technique was too long, so he had to use the abbreviation for convenience. The first level of the technique was simple. He quickly understood it by using the perception of the stone tablet. The first level of physical cultivation, chi-inducing body refining, is similar to chi cultivation, both of which draw spiritual energy to strengthen and temper the body. The difference lies in the way of inducing spiritual energy. Chi cultivators with orange true spirit or above can guide spiritual energy into the body, which is also the method used by most cultivators in the Qianyuan realm. The difference between physical cultivation and physical cultivation is that they do not need true spirit talent, but use the light of the origin of life to sense and absorb spiritual energy. The light of the true spirit comes from the depths of the soul and is born from the mother river. The light of the origin comes from the depths of the flesh and is born from heaven and earth. One is real and the other is virtual, one is yin and the other is yang, which are the two sides of all things in the world, and this is also the basic condition for the formation of life. Of course, both have the authority to control and utilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Before the ancient times, the two paths of gas were evenly matched and equally prosperous. Unfortunately, due to some reasons, the physical cultivation declined and has not recovered until now, so that some people in remote areas only know about chi cultivation but not physical cultivation. The beginning of physical cultivation is to sense the light of the origin of life deep in the body. Once the light of the origin is awakened, the boundary between heaven and earth can be opened, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can be absorbed for one's own use. Bai Donglin practiced the exercises and immersed his mind into a mysterious place deep in his body. He didn't know if it was the experience in the dark space when choosing the inheritance, or if his physical foundation was too deep. Everything went extremely smoothly, and in an instant he sensed a scorching breath. A round of white flame as dazzling as the sun was imprinted in Bai Donglin's mind. Is this my origin of light? Feeling that there was no longer a barrier between himself and the world, and his mind and the world merged, Bai Donglin had tears in his eyes. The impulse of welling up eyes, this feeling is too comfortable, as warm as the embrace of a mother. His mind slowly calmed down, and he began to practice the technique to absorb the spiritual energy. Sure enough, the spiritual energy became extremely docile and was directly absorbed into the body. Every cell in Bai Donglin's body seemed to be cheering and hungry for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Bai Donglin relied on strengthening energy to strengthen his body from beginning to end. Before awakening the light of the origin, even if he used the 7 wounds fist to forcibly absorb the spiritual energy, the cells could not absorb a trace of spiritual energy. And the body strengthened countless times by strengthening energy. Every cell is extremely powerful, and is as thirsty as a thirsty desert. As the technique is running, every cell devours the spiritual energy in big mouthfuls. Bai Donglin, who is sitting cross-legged, seems to have turned into a black hole. All the spiritual energy around him is absorbed, and a spiritual energy vortex gradually forms above his head. As each cell absorbs the spiritual energy, Bai Donglin's strength takes off directly like a rocket. Breaking through 100,000 gene, 110,000 gene, 120,000 gene, 130,000 gene, until 135,000 gene, the cells stopped improving when they reached their limit, and the body training was complete. You should know that the average physical training body is only 20,000 to 30,000 gene of physical strength. Because of the enhanced energy, his strength is 100,000 gene greater than others. After the success of the first level of cultivation, Bai Donglin did not stop. He struck while the iron was hot and continued to comprehend and cultivate the second level. The first two levels are very basic things. With his deep physical foundation, it is easy to break through. If you want to break through the second realm, the blood essence realm, you need to sense and open up the dantian belonging to the body cultivation. The dantian of qi cultivation is the lower dantian, located in the shunkei point in the lower abdomen below the navel, also known as the qi hai dantian. Qi cultivation uses the true spirit to sense and absorb spiritual energy, and refines the spiritual energy and contaminates the true spirit breath belonging to oneself, which is called true essence. It is hidden in the qi hai dantian and is the source of power for qi cultivation. The dantian of physical cultivation is the middle dantian, located in the chest tanjong acupoint, also known as the blood sea dantian. Physical cultivation awakens the light of the origin of life to sense and absorb spiritual energy, refines spiritual energy and contaminates its own blood and qi, called blood essence, which is hidden in the blood sea dantian, and is the source of power for physical cultivation. The Yintang acupoint between the eyebrows is the upper dantian, also known as the spirit platform or Niwan, which is the sea of spirit and soul, the residence of the soul. Bai Donglin mobilized the strong qi and blood and circulated it to the Tanjong acupoint. He did not start to break through it the first time, but continued to accumulate qi and blood. He wanted to make a concerted effort to open up the blood sea dantian in one fell swoop. The qi and blood in his body kept shrinking and squeezing, compressed to the size of a needle, and felt that it had been compressed to the limit, and then put the small dots concentrated by qi and blood into the Tanjong acupoint. Rumble, Bai Donglin only felt as if a thunder sounded in the depths of his mind. The extremely compressed qi and blood were like the explosion of a cosmic singularity. The Tanjong acupoint instantly turned into an infinitely large blood sea dantian. This is the magic of the dantian acupoint, infinitely large and infinitely small, between reality and illusion. At the moment the blood sea was opened up, the blood sea gushed out endless blood and qi, and a huge spiritual vortex formed above the blood sea, madly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the outside world. At the moment when Bai Donglin successfully opened up the blood sea, a red light instantly enveloped the world. There were countless strange phenomena rolling and surging in the blood-red light. There was also a faint sound of a turbulent tsunami. The spiritual vortex above Bai Donglin's head became bigger and bigger. With the formation of the spiritual vortex of the blood sea in his body, it instantly spread to thousands of miles away. Such a big movement in the steel forest instantly alarmed many steel world guardians, and everyone cast their eyes on Bai Donglin, who was sitting cross-legged. Several thoughts collided and communicated in the air. 10,000 miles of bloodlight, boundless blood sea, thousands of strange phenomena. This is a peerless genius. The talent of a demon. After a brief exchange, many guardians were silent and stared at Bai Donglin silently. In the boundless sea of blood, and qi gushed out continuously. Bai Donglin's physical foundation was too deep. The blood and qi seemed endless. The vast amount of spiritual energy absorbed into the sea of blood by the spiritual energy vortex began to merge with the blood and qi, turning into blood energy. The blood and qi of the whole body entered the sea of blood and merged with the spiritual energy to become blood energy. The blood energy flowed through the limbs and bones. The power of blood and qi was replaced by more advanced blood energy. Bai Donglin clearly felt that his body function was rapidly improving. When the transformation of a strong foundation was completed, the spiritual energy vortex gradually dissipated, and the blood light of Wanwanli disappeared. Bai Donglin closed his power and opened his eyes. A flash of bloodlight flashed by. In a short time, he had broken through to the perfection of the sea of blood and made great progress again. But it was only this time. The foundation accumulated in the body had been consumed. It would be impossible to break through so easily next time, unless there was a lot of strengthening energy. Standing up, his mind moved, and the inheritance time was about to end. In the void that Bai Donglin could not perceive, many guardians' thoughts were constantly colliding and a fierce debate was taking place. Should we inform the sect about this? No, we guardians guard the monument world for life and cannot interfere in matters outside the monument world. Everything is based on the rules of the holy sect. But, no buts, we have seen countless evil geniuses over the years, and they have never broken the rules, and we cannot break the rules this time. Moreover, a true evil genius can grow into a strong man without the interference of others. If he died on the road to growth, it means that he is nothing more than that. Well, let's do it. As some guardians compromised, the thoughts ended the debate and retreated. At this time, the time was 12 hours, and the Jidao bracelet began to emit red light. Bai Donglin raised his hand to draw out the light gate. He had to leave quickly. If he delayed, his contribution points would be deducted, and the deduction would start from 1,000. He stepped through the light gate and returned to Zizuju in an instant. Taishan Valley, Zizhu residence. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged on the bed. The internal skills were running, moving blood essence, and continuous breakthroughs caused the turbulent sea of blood to slowly calm down, and his realm gradually stabilized. The universe is a big universe, and the human body is a small universe. Qi cultivation advocates the perception of the universe and the cultivation of the way of the big universe. And the body cultivation is to study the human body, cultivate spiritual orifices and supernatural powers, and one's own body is the universe. The true scripture of pregnant gods and forged demons that Bai Donglin inherited and practiced is the core of opening all the spiritual orifices in the human body. The human body has a total of 129,600 orifices, which is the number of 1 yuan. And each spiritual orifice can nurture a god or demon. The power of 129,600 gods and demons is contained in one body, and it can reach the eternal realm on the other side. The lofty intention of this true scripture and the broad content of it, Bai Donglin feels that it is enough for him to benefit from for a lifetime. Such a true scripture is so easy to get, which makes him still feel incredible now. The law is not passed on to the 6 ears. Sun Wukong, who has a deep background, has also experienced twists and turns in his pursuit of immortality. This kind of true scripture that leads directly to eternity is just thrown in the monument world. Even if the saint sect is rich and powerful, it can't do this. Perhaps this true scripture has too high requirements for the inheritor, so that only he has been able to fit this true scripture for a long time. It's not that he thinks highly of himself, but the way this true scripture opens up the spiritual orifice is too special. Other exercises open up the spiritual orifice by using blood essence to open up and expand little by little, but how can such a small spiritual orifice space conceive gods and cast demons? So the difference of this true scripture is that it uses the chi and blood of the whole body to compress into a point, simulate the big explosion of the singularity, and open up an infinite spiritual orifice space in an instant. Only an infinite spiritual orifice space can breed gods and demons. The prerequisite for this step is to have strong chi and blood. Once the blood sea is opened up and the blood essence is obtained, it is to compress the blood essence to simulate the singularity explosion to open up other spiritual orifices. This method of opening up the spiritual orifice has great advantages, but there is a fatal disadvantage, that is, the opening up of the spiritual orifice by the big explosion of the singularity is not necessarily 100% successful. If he fails, he will be directly blown into nothingness by his concentrated blood essence. The reason why this scripture chose him was probably just because of his extremely strong blood and chi, which met the first condition. Although this technique was earth-shattering, he did not think that this technique could show that he had the ability of immortality. In history, there may be many people with the same blood and chi as himself who were chosen, but how many people are not afraid of death and dare to keep practicing? There are a total of 129,600 spiritual orifices in the human body. Who can guarantee that he can successfully open up the spiritual orifices every time? As long as he fails once, he will die. Except for the immortal self, I am afraid that no one is more suitable for this scripture. There are countless inheritances in the monument world, and I don't know how many mysterious and powerful inheritances have been buried. It is possible that even the holy sect does not know the existence of this scripture. This monument world is very unusual, and there must be some big secrets behind it. Bang bang, the knock on the door outside the courtyard interrupted his wild thoughts. He stopped the exercise, stood up, and opened the courtyard door. Mr. Bai, Mr. Shengqing invites you to attend the celebration banquet tonight. Here is the invitation. Taking the invitation handed over by the green-clothed maid, he frowned and said, "Celebration banquet? Celebrating what?" Mr. Bai, it is to celebrate the successful completion of the inheritance of the skills. Every new disciple who completes the inheritance will be invited to attend the celebration banquet. It will be held later. This is the tradition of Taishan Valley. Bai Donglin nodded in understanding. That's good. It's a good opportunity to get in touch with these fellow disciples. After all, they will live together for a long time in the future. It's not good for him to be too independent. Got it. I will attend on time. The maid in green bowed respectfully and left the yard. Cultivation is not a closed-door process. Money, friends, and land are indispensable. Those who can join the Jidao holy sect are not simple. Communicating and cooperating with them will be of great benefit to one's own cultivation. Recently, I can calm down and prepare for breaking through the Xinxiao realm. When the physical cultivation breaks through to the Xinxiao realm, various magical powers can be cultivated, and the strength of the physical cultivation will gradually show. Back in the house, Bai Donglin did not continue to practice, but immersed himself in the mind and comprehended the Xinxiao chapter of the true scripture. In the evening, Bai Donglin, who changed into a casual suit, came to the celebration banquet unhurriedly. The banquet venue was not set in the hall, but on the shore of a small lake. The spiritual lamp illuminated the shore as bright as day. The green grass was filled with tables and chairs. Various delicious dishes and precious spiritual wines were neatly arranged, and many maids and servants served on both sides. Bai Donglin nodded. He was quite satisfied with this open-air banquet. After all, they were all young people under the age of 20, and they still yearned for freedom. At this time, most people had arrived, and more than 100 people were talking to each other, making it quite lively. At this time, the man who was leading the crowd saw Bai Donglin, his eyes lit up, and he hurried forward and said, "Brother Bai, you are here, come on, let me introduce you, this is Mr. Bai Donglin. Don't be fooled by Mr. Bai's elegant and easygoing temperament, he has a scholarly temperament, his strength is very terrifying. Back then on the island, if I hadn't run fast, I would have been beaten to death by Brother Bai. This man's name is Sheng Cheng, and he is quite powerful. He had a big battle with Bai Donglin and retreated calmly after being defeated. He was one of the few people who escaped from his iron fist." Everyone turned their eyes to Bai Donglin when they heard this. Many of those who had fought with him had serious expressions. This man looked elegant and easygoing, but he was like a madman when fighting. He would exchange injuries for injuries and life for life. He was a ruthless man. Moreover, they all saw the scene of Bai Donglin beating up the giant in the final battle. Bai Donglin smiled and shook his head. He didn't care about Sheng Qing's words. He knew that this man was just smooth-talking and had no ill intentions, otherwise it would not be his turn to host the banquet. "Brother Sheng, don't hold a grudge. The situation was special at the time. I had to do my best. Please don't mind if I didn't hit him hard enough. Ha ha ha. Don't hold a grudge, don't hold a grudge." At this time, the people around also gathered around and chatted with each other. The atmosphere was lively, and there was a sense of no acquaintance without fighting. Bai Donglin was of course quick to follow suit. The eloquence he had cultivated in his previous life was not comparable to these young people, so the atmosphere became more harmonious. It took a while to get rid of the crowd. Looking around, his eyes lit up and he saw another acquaintance. "Miss Su, we meet again." This person was Su Chi. When everyone came out of the island, various things happened one after another. Although they had been traveling together, they had not had a chance to talk. Compared with Su Chi, who was wearing a tight black dress on the island, Su Chi, who was standing in front of him, was wearing a white palace dress, which made her look less cold and more gentle. Next to Su Chi sat a little girl of about 6 or 7 years old, wearing a princess dress, delicate and cute. Her little face was about 70% similar to Su Chi, and they should be blood relatives. It seems that the inheritance that Mr. Bai got in the monument world is very remarkable. I haven't seen him for a short time, but his strength has improved so much. Su Chi's voice was still as cold, but her expression was a little shocked. When Bai Donglin was on the island, his strength was not as good as hers, but his ability to save his life was too strong and it was extremely difficult to kill him. She didn't want to spend too much effort, so she retreated. But now she can't see through him. After accepting the inheritance, she thought she had made great progress, but she didn't expect that there was a world beyond the sky. Bai Donglin's strength was already above her. Bai Donglin smiled and didn't say anything. The inheritance he got was indeed remarkable, but the fundamental reason for his rapid improvement in strength was that he had just started practicing. How could he not improve a lot? It's better to know these secrets by yourself. Of course there is no need to tell them. "Hello, Brother Bai. I'm Xiaojiao, Su Chi's sister." The little girl was clever and quirky, with bright eyes that kept turning around. Then she asked in a cute childish voice, Brother Bai, how did you and my sister know each other? Was it a hero saving a beauty? Was it a beauty saving a hero? At a young age, she had already awakened her soul of gossip, and her eyes were glancing at Bai Donglin and the other man. Su Chi glared at the little girl fiercely. This little brat was really getting more and more disrespectful. He had to give her a good beating when he got back. This is my sister, Su Xiaojiu, a naughty ghost. Mr. Bai, please don't mind it. Ha, children speak without restraint. Xiaojiu, you guessed wrong. It was a big fight when I first met your sister. I almost lost my life. It's not as romantic as you think. Bai Donglin's eyes were deep. It seemed that Su Chi's background was not simple. Xiaojiu obviously had a special physique. People with special bloodlines almost all had great figures in their ancestors. It is even more terrifying, that is, some old monsters with special bloodlines have not died yet, and these are all powerful forces that dominate one side. After Su Xiaojiu heard his words, the soul of gossip was extinguished instantly, and the whole person was weak. Seeing this, Bai Donglin smiled slightly and took out a small beast carved out of crystal from his bracelet. This was won in a lottery. It was not a magic weapon, but a work of art. After being illuminated by light, it was shining and colorful, and it was very beautiful. It's our first meeting. Brother Bai will give you a gift. Bai Donglin handed the crystal beast to Xiaojiu. There was no other meaning in this move. It was just a habit in his previous life. When he met children, he would give them some candy or something. The crystal beast was shining under the light. Su Xiaojiu's eyes were blurred. She liked it at once, but she didn't know whether she should take it. She could only look at Su Chi with pitiful eyes. Su Chi rolled his eyes at her and said helplessly, "Just accept the gift that Mr. Bai gave you. Why don't you thank Mr. Bai?" Su Xiaojiu happily took the crystal beast and said with a sweet smile, "Thank you, Brother Bai." He smiled and waved his hand, indicating that they were welcome. At this time, Bai Donglin looked up and saw a red-haired man walking towards them. Xuanya watched Su Chi and Bai Donglin talking and laughing, and he was burning with jealousy. She was cold and indifferent to him, but she was so affectionate to this Bai. He thought he was not inferior to this Bai in any way, and was even better than him. Why? It was obviously me who came first. If Bai Donglin knew what this red-haired man was thinking, he would definitely be very speechless. This Su Chi was still as cold as before. How could he tell that the two of them were so affectionate? Sure enough, love is something that can lower one's intelligence, even if it is unrequited love. Xuanya walked up to the two of them, found a chair to sit down, forced a smile, bowed to Bai Donglin and said, "Brother Bai, nice to meet you, I'm Xuanya." Although Bai Donglin felt a vague hostility from the red-haired man, he didn't want to hit a smiling person, so he politely bowed and said, "Hello, Brother Shin, what can I do for you?" "Ha, I've heard of Brother Bai's name for a long time, and I'm itching to learn from you. Is that possible?" Su Chi frowned when he heard this, and said in a cold tone, "Xuanya, don't make trouble for no reason. I've made it very clear that I'm devoted to the Tao and not interested in love affairs." Bai Donglin suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he smelled a hint of jealousy. It turned out that he was regarded as a rival in love by this red-haired man. Love is really a terrible poison. Even Xuanya, a genius who stood out among millions of people, was corrupted into a mentally retarded youth. Shaking his head and sighing, "A good person is just like this, it's really pitiful. It's true that the dog licking will not die well, the netizens are not deceiving me." After listening to Su Chi's words, his eyes glowed red, and he was obviously furious. It seems that this person is also an arrogant person outside the holy sect, and he can't tolerate any grievances. Xuanya snorted and stood up. In the holy sect, no matter how violent his personality was, he didn't dare to mess around. He could only glare at the two of them hatefully and turned away. Bai Donglin looked puzzled. "Why is your grandson glaring at your grandfather? This red-haired man seems to have a real problem with his brain and is seriously ill." Su Chi was relieved when he saw that the two did not fight, and said to Bai Donglin with a little apology, "Mr. Bai, I'm sorry to trouble you. It's okay, just some small things." If this red-haired man really dared to come to him for trouble, he wouldn't mind educating him on behalf of his father. It's not that he is arrogant. With his current strength, more than 100 people here can't beat him with one hand. Bai Donglin took out a broken puppet and changed the subject to finally reveal his purpose. "Miss Su, this surrogate puppet was used by you in the past, right? Do you still have it?" Su Chi took a look at the puppet and naturally recognized it as something she had used. She shook her head and said, "Mr. Bai, this is not a surrogate puppet. Surrogate puppets are very precious treasures. I only use a substitute puppet. The value of the two is very different." After listening to Su Chi's explanation, Bai Donglin understood that the surrogate puppet was like a resurrection coin, which could give people an extra life. It was a precious and rare item handed down from ancient times. It was said to have been made by a Shinto monk who had disappeared. Now it can be said that if one is used, there will be one less. It is a priceless treasure. The puppet used by Su-Chi is not even a replica. It is another kind of thing. It can only create a fake person with the same aura as himself. It has no independent action ability and no explosion. It is just a small gadget. Bai Donglin's purpose is very simple. He just wants to find some surrogate puppets to cover up his resurrection ability. If the resurrection ability is exposed, he will blame the surrogate puppet. It doesn't necessarily have to be a real surrogate puppet. Such a precious thing can't be used for acting. It can be a fake, but at least you have to figure out what the surrogate puppet looks like. Miss Su, have you ever seen a surrogate puppet? Su-Chi shook his head and said, the surrogate puppet is extremely rare, and I have no chance to see it. However, I heard from my elders that the puppet is blood red, but I don't know what it looks like. After saying that, he frowned and thought for a while, and then said to Bai Donglin, although I don't know why Mr. Bai is so interested in the surrogate puppet, if there is any place to find relevant information, the Holy Sect Book Mountain must be one of them. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. Yes, the Holy Sect Book Mountain is all-encompassing. Since it was established in ancient times, it contains countless books and infinite knowledge. Even if it is not for the surrogate puppet, I would go there often. At the moment, he thanked Su-Chi. Since he had a clue, he didn't think about it anymore. Drinking spiritual wine, he discussed cultivation experience with many cultivators. These people have broken through to the divine acupoint realm one by one, and various cultivation experiences have also given him a lot of inspiration. Time passed quickly, and nothing happened during the period. The banquet ended successfully. After the cultivators had enough food and wine, they all returned to their own houses. At the banquet, Bai Donglin also learned a piece of news. 7 days later, a senior from the sect will give a lecture. He must go and listen to it then. Back at Zuzuju, Bai Donglin's blood essence shook, and the alcohol smell on his body dissipated. He sat cross-legged, took out the purple gold seed, and began to feed it daily. After the breakthrough, the blood essence contained more energy, and the seed was full without absorbing much this time. After the seed was finished absorbing, it flashed a stronger purple light, and some lines began to appear on the small seed. He nodded with satisfaction. Finally, there was a change. It seemed that it would not take long to cultivate it. He was getting more and more curious about what this thing was. After collecting the seeds, he took out the incomplete book given to him by his second brother. At the beginning, he knew nothing about physical cultivation, and he could not understand many of the contents. Now that he has accepted the inheritance of physical cultivation, he can naturally understand the contents here. He read it carefully from the beginning, understanding every word. There was not much content in the incomplete book, and he finished it quickly. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. He did not expect that this book also recorded an incomplete secret technique. Unfortunately, only the first half of the content is available, but this secret technique is very interesting. It is called burning blood, which is a bit like the rampage of a berserker. Burning one's own blood to increase combat power, the secret technique is too incomplete, and it is estimated that it can only increase combat power by 10% or 20%. It may not be cost-effective for others, but it is very suitable for me. His blood is infinite. It was all gone, and the blood was not as fast as he recovered. Unfortunately, blood is also his own energy, and it cannot be used to enhance energy. The secret art of physical cultivation is different from the supernatural power. As long as the blood sea is opened up and the blood energy is possessed, the secret art can be cultivated, while the supernatural power requires the opening of the spiritual orifice in the divine orifice realm to cultivate. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged and began to comprehend this secret art with his eyes closed. This secret art is very simple. As long as you master how to ignite the blood and how to extinguish the blood, you will succeed. Because the secret book is incomplete, the efficiency of blood burning is not high, so the combat power that can be improved is very limited, but it is better than nothing. Anyway, it is picked up for free. Ugh. It is not picked up for free, this is given to him by his second brother. This is full of love from his brother. So this burning blood secret art still needs to be practiced well. In less than half an hour, Bai Donglin had mastered the trick and successfully ignited the blood. A puff of red smoke came out and swirled around his body. I don't know if it is because his blood is too pure. The combat power has increased to 20% of the limit. Thinking about it carefully, he really picked up a treasure this time. His physical strength has now reached 155,000 Jin after breaking through the blood sea realm. With full force, he can burst out the blood sea blood essence with a strength of 200,000 gene. A 20% increase is 40,000 gene. The most important thing is that he is different from others. Others use this secret technique as a bottom line, and they can't hold on for a few minutes even if their blood is burned dry. Bai Donglin is awesome. It's okay to open it for 12 hours a day. Concentrate your mind, stop performing the burning blood secret technique, and the blood in your body will be full instantly. Nodding with satisfaction, it seems that you have to practice this secret technique more in the future, with zero investment and high returns. There are countless magical secret techniques in the holy sect, and there should be many suitable for you, but if you want to practice the magical secret technique, it is not like the first time you inherit the skills, you can choose it for free. The first benefit is limited to the skills. If you want to accept the inheritance of the magical secret technique, the Jidao bracelet will not open the authority. In the future, you need to contribute points to purchase it when you enter the monument realm to accept the inheritance. The price will be different depending on the preciousness. It's not that the holy sect is reluctant to give up these magical skills. There may be two reasons. First, the magical skills are too profound. It's more about quality than quantity. Just like the three giants of the holy sect, they have cultivated the magical power of the law of heaven and earth to perfection. Their dharma bodies are 10,000 feet long. Why do they need other magical skills? The second is that the holy sect can encourage disciples to earn contribution points by doing this. Just like the market economy, contribution points are currency. Only with supply and demand can there be a virtuous cycle and the entire holy sect will be vibrant. There is motivation only when there is competition, instead of raising a group of useless people who just stretch out their hands for clothes and open their mouths for food. Bai Donglin stopped thinking about it and began to circulate his blood essence, slowly flushing his body. In the future, he can use cultivation to replace sleep, and the effect is better than sleeping directly. His mind was immersed in the perception of the true scriptures, and the blood essence in his body automatically circulated over and over again. A sleepless night. 7 days later. Bai Donglin, who had been practicing in Zizuju for 7 days, opened his eyes. In addition to taking a little time every day to feed the purple gold seeds, he spent the rest of the time moving blood essence and comprehending the chapter of the divine orifice. Cultivation is addictive. Bai Donglin only felt that time passed quickly, his cultivation became more and more stable, and his comprehension of the chapter of the divine orifice was just one step away. Today is the day when the senior of the holy sect will give a lecture. I hope to gain something and break through the realm of the divine orifice in one fell swoop. He stood up and put on the robe of the holy sect. When the body cultivator entered the blood sea realm, he could completely fast. He fed on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Naturally, the human body was free of dust and dirt, and the pores shrank and disappeared. He practiced a body that was not leaking, and the general metabolism was basically stopped. There was no need to take a shower at all, and the whole person was clean and refreshed. He raised his left hand, and with a thought, the Jidao bracelet flashed red, and a light gate was drawn. He stepped into the light gate and arrived at the dojo in an instant. Bai Donglin looked around and found himself on a straight stone pillar. The stone pillar was about 3 meters in diameter, and in the middle was a purple straw mat. Looking down at the stone pillar, he could only see the lingering clouds, but he didn't know where the stone pillar was. The same stone pillars were densely packed and endless at a glance, and there was no end to the limit of vision. In the center of countless stone pillars, there was a huge white jade pillar, and the pillar body was engraved with patterns and inscriptions, luxurious and mysterious. At this time, light gates began to appear on the stone pillars, and many disciples of the holy sect stepped out and then sat cross-legged on the mat. Bai Donglin felt a strong aura from many people. It seemed that more than just their new disciples came to listen. After all, the seniors didn't preach all the time, and it was free anyway, so it would be a waste not to listen. Bai Donglin gathered his thoughts and sat cross-legged on the mat. He felt a chill surge into his mind, and his thinking became clearer and more flexible. This mat was also a good treasure. Then he gathered his mind and adjusted his state silently. After a few minutes, a light gate appeared out of thin air on the white jade pillar, and an old man in white stepped out. Many disciples on the stone pillar stood up quickly and bowed respectfully. Disciples greet the seniors. The old man in white stroked his beard, nodded slightly and said, "I am Chi Gaian, the elder of Tianbai Peak. I will give a lecture today. You can sit down and listen carefully. Remember not to make noise and disturb others." After Chi Gaian finished speaking, he sat cross-legged. The disciples bowed again and then sat down quietly. The beginning of the body is the light of the origin. The blood spring of the Ci, the intersection of spirit and blood. There was no extravagance, nor was there a golden lotus gushing out of the ground. As the old man spoke, the inscriptions on the white jade pillar glowed slightly. Bai Donglin felt that every word and every sentence of the old man went straight into the depths of his soul, making him unconsciously indulge in it and fall into enlightenment. The old man in white, Chi Gaion, explained in a simple and easy-to-understand way, starting from the beginning of physical cultivation, gradually going deeper and analyzing layer by layer. Bai Donglin felt that he was deeply in love with every word. The understanding of a realm is deeper, the blood essence in the body automatically circulates, some minor flaws are corrected, and the foundation of the sea of blood is more stable. Gradually, when it comes to the realm of the divine orifice, some things that are not understood are suddenly clear, and when hearing the exquisite points, a joyful smile unconsciously appears on the face. There is no more doubt in the entire divine orifice realm, and you can start to break through at any time. Chi Gaion did not talk about the realm above the divine orifice, but explained the first three realms of physical cultivation in detail from different aspects. The various exquisite points made by Donglin gain a lot, and all kinds of mysteries were mastered. 3 days later. Wake up, this sermon is over. The word wake up awakened the people who were immersed in their minds. Everyone opened their slightly confused eyes and saw Chi Gaion on the white jade pillar smiling and stroking his beard and looking at them. Everyone woke up instantly, suppressed the joy in their hearts, and hurriedly stood up and saluted. Thank you for the grace of preaching. Chi Gaion nodded slightly and accepted this bow. He deserved the grace of preaching and teaching, and then stood up, opened the light door, stepped into it and disappeared. Many disciples also opened the light gate with joy and left. It was obvious that they had gained a lot. The disciples of the holy sect were all gifted. With such good conditions for listening to the teachings, it would be strange if they didn't understand. Bai Donglin also opened the light gate and returned to Zizuju. He was ready to strike while the iron was hot and break through the Xinxiao realm in one fell swoop. After returning to Zizuju, he took off his robe and sat cross-legged on the bed, calming his mind. The various mysteries of the Xinjing Xinxiao chapter flowed through his heart. The first realm of the Xinxiao realm of body cultivation is equivalent to the third realm of qi cultivation. If it is divided in detail, it can be divided into 3 realms, but this realm is all about opening up the spiritual orifice, so it is collectively called the Xinxiao mirror. The Xinxiao realm, the human orifice, with the blood sea dantian as the core, there are a total of 257 spiritual orifices. All of them are opened up, which is equivalent to the perfection of the qi cultivation Yuantai realm. The Xinxiao realm, the earth orifice, with the qi si dantian as the core, there are a total of 72 spiritual orifices. All of them are opened up, which is equivalent to the perfection of the qi cultivation Xinxiao realm. The Xinxiao realm, the sky orifice, with the sea of soul as the core, there are a total of 36 spiritual orifices. All of them are opened up, which is equivalent to the perfection of the qi cultivation Lingtai realm. The sky is above, the earth is below, and humans live between the sky and the earth. For ordinary physical cultivators, they only cultivate these 365 spiritual orifices, because these are the most important and obvious orifices in the human body. After the 365 spiritual orifices are successfully opened, you can enter the next realm. The rest of the many hidden spiritual orifices are not accessible to ordinary cultivators. Only cultivators with special skills, or special physiques and talents, have the ability, or are qualified to open up many hidden orifices. The human body has a total of 129,600 spiritual orifices. How many you can open depends on your own ability and luck. The more spiritual orifices you open, of course, the deeper your foundation will be, the stronger your strength will be, and even cross-border battles will be easy. Bai Donglin calmed down, and the mysteries of the divine orifice realm were all in his heart. He was ready to start a breakthrough. However, he wanted to find another way and did not intend to follow the general routine. Most people open up the human orifice, the earth orifice, and the sky orifice in turn, step by step. But he didn't plan to do that. He planned to open the core of the sky first. That is, the sea of soul, the spiritual platform. The advantage of doing this is that you can liberate the soul in advance and enjoy the various benefits brought by the soul in advance, enhance your comprehension ability, enhance your perception, control your blood essence, sense and open up your acupoints, and improve your memory and understanding. You can also practice the divine soul eye. There are too many benefits. One of the strengths of the true scripture of pregnant God in casting demons is that it allows practitioners to open up any spiritual orifice at will, without having to proceed step by step. As long as you can sense that spiritual orifice, you can open it. However, the success rate will be greatly reduced in this case. Most people will not do this, but for Bai Donglin, this is not a problem. Isn't it just a few more deaths? the boundless sea of blood in the body began to roll and surge, and the strong blood essence began to gather towards the spiritual platform. The true scripture was running, and the blood essence began to compress into a point. The blood essence seemed to be endless, constantly compressing, and the tiny singularity formed by the gathering of blood essence emitted a shining light. Bai Donglin only felt that more than half of the blood essence in his body had been consumed, and finally reached the limit. The blood essence singularity could no longer absorb a trace of blood essence. Without hesitation, he pushed the blood essence singularity directly into the spiritual acupoint. Boom boom, a thunder sounded in the depths of the soul, and Bai Donglin only felt his brain go blank, and he knew nothing. Failed. Bai Donglin was instantly blown into nothingness, his soul was scattered, and his body turned into nothingness particles. The extremely compressed energy burst even blew out a tiny black hole, which was instantly wiped out by the power of heaven and earth the moment it appeared. He died completely, without even a slag left. Between breaths, Bai Donglin, naked, reappeared, and did not pick up the extreme bracelet that fell on the bed. He might die again later, so he was too lazy to wear it. Although he was resurrected, the blood essence in his body still remained at the moment before his death, with only a small half left. He needed to restore the blood essence before he could continue to open up. He expected that he would fail several times. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Opening up the Lingtai acupoint will greatly help the opening of acupoints in the future. He took a pill, took the top-grade spiritual stone, and began to circulate the true scriptures. The blood essence in his body recovered quickly. After the blood essence was fully restored, Bai Donglin began to repeat the above operation. He failed for the second time. He also failed for the third time. The fourth time, Bai Donglin was not impatient and continued to follow the steps. The blood essence singularity continued to be invested in the Lingtai acupoint. Rumble, there was a thunder. Bai Donglin only felt that his consciousness instantly entered an unknown space. This was the boundless sea of souls. Bai Donglin's soul was entrenched in it. The infinite space was filled with grey fog. The soul sat cross-legged, pinching the mysterious spell with his hands. Golden characters appeared from time to time around his body. When Bai Donglin's consciousness entered, the soul's tightly closed eyes opened instantly, and a shining golden gaze, like the light of heaven and earth, instantly cut through the boundless grey fog. The Sea of Souls was successfully opened. Sea of Soul. Bai Donglin stood up curiously, stretched his hands, kicked his legs, and carefully experienced the mystery of the soul. He felt that his senses had been enhanced several times, and he could clearly see himself sitting cross-legged naked on the bed. Everything around him within a radius of dozens of feet was imprinted in his mind, and every detail was clear. After playing for a long time, he withdrew his consciousness from the Sea of Soul. Now he has enhanced a lot in all aspects, especially his perception and perception ability, and he is more adept at controlling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the blood essence in his body. All kinds of benefits are worthy of his great efforts. He put on the extreme bracelet and took out his clothes to put on. He took out the black jade tube again. This is the magical power he obtained from the Absolute Palace, the Eye of the Soul. Now he can finally try to practice it. He put the jade tube on his forehead, and the method of practicing the magical power is in his mind. If this magical power is successfully practiced, it can condense an eye that can see through illusions, and this eye can also launch soul attacks. These are secondary. What really makes him fancy is that this magical power can cultivate the soul, that is, he can finally guide the strengthening energy to strengthen the soul. The benefits of soul enhancement are self-evident. The soul in the Sea of Gods sat cross-legged, pinched the spell with his hands, and began to practice supernatural powers. The grey fog in the Sea of Gods was endless, and it was unknown where it was born. When the supernatural powers were running, a wisp of grey fog was attracted, and the grey fog entered the soul and transformed into a strange energy to nourish the soul. However, the progress of this practice method was very weak, and the improvement of the soul was very slow. It was unknown how long it would take to condense the soul eye. Bai Donglin's body was not idle either. He took out the remaining poison from his bracelet and swallowed it in one gulp. The internal organs in his body began to rot, and a strengthening energy appeared out of thin air. The soul supernatural power was running, and the strengthening energy was successfully introduced into the Sea of Gods and was instantly swallowed by the soul. Although the strengthening energy was not much, Bai Donglin's soul was too weak compared to the body, so the feeling of improvement was still very obvious. It was many times faster than relying on normal practice, like riding a rocket and taking off directly. Until Bai Donglin's poison stock was exhausted, the soul had been strengthened by nearly 1 time. A light golden vertical line also appeared on the forehead of the soul, which meant that the soul eye of the supernatural power had been entered. He opened his eyes and stopped practicing, enjoying the pleasure of rapid improvement. The slow speed of practice was really unacceptable to him. It would be better to find a way to get some energy. Bai Donglin's eyes showed a thoughtful look. There were all kinds of strange places for practice in the holy sect. It was not difficult to find a place to brush energy. But there was no need to be too urgent. The most taboo in practice was impatient. Now you can go around the holy sect and look for it while learning about the holy sect. If you can find a safe, secret, and long-term way, it would be great. The mind sank into the Jidao bracelet, sensing the area you can go to, locking the target and drawing a light gate, stepping into it and disappearing. Jidao Holy Sect, Book Mountain. According to legend, this Book Mountain was won by an ancestor of the Jidao Holy Sect in ancient times by betting with the Holy Land of Confucianism. Some people also said that the ancestor acted domineeringly and robbed it directly. It is said that at that time, the ancestor displayed his supreme magical power, stretched out his hand to cover the sky, and crossed the depths of space. After entering the Holy Land of Confucianism, he forcibly detained the Book Mountain and placed it in the Jidao Holy Sect, where it has been passed down to this day. This Book Mountain has infinite uses. It is a top-grade Taoist tool and a treasure that can suppress the fortune of the sect. Bai Donglin crossed the light gate and appeared in a huge square. In the center of the square stood a huge jade mountain. It was estimated to be 10,000 feet high, and the whole body was made of 5-colored jade. It was shining and covered with rosy clouds. It was not an ordinary thing at first glance. There were also a few big characters engraved on the stone wall of the Jade Mountain, property of the Jidao Holy Sect. There was a sense of dominance between the characters, which still did not dissipate after a long time. Well, Bai Donglin estimated that this Book Mountain might really have been robbed. Without thinking too much, the figure moved into the Book Mountain. The Jidao bracelet flashed red, and 200 contribution points were deducted. You can stay in the Book Mountain for 12 hours and watch any content. This price is much cheaper than the Monument Realm. There is a different world inside the Book Mountain. Bai Donglin only felt that he had crossed a layer of light film and appeared in a huge space. He could not see the edge, but saw countless bookshelves standing in it, with soft and bright light illuminating the entire space. A large number of Saint sect disciples shuttled through it, all immersed in the ocean of knowledge, and the whole space was unusually quiet. The Jidao bracelet automatically connected to the instrument spirit terminal of the Book Mountain. Bai Donglin moved his mind and searched for substitute puppet. In an instant, the location of the book jade slips about the substitute puppet appeared in his mind. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. It was really convenient. The 200 points were worth spending. In addition to this small function, the learning ability and memory ability will be enhanced in the Book Mountain. It can be said that this is a paradise for poor students. The figure moved and shot towards the marked place. After the Blood Sea Realm, using the blood essence to cover the whole body, the air resistance can be completely ignored. Therefore, Bai Donglin's speed became faster, and he ran silently, and no longer had to make a harsh sonic boom. But soon he arrived at the marked bookshelf. All the information related to the substituted puppet was placed on a bookshelf. This information was all simple knowledge, but it was very old and rare, not some mysterious knowledge. He took a jade slip and remembered everything with a scan of his soul mind. He took out the animal skin book on the other side and remembered it instantly with a scan of his mind. The benefits of opening up the Sea of Gods were reflected here. It was too easy to learn these simple knowledge with a strong soul. This was also one of the reasons why he was in a hurry to open up the Sea of Gods. This was conducive to him absorbing all kinds of knowledge. This was also his plan long ago, turning infinite knowledge into the nourishment of the avenue. It was very fast. In less than a cup of tea, the jade slips and books on the entire bookshelf were scanned into his mind, and he had a complete understanding of the various characteristics of the substituted puppet. As long as there were suitable materials, he could make a fake substituted puppet himself. As long as he had never seen the original, he should be able to deceive it. He only needed a fake to pretend, and the resurrection would be left to his own ability. With the resurrection ability as a backup, the fake would become more and more like the real one. This was also a precaution. Immortality was his biggest secret and must not be exposed. Unless he has mastered the laws of time and space and is not afraid of any restrictions, he can be truly unscrupulous. The goal has been achieved, but Bai Donglin did not leave immediately. There is endless knowledge in this mountain of books. Since he has come here, he certainly cannot return empty-handed. His mind sank into the bracelet and searched for the body cultivation skills and secrets. He did not search for magical powers. All magical powers are precious and mysterious. They are all stored in the monument world. Of course, there are none here. However, skills and secrets are different. Except for extremely powerful skills and secrets that will be included in the monument world, more low-level ones are stored in the mountain of books. Those who can enter the holy sect are all arrogant and proud. Almost no one will come to practice these low-level things. Of course, he is not here for cultivation, unless it is extremely valuable, he can practice it, such as the burning blood secret method. Bai Donglin believes that even the most rubbish skills and secrets will carry the light of wisdom of the Creator. These things are the nourishment of his great way, and he uses all the ways to nourish his own way. There is no need to practice, just remember it in your mind. Maybe it will bring him a glimmer of inspiration at some point. This time the search took a particularly long time. Finally, a large area of endless red dots appeared in his mind. There were too many red dots, and each red dot was a bookshelf. Bai Donglin walked to the nearest bookshelf, picked up the jade tube and stuck it on his forehead, and began to copy and paste. This description is absolutely correct. He did not look carefully and understand it at all, but forcibly imprinted it into the depths of his soul. This mountain of books requires contribution points, so there is no time to waste. Take the opportunity to copy more and digest it slowly when you go out. Bai Donglin started working with both hands at the same time. As soon as his left hand was put down, the jade tube on his right hand was already on his forehead. The speed was very fast, always maintaining the speed of a bookshelf and a cup of tea. He felt like a greedy glutton now, madly devouring the body cultivation techniques. 10 hours later, Bai Donglin stopped his action, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He had reached his limit, and his soul was already aching. He had imprinted a total of 39,000 different techniques. He really couldn't stand it anymore. If he added one more, he estimated that his soul would burst. He felt that he was a little too greedy. If he didn't digest so much cultivation knowledge quickly, it would affect his normal actions. Now he couldn't even do daily cultivation, or continue to use enhanced energy to strengthen the soul, otherwise, even the blood essence in the body can't be circulated in the recent period. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he began to digest the various skills and secrets in his soul. The learning effect in this book mountain is better, and the time has not yet reached 12 hours. It would be a waste of points to go out now. After an hour, he was able to control the blood essence a little, and got up and left the book mountain. It is still more reliable to find a way to brush energy to enhance the soul, otherwise it will take more than 1 or 2 months to digest it. After leaving the book mountain, he opened the light door and returned to Zuzuju. He has already figured out where to go to get enhanced energy. Bai Donglin did not return to Zuzuju, but walked deep into Taishan Valley. He stopped at a waterfall. Not far from the waterfall was an exquisite mansion, surrounded by a sea of blue flowers, with hazy blue fluorescence lingering on the unknown blue flowers. There were many precious spirit beasts in the sea of flowers, and the abundant spiritual energy gathered into a mist, like a fairyland. He knocked on the door of the courtyard, and soon heard a trot coming from the yard. "Who is it?" Accompanied by a cute child's voice, the door was opened. "Xiaojiu, it's me, long time no see." "Ah, it's Brother Bai. Brother Bai, please come in." The two entered the house, and Su Xiaojiu was still so lively, jumping and asking as they walked, "Brother Bai, are you here to see your sister?" "Yes, I have something to discuss with your sister." Bai Donglin replied with a smile, and soon the two entered the hall. At this time, Su Qi was already waiting for him in the hall. With his current state, Su Qi might have sensed him when he just appeared in the sea of flowers outside. "Miss Su, I am sorry for coming here without an invitation." Bai Donglin raised his hand slightly. "Mr. Bai, please take a seat. What can I do for you?" Su Qi's eyes were filled with curiosity. She didn't know what happened to Bai Donglin. He couldn't even control her strong blood essence. At the same time, she was shocked by his strength. She seemed to hear the roar of the sea of blood coming from his body. Bai Donglin sat opposite Su Qi. The blood essence in his body was roaring. The situation was more serious than he had imagined. The burden on his soul and will had reached the limit. He had to find a way to strengthen his soul as soon as possible. This was also the purpose of his coming to Su Qi. So he said straight to the point, "Miss Su, I heard that you are good at using poison. I also experienced it myself when I was on the island. This time I came here to buy some poison from you. Spiritual stones, elixirs, and magic weapon materials are all fine. Miss Su, please sell me some." Su Qi raised her eyebrows when she heard this. She didn't expect Bai Donglin to buy poison from her. These poisons were all made by her secret method. She cherished them very much. They were her trump cards and could not be shown to others easily. "Mr. Bai, I have no shortage of spiritual stones, elixirs, and magical instruments." "I'm afraid." Bai Donglin smiled slightly when he heard this. This was within his expectations. After all, their relationship had not reached that stage yet, and it was normal to be rejected. So he said, "Miss Su, I can buy it with contribution points." Su Chi's eyes lit up when he heard this. She came from a wealthy family and was not interested in spiritual stones, elixirs, and magical instruments. However, contribution points were different. Although the holy sect allowed disciples to trade points with each other, who would trade points when they didn't have enough for their own use. Although she didn't know what Bai Donglin was going to do with her poison, she was not interested in these things. Of course, she had no reason to refuse to exchange poison for points. She nodded readily and said, "Okay, how much does Mr. Bai need? I'll take as many as you have." Su Chi's poison was very violent and overbearing, and it was difficult to produce drug resistance. "You can buy more, you can get a lot of strengthening energy." Su Chi heard the words and waved her jade hand, and 50 crystal bottles appeared on the table. 5 different colors of liquid can be seen in the transparent bottles, shining with spiritual light. These are 5 different poisons, with different medicinal properties, but the toxicity is not much different. If Mr. Bai wants them, 100 points per bottle. Deal. Although points are very important, you can earn them again after spending them. As long as they are spent worthily, these poisons are enough to solve his problems. Bai Donglin stretched out his left hand, and Su Chi stretched out his right hand. The two of them touched their extreme bracelets lightly, and with a thought, they deducted 5,000 points from Su Chi. The two of them also added a friend by the way, so they can communicate with each other. Su Chi, who has always been cold, couldn't help but smile at this time. Although it was fleeting, it still surprised Bai Donglin. The two completed the transaction, and Su Chi introduced the use and precautions of various poisons in detail. Then Bai Donglin stood up and said goodbye. He wanted to go back to solve his own problems as soon as possible. This feeling of losing control of his body really made him uncomfortable. After bidding farewell to the two sisters, he returned to Zizhu residence through the light gate and hung up a sign to thank the guests. He decided to retreat until the poison was used up. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he took out a crystal bottle and drank a sip gently. Suddenly, Bai Donglin's body was in turmoil, his tendons and veins were broken, his internal organs turned into rotten meat, and repair and destruction rotated endlessly. At the same time, a stream of strengthening energy appeared out of thin air. You should know that this kind of poison could poison him when it was on the island. It can be imagined how toxic it is. Although he is much stronger now than he was then, this direct drink almost killed him on the spot. The soul's magical power was running, and a stream of energy was swallowed by the soul. In an instant, he felt that the severe pain of the soul was relieved a lot. Under the strengthening of the strengthening energy, the soul was rapidly strengthened. The mind and spirit were unified. While the soul was strengthened, the knowledge copied was also rapidly digested. Bai Donglin fell into a deep level of practice. 2 months later, in a square of the holy sect, there are many restaurants and shops, and many disciples of the holy sect are walking around. This is a place specially designated by the holy sect, which is a place for disciples to communicate and trade. Cultivation cannot be done in seclusion all the time. These disciples still need to communicate with each other. They also need to come out and relax after cultivation. Mutual communication may trigger inspiration, and they can also exchange for things they need for cultivation. Therefore, the holy sect is very supportive of this. At this time, in a restaurant, the atmosphere was lively. Many disciples drank spiritual wine and discussed various interesting things that happened in the sect. Big event! Big event! Have you heard? The second on the rising star list has challenged the first on the list. What? Has Master Tuya made a breakthrough in his cultivation? He actually dared to challenge Shenwok. Humph! This Tuya is too arrogant. How can he defeat Shenwok? Shut up! Who do you think you are? Do you think you can slander Master Tuya? For a moment, there was a huge quarrel in the lobby of the restaurant, and people were arguing about who would win the fight between the two. What's the point of us arguing here? We might as well go to the Tower of Babel and wait. After the battle, we will know who is stronger and who is weaker. Yes. Yes. Let's go together. As the light gates were opened one after another, the lobby of the restaurant was suddenly empty. Taishan Valley, Zizhu residence. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged on the bed without moving. There were crystal bottles on the ground. After 2 months of retreat, the poison had been used up. The energy from this batch of poisons was all used to strengthen his soul. Shanghai space. Bai Donglin's soul sat cross-legged in the gray fog, pinching the mysterious magic formula with his hands, and the golden characters around him appeared and disappeared. In the middle of his forehead, a golden vertical line shone with a glittering golden light. Ja! Bai Donglin opened his mouth and uttered a thundering sound. The golden vertical lines on his forehead opened slightly, and the golden eyeballs shot out a golden light. It was a soul attack. The magical power of the soul eye had been successfully cultivated by him. Release the magic formula, stop using the magical power, and the golden vertical lines closed. He opened his eyes, which were as dark and deep as a black hole, with countless characters flowing in the depths of his eyes. Last time, he was too arrogant in the book mountain and copied too many techniques at once. Fortunately, it was a blessing in disguise. While his soul was strengthened, he also digested all 39,000 techniques. He gained a lot, and all his knowledge became the nourishment of the great Tao, which he would keep for the future. His vision and foundation were also greatly improved. In addition, when he was cultivating his soul, he did not stop practicing the God-conceiving and demon-forging sutra. More than 50 human orifices were opened. Thanks to the strength of his soul, he was able to control his blood essence in detail, but he was only killed by the explosion a few times. And each time a spiritual orifice was opened, a large amount of blood essence would be consumed, and it would take a lot of time to restore blood essence, otherwise it would be more than that. The opening of many spiritual orifices made his blood essence more abundant, his physical body was also improved a lot, and his strength was greatly improved. He got up from the bed, cleaned up the bottles on the ground, and prepared to go out for a walk. After 2 months of closed-door cultivation, he was still a little uncomfortable as he had just started practicing. Shortly after he walked out of the courtyard, the Jidao bracelet emitted a faint red light. During the 2 months of seclusion, the bracelet had been blocked. As soon as he moved his mind, a piece of information was transmitted to his mind. The latest ranking of the Babel Tower Rising Star list? Bai Donglin's expression moved. He had already understood the basic information. This was a list set up for new disciples, so he curiously checked the list. First place, Shinwok, 36th floor. Second place, Tuya, 35th floor. 145,800th place, Bai Donglin, 0 floor. The mind touched each name, and the time consumed to pass the current tower level. The less time it took, the higher. The ranking. Interesting, it seems that a lot of things have happened in just 2 months. He has never challenged the Babel Tower, so naturally it is 0 floor. Bai Donglin's eyes showed curiosity. He just happened to be free, so he went to see what the Babel Tower was. He communicated with the bracelet with his mind, locked the coordinates of the Babel Tower, drew a light gate, stepped into it, and disappeared. Bai Donglin crossed the light gate and appeared under the Tower of Babel. The bronze tower in front of him was octagonal, with a bronze bell hanging on each corner. The tower was so high that it reached the clouds. There were countless exquisite patterns carved on the bronze tower, including various ferocious beasts, demons wrapped in flames, angels with 36 wings on their backs, Buddhas with their hands clasped together, sword cultivators who could cut the sky with one sword, and giants who towered into the clouds. Countless patterns continued and extended to the end of the site. The vast and simple breath of time came to the face, and it was magnificent and worthy of the name of Babel. Bai Donglin retracted his gaze and stepped into the tower. As expected, the space inside the tower was so huge that it seemed like a small world. Bai Donglin was used to this situation. In this holy sect, almost all places that were slightly important had the function of putting Mount Sumeru in a mustard seed, and the space was infinitely expanded. In this huge space, there are no less than hundreds of thousands of Saint Sect disciples. In addition to the new disciples, there are also many senior brothers, each of whom is extremely powerful or unfathomable and looks like a mortal. The Tongtian Tower and the Book Mountain are like two extremes. The huge space is full of people and the noise is endless. There are several huge light screens hanging in the sky. The new star list, the potential dragon list, the Tianjia list, etc., the densely packed characters on them are constantly changing, and it is obvious that the rankings are changing in real time. There are more light screens playing the fierce battles between Saint Sect disciples. In addition to challenging the list, the Tongtian Tower can also be used for 2-on-2 battles. With the consent of the parties involved, the pictures can also be projected on the light screens in the hall. Come on! Come on! Bet on it! Tuya is 30% off, 30% off. Don't miss it if you pass by. I bet on Shenwu K for 100 contribution points. If you want to be rich, I bet on Tuya for 300 contribution points. I'll bet on Master Tuya. Bai Donglin shook his head. Sure enough, gambling exists in every corner of the universe, even the holy sect is not immune to it. But it's normal to think about it. Didn't the Buddha Tathagata bet with the Monkey King? The reason why the Babel Tower is so popular among many disciples of the holy sect is not only because of its reputation, but also because of its attractive benefits. There are all kinds of rewards, such as magical skills, magic weapons, elixirs, contribution points, etc. This is also a way for the holy sect to motivate disciples to improve their combat capabilities. If you only immerse yourself in cultivation without combat skills, you are not an excellent physical cultivator. The mind communicated with the Babel Tower through the Jidao bracelet. The light flashed and the figure disappeared. Bai Donglin decided to rush to the top of the list. In addition to the good rewards, he found that this place is also a good place to brush energy. The first floor of the Babel Tower. Bai Donglin appeared in the endless desert. Each floor of the Tower of Babel is a real small world, each with a different environment. This is also to train the monks' combat capabilities in different combat environments. This holy sect really cares about its many disciples. I love this sect. Here it comes. A huge sand scorpion lurked under the yellow sand and wanted to attack him, but it was nowhere to hide under his divine sense. Bang! The sand scorpion jumped out of the yellow sand, and its huge tail hook pierced Bai Donglin's forehead as fast as lightning. Bai Donglin did not hide, he didn't dodge, nor did he use his internal energy to defend. In his perception, the sand scorpion had just entered the Blood Sea realm and couldn't break his defense. Ding! With a crisp sound, there was not even a white mark left on the forehead. He shook his head slightly, knowing that it had tried its best. With a flick of his finger, the air was instantly compressed into an air blade by the terrifying force. It flashed by and the sand scorpion was cut in half from the middle. Then he raised his right foot and stomped hard. Boom, the sand sea rippled, and a powerful force was transmitted downwards. Dozens of sand scorpions that were ready to move were all killed. He didn't even use his blood essence, just pure physical strength. Every time a spiritual orifice is opened, it can increase physical strength by about 1,000 kilograms. This is just a small increase. His physical strength is now about 220,000 kilograms. A glimmer of light flashed and entered the next level. This is a dense forest world. 100 minotaurs over 3 meters tall rushed towards him with huge axes. Ding! The huge axe hit Bai Donglin's forehead, but still did not leave a mark. It was just slightly stronger than the sand scorpion, and still useless to him. These minotaurs were not strong, but their stench caused him some mental damage. He raised his palm knife and slashed fiercely in 4 directions. 4 huge air blades, together with countless giant trees, cut all the minotaurs in half. Bai Donglin no longer wasted time. In order to find a suitable tower layer as soon as possible, he started to kill them all the way. As the tower layer went higher, the strength of these monsters increased rapidly. The 10th floor could break his skin, and the 20th floor could beat him to vomit blood. However, these could not satisfy him, and the energy he brushed out was negligible. On the 35th floor, except for Shinwok on the 36th floor, the top 1,000 were all on this floor, but they passed through it at different times. This is a world full of magma. The opponent is a black-skinned demon with 2 horns on his head and a spear in his hand. His strength has reached the perfection of the divine realm. Of course, it is only equivalent to the perfection of the divine realm of ordinary cultivators. However, the disciples of the holy sect can defeat the enemies with the cultivation of the earth realm or even the human realm, which has crossed 1 or 2 realms. As expected, they are geniuses who stand out among millions of people, and their combat power is not weak. The black-skinned demon stared at Bai Donglin with rage in his eyes. The further he went to the back of the tower, the more intelligent these monsters were. Bai Donglin, with his hands behind his back, nodded slightly. He looked very motivated. As if he was mocked, the black-skinned demon roared and approached Bai Donglin. Boom! A gun swept across and hit Bai Donglin's chest hard. Bai Donglin's chest collapsed, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He was instantly knocked back 100 feet and fell into the magma. His sternum was completely shattered, his internal organs turned into meat paste, and the sea of blood was shaken and rolled endlessly. A stream of enhanced energy appeared out of thin air. The soul in the sea of gods pinched the magic formula, and the supernatural power guided the enhanced energy. The soul devoured the enhanced energy crazily, glowing slightly. Bai Donglin climbed out of the magma and felt that his injuries were recovering quickly. Waves of severe pain hit his mind. He reached out and wiped the blood on his face, grinned, revealing a big smile, and his white teeth were stained with blood. Ha ha, not bad. Not bad. So comfortable. Seeing Bai Donglin not only stood up, but also the black-skinned demon laughed mockingly and got angry. Roar, he roared, leaped up, held the gun in both hands, and chopped at Bai Donglin's head with a move of force. You want to kill me in seconds? This won't work. Bai Donglin tilted his head slightly, and the long gun chopped hard on his left shoulder next to his left ear. His left ear and left arm were chopped off by the gun blade, and his shoulder and chest were directly split in half. The black-skinned demon swept across again, and his right arm was broken and knocked out at the same time. In a few breaths, Bai Donglin was revived with full blood and stood up again, hooking his finger at the black-skinned demon. Continue. Bang, come again. Crackling. 2 hours later. Push harder. Didn't you eat? The black-skinned demon gasped heavily, and his hands holding the long gun trembled slightly. The tip of the black long gun was broken and only a small half was left. Bai Donglin, standing opposite him, was energetic, frowning slightly, and looked dissatisfied. The injuries caused by the black-skinned demon to him were getting weaker and weaker. He despised this sneaky and cunning behavior. As a demon, can he have a little dignity? He walked a few steps to Hei Pai, and Hei Pai retreated slightly in fear, but was still grabbed by the neck by Bai Donglin. Pa pa pa. Several slaps were slapped on Hei Pai's face. Waste. That's it? You can't do it anymore? Weren't you very brave at the beginning? Do you still have any shame? You can't break the defense even if you stand still. Are you the #1 waste demon in the world? Pa pa pa, several more slaps. Tell me, can you do it? You useless thing, look into your father's eyes and throw away this broken thing. Come on, I'll teach you how to chop people. Bai Donglin snatched the broken stick from Hei Pai's hand and threw it away. He then took out a high-grade magic knife from his bracelet, stuffed it into Hei Pai's hand, grabbed Hei Pai's hand and put the knife against his neck. Did you see that, you idiot? Watch and learn well. From here, yes, right here, the aorta, cut it off with one knife. Remember to use force. Bai Donglin transformed into a Zon madman, madly outputting taunts, trying to stimulate Hype and inspire his fighting spirit. The Hype demon was stunned by a dozen slaps. He held the big knife with a dull face and let Bai Donglin manipulate him. The whole demon was stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Bai Donglin's neck was sore, looking at Hype who was still motionless like he had lost his soul. It was over. This demon had been completely played by him. Bai Donglin stood up, held Hype's black face, stared into his eyes, and said sincerely, Hype, self-destruct, this is your only chance to kill me. A glimmer of light flashed in the Hype demon's dull eyes. Yes. He can still self-destruct. He can also drag this devil to death together. Hype seemed to have grabbed the last straw. Roar after a roar, he hugged Bai Donglin and self-destructed with a bang. Unfortunately, due to the severe consumption, the energy in the body was exhausted, and the power of the self-explosion was very limited, only half killing Bai Donglin. The injuries on his body recovered quickly, and he smiled and nodded, and got another wave of energy for free. He was quite satisfied with Hype's dying performance. The Hype demon died, and the challenge of the 35th floor was successful. With a flash of white light, Bai Donglin entered the next floor. The 36th floor of the Tower of Babel. A flash of white light, Bai Donglin appeared in a huge arena. In the center of the arena, which was paved with bluestone, stood a huge blood cocoon, which was beating like a heart. Bai Donglin stared at the blood cocoon, and a strong sense of crisis caused his divine sense to beat violently. Kachet two claws pierced the blood cocoon and tore it to both sides. A tall figure with a blood-red body came out, and a powerful momentum rose to the sky. Very strong. He is definitely a strong man comparable to the Divine Mark Realm. The Divine Mark Realm is a cultivator who has engraved the patterns of the laws of magical powers in his spiritual orifices. He has initially involved the power of the laws. His every move has great power, and his strength far exceeds that of the Divine Orifice Realm. Bai Donglin's expression was solemn. This blood demon was 3 realms higher than him. Although his strength could not be measured by ordinary cultivators, he could not be as easy as facing the black skin. If he was not careful, he would be killed in seconds. It was not good for him to brush energy if his opponent was too strong. In this case, he would beat him half crippled first. With a thought, the blood essence in the body burst out with all its strength, and the sea of blood suddenly surged. The secret technique of burning blood was activated, and the blood in the body, like red crystal, burned with raging blood flames, and blood-colored smoke wrapped around the body. The red light in his eyes flashed, which was the embodiment of the limit of the operation of the blood essence. The violent momentum made the black hair dance like a wild snake. Fight! Bai Donglin took the initiative to attack, blasting a huge pit on the spot, as if teleporting, approaching the blood demon in an instant, and his fist as big as a casserole went straight to the blood demon's hideous head. Roar! The blood demon raised his head and roared. He didn't expect that this weak human dared to take the initiative to punch him, and the blood-red claws took Bai Donglin's fist at a faster speed. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted from the collision point, the bluestone floor burst directly, and huge cracks spread all around. The blood demon took a few steps back to unload the terrifying force, and each foot stepped out a deep pit. Bai Donglin stood still, stopping his body, letting the violent force wreak havoc in his body, like a body made of fine steel covered with fine cracks, and then healing between breaths. He now burst out with all his strength and added the secret technique of burning blood. With a single hand, he exerted a force of 360,000 jin, and the punch he just threw was close to 200 tons of strange force. 200 tons of strange force concentrated on a small fist, even black iron can be smashed into a hole. This blood demon actually caught this punch easily, worthy of being a strong man comparable to the divine Mark realm. The blood demon stopped his retreating body. His injuries were far less than Bai Donglin's, but he was actually repelled by the human in front of him. Feeling that his dignity was challenged, the blood demon no longer held back, and turned into a blood shadow and instantly approached Bai Donglin, slashing his claws at his neck, trying to cut off Bai Donglin's head. Bai Donglin's mind has been locked on the blood demon, and when he disappeared, he jumped back to avoid this fatal blow. Bai Donglin, who has digested many martial arts secrets, has a much better fighting skill than before. As long as the opponent cannot completely suppress him, there is still the strength to fight. The powerful soul perception allows him to see every attack of the blood demon. The figure moved, and the man and the demon fought fiercely again. Wherever they passed, the ground of the arena was destroyed into ruins by the aftermath of the battle. Every fight can bring him serious injuries. The strengthening energy nourishes his soul, making him feel pain and joy, and the more he fights, the more excited he becomes. Boom boom, another hard fight, fists and claws clashed wildly, and separated after dozens of times. The bones of Bai Donglin's hands were all broken, and he was panting slightly. The blood demon's defense was stronger than his, and his injuries were very light. The blood demon was faster, and Bai Donglin's perception and reaction were faster. The two offset each other, resulting in them being unable to bypass the opponent's defense and go straight to the vital point. They could only fight hard and fight hard. Bai Donglin frowned slightly. They had been fighting fiercely for a long time. He sensed that there was not much blood essence in his body, and the consumption of blood essence was extremely large. He had just started practicing, and he was still very dependent on blood essence. Although the injuries sustained will recover quickly, the consumed blood essence will not recover. This blood demon's realm is much higher than his, and he cannot compete with him in consumption. It will be disadvantageous for him to drag it on. It seems that he has to use his trump card. The figure moved and disappeared, and took the initiative to fight with the blood demon. In the soul space, Bai Donglin's soul opened his eyes, pinched the mysterious formula with his hands, and the divine soul eye was activated. The golden vertical lines on his forehead opened slightly, revealing the golden eyeball inside. Ja! He opened his mouth and uttered a thundering sound. A golden light shot out from the golden eyeball like lightning. The moment the golden light shot out from Bai Donglin's forehead, it turned into a colorless and invisible light, and hit the blood demon's forehead directly at a speed beyond imagination. The moment the blood demon was hit by the soul attack, he stood still. The blood demon was only comparable to the initial entry into the divine pattern realm. The cultivation of the soul has just begun. The improvement of the soul is very difficult. Not everyone can use the enhanced energy to directly strengthen the soul like him, so the blood demon's soul is far less powerful than his own. Fearing that the blood demon would be killed instantly by the soul eye, he did not use his full strength. As long as he could achieve the goal of consuming the blood demon's strength, it would be fine. He had not forgotten his goal. In a few breaths, the blood demon finally survived the soul attack. His eyes were dim and his momentum dropped a lot. He was only slightly stronger than the black skin. Bai Donglin smiled when he saw this. He only needed to use a random defensive secret technique to slightly improve his defense. With the blood demon's current state, it was impossible to kill him instantly, and he had no shortage of secret techniques. He randomly used a secret technique, and the blood essence turned into a fine grid under the skin, which greatly improved his defense. Now it was time for him to enjoy it. The blood demon, whose strength had been greatly reduced, recovered. Although he was shocked by Bai Donglin's strange soul attack, in the Tower of Babel, one of them would die, and there was no possibility of retreat. He roared and continued to pounce on Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin did not attack or defend, but took the initiative to meet the blood demon's attack with his chest. The sharp blood claws directly ripped him open, and a strange energy drilled into his body, destroying him wantonly. Like a rag doll, he was attacked crazily by the blood demon, but he was always able to avoid the attack on the vital part of his head. The situation has been completely controlled by Bai Donglin. The powerful soul can allow him to maintain the balance between the destruction and recovery of his body to the greatest extent, without suffering any more damage, and without losing any strengthening energy. This blood demon has completely become a tool for him to brush energy. Although he was grinning in pain, as the energy was absorbed by the soul strengthened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and all this was worth it. Hey, comfortable. Just stand there and let you hit me. I won't fight back. Just for fun. The boring time of being beaten passed in a flash, and 2 hours later, the tall blood demon knelt on his knees, his sharp claws deeply inserted into the ground, looking up at the sky. His eyes that were originally full of bloodlight have lost their color. Even the originally bright blood-colored exoskeleton was dim, as if the life essence contained in the whole body was gone. The blood demon is dead. He was exhausted to death. Bai Donglin drained the blood demon. Energy, flesh, and even the soul were all consumed, leaving only a worthless body. Bai Donglin, who was standing aside, looked embarrassed. Was he a little too cruel? Killing the demon was not enough. His cruel method was indeed against the harmony of heaven. But he also had his own difficulties. Strengthening energy was really too good. Sensing that his soul had been strengthened by a large part, he decided to do it again next time. A flash of white light, Bai Donglin entered the 37th floor of the Tower of Babel. The lobby of the 0th floor of the Tower of Babel. The characters on the light curtain of the new star list jumped for a while, and Bai Donglin, who was originally hundreds of places away, instantly reached the top. He stepped on Shinwok and became the new leader. Although he didn't know how Shinwok defeated the blood demon, it was obvious that Bai Donglin spent less time than him to pass the 36th floor. The changes on the new star list instantly attracted the attention of many disciples of the holy sect. The changes in other rankings might not attract people's attention, but it was hard not to attract attention when the leader of the list changed. Oh my god! Look at the rising stars list. Shinwok has been surpassed. Bai Donglin? Who is Bai Donglin? Who is this Bai Donglin? I just checked the top 100 and he's not even on the list. How come he's on top all of a sudden? Everyone was shocked. You know, Shinwok has been dominating the list for nearly 2 months. Even if there is someone who can surpass Shinwok, most people think it will be Tuya who is right behind him. Unfortunately, Tuya lost the challenge to Shinwok, which once again proved Shinwok's strength. And now, the number one new disciple in their eyes has been surpassed by someone they have never heard of. This is really a bit unbelievable. For a while, everyone was asking for information, trying to find out the details of this person who suddenly appeared. Bai Donglin, who exactly is he? Bai Donglin appeared on the 37th floor of the Tower of Babel. Looking around, he found a mass grave. A strange blood moon hung in the dark night sky. The mass grave was densely packed with graves and dilapidated tombstones. A gust of cold wind blew, and pale money flew all over the sky. A layer of light mist enveloped the place, and green ghost lights flashed from time to time in the mist. What kind of ghost place is this? Bai Donglin frowned, hoping that it was not some strange evil spirit. He hated this kind of opponent the most. His divine thoughts poured out, and he took in all the movements around him. Then Bai Donglin looked at a huge tomb, and he felt a cold and powerful breath below. Boom boom, it was as if Bai Donglin's eyes awakened the existence in the tomb. With a loud bang, the tomb exploded directly. A huge blood-red coffin rushed towards him. Bai Donglin's eyes condensed, and he did not dodge or avoid it. He punched the coffin with all his strength. Crack! The red coffin was torn into pieces, and a majestic body jumped out and landed not far away. Zombie? Bai Donglin was stunned. The unknown creature that jumped out of the coffin had a green face and fangs, was pitch black, and was surrounded by a cold breath. Except for not wearing the official uniform of the Qing dynasty and not jumping around with his arms upright, other places look very much like zombies. Especially this way of appearance. If it is really a zombie, then it will be troublesome. As we all know, zombies are monsters born under the nourishment of the yin energy of heaven and earth after a person dies. They are bloodthirsty, powerful, invulnerable, not in the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and have no soul. In this way, his magical soul eye is completely useless. In order to prevent misjudgment, Bai Donglin decided to give it a try first. The magical power was activated, and an invisible soul attack instantly hit the opponent's forehead. The green-faced zombie was hit by the soul attack without any reaction, but it seemed to feel that Bai Donglin was attacking him, and was instantly enraged, roaring and attacking. It was indeed a zombie. He shook his head helplessly. This green-faced zombie was agile in movement, and it did not have the stiff joints of ordinary zombies. It was obviously a powerful and advanced zombie. Although the plan had changed, it was impossible for him to sit and wait for death. He burst out all his strength, and used various secret techniques, and did not hold back. Boom! A man and a corpse collided violently, and the surrounding graves exploded one by one. This green-faced zombie was much stronger than the blood demon. The most important thing was that its defense was too strong. It completely ignored Bai Donglin's attack. The crazy attack made by Donglin also experienced the disgusting thing of exchanging injuries for injuries. His abnormal recovery ability plus various defensive secret techniques barely resisted the attack of the green-faced zombie. However, with each attack of the zombie, a sinister energy drilled into the body and began to gradually suppress his recovery ability. His brain was spinning frantically, trying to find a way to break the deadlock. To deal with this kind of cold creature, the positive energy attribute of light is the most effective. Bai Donglin remembered a secret technique that should be able to restrain the green-faced zombie. The secret technique in his body was running, and the thick blood essence flowed to his fists. The blood essence was in a specific way. The meridians began to rotate, and slowly the blood essence turned into a dazzling white light. Bai Donglin's fists turned into two small suns. It was the secret technique, the Great Sun Fist. The bright and hot breath emerged, and the sinister energy in the body was like snow, which was quickly melted by the light energy. The dazzling light illuminated the mass grave. The green-faced zombie was obviously very tired of this light energy and became anxious. With a roar, he punched Bai Donglin's head. Bai Donglin did not dodge and directly punched him. The effect was not as good as he thought. In addition to offsetting the continued entry of the sinister energy into the body, the damage to the green-faced zombie was very limited. The gap between the two realms was too big. He was completely relying on his physical strength and recovery ability to hold on. However, now the sinister energy in his body has been exhausted, and his recovery ability has been improved. He can barely resist the attack of the green-faced zombie. The injuries in his body are rotating endlessly, and the energy keeps strengthening his soul. Whether he can win or not is another matter. The purpose of brushing energy cannot be changed anyway. The battle between one person and one corpse is getting more and more intense. The aftermath flattened the mass grave. Bai Donglin could only barely protect his head. Other parts of his body were hit from time to time. Every time he was hit, his flesh and bones were torn apart. In addition to its amazing defense, the green-faced zombie also had a terrifying attack. It also ignored attacks from the soul and spirit, which was really difficult to deal with. Finally, the blood essence in Bai Donglin's body was exhausted, and the sun fist could no longer be maintained. His body was filled with poisonous energy, and the strengthening energy continued to emerge. After hundreds of crazy attacks, the green-faced zombie directly pierced Bai Donglin's chest with a hand knife. The condensed force burst out instantly, and his internal organs were stirred into blood foam. The poison burst out at the same time, and he died instantly. At the moment Bai Donglin was killed, the entire 37-layer small world space and time solidified instantly. The green-faced zombie and Bai Donglin were both solidified in the moment of the fierce battle. The splashing blood, the zombie's ferocious eyes, the falling paper money, and the gravel and dust blown away by the aftermath, everything was solidified in the air. It was as if everything was paused, and then the frozen picture rewound, going back to the second before the green-faced zombie was about to stab Bai Donglin to death. The moment time resumed flowing, Bai Donglin was kicked out of the Tower of Babel. The challenge failed. The Tower of Babel is unpredictable and has the ability to control space and time. For example, the small world on each floor has countless identical parallel small worlds, which can provide the same challenge venue for many disciples at the same time. And being resurrected after death is also the setting of the Tower of Babel. In order to cultivate the combat capabilities of the disciples, the Holy Sect even lets them experience death personally, and of course they will not let them really die. If you have to die, you don't die in this kind of small world, at least you have to die meaningfully. Although it is only to control the time and space of the small world in the tower, this ability still makes Bai Donglin envious. These are the two abilities he desires very much. The memories of what happened after his death were not erased, so he knew clearly what he had just experienced. He was not depressed by the failure of the challenge. Anyway, the purpose of his brushing to enhance energy, I have reached the goal, and this trip is not a loss. As for this green-faced zombie, when he becomes stronger, he will go to settle accounts with him, and then he will dance on the green-faced zombie's grave. At this time, the Jidao bracelet emitted a red light, and a message came into his mind. Successfully challenge the 10th floor, and reward 1,000 contribution points. Successfully challenge the 20th floor, and reward 2,000 contribution points. Successfully challenge the 30th floor, and reward 5,000 contribution points. Reach the top of the list and keep it for 1 month, and reward a magical power, which can be selected at the Monument World. The top 1,000 of the new star list will be awarded different rewards at the end of each month according to their rankings. Note, disciples are not allowed to cheat and brush the list. If found, the rules of the Holy Sect will deal with it. After receiving the information, Bai Donglin felt that many items appeared out of thin air in the Jidao bracelet. It turned out that after the 10th floor, each floor has rewards. Except for the 10th floor, which rewards contribution points, the other tower floors are all rewards of elixir, magic tools, materials, and other things. The reward of each floor is a one-time reward for the first clearance. However, the top spot must be maintained for a month to obtain the magical power reward. It seems that it is safer to kill the green-faced zombie as soon as possible and then upgrade to the next level. That Shinwuk is quite powerful, so he might as well take over. He is Bai Donglin. At this time, a loud shout interrupted Bai Donglin's thoughts. He looked up and saw that the person shouting was a disciple of Taishang Valley, who had met him several times. Where is it? Where is it? Where is Bai Donglin? Get out of the way, let me see the big guy. Hello, brother Bai, I am. Get out of the way. Is your thigh missing a pendant? For a moment, Bai Donglin was surrounded by the crowd, and more disciples who couldn't squeeze in were also on tiptoe, wanting to see the face of the new top of the rising star list. Bai Donglin smiled helplessly, bowed to the people around him in an elegant and easygoing manner and said, "My fellow disciples, thank you for your kindness. I was lucky to be on the top of the list. I have only a humble skill, so I dare not say that I am brave. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave first. I'll have a chance to drink with you in the future." After that, he drew a light gait and escaped from the crowd. Wow! Brother Bai is so humble and gentle. Yes. Yes. It's completely different from the cold Shinwuk and the domineering Tuya. Love it. Love it. Bai Donglin didn't get too entangled with these people. Although these disciples of the holy sect looked exaggerated, they were all cunning and none of them who could pass the holy sect's assessment were easy to deal with. Bai Donglin didn't return to Zizuju, but came to Shushan. After the battle with the green-faced zombie in the strange gray fog on the Nujong River, he found that he knew too little about these strange and evil things, and he didn't have the kind of targeted means. This time, I went into the Book Mountain for the second time, firstly to find some means to deal with evil spirits, and secondly, my soul is much stronger now, it is time to absorb another wave of knowledge. Learning is endless, knowledge is something Bai Donglin never has too much of. Learn as much as you can, one day you will be able to use it. The bracelet flashed red, and he stepped into the Book Mountain. The scripture of subduing demons requires true essence to activate, no. The righteousness of Confucianism, non-Confucianists need a pure heart to activate it? I don't have a pure heart. The great Sun Tathagata poem, Buddha heart-slashing karma, 6-character scripture, these are very powerful in restraining evil spirits. Unfortunately, they all require Buddha essence to activate. In the Book Mountain, Bai Donglin flipped through various magical skills and secret books. He found that the secret skills of body cultivation were not very powerful in restraining evil spirits, at least much weaker than those of chi cultivation. It may not be that there are none, after all the truly powerful body cultivation skills and secret skills are in the monument realm. But the magical skills and spells of chi cultivation are different. Regardless of their level, they are all thrown into the Book Mountain. For example, the Great Sun Tathagata poem is definitely not worse than the magical skills in the monument realm. Don't you value it because it's not from your own system? Or maybe it's too easy to get it, so you don't cherish it. Especially the secret manuals of Confucianism, which are as numerous as stars, second only to the secret manuals of physical cultivation. They should be what Shushan brought with him. These secret manuals are very tempting, but almost all of them have the prerequisites for cultivation. They cannot be used at all if the cultivation system is different. However, no matter whether they are useful or not, he has imprinted them all into his soul. Thousands of great ways, different paths lead to the same destination, and they are still of reference value. Bai Donglin closed his eyes and thought. He must find a way to restrain the evil spirits. He would not allow himself to have such an obvious weakness. If it doesn't work, he will spend his contribution points to go to the monument world. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Chi cultivation and body cultivation, one focuses on chi, and the other focuses on body, but they all have one thing in common, that is, they all need to cultivate the soul. With a thought, the communication bracelet retrieved the secret manuals related to the soul, and a red dot appeared in his mind. There were much fewer red dots than other secret manuals. It seems that the secret manuals of the soul are very precious. Soul is very important for any system. It can be said that it is closely related to every realm in the later stage. Chi cultivation needs to enter the Yuanshan realm, and body cultivation needs to enter the Xunwen realm before they can formally cultivate the soul. In the early stage, only basic warming can be carried out. Bai Donglin just took a shortcut and used the soul's magical power to guide the enhanced energy to cultivate the soul in advance. The pregnant god-casting demon sutra he practiced has a method of cultivating the soul, but he has to wait until he enters the Shinwan realm. In other words, he does not need to specifically look for a method to cultivate the soul, but only needs to find spells that can be cast based on the soul. Bai Donglin read through thousands of secret books related to the soul in the Book Mountain, and finally chose two that he felt were the most powerful. One is the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's original vow sutra, which is the supreme Buddhist scripture for salvation. It can save resentful souls and resolve resentment. It has a strong restraint on evil spirits. It does not require the Buddha's yuan to activate it, and it can be chanted with the soul. However, it requires the caster to have a profound Buddha nature and a high understanding of Buddhism. The second is the Taijuku Junan Tianzuan Chadu Sutra, a Taoist sutra for saving people, which is similar to the Benyuan Sutra, but the caster needs to be Taoist. To have a profound understanding of the teachings, one needs to read through the Taoist canon. These are the most basic. Tathagata, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, Tai Tianzuan. Bai Donglin's eyes were deep. Since he entered the holy sect, the more things he came into contact with, the more he found that there were big problems in this world. He used his mind to cut off all distracting thoughts. He was just a new monk. There was no need to think too much about the big guy's affairs. He just needed to practice and become stronger. But in the future, he needed to be more careful and hide his secrets, so as not to accidentally step into the chessboard of the big guys and be unable to control himself from then on. He stopped thinking about it and began to print a large number of Buddhist scriptures and Taoist canons through searching. Although these were not secret techniques for practicing exercises, they all contained certain truths of the Great Way. Even if it was not for the two transcendental scriptures, he would read them when he had time. He took this opportunity to copy and paste them into the depths of his soul. Anyway, his soul is no longer the same as before, and its capacity has greatly increased. In the next few days, Bai Donglin stayed in the mountain of books, chanting Buddhist scriptures and reading Taoist canons. The bonus to comprehension ability in the Book Mountain is quite high. He just earned a large amount of contribution points, and he can still afford to spend 200 a day. Bai Donglin, who was closing his eyes to comprehend, suddenly frowned slightly, opened his eyes, and countless characters flashed in the depths of his dark and deep eyes. The Jidao bracelet emitted a faint red light, and then a piece of information sank into his mind. Su Qi? What does Shengqing want to talk to me about? Then he stood up and prepared to leave the Book Mountain. Although he had studied hard for several days, he had gained a lot, but he was also a little tired. It was just right to go out and rest for a while. He walked out of the light gate and returned to Zuzuju. He instantly sensed the breath at the door. It was Shengqing, who stepped forward to open the gate. Brother Bai, I finally found you. Come in and talk. Bai Donglin smiled. He didn't know what this Shengqing wanted that made him so anxious. The two of them walked into the yard and sat down. Shengqing took out a cup of spiritual tea and poured each of them a cup. Bai Donglin then said, I don't know what's the matter, brother Shengqing. You are so anxious that you even contacted me through Miss Su. Shengqing picked up the spiritual tea and drank it in one gulp. He let out a breath and said, let's not talk about anything else. Let's establish a connection between the bracelets first. If we hadn't met Su Qi this time, I don't know when I could find you. After that, he took Bai Donglin's hand, and their bracelets touched each other. At the last night banquet, they were only focused on drinking, and they were not very familiar with the Jidao bracelet, so they didn't think about this. Brother Bai, you are so hard-working in your training. I haven't seen you for the past 2 or 3 months, and this time you made such a big move. You actually topped the list. Brother Bai, you really honored us in Taishang Valley. Bai Donglin sipped the spiritual tea and smiled slightly, not caring. This Shengqing was quite to his liking. Although he was a bit talkative, he was a person of true temperament. Brother Shang, there is no need to mention some trivial matters. Tell me what you want to talk to me about. Shengqing was full of admiration when he heard this. Bai Donglin was full of surprise, and he gave a thumbs up repeatedly. Brother Bai was not only strong, but also so cool. It was a piece of cake for him to beat hundreds of thousands of disciples to the top of the list. He cried in his heart, I'm wasting my time. I'm wasting my time. He's going to pretend now. Ahem, Brother Bai, the reason I came to you was actually entrusted by someone, and it's also related to your top of the list. Bai Donglin didn't say anything, but raised his eyebrows to signal him to continue. Brother Bai, you also know that I like to make friends. I have met many senior brothers these days, and this time a senior took the initiative to find me and asked me to contact you, Brother Bai. Oh? Did this senior brother say what he wanted to talk to me about? Bai Donglin looked puzzled. Although he was at the top of the list, It was nothing to those senior brothers who had already worshipped in the main peak. The later the cultivator is, the more realm he has. From the perspective of the senior brothers, they should not care about these children playing house. Sheng Qing shook his head and said, I don't know about that. I only know that they are going to invite you, Brother Bai. By the way, it is said that Shenhuak and Tuya have also been invited. Bai Donglin frowned. Something must be wrong when things are abnormal. This matter must not be so simple, but it is not easy to refuse. It's okay to go and take a look. Just act according to the circumstances. So he asked, time and place. Tomorrow at noon, Hanhai Restaurant. In the huge area specially divided by the Holy Sect, this area is the public area for the Holy Sect to communicate and trade. The tall restaurant near the center is the Hanhai Restaurant. Bai Donglin looked up at the plaque and stepped into it. As soon as he entered the restaurant, a black-clothed servant who was waiting beside him had his eyes lit up, and hurried forward and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Bai, my master has prepared a banquet on the top floor, please follow me. Bai Donglin nodded and followed him, going upstairs. It was not difficult to get his portrait with the means of a cultivator, and he was not surprised that the servant could recognize him at a glance. Soon they went up to the top floor, and the servants bowed respectfully and then left. Bai Donglin took a quick look and saw that there was only one table in the spacious space, and 3 people with extraordinary temperaments were already seated. Junior Brother Bai, you are finally here, come, please take a seat. A heroic man on the main seat stood up and said enthusiastically. It seems that this is the senior brother. His aura is hidden. Bai Donglin couldn't sense anything. Hearing this, he found an empty seat and sat down without being polite. Then he asked directly, I don't know what your name is, senior brother? I don't know why you invited me here this time? Ha ha ha, Junior Brother Bai is quick-witted, worthy of being the top of the newcomer list. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Chojin, and I am the current senior brother of Tianwei Peak. Bai Donglin's expression moved. He turned out to be the senior brother of Tianwei Peak, one of the 36 peaks of Tiangang. This person is not simple. What does such a person need to ask the new disciples for help? Although Chojin was a little surprised about the matter of Tianwei Peak's senior brother, he was not in awe. If he were of the same generation, would Chojin have the ability to reach the top? Saint sect monks are all gifted. If they are afraid of anything, what kind of Taoism are they practicing? Be confident but not arrogant, do not fear all Taoisms, only respect my Taoism, only in this way can you cultivate the invincible Taoism. This is also the reason why Chojin is so polite to the 3 people, not only because he has something to ask for, but also because the 3 of them are the best among the new disciples, and their future is limitless. After Chojin introduced himself, he turned his gaze to another man with long hair, white on the left and black on the right, and said, This is Junior Brother Shenhuak. I don't know if you have met him. Junior Brother Shen is quite powerful, but he is only second to Junior Brother Bai. Bai Donglin looked at Shenhuak and felt that the man in front of him exuded a cold breath from the bones. As expected, the rumors were true. He was extremely handsome, and he was already 70% of his level. He arched his hands and said politely, It's our first meeting. Brother Shen is indeed extraordinary and has the appearance of an immortal. Shenhuak's eyes were slightly relieved when he heard the coldness in his eyes, and he also replied politely, Brother Bai, you are too kind. Brother Bai is very powerful. I will definitely experience it if I have the chance. Ha ha ha, I don't deserve it, it's just luck. Everyone lifts the sedan chair, who doesn't like to hear nice things? Business mutual praise, just blow it up. This is Junior Brother Tuya, his strength is also very strong, second only to the 2 of you. Tuya frowned when he heard the words, obviously a little unconvinced. Bai Donglin felt a strong sense of dominance from his brows. He seemed to be a competitive person. Such people are extremely strong and difficult to communicate with. Hello, Brother Tuesday. Tuya just nodded slightly. Bai Donglin didn't care. He was destined to have no communication with this person, so he didn't talk. Come on, 3 junior brothers, let's drink and chat. Xiaojin personally filled the glasses for the 3 people. It seemed that the matter they were discussing was not trivial. Even the maids were driven out. Bai Donglin's soul moved slightly, sensing that this floor of the restaurant was shrouded by an isolation formation. He became a little curious about this matter. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Xiaojin put down his chopsticks. Bai Donglin's heart moved, thinking that the main show was about to begin. He heard Xiaojin's serious tone, 3 junior brothers, I recently received a message that the Holy Sect will announce a major event soon. This event may be a life or death calamity for you new disciples, or it may be an opportunity. Bai Donglin and the other 2 looked slightly condensed when they heard the words. Of course, Shojin would not play tricks on them for no reason, but he didn't know what made the eldest senior brother of the main peak take it so seriously. Shojin saw that the three of them looked serious, nodded with satisfaction, and continued, "This matter has only been reported for a short time, and the top leaders of the holy sect are also very surprised. After all, that place only appears once in tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect that this time it would be much earlier, just in time for you to catch up. I dare not say too much about the specific situation. It won't be long before the holy sect will issue a decree, and you will understand it by then." Shojin said. After that, he took out 3 white jade tubes from his bracelet and placed them on the table, and then said, "3 junior brothers, I invited you here this time to make a deal with you. Help me take something out of that place, and I will buy it with 100,000 contribution points." Bai Donglin and the other two were shocked. 100,000 contribution points, what a big deal. It seems that what Shojin is looking for is definitely extraordinary. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The effort and the reward are proportional. And what exactly is the place that this Riddler is talking about? I know that the three of you have a lot of doubts in your mind. You will naturally understand it soon. Here are 3 maps, and the information of the things you are looking for is also in them. Whether the three of you want to accept this deal or not, and go to find what the senior brother needs, it all depends on you. Even if you don't want to do it, it doesn't matter. Please accept this map. Just think of it as making friends. Anyway, the 3 of you must go to that place. After Shojin finished speaking, he handed the jade tube to the 3 of them. Bai Donglin thought about it and took the jade tube. Now he knew too little information. Whether to make this deal or not depends on the situation at that time. The decision is in his hands. Even if Shojin is the senior brother of the main peak, he can't influence his will. The 3 of them took the jade tube. Shojin didn't talk about it anymore, but smiled and talked about some trivial matters of the holy sect. The 4 of them ate and drank for an hour, and Bai Donglin and others left one after another. "Brother Bai, please stay." Bai Donglin was stopped when he was walking on the street. He turned around and saw that it was the black and white-haired Shinwok. Although this person was very cold, he had a good impression of him, so he stopped and turned back to ask, "I wonder if Brother Shin has anything else to say?" "Brother Bai, I will challenge the Tower of Babel in a month and return to the top of the list," Shinwok said and left through the light gate. Bai Donglin was slightly stunned. Shinwok was too arrogant. Did he deliberately not want to affect his ability to get the magical power reward? Or is this the unspoken rule? It seems that there is no need to rush to find trouble with the green-faced zombie. He shook his head and didn't take it to heart. He went through the light gate and returned to Zuzuju. In the infinite dimensional space, the space fragments that can be seen everywhere are erratic, and space turbulence appears from time to time, and more terrifying spacetime storms are also hidden in it. At this time, a huge monster slowly appeared in the depths of the dimensional space. This is an extremely huge world, shining with a dazzling light that cannot be looked at directly. That is an indestructible world wall. The huge world rolled through the dimensional space, slowly and unwaveringly, crushing all the space debris, space turbulence, and spacetime storms into nothingness. The crisis-ridden dimensional space could not leave a trace on the world wall. And in the direction of this huge world, there stood a world that was countless times larger. This world suppressed the boundless dimensional space, and countless huge spacetime storms were entangled around the world. This was a world that seemed to have life, swallowing and spitting out infinite energy with every breath, and the violent energy formed countless vortices. Anything in the dimensional space would get close to the vortex, will be shredded, and then turned into pure energy to be absorbed by the world. With the movement trajectory of the huge world, it won't be long before the 2 worlds will pass by each other. Qianyuan Realm. Above the boundless Dongji Minghai, an old man with white hair and beard stood in the void. His clean white robe was covered with golden patterns. The patterns intertwined to form a golden eye behind him. This eye was extremely mysterious, as if it could see through everything in the world. The old man stretched out his right hand, holding an ancient brass compass. Countless characters on the compass rotated and intertwined, forming a huge ball of light. Countless light spots appeared inside it, floating erratically. The old man stared at the ball of light on the compass with his eyes fixed, and countless characters jumped in the depths of his eyes. "Old man Tianji, have you calculated the specific time of the arrival of the ancient world?" An old voice came from the void, and then an old man in a black robe broke through the space and appeared next to the old man in white named Old Man Tianji. Strange, why is it early? And it's a full 10,000 years early, it doesn't make sense, this has never happened since ancient times. The old man Tianji did not answer the old man in black robe. His eyes were still fixed on the compass, muttering to himself. The old man in black robe shook his head and said to the void, "You old guys, why are you still hiding? I haven't seen you for tens of thousands of years, why don't you come out to see your old friends?" As soon as the old man finished speaking, ripples appeared in the surrounding space, and then more than a dozen figures stepped out and stood in the void. With the appearance of everyone, the surrounding time and space were faintly distorted, and time was disturbed by the invisible aura. Among the dozen figures, there were men and women, old and young, people and monsters, sloppy old Taoists, great scholars holding books, and old monks with Buddha's light behind their heads. These people were silent and all looked at the old man Tianji. At this time, the old man Tianji finally withdrew his gaze from the compass light ball, glanced at everyone, and slowly said, "After 3 months, the ancient world of Mingyu will come again. However, I still have doubts. The ancient world cannot come 10,000 years in advance for no reason. There must be something strange about this." A beautiful woman in palace dress said with a change of expression, "Tianji, do you mean they are playing tricks? Impossible. Xuanji, you think too highly of them. Even we can't interfere with the operation of the ancient world, let alone them." The old man in black robe frowned and shouted loudly. The old monk with 9 rounds of Buddha light behind his head put his hands together and said with a smile, "Amitba, in my opinion, everything has cause and effect. If there is a result, there must be a cause. If there is a change in the ancient world, we have to guard against it. Humph, we still need to go back and report this to the ancestor. If they really dare to reach out to the ancient world, they must be killed." Amitba. Good. The figures of the people disappeared in an instant, and the disturbed time and space gradually returned to normal. The old man Tianji, who was left alone, frowned, sensing the chaotic and vague Tianji, sighed softly, and then disappeared. Taishan Valley, Zizhu Residence. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged on the bed, his blood essence surging endlessly, and the large amount of blood essence consumed in opening up the spiritual orifice was quickly restored. After the blood essence was fully restored, he compressed the blood essence into a point with ease, and put it into the spiritual orifice singularity explosion, successfully opening up another spiritual orifice. He closed his eyes and opened his eyes. A red light flashed, and the surging blood essence in his body gradually calmed down. Too slow, after several days of seclusion, all the elixirs and spiritual stones have been used up, and the human orifice and spiritual orifice have only been opened up to 100, not even half. In fact, his cultivation speed is already very fast, and he has opened up an infinite spiritual orifice space, but Bai Donglin is not satisfied with this speed. The failure rate of the singularity explosion method is not low, and many times it is a waste of effort. If it weren't for spending a lot of time to restore the blood essence, his human orifice might have been opened up. Although the infinite spiritual orifice space opened up has great potential, this advantage can only be reflected when the god is conceived and the demon is forged. Now the difference in his strength improvement is not much compared with the ordinary spiritual orifice opening method. He was still very cautious about what Qiuzhen said. He wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. Only when he was strong could he have more choices in the face of crisis. After thinking for a while, he found that he was so poor that he only had contribution points left. There were still 11,800 points left. He might have to use his precious points to exchange for some spiritual stones and elixirs. Others dared not take elixirs as recklessly as he did. Unless they were precious golden elixirs, spiritual elixirs were all elixir toxic. If they accumulated too much in the body, there would be great trouble. But for him, it was just to increase a little strengthening energy. The same was true for the use of spiritual stones. The spiritual energy contained in spiritual stones was not as gentle as that of elixirs. Other cultivators were more careful and slow in absorbing spiritual stones, but Bai Donglin wanted to chew the spiritual stones and swallow them. The damage to his meridians caused by the violent spiritual energy only increased his energy. It was also because of this that a large amount of cultivation resources were consumed by him in just a few days. The true scripture of pregnant god in casting demons was strong enough, but it consumed too many resources. He got up and walked out of the bedroom. It was impossible for him to slowly recover his blood essence by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Money is we can earn it again after it is spent. He drew a light gate, came to the public area of the holy sect, and went straight to the trading area. Dan Pavilion, the largest medicine store in this trading area, is said to have the shadow of Danfeng behind it. It is very powerful and can take out a few golden pills for sale from time to time. As soon as Bai Donglin entered the Dan Pavilion, the beautiful shopping guide inside had her eyes lit up and hurried forward. She had seen Bai Donglin's portrait. He was her new dream lover. "Mr. Bai, is there anything you need?" The woman's voice was gentle and pleasant, and her eyes were full of affection as she looked at Bai Donglin. The delicate voice, warm and generous, Bai Donglin nodded secretly. It was worthy of the Dan Pavilion. The service was not bad. I need a pill that can quickly restore spiritual energy. Introduce it to me. Okay, Mr. Bai, please follow me. Mr. Bai, this is the Huiling pill, which is most suitable for the Xinqiao realm. There is also this Guiyuan pill, which is extremely pure. The pill very little poison. Looking at the several kinds of elixirs introduced by the woman, Bai Donglin shook his head. He had used a lot of these elixirs. They were very ordinary and not suitable for him. I need an elixir that can quickly restore spiritual energy in large quantities. I don't care whether the medicine is mild or whether it contains elixir poison. Bai Donglin's words startled the shopping guide. She had been in the industry for so many years and it was the first time she heard such a strange request. She suddenly thought of something and said to Bai Donglin, "So Mr. Bai wants to buy elixirs for spirit beasts." Many cultivators would raise spirit beasts as battle pets or mounts, and the spirit beast's soul-restoring elixirs certainly don't need to care whether the medicine is mild or whether the elixir poison content is high. First, the spirit beasts have stronger bodies, and second, pets are pets. How can they be more expensive than their masters? Bai Donglin's figure paused, and he instantly understood what the woman meant. It seemed that it was really suitable for him, so he stammered and replied, "Well, that's right. I just want to buy spiritual elixirs for my spirit pet." Bai Donglin followed the woman to another counter with a forced smile. "Mr. Bai, look, this is a spirit beast pill. It has a strong effect. One pill can restore the spirit of the spirit beast." "Yeah, not bad. How much is this pill?" "I buy it with contribution points." "Contribution points." The woman's eyes lit up. It's not like she has never seen people using contribution points to buy pills, but it's good to have one every 1 or 2 months. Almost no one would squander it like this. It's worthy of Mr. Bai, he is really generous. The shopping guide hurriedly called the shopkeeper. She didn't have the Jidao bracelet that could be traded for contribution points. "Hello, Mr. Bai, I am the shopkeeper of the pill pavilion. If you buy the spirit beast pill with contribution points, you can get a lot of discounts, 2 points for 1 pill. I wonder how many you need." This shopkeeper is one of the disciples who has not joined the main peak after 20 years. He has a Jidao bracelet. Staying in the holy sect to help some forces as a shopkeeper is also a way out. "Well, give me 2,000 pills." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. 2,000 pills meant 4,000 points. It was a big deal. The shopping guide girl next to him covered her mouth and said in surprise, "It's a blessing to be Mr. Bai's pet." Bai Donglin smiled and nodded and said, "Yes, my pet has a big appetite." He deducted the points to the shopkeeper. After the payment was settled, Bai Donglin took the elixir and left quickly. The shopping guide girl looked at Bai Donglin's departing back with her eyes infatuated. She was really envious of the pet. "If it were me, I would be so happy." He walked out of the light gate and returned to Zuzuju. He sat cross-legged on the bed and took out a spirit beast pill. The pill was emerald green and had a faint fragrance. Bai Donglin was tangled. It was okay. No one knew anyway. The spirit beast pill was eaten by my pet. What did it have to do with me, Bai Donglin? From today on, I, Bai Donglin, will no longer be a human being. He opened his mouth and swallowed the spirit beast pill. The pill instantly turned into violent aura. The blood essence in his body recovered quickly, and the damage to his meridians caused by the pill was gone. And the poison of the pills turned into enhanced energy. It smells so good. With a large number of pills, Bai Donglin's speed of opening up the spiritual orifices increased again. His strength was improving every moment. In less than half a month, all 257 spiritual orifices of the human orifices were opened. His physical strength increased greatly, and his blood essence became stronger. In Bai Donglin's body, all the human orifices in his chest and limbs were opened successfully. Each spiritual orifice was like a small sun, connected into a mysterious pattern, like a constellation in the starry sky. The next step is to open up the earth orifice in the navel and abdomen, and the sky orifice on the head. There are more than 1,000 spirit beast pills left. Even if the opening of the earth orifice is more difficult, it is enough for him to open up the earth orifice. The blood essence of the whole body gathered to the spiritual orifice of the sea of Qi in the core of the earth orifice. The blood essence was madly compressed to the limit when the skills were running, and the blood essence singularity was thrown into the spiritual orifice of the sea of Qi. Another half a month later, Bai Donglin, who had been practicing with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. His eyes were tired. After practicing hard for a month, he was either taking spirit beast pills or playing with singularity explosions. I don't know how many times he was blown to death. In the later stage, more and more blood essence needs to be compressed. To restore the more abundant blood essence in the body, 3 spirit beast pills are needed at a time to restore it. There are only dozens of spirit beast pills left, but the results are also very gratifying. All 72 spiritual orifices of the earth orifice have been successfully opened. Except for the head, only the spiritual orifice of the sea of spirits shines in the body, and the spiritual orifices of other parts shine like the sun one by one. The skyrocketing strength made by Donlin unable to control his blood essence. The consequence is that he can't compress the blood essence singularity. The sky orifice can't continue to open up. It takes a period of time to settle down and thoroughly master the skyrocketing blood essence. At this time, the Jidao bracelet flashed red, and a message came into his mind. The top 10,000 disciples on the Rising Star list will each be awarded a magical secret technique, and they can go to the Monument Realm to choose. The top 10,000 disciples on the Rising Star list will each be awarded 10,000 contribution points, which have been allocated to the Jidao bracelet. The top 10,000 disciples on the Rising Star list will enjoy a 10% discount on all cultivation facilities for the next month. Within 1 month, the Holy Sect will hold a sermon 4 times, once every 7 days, and all disciples can go to listen. There was also a big G printed behind this message. The golden light was shining, glittering, and the Supreme Majesty showed that this message was undoubtedly the decree of the Holy Sect. Bai Donglin's eyes condensed slightly. Is it finally here? The big event that Qiuzhen mentioned. It seems that his actions have to speed up. Bai Donglin suddenly felt that time was running out, and there was a feeling that a storm was coming. In addition to practicing the exercises to open up the spiritual orifices, he also had to comprehend the Buddhist scriptures and Taoist scriptures, practice 2 supreme transcendence methods, and there were 2 magical secret techniques waiting for him to learn in the Monument Realm. He also had to find time to create a few fake substitute puppets. I really can't split myself into 2, if only I had the technique of multiple shadow clones. Gathering my thoughts, I have to take 1 step at a time. I will go to the Monument Realm to select the magical skills first. There is no point in being anxious. I will do my best before the storm comes. Draw out of the light gate, step through it, and enter the Monument Realm of an unknown dimension. Taishan Valley, Zizhu Residence. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged on the bed, his blood essence surging endlessly, and the large amount of blood essence consumed in opening up the spiritual orifice was quickly restored. After the blood essence was fully restored, he compressed the blood essence into a point with ease, and put it into the spiritual orifice singularity explosion, successfully opening up another spiritual orifice. He closed his eyes and opened his eyes. A red light flashed, and the surging blood essence in his body gradually calmed down. Too slow, after several days of seclusion, all the elixirs and spiritual stones have been used up, and the human orifice and spiritual orifice have only been opened up to 100, not even half. In fact, his cultivation speed is already very fast, and he has opened up an infinite spiritual orifice space, but Bai Donglin is not satisfied with this speed. The failure rate of the singularity explosion method is not low, and many times it is a waste of effort. If it weren't for spending a lot of time to restore the blood essence, his human orifice might have been opened up. Although the infinite spiritual orifice space opened up has great potential, this advantage can only be reflected when the god is conceived and the demon is forged. Now the difference in his strength improvement is not much compared with the ordinary spiritual orifice opening method. He was still very cautious about what Qiuzhen said. He wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. Only when he was strong could he have more choices in the face of crisis. After thinking for a while, he found that he was so poor that he only had contribution points left. There were still 11,800 points left. He might have to use his precious points to exchange for some spiritual stones and elixirs. Others dared not take elixirs as recklessly as he did. Unless they were precious golden elixirs, spiritual elixirs were all elixir toxic. If they accumulated too much in the body, there would be great trouble. But for him, it was just to increase a little strengthening energy. The same was true for the use of spiritual stones. The spiritual energy contained in spiritual stones was not as gentle as that of elixirs. Other cultivators were more careful and slow in absorbing spiritual stones, but Bai Donglin wanted to chew the spiritual stones and swallow them. The damage to his meridians caused by the violent spiritual energy only increased his energy. It was also because of this that a large amount of cultivation resources were consumed by him in just a few days. The true scripture of pregnant god in casting demons was strong enough, but it consumed too many resources. He got up and walked out of the bedroom. It was impossible for him to slowly recover his blood essence by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Money is we can earn it again after it is spent. He drew a light gate, came to the public area of the holy sect, and went straight to the trading area. Dan Pavilion, the largest medicine store in this trading area, is said to have the shadow of Danfeng behind it. It is very powerful and can take out a few golden pills for sale from time to time. As soon as Bai Donglin entered the Dan Pavilion, the beautiful shopping guide inside had her eyes lit up and hurried forward. She had seen Bai Donglin's portrait. He was her new dream lover. "Mr. Bai, is there anything you need?" The woman's voice was gentle and pleasant, and her eyes were full of affection as she looked at Bai Donglin. The delicate voice, warm and generous, Bai Donglin nodded secretly. It was worthy of the Dan Pavilion. The service was not bad. "I need a pill that can quickly restore spiritual energy. Introduce it to me." "Okay, Mr. Bai, please follow me." "Mr. Bai, this is the Huiling pill, which is most suitable for the Xinxiao realm. There is also this Guiyuan pill, which is extremely pure. The pill very little poison." Looking at the several kinds of elixirs introduced by the woman, Bai Donglin shook his head. He had used a lot of these elixirs. They were very ordinary and not suitable for him. "I need an elixir that can quickly restore spiritual energy in large quantities. I don't care whether the medicine is mild or whether it contains elixir poison." Bai Donglin's words startled the shopping guide. She had been in the industry for so many years and it was the first time she heard such a strange request. She suddenly thought of something and said to Bai Donglin, "So Mr. Bai wants to buy elixirs for spirit beasts." Many cultivators would raise spirit beasts as battle pets or mounts, and the spirit beast's soul-restoring elixirs certainly don't need to care whether the medicine is mild or whether the elixir poison content is high. First, the spirit beasts have stronger bodies, and second, pets are pets. How can they be more expensive than their masters? Bai Donglin's figure paused, and he instantly understood what the woman meant. It seemed that it was really suitable for him, so he stammered and replied, "Well, that's right. I just want to buy spiritual elixirs for my spirit pet." Bai Donglin followed the woman to another counter with a forced smile. "Mr. Bai, look, this is a spirit beast pill. It has a strong effect. One pill can restore the spirit of the spirit beast." "Yeah, not bad. How much is this pill?" "I buy it with contribution points." "Contribution points." The woman's eyes lit up. It's not like she has never seen people using contribution points to buy pills, but it's good to have one every 1 or 2 months. Almost no one would squander it like this. It's worthy of Mr. Bai, he is really generous. The shopping guide hurriedly called the shopkeeper. She didn't have the Jidao bracelet that could be traded for contribution points. "Hello, Mr. Bai, I am the shopkeeper of the pill pavilion. If you buy the spirit beast pill with contribution points, you can get a lot of discounts, 2 points for 1 pill. I wonder how many you need." This shopkeeper is one of the disciples who has not joined the main peak after 20 years. He has a Jidao bracelet. Staying in the holy sect to help some forces as a shopkeeper is also a way out. "Well, give me 2,000 pills." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. 2,000 pills meant 4,000 points. It was a big deal. The shopping guide girl next to him covered her mouth and said in surprise, "It's a blessing to be Mr. Bai's pet." Bai Donglin smiled and nodded and said, "Yes, my pet has a big appetite." He deducted the points to the shopkeeper. After the payment was settled, Bai Donglin took the elixir and left quickly. The shopping guide girl looked at Bai Donglin's departing back with her eyes infatuated. She was really envious of the pet. "If it were me, I would be so happy." He walked out of the light gate and returned to Zuzuju. He sat cross-legged on the bed and took out a spirit beast pill. The pill was emerald green and had a faint fragrance. Bai Donglin was tangled. It was okay. No one knew anyway. The spirit beast pill was eaten by my pet. What did it have to do with me, Bai Donglin? From today on, I, Bai Donglin, will no longer be a human being. He opened his mouth and swallowed the spirit beast pill. The pill instantly turned into violent aura. The blood essence in his body recovered quickly, and the damage to his meridians caused by the pill was gone. And the poison of the pills turned into enhanced energy. It smells so good. With a large number of pills, Bai Donglin's speed of opening up the spiritual orifices increased again. His strength was improving every moment. In less than half a month, all 257 spiritual orifices of the human orifices were opened. His physical strength increased greatly, and his blood essence became stronger. In Bai Donglin's body, all the human orifices in his chest and limbs were opened successfully. Each spiritual orifice was like a small sun, connected into a mysterious pattern, like a constellation in the starry sky. The next step is to open up the earth orifice in the navel and abdomen, and the sky orifice on the head. There are more than 1,000 spirit beast pills left. Even if the opening of the earth orifice is more difficult, it is enough for him to open up the earth orifice. The blood essence of the whole body gathered to the spiritual orifice of the sea of Qi in the core of the earth orifice. The blood essence was madly compressed to the limit when the skills were running, and the blood essence singularity was thrown into the spiritual orifice of the sea of Qi. Another half a month later, Bai Donglin, who had been practicing with his eyes closed, opened his eyes were tired. After practicing hard for a month, he was either taking spirit beast pills or playing with singularity explosions. I don't know how many times he was blown to death. In the later stage, more and more blood essence needs to be compressed. To restore the more abundant blood essence in the body, 3 spirit beast pills are needed at a time to restore it. There are only dozens of spirit beast pills left, but the results are also very gratifying. All 72 spiritual orifices of the earth orifice have been successfully opened. Except for the head, only the spiritual orifice of the sea of spirits shines in the body, and the spiritual orifices of other parts shine like the sun one by one. The skyrocketing strength made by Donglin unable to control his blood essence. The consequence is that he can't compress the blood essence singularity. The sky orifice can't continue to open up. It takes a period of time to settle down and thoroughly master the skyrocketing blood essence. At this time, the Jidao bracelet flashed red, and a message came into his mind. The top 10,000 disciples on the Rising Star list will each be awarded a magical secret technique, and they can go to the Monument Realm to choose. The top 10,000 disciples on the Rising Star list will each be awarded 10,000 contribution points, which have been allocated to the Jidao bracelet. The top 10,000 disciples on the Rising Star list will enjoy a 10% discount on all cultivation facilities for the next month. Within 1 month, the Holy Sect will hold a sermon 4 times, once every 7 days, and all disciples can go to listen. There was also a big G printed behind this message. The golden light was shining, glittering, and the Supreme Majesty showed that this message was undoubtedly the decree of the Holy Sect. Bai Donglin's eyes condensed slightly. Is it finally here? The big event that Qiuzhen mentioned. It seems that his actions have to speed up. Bai Donglin suddenly felt that time was running out, and there was a feeling that a storm was coming. In addition to practicing the exercises to open up the spiritual orifices, he also had to comprehend the Buddhist scriptures and Taoist scriptures, practice 2 supreme transcendence methods, and there were 2 magical secret techniques waiting for him to learn in the Monument Realm. He also had to find time to create a few fake substitute puppets. I really can't split myself into 2, if only I had the technique of multiple shadow clones. Gathering my thoughts, I have to take 1 step at a time. I will go to the Monument Realm to select the magical skills first. There is no point in being anxious. I will do my best before the storm comes. Draw out of the light gate, step through it, and enter the Monument Realm of an unknown dimension. Boundless Steel World. Compared to the deserted first time, the Steel World is quite lively under normal circumstances, with people coming and going, and light gates appearing from time to time. Bai Donglin entered the Steel Forest with ease and sat cross-legged. In just a few months, he has changed a lot. It is much easier to choose magical skills now than before. The original light, as hot as the sun, appeared in the dark space. The soul and thoughts, which were countless times stronger, swept across the large area of inheritance flames at the same time, and countless magical skills emerged in his mind. All the inheritance of skills was blocked by him. He already had the god-conceiving and demon-forging scripture, and now he only needed magical skills. There are countless magical skills in this steel world, but they are all very precious. There is only one chance to reach the top. This time, the Holy Sect unexpectedly rewarded an opportunity. If you spend points to buy it, it will be at least 50,000 points. There are no restrictions on these 2 opportunities. Of course, you should choose the best and most expensive one. A huge amount of information emerged in his mind. Bai Donglin spent 2 full hours to select 2 magical skills based on his own situation. In the steel world, points will only be deducted when using the steel for perception, so Bai Donglin will slowly and carefully select. He opened his eyes, locked the 2 inheritances, and disappeared with a move. An hour later, Bai Donglin appeared in front of a blood-red steel. There were demonic shadows around the steel, and an aura rushed towards him. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, with his left hand on the steel. The bracelet flashed red, consuming an opportunity. The inheritance steel flashed red light, and countless blood-red characters flew out. Bai Donglin seemed to smell a strong smell of blood. The characters flew into the sea of gods and drilled into the soul. Countless mysterious information was engraved in the depths of the soul. The great method of disintegration of the heavenly demon. This is a supreme secret technique, which is both a method of self-destruction and a method of escape. Performing this technique can instantly detonate the energy of the whole body, bursting out a powerful attack, and at the same time, the soul can be split and attached to the scattered bloodlight. As long as a trace of bloodlight is not eliminated, there is a chance of resurrection. No matter how you look at it, this secret technique is tailor-made for him. It not only gives him a killer with huge attack power, but also can cover up the secret of his immortality. It is perfect. Opening his eyes, a red light flashed. This secret technique is really good, but the mystery and complexity are far less than the pregnant god-casting demon sutra, and his soul is now different from the past, so he accepts the inheritance very quickly. Bai Donglin did not delay much after accepting the inheritance. He got up and rushed to another inheritance steal. This steel world is really too big, and the light gate of the extreme bracelet cannot be used here. They can only be sent in and out. This steel world is really special. After running for a long time, he rushed to the second inheritance steal he chose. The breath of this steal was even more peculiar, and the surrounding space was faintly distorted, as if it was close at hand, and as if it was far away in the horizon. The inheritance steals in this steel forest are all treasures, and they have different characteristics according to the different inheritances they contain. Sitting cross-legged, the bracelet flickered with a faint red light, and his left hand successfully touched the erratic steel. Countless mysterious silver characters flew into the depths of his soul. Bai Donglin calmed his mind and fully received the inheritance information. A world away from home. One secret technique and one magical power, these are his choices. These two magical powers are extremely suitable for him and are also abilities he needs very much. A world away from home is a magical power involving space. It is very useful whether it is used to hurry on the road, chase the enemy, or escape. The most important thing is that when he reaches the divine mark realm, he can use it to comprehend the laws of space. Space and time have always been abilities he desires very much. Immortality is not really immortal. His weakness is the ban. If he can completely master time and space, then he will really take off. However, the laws of time and space are extremely difficult laws. Space is a little better. He dare not even think about time now. Take it slowly. Eat one bite at a time. Not long after, the inheritance was accepted, but he did not leave the monument world immediately. Instead, he continued to put his hand on the stone tablet, deducted points, and began to practice magical powers. In addition to inheriting the secrets of the skills and magical powers, the biggest function of the inheritance stone tablet of the monument world is to improve the perception of the corresponding skills. This magical power is extremely profound. He doesn't know when he can get started if he practices honestly. Normally, it takes 1,000 points to practice in the monument realm for 1 hour, but now it only costs 100 points with a 10% discount. He is sure that not only him, but all the top 10,000 disciples on the new star list will use their points to comprehend the magical skills in the monument realm. Unless you are a fool, it would be unfair not to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He still has 17,800 points. He has decided that except for the 4 lectures he will attend, he will use the points to practice in the monument realm for the rest of the time. 178 hours, a full half a month, will definitely improve his understanding of the 2 magical skills and the god-conceiving and demon-forging scripture. With his mind turning into a knife to cut off distracting thoughts, Bai Donglin fell into a deep level of enlightenment. 1 month later. In the courtyard of Zizuju, Bai Donglin lay comfortably on the rocking chair woven from purple bamboo. This was made by him. The knowledge in his mind was as deep as the sea. It was just handwork, and it was easy to get it. After a month of hard training, he has mastered 2 magical skills and has a deep understanding of the divine mark realm. As long as the heavenly aperture is opened, he can start to break through. The skyrocketing strength in his body has also been completely mastered, and he can continue to open up the spiritual aperture. Unfortunately, his cultivation resources have really been used up this time. Points, spiritual stones, and elixirs are all gone. Except for some materials left, he is now a real pauper. He can only wait until the end of the month to receive the minimum living allowance, as well as the monthly rewards of the new star list. Alas, he is too poor and has no resources to practice at all. Bai Donglin looks lazy and lying flat on the surface, but in fact, the soul sitting cross-legged in the soul space has never stopped reciting Buddhist scriptures and comprehending the Taoist scriptures. In addition to practicing in the steel world and listening to the Tao this month, he also copied all the Buddhist scriptures and Taoist scriptures in the book mountain into the depths of his soul. Every time he recites these Buddhist scriptures and Taoist scriptures, he will have new experiences, so Bai Donglin's soul recites Buddhist scriptures and reads Taoist scriptures day and night. He gave lectures 4 times, for a total of 12 days, all of which were about the cultivation experience of some martial arts secrets, and he also gained a lot. He did everything he could, and now he just had to wait for the big event to begin. Beep, 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 the Jidao bracelet flashed red. This beep by Donglin had the bracelet add the beeping sound on purpose. With the recent big moves of the holy sect, he was afraid that he would miss some important information, such as bonus points or something. A message came into his mind, but unfortunately it was not the bonus points he had in mind. The top 10,000 disciples on the Rising Star list go to the Zhou Palace to gather. Zhou Palace? Bai Donglin's expression moved, and he communicated with the bracelet with his mind, and found that a new coordinate was unlocked in the fog. It should be the so-called Zhou Palace. Was the permission opened in advance? Locking the coordinates, drawing a light gate, stepping through it, he appeared in a bronze palace. Light gates kept appearing around. 10,000 people standing in this huge bronze hall did not seem crowded at all. Bai Donglin's soul moved slightly, and he sensed several familiar auras: Suqi, Shengqing, Xinwuk. At this time, a majestic voice came from the void. I am the master of the Zhou Palace. Due to the special circumstances this time, I have specially opened the Zhou Palace authority for you. For the next month, you will all practice in seclusion in the Zhou Palace. The Zhou Palace has a powerful spirit gathering array, and the spiritual energy is 100 times richer than the outside world. In addition, the Zhou Palace will open up 10 times the time flow rate, which is the limit that you can bear in the Xinxiao realm. Remember, you can only improve your cultivation to the perfection of the Xinxiao realm at most, and remember not to break through the Shenwen realm. Violators will be severely punished. As soon as the master of the Zhou Palace finished speaking, the time and space in the hall were slightly distorted, and extremely thick spiritual energy gradually appeared. Even the sound of spiritual energy flowing was heard in the air. Bai Donglin's expression moved. The 4 directions in the upper and lower are called Yu, and the past and the present are called Zhou. No wonder it is called the Zhou Palace. It actually has the ability to control time, which makes him jealous. Without thinking too much, he sat cross-legged and prepared to start practicing. Such good training conditions must be cherished. This bronze hall is extremely spacious. Even if there are 10,000 people, they are far away from each other and will not disturb each other. Even so, he did not dare to open up the spiritual orifice. Those disciples might be immersed in practice and not notice him. It is hard to say about the master of the Zhou Palace. He would not try even if there is a 1 in a million chance. It doesn't matter if he can't open up the spiritual orifice. Anyway, he said that he can't break through the divine pattern realm. The improvement after opening up the heavenly orifice is not great. The opening of the heavenly orifice will not improve the physical strength or the blood essence. The heavenly orifice is the main sea of God, which improves the soul and wisdom. His sea of gods has been opened up long ago, and his soul is even more powerful, not lacking the improvement of the heavenly orifice. 10 months, and this abundant spiritual energy, it is perfect for polishing the human orifice and the earth orifice. It can not only improve the physical strength, but also warm the spiritual orifice and improve the blood essence. Deep in the sea of gods, the soul sitting cross-legged has never stopped comprehending the Buddhist scriptures and Taoist scriptures, and the secret arts of supernatural powers. With a thought, he took out the purple seed from the bracelet. Since he got this little thing, he has been cultivating it all day long. He doesn't know how much blood and essence it has absorbed, but it hasn't sprouted yet. It's really stubborn. This time he is going to go into deep retreat, but he doesn't have the time to feed it every day. Of course, he can't give up feeding it, as he has spent so much effort. Controlling the flesh and blood, the palm of his hand cracked, and stuffed the purple seed into the crack. The skin healed instantly. After doing all this, Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. Closing his eyes, the mind, spirit, and will become one, the blood essence in his body circulates endlessly, and he falls into deep cultivation. Ding, 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 3 deep bell sounds came from the depths of the holy sect. This sound was extremely penetrating and swept through the entire holy sect in an instant. Many of the holy sect's great men who were in seclusion opened their eyes at the same time, and their mighty thoughts dispersed the thousands of miles of clouds above the holy sect. In the bronze hall of the Zhou Palace, tens of thousands of disciples sitting cross-legged were awakened by the bell sound, and they were all full of vigor. Almost all of them had reached the perfection of the divine orifice. All of the disciples of the holy sect were gifted with the enlightenment of the monument world, 4 times of listening to the teachings, and the assistance of the Zhou Palace with 100 times the spiritual energy. It was a natural thing for them to break through their cultivation. Bai Donglin, who had been enlightened for 10 months, slowly opened his eyes. The rune in the depths of his left eye was spinning rapidly and shining with golden light. In the depths of his right eye, the yin-yang tai chi diagram had 2 mysterious lights, one black and one white, like fish chasing each other, connected head to tail, endless and mysterious. The two auras of Buddhism and Taoism were intertwined, contradictory and unified. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the mysterious aura was completely restrained. The whole person became ordinary, elegant and easygoing. Is the curtain about to be opened? The big event that the holy sect attaches so much importance to has finally begun. Before he could think too much, the majestic voice of the master of the Zhou Palace came from the void. October has passed, all disciples follow this master to the Jidao Palace. 10,000 disciples hurriedly stood up and saluted respectfully, follow the master's order. The Jidao Palace, made of unknown metal, was engraved with dense and mysterious patterns. A green light flashed in the boundless hall, and Bai Donglin and 10,000 other disciples appeared out of thin air. In front of the Jidao Palace was a tall stand, on which stood a young man in a black robe, with long hair as white as snow, casually scattered behind his back. The most eye-catching thing was the complicated gray vertical lines on the man's forehead, which were mysterious and unpredictable, as if they were disturbing the time around them all the time. This person was the master of the Zhou Palace. The black-robed man swept his eyes over the disciples, with a hint of pity in his eyes. These disciples were all good, but he didn't know how many of them could survive this time. The holy sect owed them a lot. He sighed secretly, knowing that some things were beyond his control. He stopped thinking and said to the void, "Junior brother, these little guys are in your hands." After that, his figure disappeared, as if he couldn't bear to stay any longer. As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, ripples appeared in the void, and 5 figures appeared on the stands. The leader was dressed in a white robe, with long hair as black as ink. The ends of his hair were neatly tied together by silver rings. The long hair on the temples by his right ear was wrapped around a small 9-story white jade tower. There was also a vertical line between the eyebrows of the white-robed young man, which was mysterious and complex, shining with silver light. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted by the silver line, making the young man's face blurry, and Bai Donglin and others couldn't see it clearly at all. "I am the master of Yu Pagoda, the main person in charge of this operation. These 4 are the masters of the 4 peaks of earth, wind, water and fire, responsible for assisting me." After the tower master finished speaking, he paused, as if thinking about something. The disciples in the hall did not dare to neglect him. Several people on the stands were important figures of the holy sect. They all hurriedly saluted and said, "Disciple greets the tower master of Yuta, the master of the 4 peaks of earth, wind, water and fire." The uniform voice interrupted the thoughts of the white-robed man. He swept his eyes over the crowd and continued, "I know that you are doubtful. Now the time has come. I should tell you all the circumstances." Many disciples were shocked when they heard the words. They thought it was finally here. Although the recent series of actions of the holy sect have benefited them a lot, they are ecstatic but also uneasy. They are not idiots. There is no free lunch in the world. All the gifts given by fate have already been secretly marked with a price. This time you need to enter a dangerous place. The place is called the Mingyu Ancient Realm, and it is a huge and complete world. The Mingyu Ancient Realm intersects with the world of the Qianyuan Realm once every tens of thousands of years. Only a place in the Ming Sea in the extreme east of the Qianyuan Realm can take the opportunity to ascend to the ancient world. The Mingyu Ancient Realm is extremely special. The laws of the world are perfect, and it repels all foreign law auras. Therefore, all cultivators with the aura of laws cannot enter the ancient world. This is why the holy sect forbids you to break through the divine pattern realm. For countless years, every time the two worlds intersected, many forces in the Qianyuan realm would send disciples into the ancient world, just to find one thing, an extremely important thing. Unfortunately, the ancient world is too large and full of crises. With the abilities of low-level cultivators who have not comprehended the laws, even if they have exhausted hundreds of millions of manpower, they have gained nothing so far. The white-robed man stopped talking here, as if giving his many disciples time to digest the information, and as if he was recalling the disastrous defeat of every trip to the ancient world over countless years. 10,000 disciples in the Jidao Hall were silent. Some of them frowned, some looked indifferent, and some showed a look of realization. Only no one was shouting and crying for their parents. The peerless geniuses who stood out from the millions of people were the best among them. They were all people with extraordinary minds. Moreover, the matter had been concluded. Everyone knew that the majesty of the holy sect could not be challenged. Those who retreated in the face of the battle would only die. The atmosphere in the silent hall was a little depressing, but it did not affect the people on the stands at all. The man in white robes continued, "Countless explorations, countless failures, and countless failures in the future may continue countless times, but this cannot dispel the determination of many forces in the Qianyuan realm. The thing in the ancient world must be found, unless all the cultivators in the Qianyuan realm are dead. The voice of the man in white robes was sonorous and powerful, which made many disciples understand the determination of the holy sect. The ancient world of Mingyu is full of crises, but it also has supreme opportunities. If you can come back alive, you will have a bright future. I also entered the ancient world and obtained supreme fortune, which led to the current achievements. Give a sweet date after a stick, and don't keep emphasizing the crisis of the ancient world. It's enough to stop. Too much is as bad as too little. Just let the disciples realize the seriousness of the matter. Too much will hit everyone's momentum. And opportunities and fortune are what all cultivators desire. Even if they are out of reach, like castles in the air, they will arouse everyone's ambitions. Ambition will turn into endless fighting spirit. Even if there are many crises ahead, these cultivators whose ambitions have been aroused will move forward. Sure enough, as soon as the white-robed man finished speaking, invisible flames jumped in the depths of the eyes of the silent people in the hall. With ambition, their fighting spirit was suddenly high. The white-robed man nodded secretly, estimated that the time was almost up, and didn't delay anymore. He pinched the magic formula with his hand, and the 9-story white jade small tower with long hair entangled in his temples fell off instantly, turning into a 9-story white jade giant tower towering into the sky. This is the Yu Tower, a space-attributed fairy weapon. If you want to return to the Qianyuan realm, you need this tower to guide you. It turned out to be an immortal weapon. Many disciples looked at Yuta with burning eyes, full of envy. Bai Donglin was also shocked. This was the most top-level magic weapon he had ever seen. Maybe the Zhou Temple was also an immortal weapon. After all, the two were equally famous. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, the white-robed man waved his hand, and countless golden spots flew out of Yuta, which instantly sank into the Jidao bracelets of 10,000 disciples. With a flash of light, it disappeared. Yuta has imprinted the coordinates on your Jidao bracelets. 3 years later, when the two worlds are separated and the space is shaking, that will be the day when Yuta will lead you back. Remember, this thing is the only way to return. If lost, it will be lost in the ancient world forever. For countless years, there have been cultivators who thought about staying in the ancient world in order to find their targets. Unfortunately, all of these people disappeared mysteriously without exception. You must not be lucky. After the white-robed man finished speaking, his lips moved slightly a few times, but no sound came out. As for the goal of this trip, the specific information of that thing, I have just engraved it into the depths of your souls. After you descend on the ancient world, it will naturally emerge. The Jidao bracelet still contains the experience of exploring the ancient world in the past. I hope it can be of help to you. Let's go! The 9-story white jade tower flashed with light, and tens of thousands of disciples were absorbed into it. After doing all this, the white-robed man turned around and bowed slightly to Jidao Peak, then stepped into the tower at the same time with the 4 peak masters of earth, wind, water, and fire behind him. The 9-story white jade tower trembled slightly, and the space twisted and disappeared in an instant. The huge Jidao hall was suddenly empty, and the many powerful thoughts hovering in the sky also retreated. Ding! A huge bell rang from the depths of the holy sect. It sounded like a war song, and also like a farewell. Dongji Minghai. The white Jeju tower cut through the space and floated in the void. A light flashed, and the white-robed man and the 4 peak masters stepped out of the Yu tower and stood in the void. The white-robed man's expression moved slightly, and he said, "The people of the Supreme Dao sect have arrived." As soon as the voice fell, a golden bridge of light rose from the end of the sky and earth, and instantly crossed the boundless distance and landed in Dongji Minghai. A Taoist in a black robe, holding a whisk, stepped across the golden bridge in one step, and his figure was already standing in the void of Dongji Minghai. The golden bridge spanning the sky and earth disappeared behind him. The Taoist in black clothes flicked his whisk, bowed to the master of Yuta, and said with a smile, "Wulian Tianzuan, I greet fellow Taoist Tongxiao and the 4 peak masters." The master of Yuta, also known as Tongxiao, politely returned the greetings with the 4 peak masters. Master Qingshu is polite. The Supreme Taoist sect is the leader of qi cultivation and has a special status. Tongxiao and the other 4 dare not lose their manners. The arrival of Master Qingshu seemed to sound the horn. Many top forces in Qianyuan realm who were qualified to participate in this matter descended on Dongji Minghai one after another. Whether controlling supreme magic weapons or performing supreme magical powers, many means were used to cross distant territories and descend on Minghai. Although many cultivators tried their best to restrain their breath, there were too many powerful cultivators gathered here, and an invisible aura faintly crushed the void. The vast sea area below was suppressed by invisible energy, the wind and waves subsided, and it turned into a huge mirror. Countless creatures on the seabed fled frantically, trying to get away from this terrifying place. "TSK, you old antique from Jidao came so early? Is it to welcome this saint sect? An extremely arrogant voice reached the ears of Tong Xiao and the other 5 people, but Tong Zhao's expression remained unchanged, as if he had not heard the words. The Fire Peak Master standing behind him glared at him, and golden flames spread all over his body, burning through the surrounding void. Fire Peak Master Hui Yi had a violent personality, unlike Tong Xiao who was so gentle, and turned back and said, "I was wondering why I smelled a bad smell. It turns out that the old from the god blood has arrived. Look at you, you are neither human nor demon, you stay with demons every day, your bodies stink, stinky stinky. It's really stinky." Hui Yi was fierce and loud, and his scolding attracted the attention of many cultivators around. Everyone saw what was going on at a glance. Jidao and Xinxue, the 2 old rivals, had been hostile for countless years. Every time they met, there would be conflicts, and everyone was used to it. The few people from the Xinxue holy sect stood in the void, and it was indeed as Hui Yi said, neither human nor demon, although they were essentially human, but their bodies had more or less the characteristics of demons. Some have dragon horns on their heads, some have fine-colored scales on their skin, and some have sharp claws. There are many different types of cultivation, each with its own characteristics. The body cultivation of the Holy Blood sect took a new path of cultivation in ancient times. Unlike other body cultivations that cultivate supernatural powers and practice secret techniques, the monks of the Holy Blood sect advocate the way of heaven, to reduce the surplus and supplement the deficiency. They believe that the human body is too weak and belongs to the bottom among all the races. No one takes care of it during infancy and even cannot survive, while many monsters and spirit beasts have strong strength at birth. Since the human body is too weak, why not absorb the blood of all races to strengthen itself? So the cultivation concept of the Holy Blood sect was born. They deprived the blood of powerful monsters and spirit beasts and integrated it into themselves, cultivating various powerful blood supernatural powers. This way of cultivation is extremely inconsistent with the concept of the Jidao holy sect. Neither of the 2 factions can convince each other. Finally, the faction advocating plundering blood split out and established the Holy Blood sect, which is divided into 2 parts with the Jidao holy sect to cultivate the world, and they have been in opposition to this day. Several people from the Holy Blood sect were Hui Yi cursed with anger. They hated it most when people called him old or. The aura of the people behind him surged, and they were about to attack Hui Yi. The man with dragon horns raised his hand to stop him. Today's matter was extremely important to Qian Yuan realm. If they made trouble, they would be attacked by everyone. The man with dragon horns narrowed his eyes slightly. Although it was not easy to take action under the special circumstances, he could not weaken the momentum of the holy sect. So he said ruthlessly, "Hui Yi, your mouth is still so poisonous. I will definitely have a fight with you later. I'll fight you. Your dragon horns must be delicious when grilled." The man with dragon horns twitched his eyes and was about to retort, but suddenly his face changed. Why did the old dragon from the 10,000 Demons Valley come? He waved his hand and disappeared with the people behind him. If the Divine Blood Saint sect and the Extreme Dao Saint sect dislike each other and both want to be the leader of physical cultivation, then they are mortal enemies with the 10,000 Monsters Valley. Their cultivation methods are destined to be in opposition to the 10,000 Monsters Valley. The dragon blood on his body is the descendant of that old dragon. The dragon horn man didn't want to fight the old dragon here, so he had to hide in the depths of the void with everyone. Roar! With a roar, a huge dragon claw slapped the void where the dragon horn man was half a step late, and the space was instantly torn apart. Humph! A cold snort came from the void, and then the dragon claw retreated and disappeared. The little farce did not attract much attention. Tong Zhao's eyes did not fluctuate from beginning to end. Everyone's mind and thoughts were focused on a void, which would be the intersection of the 2 worlds. The only place to ascend to the ancient world of Mingyu. As time gets closer, thousands of powerful people standing in the void hold their breath and concentrate, their eyes alert. This time the ancient world descends differently from the past, and the time is advanced by 10,000 years. There are even rumors that those people are secretly playing tricks, so they can't help but be vigilant, fearing that irreversible accidents will occur. In the boundless dimensional space, the huge Mingyu ancient world slowly moves, getting closer and closer to the world where the central Qianyuan world is located. Finally, in a moment of intersection, the inexplicable and mysterious rules turn, and a tortuous and ethereal passage connects the 2 worlds. Buzz! A huge buzzing sound ignores the rules of sound propagation, instantly sweeping across the entire Qianyuan world, and even breaking through the infinitely high 9 heavens, spreading into the deep and dark universe void. Here it comes! Countless thoughts descended, all staring at a void in the Dongji Minghai. A faint black dot slowly appeared, gradually rotating and growing, pulling a large amount of spiritual energy, countless clouds were drawn, and with the hazy black hole as the core, a huge vortex entrance was formed. The passage to the ancient world of Mingyu has been opened. Everyone is more tense now, with countless thoughts spreading across every corner of the void, scanning over and over again, as if to find something unusual. Many powerful people frown slightly, feeling that the passage is exactly the same as before. Is it because they thought too much? Everyone, the passage to the ancient world has been opened. Let's hurry up and send our disciples into the ancient world. Good. Everyone nodded and cast their own spells. Taoist Qingshu waved his sleeves, and the mysterious spell, the universe in the sleeve, was cast. The 10,000 disciples collected in his sleeves turned into a ball of clear light, sank into the vortex passage and disappeared. Another old monk spread out his palm, but it was the Buddhist magical power Buddha kingdom in the palm. A ball of golden light wrapped 10,000 monks and sank into the vortex passage. More powerful people are urging magic weapons to send disciples into the vortex. Tong Xiao held the Yu Tower in his hand, with a complicated look in his eyes. Physical cultivation is weak, unlike Qi cultivation, who is rich and powerful. Every disciple is very precious. With his lips slightly opened, a voice came into the tower. You must be careful and don't lose your life in vain. May your military fortunes flourish. The 4 words martial fortunes and prosperity echoed in the huge space of Yu Tower. Everyone's expression moved and they bowed. A flash of white light swept everyone and turned them into a ball of white light and flew out of Yu Tower. It instantly sank into the vortex channel and disappeared. Things went smoothly. All the disciples were sent to the ancient world without any accidents. However, many powerful people did not relax their vigilance. They still swept the void with their thoughts. They did not dare to be careless before the channel was completely closed. After the huge vortex channel lasted for a quarter of an hour, it began to shrink slowly. Everyone was highly focused, their whole body magic power was running at high speed, their hands were pinching the magic formula, and the supreme magic weapon was shining, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. The channel became smaller and smaller, gradually turning into the size of a needle. The channel would disappear in the next moment. Many powerful people suddenly relaxed their minds. It turned out to be just a false alarm. Just when many powerful people were relaxed and the channel would be closed in another moment, at this time, something strange happened. Tick-tock, a golden pocket watch appeared out of thin air. The whole body was pure gold, shining with golden light, and a ticking sound rippled out. The space and time around the ancient world passage were instantly frozen. Many powerful people were frozen in time and space, and everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and their power burst out. Cracks appeared faintly in the solidified time and space around them. Although this golden pocket watch was unpredictable, it could only imprison everyone for a moment. Unfortunately, for the person behind the scenes, a moment was enough. The ancient world passage that was about to be completely closed was also frozen for a moment. In that moment, in the void of the universe far beyond the 9 heavens, in a huge and dead ancient star, a dark light crossed time and space, instantly drilled into the passage and disappeared. Kacha, the frozen time and space were instantly shattered, and the golden pocket watch was repelled and turned into gold powder and disappeared. Boom! The mighty ones burst out with all their strength to break free from the freezing of time and space, and their aura leaked out. The empty space of thousands of miles above the Dongji Minghai was completely shattered. Countless spatial turbulences emerged. Too fast. Everything happened in an instant, leaving no chance for people to react. The passage to the ancient world had been completely closed, and it was of no use. How dare you! A loud shout came from the depths of the sword domain. Chant, the sound of sword chanting sounded, and the long swords in the hands of countless sword cultivators vibrated continuously. A huge sword light shot up from the sword domain, breaking through the 9 heavens in an instant, spanning the distant universe. The power did not decrease in the slightest. The sword light passed through the huge ancient stars, and in an instant the stars were chopped into nothingness and disappeared. Ah! A tragic howl crossed the void and instantly transmitted to the Qianyuan realm. One can imagine how severe the pain suffered by the person cut by the sword light was. The huge black figure hidden in the depths of the stars was cut into pieces by the sword light. Countless tiny sword beams contained supreme sword intent, like maggots on the tarsal bones, preventing him from healing his injuries. Seeing that his injuries could not be healed, the black shadow turned into black light and wanted to escape to the depths of the void. Amitba! A huge golden giant palm, with Buddha's light shining, crossed the universe and grabbed the black shadow, and instantly retracted into the Qianyuan realm and disappeared. Above the Dongji Minghai, many powerful monks have calmed down their qi, and the surrounding void space has returned to normal. Everyone's face is very ugly. They have been cautious enough, but they didn't expect to be exploited. It turned out that those people were the ones who made the ancient world come early. I hope the worst will not happen. Everyone's eyes are gloomy. Mingyu Ancient Realm, an unknown place. By Donlin's consciousness awakened from the chaos. Although he was protected by the white light of Yuta, this cross-border journey was still too difficult for them in the Xinxiao realm. During the rotation of time and space, his mind was completely obsessed and his five senses were lost, which was completely different from the space transfer in Xianyuan realm. After waking up, he looked around and found that he was the only one left. Many disciples of the holy sect who came in together had been completely separated for some reason and scattered in all directions of the ancient world. It was not easy to reunite in the huge Mingyu ancient realm. The communication function of the Jidao bracelet also completely lost its function. After all, this was no longer Qianyuan realm. At this time, a message emerged from the depths of his soul. Is this a black stone? A picture emerged in his mind, a round black stone. Except for a word engraved on the stone, there was nothing outstanding, and the characters were blurred. Bai Donglin carefully identified it and saw that it was a Tsang character. Is this what Qianyuan realm tried so hard to find? A stone called Song? I really can't figure out what's so mysterious about this stone, but these forces are so troublesome. There must be a big secret that ordinary people can't imagine. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. It is undoubtedly more difficult to find a stone in such a huge world than to find a needle in a haystack. He didn't think about looking for it specifically. This is not something that can be done by hard work. He went with the flow and entered the ancient world. He was more thinking of practicing. If he could get some opportunities, it would be great. Of course, if he accidentally stepped on this stone called Son one day, he wouldn't mind bending down to pick it up. Bai Donglin relaxed and began to look around. Although the holy sect is a holy place for cultivation, there are too many big guys in it. He is afraid of exposing secrets and has always been cautious. This ancient world is different. He is immortal and can ignore most of the dangers. For him, this place is not much different from the Qianyuan world. It was midnight, and the surroundings were pitch black. There was a bright moon hanging in the infinite sky, and the ground was full of broken walls. He was descending in a ruin. Bai Donglin decided to look for human habitation first to find out where he was. He had already absorbed all the information in the bracelet and had some basic understanding of the ancient world. At least he was not completely in the dark. However, this information was from tens of thousands of years ago, and there must be many errors and omissions now. Moreover, there were very few clues about Tsang in this information. It only mentioned a few dangerous places that might have a glimmer of hope. He randomly chose a direction and took a step out. The space was slightly distorted, and he was already 1,000 feet away. He had already mastered the magical power of "the world is within reach," but now he could only barely do 1,000 feet in one step. The power of this magical power was far from being reflected. After a cup of tea, Bai Donglin stopped, his face a little ugly, looking at the grass and trees around him, scanning everything with his divine sense. He had walked for so long, but he was back to the same place. He was sure that he was walking in a straight line. He thought it was an ordinary ruin, but he didn't expect there would be something weird. Is it an illusion? Or a ghost wall? In the Sea of Gods, the golden vertical lines on the soul's forehead opened, and the golden eyes scanned the surroundings. Seeing through the illusion was the most fundamental ability of the soul eye is that if it is really an illusion, it will definitely be able to see clues. After a moment, Bai Donglin put away his magical powers and found no trace of illusion. Every blade of grass and tree around him was real. His expression was slightly condensed. It was really a bad start. It was worthy of the ancient world full of crises. It took him such a short time to slap him in the face. Putting away the contempt in his heart, he changed direction and stepped out and disappeared. After a while, he returned to the original place, did not stop, and continued to change direction. An hour later, in the ruins, Bai Donglin sat cross-legged. He tried all 4 directions in the sky, but he couldn't get out. No matter how fast he went, he would eventually return to the ruins. He estimated that he might be trapped in some kind of formation, or there was something wrong with the space here. The space was distorted to form a closed loop, so of course he could only spin in place. He was more inclined to the latter. If it was a formation, there must be traces of energy flow, and the soul eye could not fail to see any problems. Now he is in trouble. He has just arrived in the ancient world and encountered something that is most targeted at him. He frowned and thought hard about how to break it. The knowledge in his mind is like a deep sea and keeps flowing. There are not many ways to solve this situation. He can break it with force and directly break the entire space, which can naturally break the closed loop of space. Or he can break it with cleverness. If he has a deep understanding of the laws of space, he can escape from the closed loop from the cracks of space. Unfortunately, he can't do either. His cultivation has not broken through the divine mark realm and he has not started to practice the laws. His strength is still too weak. Kacha, at this time, cracks suddenly began to appear on the ground of the ruins. The cracks became denser and denser, and gradually collapsed into a dark black hole. Bai Donglin looked happy. He was not afraid that you were in danger, but he was afraid that you would just trap him. If there were no other changes, he would have a chance to leave this place only if he broke through the divine mark realm here. He had already scanned the underground of the ruins with his divine thoughts at the beginning, and did not find any problems. He did not expect that such a change would occur now. This ruin is indeed not simple. There was a crackling sound coming from the dark cave, as if it was the sound of bones colliding and rubbing. Bai Donglin was calm and sat cross-legged without moving. For him, any change was better than the same thing. A dozen skeletons emerged from the dark cave. They had thick bones and were more than 2 meters tall. They were covered with tattered armor and held rusted and broken weapons in their white bones. Green flames jumped in the depths of their dark eye sockets. Bai Donglin looked at the dozen skeletons curiously. This was the first time he had seen such a thing. Skeleton soldiers have always been synonymous with cannon fodder, but these skeletons looked quite strong and were not as weak as imagined. Crackling. The upper and lower jaws of the leading skeleton collided back and forth, making a crackling sound, as if they were saying something. Several skeletons behind him took out a string of iron chains and Bai Donglin. Although these skeletons could turn him into ashes with a wave of their hands, he did not resist. He wanted to see what kind of ghost was messing with him in this place. The skeletons Bai Donglin and forced him to walk into the dark cave. Blood flowed through his eyes, and the dark ground the hole suddenly became as bright as day in his eyes. Looking around, he found that it was just an ordinary underground passage. He didn't know how this passage had been hidden from his divine sense. The skeletons pressed Bai Donglin for thousands of meters and went deep into the ground. Finally, they came to a stone door. The skeletons did not stop, but pulled Bai Donglin across the stone door. Bai Donglin only felt that he had crossed a space barrier. When he opened his eyes, he was already in an open underground space. This is a huge underground space. The wide space is filled with densely packed bones. There are various kinds of bones, including human bones, monster bones, and huge giant bones. There are countless bones that extend to the edge that cannot be seen, as if it is a white sea of bones. The surrounding stone walls and the extremely high dome are covered with a large number of white stones, emitting a soft and sparkling white light, illuminating the huge underground space as bright as day. Brother Skeleton, what is this place? Bai Donglin looked at this huge space with surprise and couldn't help asking curiously. Click, click. The skeleton tightened the chain in his hand, ignored Bai Donglin's question, and continued to walk into the sea of bones. Shaking his head, it was indeed difficult to communicate across species, especially species from another world. Now he had no choice but to follow these skeletons and see what the people behind the manipulation of these skeletons wanted to do. Now he would only be trapped in the ruins if he retreated. It would be better to face this unknown danger. The sea of bones was huge, and these skeletons moved very slowly. They could only move at the speed of mortals. It took a long time to reach the center of the sea of bones, where a huge palace stood. The palace was snow-white and was made up of countless bones. Below the palace was a mountain made up of countless skulls. At the foot of the skull mountain, Bai Donglin finally saw a human figure. It was the first person he met in the ancient world, which was of great significance, although the situation between the two did not seem to be very friendly. As he approached, Bai Donglin found that this person was an old witch with a withered appearance. Forgive his rude words, this person was too similar to the old witch in the fairy tale. It can't be said to be very similar, but it can only be said to be exactly the same. However, as a visitor from another world, in order to maintain peace and friendship between the two worlds, Bai Donglin thought that he should still set an example and be more polite, so he smiled and asked softly, "Hello, old lady, may I ask where this is? I accidentally got lost, old lady, can you help me?" The language and writing of the Mingyu ancient world and the Qianyuan world are exactly the same. This information has been obtained from the bracelet, so he doesn't have to worry about communication problems. The old woman with a withered appearance looked up and down at Bai Donglin with her deep green eyes, then stretched out her red tongue and licked her lips, and said with a strange smile, "Hee, what a handsome young man, Nan, I can't help but be moved when I see him." After that, she cast a spell, strengthened by Donglin's restraints, turned around and walked towards the palace on the mountain with the skeleton. "TSK, this old witch is actually a pervert." Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows. As expected, boys should protect themselves when they go out. Creaking, the door of the bone palace opened slightly. The bone door was too big, and the crack was enough for 5 big men to enter side by side. The bright white light shone into the dimly lit hall through the crack of the door, and laid a blanket of light on the white ground. The old woman who looked like a withered woman stood outside the door and bowed respectfully. "Madam, the person has been brought here." "Well, let him in." A soft female voice came from the depths of the hall. "Yes." The old woman then bowed again, then stood up and pushed Bai Donglin into the door. She and many skeletons stood outside the door and did not enter the hall. Bang! The door suddenly closed, and the light in the hall suddenly dimmed. "Young master, come here, come to me." A soft female voice that would make any man have wild thoughts continued to come from the depths of the hall. Bai Donglin shrugged indifferently, and did not break free from the shackles of the iron chain spell, and walked to the depths of the hall. Splash, splash. As he went deeper, a sound of water came into his ears. Bai Donglin's expression changed, and he did not stop. He walked directly to a pool and stopped. The huge pool was carved out of a whole piece of white jade. The side of the pool close to the main hall was separated by several silk screens, which blocked the attractive scenery in the pool. Splash, splash, accompanied by the sound of water, a graceful shadow was printed on the thin silk, and the slender jade hands fiddled with the water, and a lot of milky white liquid like milk splashed outside the pool. Gulp! Bai Donglin swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the pool. What a waste of natural resources! Such a spiritual liquid full of spiritual energy is actually used for bathing. I don't know how long this pool of spiritual liquid can be used for his cultivation. The effect is definitely not worse than the elixir, and there is no side effect, although he is not afraid of side effects. Calm down, this is bath water, you can't drink it." Bai Donglin had difficulty moving his eyes away from the pool. At this time, a silver bell-like laughter came from the pool. The woman seemed to be amused by the sound of Bai Donglin swallowing his saliva, and then said, "Don't worry, sir, I will be ready soon. Please wait a moment." After waiting for another cup of tea, the woman finished her bath, dressed neatly, and walked out from behind the silkscreen. The woman was extremely beautiful, with a few drops of spiritual liquid on her snow-white skin. A faint fragrance came into Bai Donglin's nose from a distance. "Really, how can this nanny do things? She didn't even untie the sir," the woman said coquettishly, and then pointed with her slender jade fingers, and the iron chain on Bai Donglin's body automatically broke and fell to the ground. Rolling his eyes secretly, "Didn't you send someone to capture me?" Bai Donglin, who had regained his freedom, rubbed his wrist and politely said, "Thank you, young lady. What's your name?" Sir, you don't have to be polite. Others call me Madam Bai Gu, so you can just call me Xiao Gu. Xiao Bai. You are old enough to be my ancestor's grandmother. This white bone lady is so powerful that even the old witch at the door can't beat her. She doesn't want to bother with her anymore, so she goes straight to the point and asks, "Madam White Bone, I shouldn't have strayed into your precious place. Please show me a way so that I can leave." "Leave?" Madam White Bone shook her head, walked lightly with lotus steps, and walked to the soft couch on the main hall. She lay lazily on it and said, "Sir, do you know where this place is? Not to mention that you want to leave here, I also want to leave. Although I don't know how you got into the depths of this forbidden area, it's impossible to get out." Bai Donglin frowned. It seemed that the situation was worse than he thought. He originally thought that it was Madam Whitebone's fault, but now it seems that it is not the case, so he asked again, "Madam, I accidentally ended up here. I don't know where this place is. The ruins are so remote, there is no burial area to return to." Mrs. Bai Gu's voice was a little ethereal, and there was a look of longing in the depths of her eyes. She was born in this sea of bones and has practiced in this forbidden land for tens of thousands of years. She has never seen the vast world outside. How could she not want to leave this place? No burial area to return to. Bai Donglin was stunned and could no longer remain calm. He instantly remembered the introduction in the bracelet information. How did I get to this ghost place? He sat cross-legged in the hall, frowning, thinking hard, trying to extract more things from the complicated information, hoping to help him get out of the predicament. For a moment, the white bone hall fell into silence, and the blue flames on the walls burned, illuminating the solemn faces of the two people. No! Bai Donglin searched all the information several times, but did not find any way to help him. There are only a few words describing the burial domain of no return. This is a terrifying Jedi that ranks among the top 3 among the many forbidden areas of the ancient world of Mingyu. It is said that the burial domain is the final place where all the creatures of the ancient world return to. Only enter but not exit. These 4 words appear most frequently. The less information, the higher the crisis. Bai Donglin originally thought that at most he could stay here for 3 years and wait for Yuta to lead him back, but now it seems that things are not that simple. Xianyuan realm has explored the ancient world so many times, and there must be many people who have gone deep into the burial domain. There may even be people who, like him, have directly lost themselves in the burial domain after entering the passage. But the fact is that no relevant information has been circulated, which means that it is very likely that even the supreme immortal tool Yuta cannot spy on this place, or that this place has blocked Yuta's induction, making the imprint coordinates invalid. Is he going to be lost in the ancient world of Mingyu and never be able to return? And also have to face the mysterious obliteration? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a firm look. Although the ancient world is huge, it is far from comparable to the world where Qianyuan realm is located. He was not afraid of mysterious annihilation, but he did not want to stay in this small place forever. The world was too small and would hinder his path to the Great Road. 3 years, no matter what method he used, he would get out of this ghost place. With a firm belief and no mood to flatter this white bone lady, Bai Donglin stood up and saluted. "Madam White Bone, I wonder why you tied me up." Madam White Bone was surprised. She didn't know why this young man suddenly seemed like a different person. He was no longer lazy and his whole person was sharp. However, he looked more heroic. Please be patient, young master. I invited you here just to invite you to a banquet. Young master, please stay for a few days. It's not too late to leave after the banquet. After Madame Whitebone finished speaking, her small pink tongue licked her tender lips, looking seductive. Bai Donglin thought for a moment after hearing this. If he wanted to leave the burial domain, the first step was to break the closed loop of the space of the ruins above. He had to break through to the divine mark realm at least. The spiritual energy of the White Bone Mountain was abundant, and it was a good place for cultivation. So he nodded and agreed. "In that case, I'll bother you, madam." Seeing Bai Donglin readily agreed, Madame Bai covered her mouth and chuckled. "No bother, you can stay as long as you want. By the way, I don't even know your name." "Bai Donglin." "Madam, take Mr. Bai to the back hall to rest quickly. Don't neglect the distinguished guest." Walking out of the White Bone Palace and following the old witch to the back hall, the skeleton mountain was extremely huge. In addition to the huge White Bone Palace in front, there was also a group of buildings made of bones in the back. Bai Donglin didn't mind living in a bone house, because all these bones were crystal clear and warm, like fine white jade. Obviously, the skeletons were not weak in their lifetime and could survive for a long time without being immortal. His current strength couldn't do that. What on earth is this sea of bones? So many strong men have fallen there. I wonder why they died. This White Bone Lady and the old witch are not simple either. He used the eye of the soul to carefully observe them. The old witch is a dead body that has given birth to spiritual intelligence. She does not have a true soul, but is a bit like a special life form such as a weapon spirit. And this White Bone Lady is even more extraordinary. Her body is actually a dead flower. Dead flowers only have a slight chance of being born on the corpses of strong men, and absorb the essence of the corpses as nutrients. There are countless bones in this sea of bones, which do have the conditions for the birth of dead flowers. However, it is even more difficult to give birth to spiritual intelligence and cultivate a human body, which he has never heard of. I am afraid that only conditions like the sea of bones can nurture dead flowers like White Bone Lady. He waved his hand and threw out a few pieces of broken spirit stones, and set up an isolation formation and a warning formation. Cutting off the distracting thoughts in his heart, Bai Donglin sat cross-legged on the white bone bed. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and it will not take much time to break through to the divine pattern realm. With his mind, spirit, and will united, he began to compress the blood essence to open up the heavenly orifice. Crack, crack. Feeling the warning formation outside the house being triggered, Bai Donglin, who was practicing cross-legged, frowned and opened his eyes. In the past few days of practice, with the help of the abundant spiritual energy here, several of his heavenly orifices have been opened up. It may take another half a month to break through the divine mark realm. He got up and opened the door, wanting to see what these skeletons were doing, disturbing the quiet in the early morning. Crack, crack, several skeletons walked back and forth outside the house. Each skeleton had a slight change compared to the first time they met. There was an exaggerated big red flower tied around their necks, which made them less creepy and more funny. Some skeletons were holding long red silk hanging on the eaves, and some skeletons were holding the word calligraphy and pasting it on the windows. Looking around, I found that the Snow White Palace was dressed up brand new, and the white and red complemented each other, which was a bit festive. "Ha ha, brother skeleton, is there anyone in your White Bone Mountain who wants to get married?" Bai Donglin was very interested. The banquet that Mrs. Whitebone asked him to attend turned out to be a wedding banquet, but he didn't know who the person was going to get married to. It couldn't be the old witch who was about to be buried, right? Crack, crack. He shook his head. These skeletons were too low in cultivation to even communicate with each other through thoughts. It was just right to meet Mrs. Whitebone and see if he could ask her for some bath water. Bah, it was spiritual liquid. The cultivation speed was still too slow. His time was very tight. He used the close to the world skill and took a few steps to the outside of the Whitebone Palace. The door seemed to sense him and automatically opened a gap. He walked into the Whitebone Palace and found that the interior of the palace was decorated more festively. Even the dark blue flames on the wall were changed to red, illuminating the entire palace. Mrs. Whitebone sat on the soft couch, dressed in red, with a phoenix crown and a bridal robe. She was extremely beautiful. She was less gentle than when they first met, and more dignified. Bai Donglin's expression moved. It turned out that this Whitebone lady was getting married, but he didn't know who the groom was from the Bone Sea. He had just arrived and didn't know what kind of forces there were in this huge Bone Sea. Taking advantage of this festive day, he should be able to get some spiritual liquid and offer his congratulations. Congratulations, Mrs. Whitebone is getting married. It's really a cause for celebration. I don't know who is so lucky to marry such a beautiful woman like Mrs. Whitebone. Mrs. Whitebone smiled when she heard this, and said with her red lips, Mr. Bai, congratulations, madam. Take Mr. Bai down to bathe and change clothes. Don't miss the auspicious time. Yes, madam. The madam standing aside bowed and saluted, holding up the bone plate beside her, which contained a set of bright red robes neatly folded inside. Ha! Bai Donglin was stunned. After all this time, the groom turned out to be me? Even he, who had seen big scenes, was shocked. He had only met this Whitebone lady once. Are all women from other worlds so unrestrained? Wait! Bai Donglin shouted, raised his hand to stop the old witch from going forward, and quickly said, Madam Baigu, is there any misunderstanding between us? Let's sort it out carefully. It seems that we have only met once? Marriage is a big deal. How can it be treated as a joke? Are you kidding me? Is there something wrong with the way this plot is opened? He came to this ancient world full of crises with a mission. Millions of elite disciples from Qianyuan realm with him were fighting for their lives outside, but he was here with a plant. Hee, Mr. Bai, calm down. You won't be able to leave the burial area in this lifetime anyway. Wouldn't it be nice to stay in the Bone Sea and live with me? By then, we'll have a dozen children, and this deserted Bone Sea will surely become very lively. Madame Baigu smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth, her face full of longing, and her pretty face glowed with a different color. Looking at Madame Baigu, who was already fantasizing about her married life, Bai Donglin was speechless. Who wants to have a child with a peanut? Madame Baigu, the Bone Sea is so vast. Are you still afraid that you won't be able to get married? Why bother me? Mr. Bai, you don't know that this Bone Sea is filled with dead things, skeletons, and evil things without intelligence. You are the first living man I have met in these 10,000 years. Maybe God saw that I was too lonely, so he sent you here, Mr. Bai. Looking at Madame Baigu's eager expression, it was over. This old woman who had been single for 10,000 years was crazy about men, and there was no way to communicate with her at all. So Bai Donglin stopped persuading her and refused with a firm expression, Madame Baigu, I have decided to leave this burial area. Even if I die, I will not stay in the Bone Sea and marry you. I have already promised my life to the Great Tao, and I haven't considered matters of love. If you don't share the same ideals, you can't make plans together. Goodbye. Bai Donglin bowed and turned to leave. He was too embarrassed to ask for spiritual liquid again. Wait, Madame Baigu shouted coldly, and stood up. Her phoenix coronet and bridal robe turned into ashes and disappeared. She was wearing a white dress, and her face was cold and fierce, without any tenderness. Bai Donglin pretended not to hear and continued to walk forward. The blue flames of the Whitebone Hall were rekindled, and a flash of inscriptions passed by, and Bai Donglin was imprisoned in the same place. Mr. Bai, you don't understand the horror of the burial area at all. You will only lose your life in vain. I won't let you die. Madame Baigu's figure flashed, and she appeared in front of Bai Donglin, stretching out her jade hand to touch Bai Donglin's face. I have a reason to leave. Death can't stop me. Feeling Bai Donglin's firm will, Madame Baigu knew that she couldn't convince him, so she snorted again, instead of letting you die in vain, I might as well kill you with my own hands. But I won't kill you. I will torture you severely until you agree to marry me. Madame Baigu's face was fierce in the first half of the sentence, and turned into a tender look in the latter part. Bai Donglin, who was about to activate the demon disintegration method, stopped the self-destruction when he heard the word torture. How are you going to torture me? Will it be painful and cruel? Hee hee, I will use countless punishments. They are very cruel and painful. No matter how hard your bones are, you can't hold on for 3 days. Then you will still be obedient and submit to me and marry me. How about it? Have you thought it through? Madame Baigu pinched Bai Donglin's face with her hands, with a smug look on her face. I still don't believe that I can't deal with you. Don't say any more. It's impossible for me to surrender. Use any cruel means you can. If I, Bai Donglin, frown, I will take your surname. Only death. Bai Donglin's voice was impassioned and his face was determined. Good. You will come and beg me. Madame Baigu was furious. She waved her jade hand, and a crack suddenly appeared in the Baigu hall. Countless red chains rushed out of the crack, wrapped around Bai Donglin and tied him up, then instantly retracted into the crack and suppressed him tens of thousands of meters underground. Then the crack in the hall healed automatically. Mammy, I'm here. The old witch, who had been watching the show for a long time, bowed hurriedly. I'll leave him to you. I really can't bear to do it. Just don't kill him. Torture him severely until he surrenders. Yes, madam. Tens of thousands of meters below the White Bone Palace, in the center of a hot magma pool, stood a huge metal pillar. Bai Donglin was entangled and tied to the metal pillar by countless red chains. The fine inscriptions on the red chains flashed red light, and they were extremely strong. Bai Donglin looked calm, with a hint of expectation in the depths of his eyes. Should this enhanced energy be used to continue to strengthen the soul, or should it be used to strengthen the spiritual orifice? What a happy trouble! Not long after, an old witch with a withered figure appeared at the edge of the magma pool. She stretched out her right hand, which was shaped like a chicken claw, and a ball of green flame appeared in her palm. Mr. Bai, this fire is called ghost bone fire, which burns human bones specifically. Like a maggot on the tarsal bone, it will burn human bones into nothingness inch by inch. In the end, all the bones in your body will be burned, leaving only a ball of soft flesh and skin. Although you can't die with the physique of a cultivator, you don't want to experience that painful process. He, Mr. Bai, have you thought it through? Once this fire enters the body, it will not go out until all the bones in the body are burned. It will automatically absorb spiritual energy to replenish itself. What? There is such a good thing. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and do it. This lord can't wait to try this ghost bone fire of yours. Humph. Let's see how long you can keep being stubborn. With a wave of his hand, the green flame penetrated into Bai Donglin's chest, and instantly wrapped around all the bones along the sternum. He, I'll come to see you again in 3 days. After saying that, the figure disappeared. Bai Donglin ignored the old witch and focused all his attention on the green flame in his body. As soon as this ghost bone fire stuck to the bones, it began to burn violently. His bones, which were harder than gold and iron, turned into nothingness bit by bit. A sharp pain spread all over his body and passed into his mind, as if every nerve ending was burning. The old witch did not lie. It was indeed very painful. The damage reversal was successfully triggered. The strengthening energy was divided into two. One entered the Sea of Gods to strengthen the soul, and the other entered the spiritual orifices around the body to start strengthening the orifices. Strengthening the spiritual orifices can improve physical strength and blood essence. After the physical cultivator has opened up the spiritual orifices, improving strength is no longer based on superficial physical muscles. The 129,600 spiritual orifices throughout the body are the most essential things of the physical body. The potential of the spiritual orifices is huge and there is no upper limit. It can be infinitely improved. After this period of strengthening, Bai Donglin's soul is already vaguely catching up with the physical body, so now he has to go hand in hand and strengthen both at the same time. The technique automatically guided the enhanced energy, sinking his mind deep into his soul, and began to comprehend the Buddhist scriptures and Taoist scriptures. He completely ignored the intense pain of burning bones. 3 days later, the old witch came to the underground again, frowning at Bai Donglin, who was still standing tall. Her spiritual consciousness probed into his body, and saw that the ghost bone fire all over his bones was still burning, and his bones turned into nothingness and recovered quickly. Her expression changed, and she said in a hoarse voice, "I didn't expect you to have some skills. You didn't say a word in the face of such pain. You are a tough guy. But my methods are not limited to this." After saying that, she took out a stone jar from her pocket, opened the lid, chanted the spell, and a ball of red mist floated out. This is an alien insect that I got by chance. It has the habit of devouring flesh and blood. Since your bones are hard, I want to see if your flesh and blood are also so hard. It turned out that the red mist was countless tiny insects, a dense mass, like a blood mist. The blood mist circled around Bai Donglin, drilled into his body and disappeared. After doing all this, the old witch did not stop. She took out another white bead, glanced at Bai Donglin and said, "Madam is afraid that you will not give in after 3 days, so she specially gave you this treasure. This is the soul-devouring bead, a magic weapon that attacks the soul. Even if you can endure the pain of the flesh, you will definitely not be able to endure the pain of the soul." Humph! Seeing that Bai Donglin still closed his eyes and said nothing, she did not say anything more, and urged the soul-devouring bead to float above Bai Donglin's head, and a grey light shot directly into the sea of gods. He frowned, his soul was attacked, interrupting his deep perception. He opened his eyes and glanced at the old witch without saying a word. Seeing that Bai Donglin was still expressionless despite the 3 kinds of horrible punishments, the old witch was a little impressed in her heart, but unfortunately, the lady would not change her decision, and said to Bai Donglin, "You can take care of yourself. Even if you can survive, it does not mean that the lady will spare your life." The old witch realized that she had said too much, shook her head and stopped talking, and her figure disappeared. Feeling the strengthening energy constantly generated in his body and the sea of gods, Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction, and the skills were automatically running. He continued to recite scriptures and read the Tao, but his soul would be attacked by the soul-devouring pearl from time to time, and he could not fall into deep enlightenment, so the effect was worse. After another 3 days, the old witch did not appear. Bai Donglin was slightly puzzled, but did not think much about it, and continued to indulge in his understanding. 10 days later, a huge roar woke Bai Donglin up. Roars and fierce battles came from the ground tens of thousands of meters away. With a slight movement of his mind, he could feel the fierce surge of spiritual energy outside. Who was fighting with Mrs. Baigu? Not long after, the battle stopped, and all the noise disappeared. Bai Donglin did not think much. No matter who was fighting, who won or lost, it had nothing to do with him. He continued to absorb the strengthening energy silently. The effects of these 3 punishments are gradually weakening. It seems that even if you can absorb spiritual energy on your own, it is impossible to never consume it. I am a little looking forward to the old witch appearing again and giving him a few more fierce ones. 10 days later, the ghost bone fire in Bai Donglin's body became lighter and lighter, as if its essence was lost and would go out at any time, and it could no longer cause damage to the hard bones. Almost all the red bugs in his body were also dead, and he was blown up alive. The soul-devouring pearl suspended above his head was also shaky and dim, but unfortunately the old witch still did not show up. Bai Donglin guessed that something big must have happened there, and it should be related to the battle that day. If she was not busy with Mrs. Baigu's character, she would not have left him here for so long without paying any attention. Thinking secretly after a while, the strengthening energy is almost gone. There is no point in staying here. Let's go out and see what's going on. The blood essence surged all over his body. He struggled hard. The red chain wrapped around his body flashed with blood-colored inscriptions, and it contracted and bound him tighter. I don't know what material this red chain is made of. It is extremely strong. It spreads from the depths of the magma pool. There are inscriptions all over the body. Bai Donglin recognized several of them with a glance: solid, tough, soul lock, soul suppression. It is impossible to break free by force. With a fixed gaze, the heavenly demon disintegration method is instantly performed. The many spiritual orifices in the body emit dazzling light in an instant. The spiritual orifices, blood essence, flesh, and soul are like atomic fission, instantly releasing all the energy. Boom boom, an extremely violent explosion occurred. The red chain was directly broken, and the huge metal pillar broke into 2. The violent energy instantly expanded the underground space several times. The rock wall was turned into colored glaze by high temperature and high pressure, and the red-colored glaze flowed everywhere like liquid. Bai Donglin was not dead. His residual soul was attached to the scattered blood light. As long as a trace of residual soul remained, there was hope of resurrection. Of course, this was only for ordinary practitioners, and it would take a lot of effort to restore it to its original state. Even so, this secret technique was very remarkable, and it was worthy of being included in the secret technique of the monument world. A blood light floated in the air, and in a few breaths, Bai Donglin, naked, appeared out of thin air. The extreme bracelet entrusted to the residual soul returned to his wrist. This bracelet was extremely extraordinary and had more and more of the flavor of the Lord God's watch. A wound opened in the palm of his hand, and a purple light flew out of the magma and drilled into the wound. When he was in the Zhou Palace, this purple gold seed was placed in his body and nurtured for 10 months. It already had a hazy consciousness and its power began to show. Looking around, he did not have a way to leave this place. If he wanted to leave this place, he had to break through the tens of thousands of meters of rock layer. For him, it would not take much effort. Without even putting on his clothes, he jumped up naked and smashed the rock formation above his head with one punch. He gathered his strength and had strong penetrating power. Even though this place was deep underground and the rocks were extremely hard, each punch could create a passage of tens or hundreds of meters. His divine thoughts poured out, scanning the rock formation above his head, locking the direction while bypassing some hard mineral veins, saving him a lot of effort. Half an hour later, Bai Donglin was only a few thousand meters away from the ground. He sat cross-legged on a protruding rock, practicing his skills, absorbing spiritual energy to quickly restore his blood essence. After recovery, he stood up and continued to dig holes. This time he wanted to get through the ground in one go. However, when he had only advanced a few hundred meters, Bai Donglin suddenly stopped. His divine thoughts felt a strange breath. In the rock formation, it had a great impact on the ductility of the divine thoughts, and it could only extend to 2,000 or 3,000 meters at most. But he did sense a special aura, which seemed familiar. After thinking for a while, Bai Donglin adjusted his direction and dug a hole diagonally upwards. He decided to see what had aroused his divine consciousness. It would only take a little more effort. After advancing a few hundred meters, the special aura became stronger and stronger, and even the spiritual energy around him became a little richer. The blood in his body was slightly agitated, as if it was aroused by something. Bai Donglin was shocked. There was a treasure. His fists flew up, and his speed doubled. Crack! A big hole was punched in the passage, and a bright white light shone into the passage. The figure moved, and Bai Donglin entered a wide space. There was no rock in the huge space. It seemed that such a space was dug out from a huge white mineral. The white minerals were all the same, and the white mineral walls were engraved with complicated inscriptions. Many fine cracks destroyed the inscriptions. Looking up, he saw that the white minerals on the dome were piled up in the center, forming a huge stalactite. Below this huge stalactite was a white jade platform. A golden skeleton was sitting cross-legged on the jade platform. In front of the skeleton was a huge jade cup, and the familiar breath came from the jade cup. Bai Donglin's expression moved, and he had guessed what was going on. He took a step forward and came to the front of the jade platform in an instant. He stretched out his hands and carefully held up the jade cup. Seeing half a cup of milky white liquid, his eyes showed excitement. It was indeed this thing. 10,000-year-old chalcedony milk. He took a look at the golden skeleton and suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the dead flower could be cultivated into a human body. With such precious natural treasures and this extraordinary golden skeleton, everything made sense. He glanced at the inscription that was completely destroyed by fine cracks. This white bone lady must have encountered a powerful enemy. Even her own secret room formation was shattered, which is why the breath leaked out for his divine sense to sense. This is really a fortune. The 10,000-year chalcedony milk not only contains extremely rich and gentle energy, but also has the magical effect of washing the essence and marrow to improve physical talent. This half-jade cup has at least hundreds of drops, which is priceless. The spiritual liquid that White Bone Lady uses for bathing should be a pool of clean water mixed with a drop of 10,000-year chalcedony milk. Such a dilution is comparable to spiritual liquid. You can imagine how terrifying the energy contained in this thing is. TSK, this White Bone Lady is really extravagant. It's a waste to use such a treasure to bathe. Let me make the best use of such a treasure. Bai Donglin took out a jade bottle carved from chalcedony and carefully put away the 10,000-year-old chalcedony milk. This treasure would be enough for him to practice for a long time. He then set his eyes on the golden skeleton. The skeleton was shining with golden light, like a skeleton made of gold, covered with mysterious patterns. The whole was intact, except for a small hole on the head. This should be the place where Mrs. Baigu was born. This golden skeleton has an extraordinary origin. Bai Donglin also put it directly into the bracelet. It is also an excellent material for making magic weapons. After doing all this, Bai Donglin did not leave immediately. He could guess that the ground must have been deserted without going out. There was abundant spiritual energy here, so it was better to break through the divine mark realm here. Sitting cross-legged, he took out a large bottle of clear water, a full 5 or 6 liters, and took out the chalcedony bottle, and carefully dripped a drop of 10,000-year-old chalcedony milk into it. Tick-tock, the moment the 10,000-year-old chalcedony milk, which was as round as a white jade bead, dripped into the water bottle, the 5 or 6 liters of clear water suddenly turned into a rich milky white liquid, and a burst of fragrance came to the face. This is much better than Mrs. White Bone's bath water. After taking a sip carefully, a powerful energy instantly erupted in the body, but it was very gentle and did not hurt the meridians and spiritual orifices at all. At the same time, a mysterious energy flowed through the limbs and bones, cleansing the essence and marrow, and the cultivation aptitude was subtly improved. The purple gold seed in the palm of the left hand swallowed the mysterious energy in big mouthfuls. Concentrate your mind and gather blood essence, ready to break through the divine pattern in one fell swoop. Boom! A loud noise like the opening of heaven and earth resounded throughout the Sea of Gods, and the soul sitting cross-legged in the center of the Sea of Gods burst into dazzling light. 36 heavenly orifices were opened successfully. The 365 main spiritual orifices in Bai Donlin's body shone brightly, like a small sun, and a mysterious breath flowed endlessly. Each spiritual orifice was connected to each other, and it was faintly in line with the rules of heaven and earth. In the open white space, when Bai Donlin's main orifices were in line with each other, time and space stagnated, and the vast and ethereal rules of heaven and earth descended and enveloped his body. At this moment, the human body's microcosm and the universe of heaven and earth blended with each other, and an inexplicable rule was imprinted into the depths of the spiritual orifice. This was a gift from heaven and earth to break through the realm of divine patterns. Bai Donlin's divine thought surged, his mind and spirit were united, and he went all out to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. The two laws of space and soul could be captured relatively easily, and the other numerous rules like the abyss and the sea were vague and ethereal, and extremely difficult to comprehend. He knew that this was because he had achieved something in the two magical powers he cultivated, so he had a clearer understanding of the laws of space and soul. 10 birds in the forest are not as good as 1 bird in the hand. Bai Donglin gave up comprehending other difficult laws and devoted himself to comprehending the laws of space and soul. A quarter of an hour later, the laws of heaven and earth that enveloped his body receded. Bai Donglin opened his eyes, and his temperament was ethereal. Under the vibration of his breath, the surrounding space was slightly distorted. This was because the laws of space that had just been imprinted into the spiritual orifice were not stable, and the breath leaked. He successfully broke through the realm of divine patterns, his strength improved greatly, and he felt very happy. Now he finally got rid of the title of a rookie in the cultivation world. He was also a strong man of no small size, completely transcendental, equivalent to a cultivator of the Yuanshan realm of qi cultivation. When he went out, low-level cultivators had to call him a real person. Whether for physical cultivation or qi cultivation, this realm is a huge leap. From then on, you can comprehend and cultivate the laws of heaven and earth and have real immortal means. The cultivation of the realm of divine patterns is mainly to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, and to engrave the laws of heaven and earth into the spiritual orifice with soul and divine thoughts. The engraving of each ray of law will greatly improve the spiritual orifice, and the sublimation of the spiritual orifice will drive the improvement of physical strength and blood essence. Although it is much better to comprehend and engrave the laws of heaven and earth than to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish the spiritual orifice, the laws of heaven and earth are mysterious and difficult, and it is even more difficult to comprehend them out of thin air, so you need to figure out how to improve the ability to comprehend the laws. There are 4 factors that affect the comprehension of the laws: soul, spiritual orifice, magical power, and talent. A strong soul can give you the ability to perceive the laws, improve your ability to comprehend the laws of magical power, and the speed of engraving the laws. Spiritual orifice: a strong spiritual orifice can improve the affinity of the laws. Different spiritual orifices have different affinities for different laws. For example, the heart orifice belongs to fire and is most affinity with the law of fire. You cannot engrave the law of water into the heart orifice. It is not impossible, but it will be counterproductive. Magical power: magic power is not only a way to protect the way, but also a seed of law. Magical power is originally a skill that the founder comprehends from the law. It is very difficult for a monk to comprehend an unfamiliar law without any support, but it is possible. Practice supernatural powers to experience the corresponding laws. For example, the supernatural power that Bai Donglin practiced, "the world is within reach," is an application of the law of space, which has improved his ability to perceive the law of space. Supernatural powers are not only the advanced application of the law, but also an important shortcut for cultivators to plant the seeds of the corresponding law for themselves. Talent: these people are the lucky ones who passed the assessment of the holy sect. The essence of their blood talent is that there is a complete source of supernatural laws in the depths of a certain spiritual orifice. They don't need to comprehend and engrave that law little by little. They just need to open up the corresponding spiritual orifice and awaken the source of the supernatural laws in the spiritual orifice little by little. Even those with more amazing talents have the source of supernatural laws in several spiritual orifices. This is the real darling of heaven and earth, and it is also their ancestors who are powerful. They practiced certain laws to a certain limit, so that they can be passed down through blood. This inherited blood is not a pure law, but a supernatural law. It not only contains the laws of heaven and earth, but also a high-level application of a certain law. So it is called the origin of the law of supernatural power. Awakening this origin not only possesses the corresponding origin of the law but also has advanced methods of applying the law. It can be said that it is unique. Such geniuses will be directly admitted by the holy sect. The above four are the basic factors that affect the ability to perceive the law. Of course, there are more than these four, but these four are the most common. Bai Donglin's soul and spiritual orifice are needless to say, they are all top-notch. His supernatural power is backed by the big tree of Jidao holy sect. Except for the innate advantage of not having blood, his conditions for perceiving the law can be said to be top-notch. Kachike pain came from his left hand, interrupting Bai Donglin's thoughts. He frowned and looked at the palm of his left hand. The hard skin was pushed up with a bulge, and then it cracked directly. A slender vine made of purple jade drilled out of the wound, growing against the wind, and growing to 10 feet long in the blink of an eye, and then began to grow green leaves like emerald. It turned out that the purple gold seed had sprouted, but this seed was really extraordinary. How hard is his skin and flesh? It can actually be broken. But thinking that ordinary grass can break through concrete, the purple gold seed is certainly stronger, and it is reasonable that it can break his defense. He frowned and observed the purple jade vine carefully, trying to see what kind of plant it was. The stretched green leaves caught his attention. This kind of pattern, this shape, and 5 sharp corners. Bai Donglin's eyes widened instantly, his heartbeat quickened, and his face was full of shock. The sea of souls was rolling with gray fog, and the souls who were practicing cross-legged were also shocked and stood up, which showed that Bai Donglin's emotions were volatile. Buzhou Mountain, Xiantian Gourd Vine, Xiantian gods fighting for 7 gourds, Manhwa Gourd Vine waved mud to create people. Bai Donglin's mind was in a mess, and his thoughts were racing. He didn't expect that the origin of the purple gold seed was so great. Grandpa, a childish voice came into the sea of souls, interrupting Bai Donglin's wild thoughts. What? Who is the grandson calling? Grandpa, another voice came. Bai Donglin looking at the purple jade vine, all the fantasies in his mind suddenly collapsed and shattered, and a ballad seemed to come from an unknown place. Calabash brothers, 7 melons on 1 vine, wind and rain, no fear, la 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 la. Bah, I'm not your grandfather, get off my hand. Bai Donglin's figure froze for a moment, and he grabbed the calabash vine with his right hand and pulled hard, trying to pull the purple jade vine off. With a sweep of his mind, he found that the countless roots of the purple jade vine were tightly wrapped around the bones of his arm, and he couldn't pull it off at all. With a dark face, he took out a big knife from his bracelet. Are you coming out? If you don't come out, I'm going to chop it off. He gestured with the big knife on his arm, and was about to chop off his left arm. He didn't want to be a grandfather. The thought of taking care of 7 little brats made his scalp numb. He had to get rid of this trouble quickly. Grandpa, don't, I'll come out. The roots of the purple jade vine shrank and broke away from Bai Donglin's palm, and the flesh on his palm healed instantly. He put away the machete and frowned as he looked at the purple jade vine twisting and turning on the ground. It took so much effort to cultivate this thing, it would be a pity to just throw it away, so he used his divine mind to transmit the message. What on earth are you? Why do you call me grandpa? Will you grow 7 gourds in the future? And then 7 little brats will pop out? The purple jade vine twisted for a while, as if it was struggling to understand Bai Donglin's meaning. After a long while, it transmitted the message with its mind. I don't know. This is what my vague inherited memory told me. The one who cultivated me was my grandpa. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged. This purple jade vine might really be related to the gourd vine, otherwise why would it call him grandpa all the time? Don't call me grandpa, I'm still a minor, call me big brother. Okay, big brother. There was joy in the purple jade vine's voice, and then it continued to say, Big brother, I can't tie a gourd, and I can't give birth to a brat. The inherited memory tells me that I can condense the origin of the laws of magical powers to help people practice. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. He can't give birth to a burden, and he can also condense the laws of the origin of magical powers? This purple jade vine is also a treasure. Bai Donglin looked at the vine on the ground with a softer look, so he transmitted his voice. Ahem, big brother will give you a name. You will be called Xiaozi from now on. Xiaozi, thank you big brother, Xiaozi has a name. Xiaozi, tell big brother, how long will it take for you to condense the origin of the law of supernatural power? Big brother, as long as you give me some more of that white spiritual liquid, I can condense the first law of the origin of supernatural power in another half a month. Bai Donglin's eyes twitched. This little thing is really picky. As soon as it came, it set its eyes on his treasure, the 10,000-year jade milk. However, the law of the origin of supernatural power is more precious, so he asked again, Xiaozi, what is the first one? The origin of supernatural power law? Supernatural power, the law of heaven and earth, the law of force. That's it. Big baby, you still say it's not you. This little Z is a big treasure. He can actually condense the origin of the law of magical power, which also makes up for his shortcoming of not having a gifted bloodline. The 4 basic elements of the law of perception are all top level, and he can take off directly. It will take Xiaozi half a month to condense the origin of the first law of magical power. He has no time to delay here. The divine pattern realm has been completed, and he can go out to try whether he can leave the closed space loop. With a thought, the little Z on the ground shrank and became smaller, turning into a purple jade bracelet tightly wrapped around by Donlin's right wrist. The purple jade vine is extremely strong and the size is as desired. It can even be used as a magic weapon. Since the birth of consciousness, this little Z has been regarded as a life form. It can no longer be stored in the extreme bracelet and can only be carried with him. He took out a set of clothes from the bracelet and put them on. It seems that he has to practice the blood armor secret technique as soon as possible, otherwise every battle or practice will damage the clothes, which is really troublesome and also damages his tall image. The blood armor secret technique was obtained from Shushan. It is an auxiliary secret technique that transforms blood and blood essence into clothes and armor. It has the function of shielding divine mind scanning and has a little defense. The main thing is that the blood armor is interdependent with the blood and blood essence of the practitioner. It can be changed and repaired at will. It is said that every predecessor who practices the law of heaven and earth magical power has practiced this secret technique. Gathering his thoughts, looking around and not finding anything missing, he took a step forward. The space was slightly distorted, and his figure instantly appeared on the ground. He had some understanding of the laws of space, and he had made great progress in the world. The thousands of meters of rock layer could no longer affect him. Bai Donglin was stunned. Looking at the sea of bones that had changed so much, he thought he had gone to the wrong place. The mountain of skulls had disappeared, and the huge white bone hall was gone. A huge pit was left in its place, and 5 huge fingerprints were deeply engraved on the ground. Looking up at the sky, there was a huge hole in the extremely high dome, and Bai Donglin looked solemn. Looking at the ruined scene in front of him, a picture emerged in his mind. A giant hand instantly passed through thousands of meters of rock layers, broke the dome, and grabbed the skeleton mountain and the white bone palace together. The divine thoughts poured out, sensing a trace of breath, took a step and disappeared. At the bottom of the pit, a shriveled head fell into the ruins. Bai Donglin bent down to pick up the head. It was the head of the old witch. The body had turned into nothingness. Only a trace of weak spiritual consciousness remained in the head, which was about to dissipate. Mr. Bai, please, save my wife. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows, feeling that the spiritual consciousness in the shriveled head had completely dissipated. A trace of spiritual consciousness could last for so long before dissipating. It seems that the obsession in her heart is very heavy. TSK, I didn't expect an old woman like you to be able to do this. You are really loyal. With a slight spit of power from his palm, the head turned into ashes and flew away with the wind. He did not take the old witch's words to heart. Not to mention the grudge between them, with the terrifying power of this giant hand, what could he use to save it? He could only use his head to save it. The old witch also understood this truth and said to him, asking for help was just an obsession in his heart. After all, there was no other living person in this sea of bones except Bai Donglin. But then again, this lady of bones had lived in peace and stability in this sea of bones for 10,000 years without any trouble. How come her family was destroyed as soon as he arrived? Hey, I told you to let me go but you didn't listen. You insisted on keeping me to marry you. If you had listened to me, you wouldn't have ended up like this. It's really a sin. He looked up at the big hole on the dome. This hole should lead to the ruins. Without thinking anymore, he stepped out and disappeared. On the ruins, Bai Donglin's mind swept around and found nothing unusual. Although his appearance had changed greatly, it was indeed the ruins where he had landed. Sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes and concentrating, the soul light in the soul space shone. Bai Donglin was trying his best to sense the surrounding space. The spiritual orifice engraved with the laws of space also glowed slightly. He wanted to find a gap in the closed loop of space. After a moment, Bai Donglin opened his eyes with nothing to find. His eyes were full of doubts. This shouldn't be the case. It's impossible that there is no trace of the closed space loop. Even if his perception of the space law is not high, even if he can't find the gap in the space, it's impossible that he can't sense any abnormality. The space around him is too normal. Could it be? Bai Donglin's expression moved, as if he thought of something. He stood up and took a step forward. Not long after, he stopped and showed a happy expression. As he expected, the closed space loop had been broken. This piece of space returned to normal, and of course, he couldn't sense the abnormality. It should be that the owner of the giant hand broke the closed space loop casually. That's good. It saved him a lot of effort. After all, he was not 100% sure that he could get out of the closed space loop. He knew nothing about this burial area, and he didn't need to deliberately identify the direction. He randomly chose a direction to perform his magic power, and disappeared in an instant. Moo! Rumble, a giant bull with a fiery red body and hair like flames, let out a loud howl, and then ran wildly for its life. Its huge body, which was 1,000 feet tall, made a huge sound every time it landed. Its 4 hooves were burning with blazing flames, and the rock soil turned into magma the moment it came into contact with the flames. Such a terrifying monster bull was covered with scars, and the hot blood was gushing out. The fiery red giant bull did not dare to stop to treat its injuries. It ran fast and wildly without stopping for a moment, and the fear in its huge bull eyes seemed to be overflowing. Ha ha ha! Fire Bull King, don't run away. Look at how much blood you are bleeding. It's such a waste. Don't worry, I will act quickly and won't let you feel pain. Burp! It feels good, good wine. Ha ha ha! In the sky behind the Fire Bull King, an old man with tattered clothes and messy gray hair, like a beggar, stood in the void, holding a huge wine gourd in his hand, took a sip, and shouted that it felt good. Moo, moo, moo. When the Fire Bull King heard the old man's voice, fear in his eyes intensified, and red flames burst out from his body. The surrounding space was slightly distorted by the burning, and his 4 hooves crushed the space, and his speed soared to the limit. He ran faster, shook his head in boredom, took a step, and instantly appeared on top of the Fire Bull King's huge head, sat down cross-legged, and the space around him was faintly dislocated, completely ignoring the blazing red flames. The Fire Bull King trembled all over, stopped running, knelt on all 4 knees and prostrated himself on the ground. In just a moment, this place turned into a sea of magma and fire. Woowoomoo! The Fire Bull King let out a huge cry of grief, as if he knew he was doomed. Gulp, gulp! The sloppy old man took 2 gulps of strong liquor, curled his lips in disdain, and cursed, "Are you afraid now? At the beginning, you chased me to the point where I had no way to go up to the sky or down to the earth. If it weren't for the lives of several senior brothers who protected me, I would have been burned to ashes by you. Those bald donkeys are right. There must be a cause and an effect. You chased me in the past. Today, I lend you my flesh and blood to settle the cause and effect. Don't worry, I will let your true soul return to the Mother River. Go on your way, Fire Bull King." Moved, the old man raised his sword finger and lightly tapped it. The dazzling red soul of the Fire Bull King was instantly chopped into nothingness, leaving only a little true soul, which flashed and disappeared. Gulp! Gulp! He took a gulp of strong liquor and waved his hand. The huge body of the Fire Bull King shrank directly and was captured in his hand. Untying the animal leather bag at his waist, a strong evil spirit gushed out of the bag. The old man didn't care and threw the corpse of the Fire Bull King into it. There were no less than 100 corpses in the bag with the same strong smell as the Fire Bull King. Sword idiot, a voice came, like a soul-demanding Buddhist chant, ethereal and uncertain, as if in the distant horizon, and as if whispering in the ear. The sloppy old man's face changed, and he tied the animal leather bag tightly, took a sip from the wine gourd, and cursed in a low voice, "Humph! Hurry up! Dead bald donkey, you only know how to order people around. If I didn't see you as a senior, I would definitely stab you a few times. I will use my white sword in and my yellow sword out, and I will stab your bag." The sloppy old man cursed and spit out dirty words, like a beggar and hooligan. He didn't look like a master at all, but his strength was unfathomable. His figure disappeared in a flash. Deep in the burial area. In a strange space, this place is neither real nor virtual, existing in non-existence, time and space are uncertain, dimensions are inexplicable, and several distorted and blurred figures are sitting cross-legged. Several figures can only slightly distinguish a trace of human shape, which is compressed into a point for a while, and then stretched into a line. The figure falls into one dimension, and then instantly jumps to the 7th dimension, erratic and unobservable. In the abnormal space, communication becomes extremely difficult. Several people can only split a trace of their souls and merge them together, barely communicating normally. Fellow Taoists, this change in the ancient world is our only chance. This space is about to collapse. His eyes sweep over from time to time, I'm afraid. Countless years of planning, this is it. Hee hee, such a big chess game, Even the dark underworld and the dead silence world have become chess pieces. In order to get Song, everything is worth it. Amit Ba. Good. The ruins are endless, and there is no burial area. On a black plain, Bai Donglin ran wildly for 7 days after coming out of the closed space. He practiced and traveled, but strangely, he did not encounter any danger or a living creature. Until he stepped into this black plain. In the bare and empty black plain, a strong sense of crisis came, stimulating the center of his eyebrows to ache. Bai Donglin frowned and looked at the empty plain in front of him. It was impossible to retreat. He must go up, but what made him more entangled was that he didn't know whether the direction he was going was correct. It was possible that crossing this black plain would not leave the burial area, but go deeper into it. After all, he still had to go in and take a look. The worst that could happen was that he would die a few times. Then he sent a message to Xiaozi. Xiaozi, this place is too dangerous. You wait for Big Brother outside. I will go in and explore the way first. The purple vine on his right wrist twisted slightly, detached from his wrist and fell to the ground, turning into a foot long. A childish voice came out, "Okay, Big Brother, be careful." Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. Although Xiaozi was born not long ago, he was very obedient and did not have the naughtiness of a child. He listened to him and did everything except having a big appetite. The origin of the magical law was about to condense, and he could not let it go in and take risks. The gain would not outweigh the loss. After thinking for a moment, he took off the Jidao bracelet and threw it to Xiaozi. The vine-like purple jade took the bracelet and tightly wrapped around it. Although the Jidao bracelet was extremely hard, it was not indestructible. This was the only prop for him to return, and he could not lose it. This place was extremely desolate and there was no living thing in sight. It was much safer to let Xiaozi take it than to go in and take risks with him. Fearing that Xiaozi would run around because of loneliness, Bai Donglin could not help but tell him again, "Xiaozi, stay here and don't move. I'll be back soon." "Okay, brother." He nodded, and the space twisted. He stepped over and entered the black plain, leaving Xiaozi standing there, with the Jidao bracelet tightly wrapped around the vines. After a few steps, Bai Donglin had already gone deep into the black plain. The deeper he went, the worse the effect of the close to the world became, and finally it was completely unusable. The space here was extremely tough, and the space on the black plain was sealed. Bai Donglin had no choice but to walk. With a light stamp of his feet, his figure disappeared, and his speed was also very fast. After running for a while, Bai Donglin was blocked by a huge canyon crack. The canyon was very long, and the ends of both sides could not be seen at a glance, as if the entire black plain was directly split in half. The spiritual orifice and blood essence in the body surged, turning into a blood-colored escape light and flew up. Qi cultivators in the Yuantai realm and body cultivators who opened up the Renxiao can all turn into escape light and fly. However, the speed of this escape light is about the same as his running speed on the ground. Flying in the sky in the restricted area is too conspicuous. In order to avoid some trouble, he usually does not can fly. At this time, he wanted to fly over the canyon. Although the canyon was wide, it was not so wide that he could not see the end. He flew to the middle of the canyon in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to fly over the canyon, something strange happened. A gray blade light shot up into the sky at a speed beyond imagination, and directly crossed the blood-colored escape light that Bai Donglin had transformed into. The escape light stagnated, and Bai Donglin's figure appeared. He glanced at the depths of the canyon, and then a blood pattern slowly emerged from his eyebrows. A large piece of blood rain gushed out, and he was actually cut in half from his eyebrows. The moment the corpse fell, countless tiny blade lights shot out from the corpse, and the corpse instantly turned into nothingness. In a breath, Bai Donglin was resurrected on the spot, his naked body flashed red light slightly, and a set of blood-red armor covered his whole body. It was the blood armor's secret technique, which he had practiced in the past few days on the road. This technique mainly requires a strong control over blood essence and blood. With Bai Donglin's powerful soul, it is very easy to practice. Interesting, Bai Donglin, who was killed by the terrifying sword light, showed curiosity in his eyes, and flew down the canyon as soon as he moved. Just as he moved, another sword light soared into the sky, and he was killed instantly again. The blood armor could only increase his defense by 1 layer, and the effect was minimal, so he could only use it to block his body. The moment he was resurrected, he no longer hesitated and flew directly down the canyon. He was very fast. Although he would be killed within a few breaths every time he was resurrected, he successfully reached the bottom of the valley after dying 100 times. When Bai Donglin stood at the bottom of the valley, the gray sword light that had been trying to kill him did not appear. His mind moved slightly, and he felt a domineering and extremely tragic sword intention in front of him. His expression was shocked. This domineering intention was too strong, even surpassing the line of words he saw on the mountain of books. Having been killed hundreds of times for no reason, Bai Donglin did not want to return empty-handed. He moved and shot towards the place where the sword intent was emanating. He did not walk far before his speed suddenly slowed down. This sword intent impacted his soul and made it difficult for him to move. The sword cuts the flesh, and the will cuts the soul. So that's how it is. Bai Donglin looked calm, and his thoughts were all immersed in the sea of soul. The dazzling soul sitting cross-legged instantly opened his left eye, and the golden vertical lines between his eyebrows shone brightly. Countless sword intents turned into big knives and chopped at the soul. Bai Donglin put his hands together, and the rune in the depths of his left eye turned around. The soul instantly turned into pure gold, and his expression was compassionate, like the golden body of Buddha. His soul recited scriptures and read the Tao day and night, and it was not without any gains. Countless sword intents chopped on the golden body of the soul, making a sound of metal clashing, sparks flying, but the soul was unharmed. The soul will resisted the attack of the sword intent, and Bai Donglin continued to walk deeper. With every step forward, the sword intent attack became stronger. Grey fog surged in the sea of soul, and the sword intent poured down like a river from the sky. The hard soul golden body finally couldn't bear it. Fine cracks began to appear, and they healed quickly between breaths. Bai Donglin still had ways to strengthen his soul, but he didn't do so. He was going to start courting death again. Everything was under his control. The purpose of using the soul Buddha's golden body was to use the sword intent to temper the soul golden body, and he didn't want to let go of strengthening the energy at the same time. Bai Donglin strode forward a few more steps. The soul golden body was on the verge of breaking. The intense pain of his soul being cut into pieces hit his will. Destruction and recovery reached a balance. Waves of strengthened energy were constantly generated out of thin air and instantly absorbed by the soul. There are so many benefits to a strong soul, especially for the future practice of the true scripture of pregnant God and forged demons, which is of great significance. He wants to strengthen the strongest soul in the world and cannot miss any opportunity to brush up on energy. Time flies, these sword intents come from nowhere, as if endless, attacking Bai Donglin's soul non-stop. When the soul becomes stronger, the recovery ability slightly suppresses the damage of the sword intent, and Bai Donglin takes a few steps forward, continuing to maintain a delicate balance, always maintaining the maximum output of strengthening energy. He is now experienced in this regard. Bai Donglin, who is resisting the sword intent, is not idle. He multitasks and begins to comprehend the sword intent. Although he doesn't use weapons much in fights with a pair of iron fists, the conditions at this time are too good. It would be a waste not to comprehend the sword intent. From beginning to end, Bai Donglin has never forgotten his goal of absorbing infinite knowledge to nourish his own way. Comprehending the sword intent, wouldn't it be good to breed a sword demon in the spiritual orifice in the future? Breeding a sword god and a sword demon, a sword and a sword, it's exciting to think about it. There are 129,600 spiritual orifices, and each spiritual orifice needs to breed a god or demon, so any knowledge and any path are useful to him. The road is long and arduous, I will search up and down. With firm belief and strong will, I ignored the severe pain of the broken soul and began to comprehend the domineering sword intent. Deep in the canyon, a huge male corpse knelt on the ground, wearing black armor. Although it was unknown how long ago he died, his body was still upright and alive, as if he had just died. The huge eyes of the male corpse glared at the sky, and his whole body was full of strong breath. The surrounding space was slightly distorted. You should know that the space in the depths of this black plane is extremely tough. The residual breath of this dead body almost tore the space apart. It can be seen that the strength of this male corpse must have been extremely terrifying when he was alive. There was only one wound on the male corpse's body. A long black sword was deeply inserted into the deep between his eyebrows, killing him with one blow, and he had no power to resist. The black handle was very long, and the exposed part of the blade was dark and dull. There was a faint sound of a knife, as if the will in the knife was awakened, and the infinite sword intent that attacked Bai Donglin was leaked from this knife. At the bottom of the dark canyon, the black knife suppressed the giant corpse. Bai Donglin's unexpected intrusion broke the silence that had lasted for many years. The moon was high in the sky over the black plain. The 10-foot-long Shaozi root system was deeply embedded in the soil, and the vine stood upright and twisted slightly. The tip of the purple jade vine was wrapped around the Ji-Dao bracelet, thrown high, caught, and thrown high again. Why has Big Brother been gone for so long and still hasn't come back? Bracelet, do you think Big Brother will be okay? If Big Brother is in trouble, what will Shaozi do? The bright moonlight shone on the bracelet, reflecting it slightly, but it was unable to answer Xiao Zi's question. Xiao Zi felt even more bored and continued to throw the bracelet. Gaga! A hoarse crow cry suddenly came from the silent night sky, and a snow-white crow landed on a dead tree on the edge of the black plain. The white crow was pale all over, so white that it was weird. Even its eyeballs were white, and the eye sockets were white, empty and creepy. In the dark night, on a black plain, with black dead trees, a pale crow stood on a branch. Under the moonlight, it actually looked a bit dazzling. The white crow tilted its head, staring at Xiao Zi with its empty eyes, or more precisely, at the Jidao bracelet that Xiao Zi was throwing up and down. The bird's head swayed slightly with the bracelet, and its pale eyes became more and more weird. Gaga! The white crow made a sound, flapped its wings and rushed toward Xiao Zi, as fast as lightning, like a beam of white light. The bird's claws instantly grabbed the Jidao bracelet. Xiao Zi felt something was wrong. The vines wrapped around the bracelet did not loosen. The little white crow was surprisingly powerful, and Xiao Zi's roots were instantly pulled out from deep underground. Stinky bird! Let go of my big brother's bracelet! Xiao Zi instantly understood that this white strange bird wanted to its big brother's bracelet. While the vines tightly wrapped around the bracelet, the purple jade vines whipped the white crow like a long whip. Snap, snap, snap. Xiao Zi was quite strong, and her purple jade vine was even more tenacious. It could be turned into a long whip, and even a huge rock could be whipped in half, but the white crow just let it be whipped without any reaction. As if annoyed by Xiao Zi, the white crow tilted its head and packed Xiao Zi lightly. Xiao Zi's purple jade vine seemed to be struck by lightning, and suddenly became soft. It instantly shrank and turned into a thin purple vine, wrapping around the bracelet in circles. Ah! It hurts! Strange bird, my big brother will avenge me. You're done, stinky bird, my big brother is very cruel, let me and the bracelet go, or my big brother will roast you. Xiao Zi kept sending thought messages to threaten the white crow, but the white crow seemed to be deaf and ignored Xiao Zi's chattering. With a puff, the white crow spread its wings and flew high into the sky, tilting its head as if sensing something. After a moment, it adjusted its direction and flew deep into the black plain. Ha, you stinky bird, you're done for, my big brother is in the black plain, you're walking into a trap. Cackling, the hoarse crow's cry echoed far away in the night sky, the sound carrying an ominous tone. Deep at the bottom of the canyon, Bai Donglin, who was sitting cross-legged, frowned. Just now, it seemed as if a familiar breath flashed by. His mind was pouring out. He concentrated and sensed carefully, but he found nothing. Was it an illusion? Bai Donglin, who felt that he was wrong, didn't think about it anymore. He stood up and continued to walk forward a few steps. The sword intent here was even more violent. Even the tough flesh began to be cut by the pure sword intent. You know, this is a sword intent that does not contain a trace of energy. It can actually hurt his body. It is incredible. This is even better. The physical injury can also refresh an extra strengthening energy. The damage reversal triggered by the physical injury produces all the energy for strengthening was directed by him to strengthen his spiritual orifice. His soul has now surpassed his physical body. After breaking through the divine mark realm, the soul in the Sea of Soul has been practicing the soul refining chapter in the God conceiving and demon forging scripture all the time. Some soul laws have been engraved in the infinite Sea of Souls, and these laws also have a nourishing effect on the soul. Reciting scriptures and reading the Tao day and night also has the effect of sublimating and purifying his soul. The speed of strengthening the soul has exceeded that of the physical body, and there is no need to be partial to it. As Bai Donglin got closer and closer to the depths of the canyon, the sound of the black knife inserted in the giant corpse's brow became more and more intense. Clang! A huge knife shadow suddenly rose into the air and slashed at Bai Donglin, who was sitting cross-legged. Silently, the space was cut open, and Bai Donglin was chopped into nothingness without a word. In a few breaths, Bai Donglin appeared out of thin air. His eyes were still a little blurred. What happened? Didn't he cooperate well all the time? Why did he suddenly go crazy? Bai Donglin felt that the thing that slashed out the sword light must have been irritated by him, as if it was afraid of approaching the depths of the canyon. There must be some big secret in it. You don't let me go in, but I have to go in. He continued to withstand the sword's attack on his soul and walked forward slowly. From time to time, he would be killed by the sudden sword light, but this could not stop his steps. His soul kept strengthening and he also understood the sword's meaning. His understanding became more and more abnormal under the blessing of his soul. Coupled with the knowledge as deep as the sea and the current training conditions, it can be said that his soul is now bathing in the sea of swords meaning. It's normal to be able to understand a little sword's meaning. Step by step, unswervingly, finally, after spending a lot of time, Bai Donglin passed through a layer of fog, and the scene in the depths of the canyon came into view. The giant kneeling on his knees and the black knife inserted in the giant's brow, the black knife rang lightly, instantly attracted by Donlin's attention. Good sword. His eyes lit up. Although he could not see the whole picture, the extremely domineering and brutal sword intent, as well as the huge sword shadow suspended in the air, all deeply attracted him. It's a pity that such a precious sword is covered in dust here. Well, you are lucky to meet me today, you deserve to see the light of day again. As soon as Bai Donglin finished speaking, the buzzing sound of the black sword became more intense, and the sword shadow flashed in the air, instantly slashing Bai Donglin into nothingness. After resurrection, Bai Donglin was not annoyed. He smiled slightly and said, "The sword is like a BMW, with a strong and powerful temperament. I really like you more and more." After speaking, he took another step forward against the violent sword intent, and cracks appeared on his body, and his soul was on the verge of breaking. The distance between him and the black sword was still thousands of feet away, and he did not dare to continue to advance. He could only move forward slowly step by step, maintaining a delicate balance, destroying and restoring the cycle, and strengthening the energy in his body inexhaustible. Every moment, the body and soul were improving. For a while, one person and one sword were deadlocked. 3 days later, Bai Donglin had already arrived in front of the giant. In the divine sea space, the golden body of the soul Buddha sitting cross-legged in the center had grown from more than 10 feet tall at the beginning to more than 18 feet tall now. It was shining with golden light and extremely majestic. The soul had almost doubled in strength, and the power of the black knife was gradually weakening. After all, it was just an ownerless thing, a rootless duckweed, and could not be replenished. This was also the reason why he could approach the black knife so quickly. However, Bai Donglin was also puzzled by the performance of the black knife. There was no deep hatred between the two. Why was he so targeted these days? I don't know how many times I've been killed. There must be something wrong with this. The soul in the Sea of Gods put down his clasped hands, pinched the mysterious spell, opened the golden vertical lines on his forehead, and the golden eyes seemed to be able to see through everything, scanning the black knife and the giant's corpse. After a moment, Bai Donglin was stunned and retracted his magical powers. So that's it. He already understood why the black knife had been preventing him from approaching. It was not aimed at him, but at the giant corpse. Any living creature approaching here would be killed indiscriminately. Ah, what a good knife. It knows how to protect its master before it recognizes its master. Don't worry, I'll take care of that thing. Bai Donglin's eyes condensed and decided not to delay any longer. This black knife is almost at its limit. It would be a loss to hurt the origin of the black knife in order to brush this last bit of enhanced energy. In the Sea of Gods, the right eye of the soul Buddha's golden body opened, and the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram deep in the eye slowly floated out and fell under his body, turning into a huge Tai Chi diagram. The black and white rotated endlessly, and the sea of knife intent was completely isolated. Bai Donglin jumped up, and in a few jumps on the giant corpse, he was about to approach the black knife. The black knife rang softly, as if it knew that Bai Donglin could not be killed, and it did not stop Bai Donglin, but gathered all the knife intent. The knife shadow suspended in the air was also absorbed into the black knife. The black knife seemed to be accumulating power, and the next attack would be earth-shattering. The black knife gave up resistance, and Bai Donglin was faster, and he came in front of the black knife in a breath. The handle of the black knife was extremely long, a full 50 or 60 centimeters, dark and deep, as if it could swallow the light. Ha! Bai Donglin shouted angrily, holding the handle tightly with both hands, stepping hard on the forehead of the giant with both feet, and pulling the knife out with force. Buzz the blade trembled and made a faint sound. Clang! With a knife chant, the black knife's accumulated power attack finally broke out. The target of the attack was not Bai Donglin, but the giant corpse under his feet. His expression was slightly condensed. Whether he could subdue the black knife was the key. He did not dare to be careless, and his soul was ready to explode at any time. Boom boom, a thick blade light, like a laser star destroyer, instantly devoured the giant corpse, starting from the head, and turned into nothingness bit by bit. Ah! A tragic howl resounded through the world, and the dazzling white light made Bai Donglin unable to see anything. He could only hear screams. After a moment, the light went out, and Bai Donglin regained his sight. The blood essence flowed, and he stood in the void. The light of the black knife in his hand dimmed slightly. Obviously, the previous attack had consumed all the energy. The giant corpse disappeared and completely turned into nothingness, leaving a big hole with a diameter of 1,000 feet in the original place, which was bottomless. Bai Donglin stared at the depths of the big hole with a solemn expression, and the soul eye opened, and the golden eyeballs locked onto a wisp of evil thoughts in the hole. This is what the black knife suppressed, preventing Bai Donglin from approaching, just to prevent the evil thoughts from taking over and escaping. But would Bai Donglin be afraid of this thing? In the Sea of Gods, the golden body of the Soul Buddha sat cross-legged on a huge Tai Chi diagram, shining with golden light, with his hands clasped together, and the two great scriptures of salvation, the Sutra of the Original Vow of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and the Sutra of the Great Compassionate Heavenly Lord of the Great Compassionate Heaven, were ready to be launched. Come on! Let me see what your evil thoughts are capable of. Black Knife, step back a little, lest blood splash all over you. Let me show you the ability of your new master. Buzz buzz, the Black Knife hummed, and instantly retreated 100 feet away. There was a faint flow of Tao on the blade. If Bai Donglin was possessed by evil thoughts, the Black Knife would burst out its origin at any time and kill Bai Donglin with force. Swoosh, the evil spirit turned into a ray of black light, shot into Bai Donglin's forehead from the bottom of the deep pit, and went straight into the Sea of Soul. Bai Donglin looked calm, and did not think of running away. First, he could not run away, and second, if he ran away, he would definitely not be able to subdue the Black Knife. People have worked hard to suppress the evil spirit for countless years, but he was ruined by his own suicidal behavior. He is immortal and invincible, and he is not afraid of the evil spirit taking over his body. Sitting cross-legged in the void, closing his eyes, his mind sank into the Sea of Soul. Bai Donglin's Sea of Soul is huge and boundless, and he was shocked when the evil spirit entered the Sea of Soul. How is it possible? A cultivator of the divine mark realm actually possesses an endless divine sea. How did this little monster cultivate? My divine sea at the beginning was not as good as his divine sea. God is really helping me. By possessing such a demon genius, I will surely be able to go further. The evil spirit was extremely excited. No matter how this little monster created such a divine sea, he was just a cultivator of the divine mark realm. His soul was fragile and it was easy for him to possess his body. This heaven-defying divine sea would also become his. Locking onto Bai Donglin's soul fluctuations, the black light evil spirit broke through the gray fog and quickly approached the center of the divine sea. The golden body of the soul sat cross-legged on the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram, looking through the gray fog and directly at the black light that was moving quickly. The divine sea was his home court, and he had a full view of everything inside, including the evil spirit's every move. Since you're in, don't even think about leaving. Who is the prey and who is the hunter? He pinched the magic formula with his hands, the golden vertical lines between his eyebrows opened, and his golden eyes locked onto the fast-moving black light evil spirit. A small character appeared in the depths of the golden eyeball. This was a small improvement of his. He added a little Buddha nature to the pure attributeless soul attack, just like Buddha's light, which would cause greater damage to the evil spirits. Buzz! The void shook, the gray fog rolled, and a thick golden light column gushed out from Bai Donglin's brow. Thick, big, fast, shining with golden light. There was also a faint sound of Buddhist sounds. The speed of the black light evil spirit and the golden light column rushing towards Bai Donglin's soul was astonishingly fast, and the relative speed of the two was even more terrifying. The black light evil spirit had no time to dodge, and was hit hard by the golden light column. The black light evil spirit rolled and screamed. This soul attack with Buddha's nature was too targeted at him. It was like real damage, which greatly weakened his will. This little monster actually knows the Buddhist soul magic. The black light evil spirit cried out in his heart that it was too careless. It stopped rushing straight ahead and started to spiral around. Although this slowed down its speed, it could avoid the straight attack of the golden light. Bai Donglin saw the actions of the black light evil spirit, but he didn't care. The previous attack was just a small test. When the black light got close to his soul, it would be the time for him to really fight back. Bai Donglin stopped attacking, and the black light became faster and faster. After a while, it came to the center of the Sea of Gods and floated in front of the 8-foot-tall golden body of the soul. Boy, I have to say that you are a real genius. You are so young, and you can cultivate such a terrifying soul in the mere divine pattern realm. The black light evil spirit was shocked, and his thoughts shook the void and transmitted his voice. Then he said proudly, "What a pity! What a pity! Although your soul is powerful, this deity now it is not even a remnant soul, but just a wisp of thought, but the essence of life is not comparable to you, everything you have will belong to me. Your body, soul, memory, your treasures, magical powers, and your wife and children, I will accept them all." Noisy! Bai Donglin's soul golden body frowned. Do these villains talk so much? The more he talked, the more outrageous he became. He quickly pinched the magic formula with both hands, and the Tai Chi diagram under his body quickly expanded and extended, covering himself and the black light evil spirit together. The huge Tai Chi diagram floated up to form a huge black and white sphere. The black light evil spirit was extremely confident. He let Bai Donglin cast the spell and just watched from the side without making a move. He continued to shake the void and said, "Boy, are you afraid that I will run away? Ha, not bad, not bad, you are even crazier than me. Shut up, monster. You don't know that you are about to die, and you still dare to bark here." Bai Donglin had a cold expression. His 3 eyes were fixed on the black light. He put his hands together and performed the soul-burning secret technique. A blazing golden flame instantly covered the entire golden body of the soul. The golden body of the soul emitted a dazzling light, and a terrifying aura filled the black and white sphere. The soul-burning secret technique was a secret technique created by Bai Donglin based on the blood-burning secret technique and the demon disintegration method. It can burn the soul and sublimate it to the extreme, which can greatly improve soul-type attacks. Exclamation point. The black light evil spirit was stunned. Is this guy mentally ill? His soul is self-igniting before the fight even starts. Is there a way to fight like this? The evil spirit didn't delay any longer. It would be burned clean in a while. It turned into black light and shot towards Bai Donglin. Om. Ma. Na. Ba. Mi. Hum. Bai Donglin opened his lips slightly and uttered the 6-character mantra of Buddhism. With the support of the burning soul, every word that came out of his mouth turned into large golden characters. The 6 characters combined into the character, which instantly enveloped the black light. A burst of Buddha light fell, and the black light evil spirit was trapped in it, unable to move. Ha! The trapped black light evil spirit turned into a dark figure, raised his head and roared, struggling violently, and the character above his head swayed slightly. Bai Donglin frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the black light evil spirit was really capable, and he was not impatient. He still had many cards up his sleeve. He raised his right hand and patted his forehead lightly. A Taoist in black and white Taoist robes stepped out from behind him. The golden body of the soul clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you, brother Taoist. You and I are one. Why do this?" The two smiled at each other and stopped joking. The black and white Taoist took a step forward and sat cross-legged opposite the evil spirit. He pinched the magic formula with his hands and chanted the Taoist sound. When facing the enemy, all the soldiers should march forward in formation. The Taoist 9-character mantra came out of his mouth and became a talisman. Each talisman turned into a chain of different colors, which instantly tightly wrapped and bound the black light evil spirit. The character no longer shook with the help of the chains. The two worked together to suppress the evil spirit. No! Ah! The black light evil spirit went completely crazy. He had finally gotten rid of the suppression of the black knife. He didn't expect that this little monk in the divine pattern realm, who should have been able to capture him easily, had so many weird methods that he could even suppress his will. It was completely beyond his expectation. Even if you can suppress me, so what? You can't destroy me. Wait until your soul burns out and of course, the black light evil spirit didn't know that Bai Donglin's burning soul was constantly recovering. Just like performing the burning blood secret technique, there was no consumption at all. He could burn it casually. If the burning soul secret technique did not improve the perception ability, or even have an impact, Bai Donglin could burn it for 12 hours a day. Of course, like the burning blood secret technique, it consumes one's own energy and cannot trigger the damage reversal. The black light evil spirit was suppressed by the black knife at that time. He didn't know that Bai Donglin was killed and resurrected by the black knife. If he knew, he probably wouldn't come to take over the body, but escaped directly. Now he has fallen into the trap and has no chance to leave. The golden body of the soul looked at the black and white Taoist, closed his eyes at the same time, and began to recite the scriptures for salvation. The golden body of the soul Buddha recited the sutra of the original vow of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva with compassion. Thus I have heard, at one time the Buddha was in the Trayastrimsa heaven, preaching to his mother. At that time, countless Buddhas and great Bodhisattvas from the innumerable worlds in the 10 directions all came together to praise Sakyamuni Buddha. The Taoist in black and white robes recited the Taijuku Jonan Tianzuan Chadu Sutra with a kind look. I gave birth to all things, I transformed all spirits, and when they suffer, they must be saved. I don't need your own power or incarnation to save them. In this eastern world of Changal, there is a benevolent and compassionate person, Taijuku Tianzuan, whose incarnations are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. Things respond to his voice. Some live in the heavenly palace, some descend to the human world, some live in hell, and some capture evil spirits. The unfathomable Taoist and Sanskrit voices enveloped the dark figure of the evil spirit. The dark figure instantly twisted, changing between reality and illusion, like a bubble, and the evil spirit could no longer roar. The dark figure became fainter and fainter, and the evil aura slowly turned into nothingness. The evil intentions and evil thoughts were completely saved, leaving only a wisp of pure will in the original place. He stopped reciting the scriptures, and the soul eye on his forehead emitted a golden light, erasing all his will and thoughts, leaving only a group of pure memory fragments. This thing doesn't even have a soul, so of course there is no way to reincarnate, so it can only be recycled. The golden body of the soul stretched out a golden hand, grabbed the memory fragment, threw it into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. This was his real purpose. He had thought of this plan when he used the eye of the soul to find the evil spirit suppressed by the black knife. He knew too little about this burial area. The memories of these old monsters contained the information he wanted. Of course, he knew the secret technique of capturing souls and devouring memories. It was not a high-level thing, but this secret technique was against the harmony of heaven. He still had a bottom line and would not use it carelessly under normal circumstances. But it was no problem to use it to deal with this evil spirit that was not even a residual soul. It was to eliminate harm for the people and to have a clear mind. If God saw it, he would have to praise it and reward some merits. The soul closed its eyes and began to digest the memory fragments. The Sea of God began to return to its original state. The huge Tai Chi ball directly dissipated into black and white air. It was grabbed by the black and white Taoist, who took a step out and disappeared behind the soul's golden body. The soul's golden body dissipated, the blazing golden flames extinguished, and it became an ordinary soul again, sitting cross-legged with eyes closed in the center of the Sea of God. In the canyon outside, above the huge pit, Buzz, the black knife, sensed that the evil spirit's breath had completely disappeared, and it immediately emitted waves of pleasant sounds. Boom boom, a thunderous sound resounded through the sky, and a black armored giant smashed through space, fell out from the space layer, and spit out a large mouthful of black blood. Little from the black underworld, you can't escape. The void shattered, and an old man with white hair and beard stepped out, his eyes cold and ruthless, staring at the staggering black armored giant. Ah, very good, very good. I didn't expect that the Qianyuan realm, which claims to be the righteous path, could set up such a shocking situation. Crazy. You are all crazy. You old monsters are much more cruel than us in the black underworld. Humph. You talk too much. The old man was about to take action, but suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. A giant hand with golden light smashed the space and came out, pressing directly towards the black armored giant. Mora! The black armored giant roared to the sky, without any resistance, and was instantly suppressed by the golden giant hand on the black plane. Clang! A knife chant. A black long sword cut through the space and shot towards the giant. The terrifying aftermath instantly cut the huge black plane in half. The giant was pressed into the depths of the canyon by the sword and knelt on his knees. No! The black armored giant who roared to the sky was deeply stabbed in the forehead by the black sword. His soul was destroyed, and his true spirit was cut into nothingness. A trace of remnant thought seemed to hear the voice coming from the void. Not good. He was awakened. Retreat quickly. The picture from the memory fragments stopped abruptly. Bai Donglin opened his eyes in the Sea of Gods. The memory fragments of this evil spirit were too fragmented and contained very little information. Only this last fierce battle was relatively clear. After all, it was just an evil spirit transformed by a trace of remnant will, not even a remnant soul. It was already very good to be able to extract some information. With a frown, he seemed to have inadvertently known something extraordinary. Qianyuan realm has explored the ancient world so many times. Is it really just sending disciples in waves to try their luck? It seems that they are not without means to enter the ancient world of Mingyu. What is the shocking situation that the black armored giant is talking about? Bai Donglin feels very annoyed. He is just here for tourism. Wouldn't it be nice to just paddle a little and return after a few waves? This trip to the ancient world was strange from beginning to end. Things were faintly beyond his control, which was too inconsistent with his style of doing things. There was no way. There was too little information in his memory. He could only take one step at a time. Anyway, he couldn't die. He tried his best to protect his own interests. It would be better if he had the opportunity to make a fortune. Those old monsters fighting to the death had nothing to do with him. He was not qualified to make a move. He opened his eyes, stood up and stood in the void. The black long sword hummed and flew around him. The handle of the knife was extremely long, about 50 or 60 centimeters, and it was integrated with the pitch-black blade. The back of the knife was straight, and the tip of the knife was slightly curved. The blade was as wide as a palm, up to 140 centimeters long, and stood upright and was taller than others. Bai Donglin liked this domineering sword more and more. The appearance was secondary. The Tao essence flowing faintly on this black sword in the origin world observed by the soul eye showed that it was a Tao weapon. If it was any other weapon, Bai Donglin would not be so moved. But it's a Taoist weapon. A treasure of the same level as Shushan. Unfortunately, the origin of this black knife is amazing, but he doesn't know whether the master behind it is dead or not. If he is not dead, he has no chance, so he said tentatively, "Black Knife, look, I helped you solve the evil spirit, and now you are homeless, why don't you recognize me as your master? Don't worry, follow me and I promise you will have a good life and a bright future." You think about it, Bai Donglin, will never force the knife to do anything. The black knife stood in the void, humming lightly, as if considering it. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up, there is a way. This black knife did not refuse directly, which means it is indeed an ownerless thing. In the memory picture, the strong man who killed the black armor giant should have fallen, otherwise he would never be able to subdue the black knife. Buzz, the black knife hummed lightly, turned into a black light, instantly penetrated Bai Donglin's chest, and swallowed his blood in big mouthfuls. Bai Donglin's face lit up, and he didn't resist. He knew it worked. The black knife knew he couldn't be killed, so it naturally wouldn't attack him for no reason. It was blood refining and recognizing the master. It's not that easy to make a Taoist weapon recognize the master. It's not because he killed the evil spirit, nor is it because his charm is too strong. He doesn't have the aura of a cuckold to make the treasure automatically surrender. The only thing that can make a Taoist weapon take a fancy to him is his immortality. The black knife has killed him thousands of times. How can he not understand his abnormality? Recognize him as the master, and from now on, you don't have to worry about the master dying suddenly. Isn't this good? If he, Bai Donglin, is also a Taoist weapon, he can't help but recognize himself as the master. After a while, Bai Donglin was almost sucked dry. The black knife finally had enough. The blade was pulled out of his body and floated in the void. A red light flashed on the black blade. An inexplicable connection tightly connected the two. Bai Donglin also knew the basic information of this black knife. The name of the knife, Death Omen. Death Omen. Death Omen. Ha, not bad, a good name, quite domineering. The black knife Death Omen made a pleasant sound, cheering and jumping for joy, as if it enjoyed being called by Bai Donglin's real name. Death Omen circled around Bai Donglin, turned into black light and sank into Bai Donglin's boundless sea of blood, revealing its huge true body, and directly inserted into the sea of blood, with the huge hilt and a small half of the blade exposed above the sea. Countless blood essences surrounded the blade, slowly tempering the black knife Death Omen. It is not easy to completely refine a Taoist weapon. The blood essence sacrifice is only the initial recognition of the master, and it still needs to be slowly nurtured and refined. With Bai Donglin's strength, he can't fully exert the power of Death Omen now, but it can be used as a trump card, and it can be sublimated to the extreme. It can barely cut a knife, and the power is stronger than his self-explosion. The matter here is over, and there is no need to stay any longer. Bai Donglin turned into a blood-red escape light and flew out of the canyon. Not much information was obtained from the evil spirit's memory, and nothing was known about the exit of the burial area. All he knew was that the time and space inside the burial area were uncertain, and there was no so-called exit. In other words, the exit might be deep in the burial area, and the outer periphery of the burial area might suddenly become the core area, ethereal and uncertain, with no trace to be found. Because the Death Omen had wasted too much time, Bai Donglin decided to withdraw from the Black Plane first. The Death Omen's recognition of the master had made him there is a way to deal with Xiaozi's problem. Just after flying out of the canyon, Bai Donglin frowned. Because the canyon was shrouded by an eternal sword force that blocked his perception, he could not sense the breath of Xiaozi in the extreme bracelet below. Xiaozi was watered by his blood in essence. It can be said that he has the same roots as him. They can sense each other faintly even at a long distance. The bracelet is bound to his soul, and the sense is even more obvious. And now, in his perception, Xiaozi and the bracelet are no longer outside the Black Plane. Xiaozi will not run away without listening to him. They are in trouble. Bai Donglin's eyes turned cold, and his right hand raised the sword finger and lightly touched the center of his eyebrows. His soul and thoughts burst out. In the deepest part of the Black Plane, he sensed the breath of Xiaozi in the bracelet. Sensing that the breath of both was stable and intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaozi and the bracelet were extremely important to him and could not be lost. It seemed that he had to try his best to break through this Black Plane. The figure moved, turned into bloodlight and flew deep into the Black Plane. At this time, he didn't care whether he would encounter trouble in the flight. If he found Xiaozi a little earlier, they would be less dangerous. At the end of the Black Plane, a pale white peak stood on the black earth. This mountain seemed to be made up of countless huge white minerals piece by piece. It was bare, without mud or soil, and there was no grass or trees. On the top of the White Mountain, there was a huge cave. In the cave grew a strange tree with a black body. The bark was like scales, and the branches were like animal claws, vigorous and powerful. The strange white crow that took away Xiaozi's bracelet stood on the branch with its eyes closed, as if taking a nap. Xiaozi also turned into a long original form, one head and one tail entangled on the strange tree branch, and the Jidao bracelet was strung in the middle, like a swing, swinging back and forth boredly. Hey, stinky bird, if you don't let me go, you will definitely be finished when my big brother comes to find you. My big brother is really cruel and violent. When he gets mad, he will even stab himself. If you let Xiaozi go, Xiaozi can plead for you then. Hey, don't ignore me, don't make a mistake, stinky bird. Xiaozi kept chirping. It was not that it had not thought about escaping, but every time it reached the cave entrance, it would be caught by the white crow and pecked hard. It no longer dared to run. Beyond the strange tree at the entrance of the cave, there was a large and deep space inside. At the end of the cave was a hall, and above the hall was a huge throne. A tall and majestic skeleton sat on the throne, with an unyielding will that was breathtaking and made people dare not look directly at it. The skeleton's left arm was placed on the armrest of the throne, and on its wrist was a blood-red bracelet with a simple style and complicated patterns. A small character could be faintly seen in the entanglement of the patterns. This character was exactly extreme. A red light flashed over the black plain. Bai Donglin, who was wrapped in the red light, suddenly changed his expression, and the light shattered in an instant. A terrifying pulling force pulled him down fiercely. Boom! Falling from a height of 10,000 meters, a big pit was smashed on the black plain. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Bai Donglin, who was unharmed, walked out of the pit calmly. No-fly zone? After half an hour of traveling, there was still a long distance from the deepest part of the black plain that he sensed. The black plain was extremely wide. It was expected that it would not be smooth sailing. Anything could happen in this burial area, and he was mentally prepared. Tisk, other people are grandsons saving grandfathers, but I have to save grandsons. Shaking his head, since he couldn't walk in the sky, he would walk on the ground. His figure flashed and disappeared in an instant, leaving only a cracked pit in the place. How strong is Bai Donglin's physical strength now? Opening one human orifice and spiritual orifice can increase the physical strength of 1000 jin. Opening one earth orifice and spiritual orifice can increase the physical strength of 2000 jin, and the heavenly orifice increases the wisdom of the soul, which has nothing to do with the physical blood essence. The opening of the human and earth spiritual orifices has increased his strength by 400,000 jin in total. The improvement of the opening of the spiritual orifice is only the most basic, and the recent nourishment and improvement of the spiritual orifice, as well as the engraving of the law, have also increased his strength a lot, plus the physical body that was originally strengthened by the enhanced energy. Without the outbreak of blood essence and the use of secret techniques, the pure physical strength is as much as 800,000 jin. The small body contains terrifying strange power. Just using the physical iron fist, one punch is 400 tons. A small fist of 400 tons, hit your chest, see if you can bear it. What is physical cultivation? This is physical cultivation. With a light step of his foot, the ground collapsed. The strong reaction force made his speed not much slower than the flight of the escape light, so the no-fly ban did not affect him at all. His expression was calm and cautious. Since the no-fly ban appeared inexplicably, I am afraid that danger is not far away. Bai Donglin's expression changed slightly, his ears moved slightly, and a clearer and clearer singing came from the front. The pleasant, soft and lingering singing was as if countless soft little hands were massaging his cerebral cortex, which actually relaxed his tense spirit and made him feel happy. He couldn't help but smile on his face. In the center of the sea of consciousness, the soul opened its eyes, its lips moved slightly, and the majestic and grand Buddhist sound resounded through the sea of consciousness. Om. Ma. Na. Ba. Mi. Hum. Bai Donglin woke up instantly, his eyes were sharp. What a terrible illusion. With his tenacious will, he was unconsciously addicted to it. If he didn't have so many trump cards, he would have really fallen for it. He raised his sword fingers with both hands, gathered his strength, and pierced his ears as fast as lightning. It's useless. This song seems to reach the depths of the mind, without the help of the ears at all. The pierced ears quickly recovered, and his brows frowned slightly. Hallucinations are still quite powerful. He was restrained, but his soul was no longer the same as before, and he still had some confidence in his heart. He moved forward, and he wanted to see what could sing such a beautiful song. Could it be the legendary mermaid? As he went deeper, a layer of white fog began to appear on the black plain. The white fog became thicker and thicker, and Bai Donglin could only see a foot away. The divine thoughts poured out, and this strange fog had a strong restraint on the divine thoughts, even exceeding the rock layer, and could only extend 1,000 feet away. The singing that could be clearly located in front just now became erratic, and there were faint singing coming from all directions. If it were someone else, they would probably have lost their sense of direction at this time and were completely lost in the fog. But Bai Donglin didn't have to worry about this situation. The extreme bracelet connected to his soul was like a lighthouse, guiding his direction from a distance. Ignoring the singing and the fog, he continued to run towards the bracelet. Bai Donglin's unstoppable movement caused the mist to change again. The surrounding mist began to roll, and graceful figures danced in the mist. The thin gauze only slightly covered the mysterious place, looming, extremely teasing and tempting. Humph! Trivial tricks! Under the coverage of divine thoughts, there was nothing in the mist at all. It was just an illusion. He had also seen big scenes, but the picture became a holographic projection. He was calm and even wanted to laugh. When he passed by the graceful woman, a warning sign suddenly appeared in his heart. The moment the beautiful woman's slender jade hand touched his neck, it turned into a sharp white claw. He dodged the attack sideways and slapped the woman into a pulp with his backhand. Unexpectedly, the woman was like a dream bubble. His palm went through the woman directly, as if hitting the air. How is it possible? His eyes were slightly shocked. He believed that his intuition just now would not be wrong. If he didn't dodge, he would indeed be injured, but how could his counterattack miss? Bai Donglin's expression became serious. In the sea of spiritual soul, he pinched the magic formula with his soul hand, opened the vertical lines between his eyebrows, and scanned the surroundings with the soul eye. Nothing false can be hidden from this eye. Not an illusion? Under the gaze of the eye of breaking the void, these beautiful women do exist, but they are covered with an illusion of beauty. Inside are monsters, with snow-white exoskeletons, more than 2 meters tall and smooth bodies, sharp claws, and long tail spikes, like a war machine. But what happened to the attack just now? Bai Donglin moved his figure and punched through a monster. It was still the same as before, like a bubble, and there was no feeling of hitting a solid entity at all. But under the gaze of the eye of breaking the void, this monster really exists, it is not an illusion. Frowning and thinking slightly, then his eyes lit up, and he remembered something deep in his memory of his previous life. So that's it turned out to be this kind of ability. Scanning the many white monsters around him. Monster, terrible, such a powerful ability, it turned out to be a race's inherent talent. The transformation between reality and illusion, no wonder the soul eye can't see the abnormality. This is indeed not an illusion, it's just that the entity is hidden in the space layer, and the one outside is a projection. With a countermeasure in mind, Bai Donglin remained calm and continued to move forward. A white monster couldn't help but attack, and a sharp claw stabbed at his heart. Bai Donglin didn't dodge or avoid, allowing the sharp claw to pierce his chest. At the moment the monster succeeded, the palm knife in his right hand was as fast as lightning, flashing away, and the flesh palm with a hint of the destructive knife intent was extremely sharp. In an instant, it cut off the hideous head of the white monster, and white blood gushed out. Bai Donglin, who succeeded in one blow, did not stop. He shook off the corrosive liquid on his hand, and the wound on his chest healed quickly. He ignored the commotion of the white monster around him and continued to move forward. The singing voice coming from the mist became louder and louder. The surrounding white monsters stopped making a commotion and attacked Bai Donglin at the same time. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. It was good. He would solve them all at once. His immortal ability that ignored damage and his terrifying intuition meant that he was destined to be the nemesis of these monsters. Boom! Bang! Bai Donglin completely gave up defense and faced 7 white monsters at the same time. With his intuition, he could counterattack and kill a monster in seconds every time he was fatally attacked. However, in a short moment, all the white monsters were solved by him, and they turned into a pile of rotten meat scattered around. The injuries on their bodies healed quickly, and the broken blood armor flashed red and returned to its original state. Hesitation flashed in his eyes, and then turned into determination in an instant. These were all monsters, not humans, and they were not perverts. Bai Donglin, who had comforted himself, acted quickly. The blood and blood essence merged into a large red bowl. It picked up the remains of the monsters around it and began to collect the highly corrosive white blood. Most of it had seeped into the ground. After draining all the remains, it was just enough to fill a large bowl. Gulp! He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, picked up the red bowl and drank it all. His mouth, tongue, throat, and internal organs began to be corroded crazily. His terrifying recovery ability barely saved him from death. He sat cross-legged, ignored the severe pain, and began to guide the enhanced energy to strengthen his spiritual orifice. The singing in the mist stopped abruptly, as if it was also stunned by Donlin's operation. This white blood was very powerful. The damage it caused to him was more than the poison he bought from Su Chi. The most important thing was that it was free. He was very happy to pick up a wave of enhanced energy for free. Half an hour later, Donlin, who had completely digested the white blood, opened his eyes. The spiritual orifice engraved with the laws of space was strengthened by him, and his understanding of the laws of space became easier. The fog still did not dissipate, but the beautiful singing stopped. Donlin did not care and stood up to continue on his way. He locked the position of the bracelet and disappeared. Deep in the fog, in a sea of white flowers. What should we do? What should we do? That weirdo is coming towards us. Woo, 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 I don't want to die. Don't eat me. Woo, sister, what should we do? That weirdo will definitely eat us. It's too scary. Even the void beast was eaten. Wow, woo. I won't dare to do it again. Oh, woo, woo. Deep in the sea of flowers, on the huge flowers, for little people less than 20 centimeters tall knelt on the center of the flowers, crying and screaming, and the two pairs of transparent little wings behind them flapped non-stop. Donlin was as fast as lightning. After a while, he broke through the fog and appeared on the edge of a sea of white flowers. The white fog here had dissipated. His mind poured out and sensed 4 breaths of life in the center of the flower sea. Was it the mastermind behind the scenes? His eyes turned cold and he disappeared in an instant, heading straight to the center. Since he had done it, he would not have an easy time. He would have to lose a layer of skin if he didn't die. Bang! Donlin's towering figure stopped in front of a huge white flower, leaving a big pit under his feet. His cold eyes swept over the 4 little people shivering and huddled together. His brows furrowed slightly. What are these 4 little people? Little elves? Or flower fairies? He grinned, revealing his white teeth, and stretched out his big hand to grab one to take a closer look. Woo, don't eat us. Wow. We won't dare to do it again. Sister, I'm scared. He stopped. This soft and familiar voice, that mysterious song must be sung by them. I didn't expect that this seemingly fragile little thing could perform such a delicate illusion. Shut up, why are you crying? Humph, don't act pitiful in front of me. When you used your singing to confuse me just now, didn't you think about the consequences now? Frightened by Donlin's shout, the little body trembled, and forced himself to hold back his tears. With a slight twitch of his nose, one of the little people looked up at Donlin pitifully and said softly, I'm really sorry, we didn't want to do this either, but if we don't do this, the void beast will kill me and my sisters. We were forced by the void beast, so we had to use singing to help them attract prey. It turned out that those white monsters were called void beasts, which was worthy of the name, but he would not believe everything the little person said. There was no white lotus that could survive in the burial domain, so he asked again, what are you? What abilities do you have? We are flower spirits and can use singing to create illusions. That's it? It's useless, then there's no need for you to live. His eyes turned cold, and he took revenge when there was a grudge, and raised his big hand to destroy the flowers. Wait! In addition to singing, we can also heal injuries and cast fog spells. Oh, and we can also cultivate magical herbs and plants. Surrounded by a strong murderous intent, the 4 little men softened and collapsed on the center of the flower. One of the flower spirits with a calmer look hurriedly said, fearing that if he was slow, he would die. Donlin's expression moved and he stopped again. He didn't care about the other abilities of the flower spirits, but the ability to cultivate magical herbs and plants caught his attention. I wonder if it is possible to increase the speed of the breeding of Xiaozi's magical power origin law. Moreover, he has always planned to get a medicinal field to grow some poisonous flowers and plants specifically for himself. These 4 little guys are not useless. He has always pursued the use of everything. To use it, his enemies must be squeezed out of every last bit of value. There is no need for waste to survive, but these 4 flower spirits are worth surviving. Do you want to live or die? The 4 flower spirits' eyes lit up, seeing the life-saving straw, and hurriedly grabbed it, saying in unison, we want to live. Very good, from now on, everything you have belongs to me. Do things for me well and make me satisfied, and I will naturally not kill you. The 4 flower spirits quickly agreed. As long as they can survive, losing their freedom is not a big deal. This is their way of survival in the burial domain. It is natural to rely on the strong, and there is nothing to be ashamed of. Nodding, Donlin communicated with the death sign in the sea of blood with his mind. The black knife death sign made a slight sound, and a red light flashed. The 4 flower spirits were taken into the origin world of the knife. The reason why the Tao weapon is powerful is that each Tao weapon has an origin world, which is the source of the power of the Tao weapon. The size of the origin world and the completeness of the law determine the strength of the Tao weapon. For example, the origin world of the Book Mountain, a top-grade Taoist artifact, is so huge that it can accommodate hundreds of millions of disciples to learn and comprehend the Tao at the same time. The ability to improve perception and memory, etc., are the gain laws brought by the Book Mountain's origin world. The origin world of Death Omen is far inferior to that of Book Mountain. It is just barely a mid-grade Taoist artifact, and as a killing weapon, the laws it contains are all laws of destruction. Although Death Omen is not suitable for opening up spiritual fields due to different law tendencies, it is easy to use it to store a few living things. The origin world is full of spiritual energy and they can survive safely. Taoist artifacts can be upgraded, the origin world can be expanded, and the world laws can be improved, but the conditions for upgrading are very harsh. Death Omen, a mid-grade Taoist artifact, can only barely cut a knife now, so he doesn't need to consider these distant problems. After subduing the 4 flower spirits, Bai Donglin did not waste any more time and continued on his way. He did not know what had taken Xiao Zi and the bracelet away, but it had traveled such a long distance in such a short time. Although he could sense that the two did not continue to move, it was still not easy to cross the black plain full of dangers. 7 days later, on the vast and desolate black plain, a figure moving at high speed turned into a red light. It was Bai Donglin who was rushing forward. His expression was calm, but his eyes were slightly tired. He had been rushing forward for 7 days, encountering crises from time to time, and was forced into desperate situations several times. He had survived all of them by relying on his immortality. Although he was not worried about life and death, the high-intensity battles and rushes still exhausted him mentally. He was worried about Xiao Zi's safety and did not dare to rest more. When his blood essence was exhausted, he drank a mouthful of spiritual liquid to replenish it. A sharp cry of a bird of prey cut through the sky, and Bai Donglin's face changed. This dead bird is really haunting. He had been targeted by this giant bird a day ago, and they had fought several times, and each time he had managed to escape by using the cracks in the ground. This giant bird was extremely powerful. Not only was it huge in size and powerful, but it was also incredibly fast, with a pair of sharp and powerful claws. What disgusted him the most was that this giant bird ignored the no-fly rule in this area and soared high in the sky. With its sharp eyes, it could always find his tracks. After all, he was moving in a straight line, and as long as the bird was not stupid, it would be easy to find him. His eyes turned cold, and he stopped running. Flat-haired beast, if you want to die, I will grant your wish today. The golden feathers of this giant bird are extremely hard. It is difficult for him to break through the defense without using the death sign. He made up his mind. When the golden giant bird saw Bai Donglin stop, his eyes lit up and swooped down at a terrifying speed. The giant bird with a wingspan of hundreds of feet and the overwhelming force of the attack still made Bai Donglin look sideways even though he had seen it several times. Ha! With a roar, he clenched his fists, his blood essence burst out, and his eyes emitted a red light. The improved burning blood secret technique was performed, and the blood in his body turned into blood flames and burned fiercely at the same time, directly increasing his strength by 50%. 2 bright blood flame dragons were wrapped around his body, the dragon heads roared, and the sound of dragon roars could be heard faintly. The great method of disintegrating the heavenly demons is really a precious secret technique. Bai Donglin is increasingly impressed by his original choice. Based on this secret technique and the remnant of burning blood, he has developed Burning Soul, the perfect version of burning blood, spiritual acupoint annihilation, and the ultimate killer move extreme sublimation. Bai Donglin, who has exploded his blood essence and performed burning blood, has already reached the limit of his conventional combat power. His physical strength is 800,000 Jin, and burning blood increases it by 400,000 Jin. His blood essence explodes by 300,000 Jin. With one straight punch, he has a terrifying force of 15 million Jin. The huge beak of the golden giant bird pierced Bai Donglin. Both of them had extremely sharp eyes. A straight punch with a power accumulation cut through the space. The tough space rippled slightly and instantly hit the bird's beak. Boom! The ground within a radius of 100 feet collapsed and shattered. The ground sank 3 feet, and countless huge cracks spread to 1,000 feet away. Kill! With a sharp shout, Bai Donglin, whose body was shattered, stepped on the ground, and the ground sank 3 feet again. He jumped up and took the bird and beast with a knee. Bang! With a loud bang, the huge body of the golden bird was slightly lifted up. Cry! The giant bird's eyes flashed with ferocity, and its giant claws with even more terrifying power grabbed Bai Donglin, and its huge wings slammed horizontally at the same time to block his retreat. Bai Donglin did not retreat but advanced, fighting fiercely with the giant bird. The hard black ground around him could not withstand the ravages of the two, and broke one after another, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. After dozens of rounds of fierce fighting, Bai Donglin, who was already in poor condition, began to fall into a disadvantage, but the giant bird was stimulated to become more and more courageous. The two reduced and increased, and Bai Donglin barely resisted a few moves, but was pecked hard by the huge bird's beak, and his bones and flesh were immediately broken. The brain was instantly shaken into mud by the terrifying force, and he died on the spot. Cry! The golden giant bird let out a high-pitched cry, full of the joy of a winner, opened its huge mouth and sucked fiercely, and Bai Donglin's body was swallowed into its stomach. In the belly of the giant bird, Bai Donglin, who had turned into rotten meat, was revived with full blood in a few breaths. He opened his eyes and a red light flashed in the dark space. Oh, naive, a beast is a beast. Bai Donglin did not kill the giant bird immediately. He wanted to squeeze out the last bit of its value. First, the stomach acid in the giant bird's body can be used to refresh some strengthening energy, and second, he can use the advantage of the giant bird ignoring the forbidden air to quickly cross the black plain. Concentrate on the direction of the giant bird. If the direction is wrong, punch it hard. After a few hits, it will know where to fly. Take off the blood armor, close your eyes and cross your legs in the gastric juice, separate a trace of thought to sense the direction, and start practicing at the same time. He has not had a good rest during this period. Presumably, it will not take long to find Xiaozi in the bracelet. Cry! The giant bird flew across the night sky like a golden ray, its cry full of sorrow, blood gushing from its mouth and nose, and it was already at the end of its life. Bai Donglin in the bird's belly opened his eyes, stood up and walked out of the gastric juice. His body that had been corroded and tattered quickly recovered, a red light flashed, and blood armor covered his whole body. In the sensing, Xiaozi's position was already close at hand. The closer it was to this place, the stronger the spatial suppression became, and even the giant bird had a hard time flying. The inner wall of the huge bird's belly was covered with huge pits, all of which were smashed by him. The bird had been forced to overdraw its light essence by him, and was not far from death. Brother bird, you have worked hard. Don't eat randomly in your next life. After saying that, he raised his palm knife, and a weak sense of destruction condensed and did not dissipate. With a lightning-fast downward slash, the giant bird was instantly disemboweled, and blood and internal organs were scattered in the sky. Cry! With a mournful cry, the giant bird fell to the ground, smashing a huge pit in the roar. The black knife flashed red, and the giant bird's huge corpse was collected into the origin world of the Dao weapon. The material of this golden giant bird is of extraordinary value, and it can be recycled. Bai Donglin jumped out of the pit with a light jump, staring at the white giant peak in the distance, his expression solemn. Sensing that the laws of space are faintly shrinking towards the white giant peak, the black plane's forbidden air and space suppression seem to be because of this white giant peak. How terrifying is the mass of this white giant peak? Bai Donglin's eyes were shocked. This giant peak was like a black hole with exaggerated mass, pressing the space of such a large area of the black plane to collapse towards it. Although it is very likely that this phenomenon is not caused by mass, the powerful and weirdness of this white giant peak still makes him alert. No matter what, he has to go and try, because he has sensed that Xiaozi and the bracelet are on the top of the mountain. The figure moved, and turned into a red light and shot towards the white giant peak. Unexpectedly, there was no danger on the giant peak, and he climbed to the top of the mountain smoothly. This abnormal situation made Bai Donglin more vigilant. His divine thoughts were about to pour out, but he could not get any further after leaving his body for 3 feet. He frowned and walked towards the cave. Entering the cave, he saw Xiaozi hanging on the strange tree, swinging back and forth, and the extreme bracelet strung on his body. At this time, Xiaozi also discovered Bai Donglin, and his thoughts shook the void and cried, "Brother! You finally come to save Xiaozi." Woo woo woo, this stinky bird bullied Xiaozi and pecked Xiaozi so hard. He ignored Xiaozi's crying. In his perception, Xiaozi was in a good state, and his eyes were fixed on the white crow standing on the branch. The white crow also tilted its head, staring at Bai Donglin with a pair of strange pale eyes. For a moment, there was no other sound in the cave except Xiaozi's sobbing, and the atmosphere was a bit weird. Gaga, the white crow made a cry, and the strange tree suddenly trembled uncontrollably, and faintly emitted the sound of a dragon's roar. The thick roots pulled out from the white rocks. The strange tree was like a living thing, twisting and rolling into a wooden dragon, hovering in the void, shrinking rapidly, connecting head and tail, and becoming a small dragon-shaped ring, which was automatically worn on the ankle of the white crow. Bai Donglin's eyes were surprised. He didn't expect that this strange tree was actually such a legendary thing, a wooden dragon, a very special species. He had only read a few sentences of records in the book mountain, but he didn't expect to see the real thing in this place. He didn't come here in this strange place. The strange white crow felt hostility, so he did not take the initiative to attack. Moreover, he had a hunch that if he took action, the consequences might not be good. The little purple fell to the ground and rolled and crawled back to Bai Donglin's side, turning into a bracelet and wearing it on his hand. It seemed that this little thing had suffered a lot this time, and the extreme bracelet also automatically flew back to his left hand. Gaga, the white crow, glanced at Bai Donglin and turned to fly deep into the cave. Bai Donglin's eyes were deep. His purpose of this trip had been achieved, but he did not retreat immediately. He sensed that there seemed to be something calling him in the depths of the cave. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but be curious and walked deeper into the cave. In the cave hall, the white crow stood on the shoulders of the throne skeleton, tilting his head and looking at Bai Donglin, who was slowly walking in. Bai Donglin stood in the hall, and the eternal and unyielding will of the skeleton on the throne moved him slightly. His eyes fell on the red bracelet and he recognized it as the extreme bracelet at a glance. Bai Donglin, a senior of the holy sect who fell in the deep burial area of the ancient world of Mingyu, sorted out his expression, looked solemn, and bowed slightly. Gaga, the white crow, made a slightly sad cry, the red bracelet shook slightly, and a red light flashed. The whole hall shook slightly, and countless light points emerged, more and more, filling the entire space, submerging the entire hall. Bai Donglin was in it, and saw countless light points converge to form a picture. The majestic palace, the sun, the moon and the stars circled outside, and at the top of the hall, several huge human-shaped light shadows sat on it. In the hall, a man with a majestic figure stood upright, and the unyielding look between his eyebrows reached the sky. A vague voice came from the top of the hall: "Since you have made up your mind, go. Li, farewell to the ancestors." The man bowed slightly, and then his majestic body turned into nothingness, and a bit of true spirit flashed away. In a remote village, in a dilapidated hut, a woman in labor screamed, and the midwife's shouts were heard from time to time. Wah wah wah! With a loud cry of a baby, the baby was born successfully. Outside the house, an old man with white hair and beard carefully took the baby, tears in his eyes, and shouted, "Grandmaster!" In the East Sea, a black-robed boy, together with many divine aperture realm monks, turned into white light and descended into the ancient world of Mingyu through the vortex channel. In the depths of the Wugui burial domain, in the strange space, more than a dozen twisted figures sat cross-legged. Absurd! I absolutely do not agree. You are all crazy. How innocent are the countless sentient beings in the ancient world. As long as I am here, I will never allow you to implement the Eternal Night Plan. Fight! Fight! A terrifying battle almost shattered the entire burial domain. Li! The terrifying roar resounded through the sky. The picture stopped abruptly, and countless spots of light slowly disappeared. Bai Donglin came back to his senses and cast his eyes on the skeleton on the throne. Although the picture was broken, it recorded a lot of information, and the many doubts in his heart gradually became clear. But even if he knew this, what could he do? Bai Donglin's eyes were a little dazed. He was just a young cultivator who had just started to practice. He was really not familiar with these big guys. After thinking for a moment, he was afraid that he was overthinking. This skeleton named Li had a tremendous strength, but it had fallen. He would definitely not pin his hopes on a newcomer with unknown strength. These pictures. It was just a normal trigger, it didn't mean anything. Gaga, the white crow, chirped again, flapped its wings, and the scarlet bracelet on the skeleton's wrist automatically detached, turning into a red light and shooting towards Bai Donglin. He subconsciously raised his left hand, and the scarlet bracelet instantly collided with the extreme bracelet. A red light flashed, and they merged into one. His bracelet instantly turned red and white, and its essence was greatly improved. Bai Donglin was stunned. Did he pick up a treasure? The white crow kept moving, opened its beak, and sucked the skeleton on the throne into its body with a slight suction. Then it turned into a white light and instantly fell on Bai Donglin's head.